Chapter 401, Yangtze Gang. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Ah! Help! Save me! Lu Zining screamed out in agony. Yue Zhong kicked out viciously, his foot connecting with Lu Zining's abdomen, sending him flying back into a clothes rack before he slumped to the floor. Young master! Right at this time, two enhancers who had decent levels charged forwards, helping Lu Zining up. Lu Zining was arrogant and despotic, and his father being worried that he might one day have his just desserts, assigned for two experts to guard him. It was precisely because of the existence of these two. Lu Zining had not tasted hardship before. Lu Zining looked at his broken right hand and screamed out in madness, "My hand's broken! Kill him! Kill him! I'll bear all responsibilities. Bring his head here. Don't hurt the woman beside him. Capture her alive." "Yes, young master." The two experts exchanged a look as the gleam in their eyes turned dangerous and pulled out daggers from their shirts. They then shot towards Yue Zhong explosively. The weapons control in Guilin City was strict, and thus, fights between gangs usually involve only melee weapons. As long as anyone made use of firearms, it would be considered an act of revolt against the government, and the special forces, armed police and army would all deploy and take down the threat. Therefore, unless it concerned the survival of the triad, no one was willing to risk using firearms. The only circumstance when guns were allowed was the hunting parties left the city to scavenge. Even then, each firearm would require a large number of ammunition and had to be left in the possession of guarantors. The moment something went wrong, these guarantors would be dragged down as well. Lastly, the most threatening weapons that could be loaned out were only the rifles. Heavy artillery weapons would never be issued. Yue Zhong took a step forward, reaching out his hands and easily grabbing the head of one of the experts. He swung viciously to the right, sending the expert right in the path of the other guard, and their heads smashed together violently before they crumpled to the ground. If Yue Zhong had not shown mercy, those two experts would have been killed already. "You want to kill me?" Yue Zhong's eyes blazed as he took slow steps towards Lu Zining. "Don't come over! Yue Zhong, don't come over!" Lu Zining saw the devil-like Yue Zhong nearing and became frantic as he scrambled backwards. At this time, 7 men came over and saw the pathetic appearance of Lu Zining, as one of them came up to ask, his face bearing a knife scar, "Young Master Lu, what happened?" Lu Zining saw the scar-faced man and immediately shouted, "Good timing! Huang Weili, go kill that man. Kill him. I will get my father to promote you immediately. I'll gift you 5 virgins and 20 tons of rations." "Yes, young master." Huang Weili was immediately hooked by that proposition, as he got excited and raised his head to look towards Yue Zhong as he began to yell, "Which bastard? Young master you? My apologies. My apologies. Sorry. Sorry. I deserve to die. I was a fool. Young master you. Please have mercy and forgive my stupid mistake." The moment Huang Weili saw Yue Zhong, his expression changed, and he kneeled immediately, trembling as he pleaded. The 6 other subordinates of Huang Weili also had similar expressions, as they knelt down at once. Back then, when Bai Shaoxing wanted to silence them, his expression was extremely natural, obviously having silenced countless people before. They did not dare go against that group of people who easily wiped the village of zombies clean. Who is he exactly? Gao Xiaoyun looked at those people kneeling in front of Yue Zhong, and her heart was filled with shock and regret. "Bai Shaoxing," Yue Zhong called out indifferently. "Boss, what's the matter?" His voice had just resounded, when Bai Shaoxing suddenly appeared in front of everybody, and other than Yue Zhong, no one knew where he appeared from. Seeing Bai Shaoxing, Huang Weili and his group became even more terrified. This man was numb to killing, his methods ruthless, and his ability shockingly high. If they had acted against Yue Zhong earlier, they would have become a pile of corpses. Yue Zhong pointed at Lu Zining, Huang Weili and the rest. "Yangtze Gang wants to lay a hand on me. Since it's like this, let's take them down. Go bring some men and kill them." Since our greenstone triad is about to make its debut, we will need a stepping stone to bring us into the limelight. Let Yangtze Gang fill that role. This is the Lu Zining, the son of the leader Lu Xianhe. Bring these 6 men with you, they should know loads about Yangtze Gang. Bai Shaoxing became excited and replied, Hee hee, great. Cooping up at home these past few days have been so boring. My bones have become rigid. Oh yes, after we take down the Yangtze Gang, if there are any women, give me 1 or 2, okay boss. I'm almost bored to death. Although Bai Shaoxing was lustful and indulged in the company of beauties and hated complications, as an evolver, his blood was also filled with the thirst of battle. Other than having sex, only fighting and killing could give him the same adrenaline. Don't you have to get going by now? Yue Zhong raised his eyebrow at Bai Shaoxing. Yes, boss. Bai Shaoxing shot forwards and kicked out at Lu Zining's head, causing him to faint. Bai Shaoxing grabbed Lu Zining's hair and dragged him like a dead dog as he turned to face Huang Weili and the rest, commanding in a cold tone. Those who don't wish to die at my hands, come with me. Huang Weili and the rest felt their body shiver as they stood up and followed Bai Shaoxing docilely. Mu Xiangling came to Yue Zhong's side and had a curious look. Yue Zhong Gij, are we about to fight? Ecchi and Jiaro looked at Yue Zhong with a resolute expression. Master, this battle. Let this slave fight for you. Yue Zhong declined immediately. No, your current level is only 1. It's not time for you to join in battles yet. Although Ecchi and Jiaro had huge potential as an agility-based evolver, and had gained some equipment from Yue Zhong, causing her stats to be almost the same as a level 20 enhancer, her combat experience was simply too low. If she were to face off against those enhancers, she would definitely lose. Hearing Yue Zhong reject it, Ecchi and Jiaro did not press the issue further. Gao Xiaoyun looked at the pure and elegant-looking Ning Yusen, as well as the absolutely charming and mature Ecchi and Jiaro, and her eyes were filled with endless jealousy. Those 2 absolute beauties were existences she herself would never be able to compete with, and Yue Zhong had gained their approval. On top of that Bai Shaoxing had appeared. The expressions and behavior of Huang Weili and the rest had shown her clearly that Yue Zhong was not simply just the son of a lowly civil servant. Let's go! Yue Zhong brought the 3 ladies out, without so much as glancing at Gao Xiaoyun. Gao Xiaoyun opened her mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat, as her eyes turned red, and she started wailing in anger and hatred. Yangtze Gang was one of the biggest triad in Guilin City, with about 1,000 people under them. There were about 100+ of them who were actual expert fighters as well. They had carved out a living for themselves engaging in black market dealings, and they earned a huge amount of ration tickets each day. In a lush nightclub within the Yangtze Gang's territory, Lu Xianhe was currently bellowing in rage. What? Zining had been abducted? Which bastard has such guts, and actually dares to abduct my son? One of the smaller leaders, Li Qin, replied solemnly. It's the Greenstone Triad. Young master was abducted by them. There's a high-ranking leader in there called Yue Zhong, and he's the son of a small civil servant. Li Qin was usually in charge of gathering intel, and the moment Lu Zining was captured, he heard of it quickly and sent people out to investigate. Lu Xianhe roared out in anger. Greenstone Triad. I want you all in hell. Every dragon had a reverse scale which could not be touched. Lu Zining was Lu Xianhe's reverse scale. Whoever touched his only son, he would never let the person go. Right at this time, an ordinary Yangtze Gang hooligan came running into the room pathetically. Boss! Boss! Someone came to mess with us. The various guards have all been killed. The moment the hooligan just pushed open the door, the flash of a blade appeared by his neck, and his head was sent flying, landing on the floor, as fresh blood spurt all over the place. At almost the same time, a gunshot rang out, and before Li Qin had even caught sight of the intruder, there was a bullet hole between his brows, as he crumpled lifelessly to the floor, killing Li Qin and the hooligan within a breath. Bai Shaoxing walked in as he smiled in an extremely terrifying manner at Lu Xianhe. You must be the leader of the Yangtze Gang. I'm Bai Shaoxing, one of the elders of the Greenstone Triad. Today I shall use your head to exchange for 2 beauties with my boss. Lu Xian he stared back at by Xiaoxing with an extreme chill in his eyes, as he asked solemnly, I'm Lu Xian he. Our Yangtze gang and your Green Stone Triad never had any conflicts. Why the sudden clash? Bai Xiaoxing's body disappeared in a flash, and appeared behind Lu Xian he in an instant, as a blade came rushing down towards Lu Xian he's head. Simple. You being alive is a threat to us. So you have to die. Old fogey. I let you live for a few seconds more. You should be appreciative of that. Lu Xian he pressed a button under his table, and the chair he was on immediately retracted. At the same time, a pressure weighed down on Bai Xiaoxing, causing his speed to slow significantly. Lu Xian he stared at Bai Xiaoxing and his eyes were filled with venom. Green Stone Triad. Yue Zhong. Bai Xiaoxing. I will remember you guys. This time, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely not let you guys have an easy life. I will hunt you down, and cause you to live forever in fear of my coming retribution. Chapter 402, Counterattack. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. There was a secret rail mechanism below Lu Xianhe's chair, and it would allow him to escape from this place. That is why you must die. Following a fierce growl, a sharp spike came shooting out from the ground, piercing Lu Xianhe's entire body like a giant bloody meat skewer. Lu Xianhe's eyes flashed with resentment, as he spat a mouth of blood out. Resentfully he stared at the sharp spike that had come bursting out of the ground. Bai Xiaoxing swung his blade casually, and chopped off Lu Xianhe's head. The floor of the building split, as Chen Shingang appeared with the support of a rock pillar, and he gazed at the headless corpse and asked, This is Lu Xianhe? Bai Xiaoxing kicked the head of Lu Xianhe, and coldly replied, Yep, I'll leave the clean up to you. Chen Shingang took a glance at the 3 dead bodies, before stepping on the ground hard. The earth split open, and swallowed up the 3 corpses. With Lu Xianhe's death, the entire Yangtze gang soon fell apart. The majority of the gang members were absorbed by men brought by Yue Zhong, and those who resisted were immediately killed and buried. At the end, only a dozen other core members who were out searching for resources managed to escape the ordeal. Within Guilin City, such matters between triads were extremely normal and frequent. In this apocalyptic world, as long as a strong and capable enhancer served as the backbone, a triad could be quickly formed. However, Yangtze Gang was after all a huge triad with over 1,000 members and over 20 enhancers of at least level 20. Such a triad was actually annihilated, and it sent shockwaves throughout Guilin City. Over at the Green Bamboo Gang headquarters, a male came up to Gao Mingho's side and said slowly, Leader, Yangtze Gang was just taken down. Gao Mingho put down the book in his hands, as his eyes widened with shock. Tang Shi, who did it? Tang Shi replied solemnly, It was the Green Stone Triad. Tang Shi continued softly, Who the leader is, no one knows. It is only known that amongst their upper echelons, there's a Yue Zhong. Those who actually went to massacre the headquarters were these guys called Bai Xiaoxing, Ing Kaishan and Chen Shangang. Those who saw them act were all killed, and as for their abilities other than Bai Xiaoxing being extremely fast, the rest are unknown. But it's certain that they're all high-level enhancers. Gao Mingho sighed, as his fingers touched the tabletop gingerly. Yue Zhong, right? Seems like another hungry wolf has appeared in our Guilin City. Tang Shi asked in a low voice. Leader, shall we touch him? Gao Mingho shook his head. There's no need. The Yangtze Gang wasn't easy to annihilate. They had taken it down just like that. There would be others who would naturally act. There's no need for us to move. After absorbing the Yangtze Gang, Yue Zhong's Green Stone Triad doubled in size overnight, and became a huge triad that had over 1,000 people. The main backbone of the group was still only the 30-plus trustworthy enhancers that he brought in. However, the intel and reach he had within Guilin City had naturally increased by a very large degree. Within 2 days of taking over Yangtze Gang, groups of policemen charged into the various ex-Yangtze Gang's territory and conducted raids. Any gambling dens, restaurants, bars, or entertainment spots were subjected to the raids, and business was affected. Over 200 members of the Greenstone Triad were arrested and thrown in jail after being charged with various offenses. Yue Zhong just brought the upper echelons of the Greenstone Triad to hide and wait out the storm, not squaring off against the police in Guilin City. However, with this decision, the Greenstone Triad that he formed lost faith and almost collapsed immediately. The glorious Golden Jade was a 5-star hotel in Guilin City, and every night it would be lit up with countless lights, and cars would be in and out of the place. In this apocalyptic world, even though fuel was precious and the rental of vehicles was expensive, the number of luxurious cars here was still staggering. Within a smoke-filled lavish room, a suave-looking middle-aged man with golden hair and dressed in a black suit was currently toasting a fat old man opposite him, who was flanked on either sides by 15, 16-year-old girls as he said, "This time it's truly thanks to you, Superintendent Dan. We could clear up the poison that is Greenstone Triad thanks to your help. Here, I shall toast you." The golden hair male with a sturdy and suave look was called Mali Tai, and he was an elder of the Freemasons, one of the 4 big triads in Guilin City. The Hong Triad here was different from the one in Vietnam, as it was a coincidence that they both had the same name. The name Hong Triad was powerful and distinct, and many wildly ambitious underground people had chosen the same name when establishing their own triads. *1. The Yangtze Gang was a subsidiary group of the Hong Triad. If the forces were to combine, Hong Triad could be considered to have over 10,000 people. To prevent the government from clamping down on them, they had chosen to separate their forces and convert the remaining into subsidiaries. The Yangtze Gang was one such subsidiary, incidentally also their biggest one. The old fat man with the protruding belly was precisely Dan Hong, the superintendent of Ecchi District. As the Ecchi District was flourishing and had high human traffic, the director that was sent from there had a sizable amount of power as well. Dan Hong happened to be the trusted aide of the mayor of Guilin City, Channing, and in another few months, he would be able to become the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Within the police force, he had huge presence and influence. The fat Dan Hong reached for the skirt of the girl younger than his son with his pudgy hands and touched her inappropriately as he replied with a bureaucratic air. "That Greenstone Triad dares to open up gambling dens and engage in prostitution, trading underage children, such heinous crimes. As government officials, we are honor-bound and rightfully due to deal with these despicable sort of illegal groups." Beside Dan Hong, there was a bespectacled man of about 26 or 27 who chuckled lightly at Dan Hong's words before speaking. "That's right, Superintendent Dan. I implore you to officially announce an arrest warrant for Yue Zhong, by Shaoxing, in Kaishan and Changsheng. We must get rid of these hooligans and retain peace and security in Guilin City." The young man was Mali Tai's trusted aide and General Jiang Li Hong. He was a crafty individual with cunning ideas, and was known to others as the bespectacled snake. The moment the police force were to issue that warrant, then Yue Zhong and the other 3 would become enemies of the entire Guilin City. They would be forced to live underground, and the Greenstone Triad would become the target for the cleanup of the government. Dan Hong replied with disinterest. "This, I would still need to go back and discuss with the leader." Dan Hong was extremely clear on these sort of games. If he were to really issue that warrant, he would become the target of these 4 high-level enhancers. By then, it was either the death of Yue Zhong and the rest, or he would be killed by them. Regarding high-level enhancers, unless it was to a non-salvageable situation, the police force would not just casually force them into a corner as well. The moment they did that, the government special forces would step in and annihilate these offenders at all cost. Hence, if one wanted to point their fingers at the enhancers, there had to be concrete proof of their negative effect on society. Only then could the warrant be issued. Any warrants issue for the arrest of enhancers required the approval of the higher ministers within the government. As a superintendent of the police force, Dan Hong was allowed to arrest them, but if it was discovered that he had a hand in the shady dealings, then he can forget about everything in his career. Dan Hong could deploy the police to capture Yue Zhong's men, but he could not casually issue the warrant of arrest of the enhancers. Since this would affect his livelihood, he naturally wasn't as interested. Jiang Li Hong chuckled and handed over a check over. "Superintendent Dan, as long as you settle this for us, this would be yours." Dan Hong glanced at the check, and his heartbeat quickened. The figure on the check was 1,000 tons of rations. Dan Hong's monthly salary was only 100 jin of rations. To get 1,000 tons of ration, he would have to slog for at least 1,000 years. This 1,000 tons of rations was comparable to 1 billion RMB prior to the apocalypse, if not more. He had seen a number of ration tickets, and knew that this was real. Zhang Li Hong clapped twice, and a beautiful lady in revealing clothes pushed a metal cage into the room, and within the cage, there were 2 girls who looked exactly the same, both wearing white dresses, their ages about 11 or 12. The moment Dan Hong saw the twins inside the cage, he inhaled sharply, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. He liked such arrangements, and the 2 girls inside the cage were the best he had ever seen. Zhang Li Hong stared fixedly at Dan Hong, who had a beast-like expression, and chuckled. "Superintendent Dan, as long as you help us once, this pair of twins would be yours. They're still virgins, no man had ever touched them. I think you must like them a lot." Dan Hong licked his lips and kept the check in his pocket, his eyes fixed on the twins like an excited hunter, saying, "Good! I'll promise you. Send them to my room." Molly Tai looked at Dan Hong with contempt and laughed coldly. He had seen plenty of such lustful perverts. The Hong triad had taken in many such beauties, and had set them aside as gifts to various governing officials. As long as Dan Hong accepted the twins, he could control Dan Hong, and naturally, Dan Hong would become his dog. One Hong triad member suddenly burst into the room, reporting to Molly Tai, "Elder, Yue Zhong is here. He's currently inside our casino." "Yue Zhong? Why would he be here?" Molly Tai's expression changed, and immediately stood up to go to the security room. Inside the casino of the glorious Golden Jade, there were people bustling everywhere, as gamblers gathered and excited engaged in different tables, waving chips and dealing cards. In any era, as long as there was stability, gambling would occur. The gamblers were here to bet and win money, but more so to release the stress and fear of the uncertain future. Yue Zhong brought Ning Yusin and walked into this casino, and most of the gamblers here were already feverish, not noticing them. Ning Yusin grabbed Yue Zhong's arm, as she looked around at the people with a crazed expression in their eyes, and frowned. "Why are we here? Yue Zhong, you will lose 9 out of 10 times. Don't pick up this bad habit." Yue Zhong laughed indifferently, and went to a table which bet only on small, big *2, and threw chips that he had exchanged for 100 tons of rations onto the table, coldly calling out, "I'm betting big. This time you must give me big. 100 tons. What a large sum. This guy has capital. He actually bet with 100 tons of ration off the bat. That chick beside him sure is pretty." A bunch of gamblers around Yue Zhong started engaging in discussion. Yue Zhong stared at the dealer, activating his art of fear. "Shake it! I need to win." A huge oppressive spiritual attack overwhelmed the mind of the dealer, causing him to engulfed in an illusion. His hand shook as he tried to shake according to how he was trained, before opening the dice cup, and the result made him feel like he was doused in a bucket of ice. Big! It was big! Damn it! This brat sure has luck. If I had known, I would have bought big as well. At this side, all the gamblers exclaimed with regret upon witnessing the scene. Big! Yue Zhong continued, tossing the 200 tons equivalent of chips on big, before coldly staring at the dealer again. The poor dealer had no way of controlling himself as he tossed the body according to Yue Zhong's orders again. "It's big again. What the shit? How is this possible?" Those gamblers started getting excited after big had opened twice. This caused them to become excited. "Continue, big." Yue Zhong kept his eyes on the dealer and exclaimed. The dealer just stood there like a frigid body and followed Yue Zhong's orders and shook another big. "Hot damn! Master! This is the god of gamblers. He definitely is the god of gamblers. God of gamblers! Please accept me as your disciple." Those gamblers around Yue Zhong started to look at him with a look of reverence and admiration. Yue Zhong called out indifferently, "Continue, big, big. I want big as well." Most of the gamblers immediately threw their money on big. The dealer again rolled the dice under Yue Zhong's orders, resulting in a big. By now, the casino had lost 2,000 tons of food, and all the gamblers whooped in excitement. Continue, big. Yue Zhong's face did not change at all, as he commanded coldly. He wanted to make use of this dealer before he was swapped out. This time, all the gamblers had thoroughly admired Yue Zhong like he was a god, and threw all their money on big as well. Some other gamblers came from the other tables as well to join in the fray. The dealer rolled a big again under Yue Zhong's support. By this time, Yue Zhong had fleeced around 3,600 tons of rations worth of chips, and the rest of the gamblers had their gains as well. Chapter 403, Bringing Down the House, translated by Qidian, edited by Ulamog, edition. Book 3, The South. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, the manager of the casino came running forward, his face full of perspiration, and he brought a few security guards with him. What? Is your place not going to pay up after losing? Yue Zhong glanced at the manager and his security guards, barking out coldly while smirking. Fuck. This daddy had lost over a ton of ration tickets. I've just started to make back my loss and you guys don't want to pay. I didn't say anything when I was losing. Now that your casino is losing, you want to ignore us? The various gamblers around Yue Zhong started to curse out loud, and the entire casino became tense. Yue Zhong hugged Ning Yusin close to him with one arm as he observed the events unfolding while smiling coldly. There was no need for him to act, and these gamblers who had just chanced on a windfall would automatically band together to make a ruckus. The manager glared at Yue Zhong and said in a solemn voice, "Sir, I suspect that you're cheating. You must be an enhancer. This casino doesn't allow enhancers to gamble. I did not see any of such announcements anywhere. Your casino is obviously unwilling to pay up. Everyone, let's trash this place. We must snatch back our money." Yue Zhong laughed coldly, before suddenly exploding out and kicked out explosively at the manager, causing him to fly back 6 to 7 meters, knocking a few tables over. After taking out the manager with a single kick, Yue Zhong shot forward and sent out a flurry of punches at the security guards, the punches so quick that only shadows could be seen. The guards were knocked back explosively, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The moment Yue Zhong acted, the whole casino plunged into chaos, and screams rang out. Within the big hall, many tried to escape. Some gamblers who had lost terribly saw that no one was paying attention to them, and made a beeline for the chips exchange. They beat up the service staff, before stealing those ration tickets and running for the exit in a frenzy. Right at this time, a burly young man with an eagle-like gaze and the snarl of a wolf came into the lobby floor with a number of subordinates, as he barked out coldly. "Who dares to cause trouble at my place? Are you tired of living?" This fierce-looking young man was one of the 10 strongest fighters in Hong Triad, the Blade Demon Han Wenli. His enhancement level reached 40, and he had killed a huge number of mutant beasts, zombies as well as human opponents. The strongest fighter of the Green Bamboo Gang Wang Wenshin was killed by him. *1. Yue Zhong glanced at Blade Demon Han Wenli and issued an order coldly. "Kill them all!" White Bones, who had been posing as an ordinary gambler, suddenly launched its assault. 10 sharp bone spikes shot out from its body, aiming for Han Wenli. Han Wenli's vision and attention was fixed on Yue Zhong, and when he was ambushed by the sudden assault from White Bones, he was taken aback. However, he was after all still an expert that had been through countless battles, and he quickly condensed a few blade shadows to deal with the bone spears. After the sounds of metal clashing, the 10 bone spears were actually blocked by Han Wenli. Pong! Just as Han Wenli managed to defend by a narrow margin, Yue Zhong had already pulled out his stinger and fired a shot at Han Wenli's head. In that instant, Han Wenli, who had expended his all to defend against the two of them, had his head blasted into smithereens, as the ever-familiar red and white pulpy chunks splattered on the floor. As he fell, his lifeless body was instantly pierced by a bone spear. After penetrating Han Wenli, the bone spear that was dyed red by the blood grew forward in a line and pierced through the subordinates that had followed in. In an instant, the dozens of Hong Triad members found their bodies sliced in two, as their innards and blood gushed out onto the floor. Blood-curdling, miserable, hair-raising screams resounded throughout the entire casino, both from the victims and bystanders. Witnessing the gruesome and terrifying scene, all the gamblers, dealers, and service staff felt intense fear and began to run for their lives. Ning Yusen looked on at the horrible plight of those Hong Triad members, and her face turned paler than a sheet. It was the first time she was witnessing a one-sided fight of this level of cruelty. Yue Zhong shot a look at the security cameras and smirked, doing a cut-throat motion, before following Ning Yusen and White Bones out of the place. Ma Li Tai watched the events through the security cameras and saw the countless corpses. His eyes filled with intense fury, and he screamed, "I will kill him! I want to kill him!" Dan Hong saw the numerous Hong Triad members who had their lower bodies sliced off, and his heart was filled with regret as his fat body trembled. Jiang Li Hong's brows creased gently as he thought, "What's going on? Is he giving up just like this? Impossible. He's definitely not like this." In the glorious Golden Jade, security was tight, and there were many hidden weapons and traps. If Yue Zhong was to forcefully charge in, Ma Li Tai felt that he would be able to thoroughly teach Yue Zhong a lesson. Hong! At this time, the entire hotel shook, as though a giant had knocked into the building with extreme force. With that huge sound, the glorious Golden Jade began crumbling and collapsing unto itself, as the building broke apart. Over 200 Hong Triad members were buried within the debris. Bai Shaoxing patted the man beside him on the shoulder and laughed as he watched the building fall. "Chen Shengang, this time you did great. With this, I'm sure that at least 3/4 of those filthy trash inside are dead." Chen Shengang wiped the perspiration off his face. His expression was one of pride, yet he humbly said, "It's all due to the boss. If it wasn't for his idea, I wouldn't even know that my ability could be used like this. Furthermore, boss had been in there for some time drawing their attention. Otherwise, I would have practically no way of utilizing my skill." The collapse of the glorious Golden Jade was precisely due to Chen Shengang making use of his earth manipulation skill that forcefully caused the foundations of the building to give way, in turn resulting in the entire building being destroyed. The attention of Ma Li Tai and the rest were all on Yue Zhong, and this gave Chen Shengang the needed time to cast his skill. "Chen Shengang, come here." "Yes." Under Yue Zhong's orders, Chen Shengang quickly came to his side. "Separate this area." Yue Zhong pointed to a huge pile of debris. On top of that very pile of rubble was a shadow wolf standing watch. In fact, it could be used to sniff out the scent of people who were still alive inside the debris. Chen Shengang walked over and activated his skill. The ground started to open up, revealing 2 Hong Triad members. Both of them were entirely drenched with blood. Yue Zhong only gave them a cursory glance, and White Bones shot out 2 sharp spikes into their chests. Killing them immediately was always the best plan, so as to remove later potential threats. With the guidance of the Shadow Wolf, the ground opened up a number of times after that, and the remaining Hong Triad survivors were killed by White Bones without mercy. The ground split open again, but this time, a huge wolf-like claw shot out, slashing towards Chen Shengang. At the same time, White Bones exploded out with a sharp bone blade that directly slashed at the wolf claw, chopping it off and causing blood to spray out. Chen Shenggang's face flashed with shock and fear, and retreated a few steps. If it wasn't for White Bones, his neck might have been snapped by that huge wolf-like claw. From the rubble, Ma Li Tai's agonized scream of fury rang out. "Yue Zhong! I am Hong Triad's elder Ma Li Tai. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the entire Hong Triad will come after your blood. You won't have a place to live in Guilin City at all." Within the rubble, Dan Hong's trembling voice also sounded. "Yue Zhong! I am Dan Hong, the superintendent of Xinyang District. You can't kill me. If you kill me, it's tantamount to slaying a government official. The government would definitely not let you off." Inside the rubble, Zhang Li Hong was currently breathing raggedly, blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Besides him, it was only Dan Hong, the pair of twins trapped in the metal cage, as well as Ma Li Tai, who had transformed into a werewolf, that were still alive. When the building had started to collapse, Zhang Li Tao had immediately activated his ability, air barrier, and made use of the metal cage to block some of the falling debris. Otherwise, they would have all died or, at the very least, been permanently crippled. The collapse of the glorious Golden Jade had seriously spooked Ma Li Tai, Dan Hong, and the rest. It was the first time that they had skirted the edge of death. Yue Zhong looked at the pile of rubble and barked out coldly, "Get out, all of you! I'm giving you only 20 seconds. If not, I'm going to lob a grenade in there." As of now, a single-hand grenade would be able to decimate the rubble and killing everyone within it. There was absolutely no cause of worry that these people wouldn't immediately go to heaven or hell. With the threat, Ma Li Tai and the rest climbed out from the rubble gingerly. Ma Li Tai, who had turned into a 3M tall werewolf earlier, and having an arm that was chopped off, looked at Yue Zhong and slowly spoke. "Yue Zhong, this time, I recognize your strength. As long as you let me leave here alive, everything in the past will be forgotten by the Hong Triad. The Green Stone Triad would also be considered our good friends. Ma Li Tai only wanted to live right now. As to future plans, he would leave it to only after ascertaining he had a future. Seal his movements." Yue Zhong eyed Ma Li Tai and ordered detachedly. White bones suddenly shot out 3 sharp bone blades and sliced off Ma Li Tai's remaining right arm and both legs, crippling him, as his limbless body fell to the floor. "Ah! Yue Zhong, I'll kill you!" *2 Ma Li Tai screamed out in agony and burning hatred. Seeing Ma Li Tai's wretched appearance, Zhang Li Hong, Dan Hong as well as the 2 Lolis inside the cage shivered with immense fear. Dan Hong looked at Yue Zhong and trembled visibly as he stammered, "You can't kill me! I'm a government official. If you kill me, the government won't let you off." Yue Zhong threw a dark magic blade in front of Dan Hong, pointing to Ma Li Tai, and held his stinger to Dan Hong's head, threatening, "Dan Hong, chop off his head and work for me. I will then leave you with your life. Otherwise, I can immediately blow your brains out. *3. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. Chapter 404, The Clutches of Foreign Forces. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Alamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. "I'm sorry." Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Dan Hong was filled with the fear of death, and he immediately grabbed the dark magic blade and swung it towards Ma Li Tai's head. "Dan Hong, you can't." Ma Li Tai had not finished cursing, and his head was chopped off, rolling away. Yue Zhong eyed Dan Hong and chuckled coldly. Good, good. Well done." With the swing, Dan Hong had severed ties with the Hong Triad. Like this, he had become a chess piece for Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's gaze then landed on Zhang Li Hong, turning cold all of a sudden, and intending to get white bones to finish him off. Zhang Li Hong looked at Yue Zhong, and a chill came over him as he hastily cried out, "My name is Zhang Li Hong, and I was Ma Li Tai's general in the past. I'm also a protector of the Hong Triad. I'm a level 32 enhancer, and possess the ability air manipulation. I'm willing to denounce my past and swear loyalty to you. Sire, please spare my life. I know a lot of information on the Hong Triad. I'm definitely of use to you." Yue Zhong eyed Zhang Li Hong and commanded in a low voice, "Bring them all away." A few soldiers stepped up and brought Zhang Li Hong, Dan Hong and the 2 girls in the cage away, disappearing into the darkness of the night. Just as Yue Zhong and his group disappeared without a trace, the sounds of police sirens wailed from afar, and after a long while, a police car then arrived at the scene. At a nearby apartment, Yue Zhong looked at Dan Hong. "Dan Hong, you have already killed Ma Li Tai. The Hong Triad would not let you go. I want you to issue out a warrant for the leader, vice leader, as well as the other 6 elders of the Hong Triad." Dan Hong laughed bitterly as he replied, "Yue Zhong, issuing a warrant of arrest is not as simple as you think. To get the approval of the higher-ups is especially difficult. The leader, vice leader, and 6 elders of the Hong Triad are all high-level enhancers. Even the leader is an evolver. Unless they had committed a huge crime like murdering over a number of people and causing the ordinary people to lead difficult lives, we can't randomly issue a warrant for their arrest. Otherwise, it would definitely be rejected. The leader, vice chief, and the 6 elders of the Hong Triad were not without any protection. Dan Hong had dared to flout the rules in a bid to deal with Yue Zhong earlier, but even he did not dare make any moves against those from the Hong Triad. Not to say just him, even the mayor himself would have to think twice before making a move on any of these huge triads. Yue Zhong frowned, his gaze on Dan Hong turning unkind. If this was truly the case, then he had just saved a piece of trash that had no use to him. Dan Hong felt his body prickling with needles when he was stared at by Yue Zhong, and started breaking out in cold sweat. Zhang Li Hong offeree, "Boss, the chief and 4 of the elders are currently outside hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Ma Li Tai was also dealt with already. It could be said that the Hong Triad is at its weakest now. There's only Vice Chief Mauritius and Elder Bruce left at headquarters. As long as you work together with Superintendent Dan, you can easily take down the Hong Triad. According to my knowledge, Shen Ying or Mayor Shen has no favorable impression of the Hong Triad. If we were to eradicate them, he would definitely sit aside and watch without making a move." Dan Hing hastily chipped in. "Old Jiang is right. As long as any conflicts between enhancers do not affect the rest of the city, Mayor Shen Ying would not intervene. He has always hated those enhancers who have been a little out of control." Yue Zhong frowned and asked in a chilly tone, "The Hong Triad's vice chief and elder are foreigners?" Zhang Li Hong affirmed with a hint of indignation. "Yeah. The chief Chen Hongye was part of a multinational corporation called the CMT Group in the past. Mauritius and Bruce were part of the upper management as well. They had escaped from Nanning into Guilin City together, making use of their resources to establish the Hong Triad. Hong Triad is also the only gang with the most foreigners, and majority of the foreigners would choose to join Hong Triad. They're all united, and hold high positions in Hong Triad. Of every 3 seats, at least 2 belongs to the foreigners. In China's territory, there actually was a triad that allowed foreigners to possess 2 out of 3 seats of authority, and this caused Yue Zhong to be taken aback. Yue Zhong stared at Dan Hong and asked coldly, "Are his words for real?" Dan Hong flinched and replied without hesitation, "Yes, not a single falsehood. This intel is only known to the upper management and powers close to Hong Triad. However, as for the fact that the chief and his 4 elders are out hunting, I have no idea whether that is true or not. Only the upper management of Hong Triad would know." Yue Zhong pondered deeply for a while, before ordering Dan Hong, "I've decided. Let's go destroy the Hong Triad. Dan Hong, go get people to round up the external members of the Hong Triad. I'll handle the rest of it." Dan Hong was caught up with Yue Zhong's intimidating aura, and he just replied, "Yes, maybe I should backstab him." When Dan Hong left Yue Zhong's establishment, that thought suddenly popped into his mind. However, the moment he remembered the state of Ma Li Tai, his heart jumped and he quickly squashed all thoughts of betraying Yue Zhong. Dan Hong consoled himself. In any case, Mayor Chun dislikes those triads. This time, the war between the Greenstone Triad and the Hong Triad can be said to be the best scenario for us. Even if the Greenstone Triad won, they would suffer huge losses. Let them whittle each other's forces then. Dan Hong wasn't a heroic person who did not fear death. Instead, he had relied on his father's connections previously and his bootlicking to get to his current position. Naturally, he had no way of siding with justice or otherwise, choosing instead only to benefit himself. Very quickly, under Dan Hong's orders, numerous police vehicles went on the streets again, this time aiming for the territories of the Hong Triad. They started to apprehend the members of the Hong Triad and threw them into jail. In this post-apocalypse, the influence and authority of the police was stronger than the past by at least 10 times. No one dared to go against the police, unless a person had a death wish or he was a truly strong evolver/enhancer. Every single jail cell was soon filled up with members of the Hong Triad. Inside an office building, Mauritius, who looked about 36 or 37, with a huge built body and blonde hair, was currently hollering at another blonde man, with a similar body built and short light blonde hair. This other person was younger, looking about 20 plus, and had incredibly good-looking features. Those damn yellow-skinned monkeys. Bruce, did you actually use enough ration tickets to feed them? Mauritius was a white supremacist. To him, other than Caucasians, every other race were lower class. He had come to China because he could enjoy a levitated position and treatment, as well as a fat paycheck. He looked down on the Chinese and viewed the rest of Southeast Asians with contempt. Bruce chuckled as though they were sharing a joke. I've already given bananas to those monkeys, but I think they're just disobedient. After all, since there are so many monkeys, there will definitely be some who can't sit still. Mauritius, don't you worry. They just want to earn more cash. I've been dealing with them for so long. As long as you have the cash, and you're white, you're the closest thing to God in their eyes. CMT Group used to span across several countries, and was a huge conglomerate in Europe. Prior to the apocalypse, Mauritius would receive lavish treatment wherever he went in China. Those government officials could not wait to kiss his ass and seek his investment in their locations, allowing them to gain chances for promotions. Mauritius calmed himself down, then spoke. What a bunch of greedy monkeys. Bruce, go push them back. These monkeys are low-class and stupid, but they're useful cannon fodder. We must finish our task that Lord Apostle had assigned us, and we need those monkeys as the fodder. Bruce replied loudly, yes. Before heading out, Mauritius continued to ponder. Who is it exactly that is trying to go against us? Don't tell me. The government knows what we're doing? No, not possible, only we know of that secret. If the government of Gillen City has discovered, then our enemy would be an entire army. Lord Bruce, please wait. Just as Bruce was about to step out and head to level 1, there was a man who stopped him. Bruce turned around to discover Zhang Lihong and the two beside him, Yue Zhong and White Bones. At that instant, White Bones released a sharp bone spike that pierced Bruce's head, killing him instantly. Bruce was a level 45 expert, but under White Bones' sneak attack, he had no chance to exhibit his ability before he was killed immediately. 6 other sharp bone spikes shot out in all directions of that level, causing 6 other members of the Hong Triad to be immediately killed. Boss, we're clear. All the security cameras are under my control. One of the soldiers who possessed the ability Communications Control had gained access into the system security and notified Yue Zhong with a smile. Yue Zhong nodded lightly towards the soldier, before bringing Zhang Lihong, White Bones and 20 other well-equipped soldiers as they charged up the stairs. Bai Shaoxing was leading the way as the vanguard, and he activated his own insane speed, flitting through the hallway and killing anyone who stood in their way. Almost any enemy that strayed into his path would immediately be decapitated. Besides Bai Shaoxing, Kaishan and Zheng Mingyi weren't just decorative lamps, and they charged forwards, killing those hooligans who lacked any order or command. Under the combined assault from these 3, Yue Zhong and the other 20 soldiers did not meet much resistance all the way till they reached the 13th level. That was when the entire building rang out with screeching sirens and wailing alarms. Chapter 405. The Judgment Corps. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Die! 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 Ha ha! Bai Shaoxing's eyes were red with bloodlust, as he roared with mad laughter and charged into the midst of the enemies. He swung his blades unceasingly, cutting any unfortunate Hong Triad members that stepped up to face him into 2 pieces. *1. Bai Shaoxing, Kaishan and Zheng Mingyi charged forwards, with their combined strength. Even when some enhancers from the Hong Triad appeared, they took them out easily. Wave after wave of Hong Triad members appeared, only to be slaughtered by the trio, and pretty soon the 14th and 15th levels were cleared of guards. Another foreigner with blonde hair and dressed in a suit came up to Mauritius in a panic. Mauritius, those yellow-skinned monkeys have already pushed to the 17th level. What do we do? Mauritius slammed the table, his face ashen, as he barked out. What are you panicking about? Send the Judgment Corps out. Wipe the enemy out. Do not leave a single one alive. The Judgment Corps will be more than enough to deal with them. The spirits of the subordinate immediately lifted, as he became excited and left. Yes, the Judgment Corps. That's right. Mauritius had a grim face as he cursed under his breath. Damn monkeys. You dare challenge my authority. I'll let you have a taste of civilized weapons. Go to hell. Ha ha. Bai Shaoxing was overcome by bloodlust, as he slaughtered the Hong Triad warriors without mercy. His face was a mask of mad laughter, as he led over 20 experts and charged into the 17th level. Just as Bai Shaoxing brought his men to a corner of the 17th story, out of the blue, a number of soldiers suddenly appeared. They were dressed in khaki camouflage military suits, and they were holding M4s as they charged and fired wildly at Bai Shaoxing and his men. Blanketed by the sudden rain of bullets, Bai Shaoxing's troop of over 20 men were all of a sudden under assault, and some fell onto the floor. The rest of the soldiers immediately dove for cover, or used their abilities to begin defending themselves. Out of the 10 experts that had been hit, 8 of them had quickly rolled to nearby points of cover. Only 2 unfortunate soldiers had their brains exploded. It was the first time Yue Zhong's troops had faced casualties since coming to Guilin City. Amidst those soldiers dressed in khaki camouflage military suits, there were 4 of them supporting an anti-tank rocket launcher, and at the first moment they had aimed at the soldiers who were using their abilities to create barriers and fired. Hong! Hong! Following the sounds of explosions, 2 of the enhancers who had the ability to create barriers were immediately blasted into pieces. These khaki suit soldiers were the Judgment Corps that Mauritius had as his trump card. Every single one of them had undergone the strictest training regimes of special forces, and had over 3,000 rounds of various ammunition on them. Every one of them was proficient in all sorts of modern weaponry, and they had used the system equipment to strengthen themselves. All of them were at least level 15, and were well-equipped as well as experienced in combat. At the same time, the force was made entirely of foreigners, and in this foreign land, they were incredibly united, their fighting will and morale high, and although they were only a company, their force was comparable to an elite battalion. In just a short exchange of 20 seconds, Yue Zhong's side had already lost 4 elite soldiers who had experienced countless fights. If it wasn't for the Type 3 mutant beast hide, there might have been more casualties. After the Judgment Corps managed to impede the advance of Bai Shaoxing and his troops, a few of them pulled out hand grenades and started to lob them over. Damn bastards! One of the soldiers had a wind manipulation skill and he activated it, causing a strong whirlwind to blow the grenades back towards the Judgment Corps. Time for your own medicine. Bai Shaoxing smirked coldly as he watched the grenades fly back. Seeing as the grenades were about to land back in their midst, 5 of the Judgment Corps soldiers fired at the grenades coldly. Hong! Hong! Those grenades which were blown back exploded in mid-air due to their precise aim. They're all experts. Bai Shaoxing witnessed this, and his heart turned cold. That sort of gun control and marksmanship was unseen even amongst the 20 experts he led himself. The Judgment Corps switched to their grenade launchers, seeing that the hand grenades are useless, and started bombarding the soldiers with explosives. Hong! Hong! Loud explosions occurred continuously, and the various points of cover were destroyed. An agility-based enhancer was forced to leap out from his spot, as he activated his skill, intending to rush towards another location. Bam! 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 The moment the agility-based enhancer stepped out of his cover, 3 bullets penetrated his head, killing him instantly. The entire Judgment Corps was like a powerful weapon of war that suppressed Bai Shaoxing and his troops. The primary reason for this was that they relied mainly on melee weapons and a few handguns, so they couldn't fight back well. Amongst Yue Zhong's troops, there were a few sharpshooters of course. However, when those normal handgun bullets landed on the suits of the Judgment Corps, they just bounced off, not injuring them in the slightest. The Judgment Corps was not arrogant nor impatient, fighting steadily and destroying points of cover systematically, forcing the soldiers out before neatly picking them off. The tide of the battle was beginning to turn to their favor. Kill them all! Smash! Right at this time, following the sounds of breaking glass, for sharp bone blades swept through the necks of 4 Judgment Corps soldiers near the window, immediately decapitating them. The pitch-black body of White Bones had appeared after it leapt in from the window, and without giving the enemy a second to react, it had created 10 sharp bone blades from its body, and it started spinning madly. The spinning blades caused immense carnage amongst the Judgment Corps. The soldiers around White Bones that were caught up in its whirlwind of deadly blades were all ripped to shreds, as flesh and blood splattered everywhere simultaneously. It was a most terrifying scene. White Bones had single-handedly killed 8 soldiers of the Judgment Corps with its initial attacks. It now raised its huge axe and charged towards the rest of them. The commanding officer of the Judgment Corps looked at White Bones and shouted an order hoarsely, "Attack! Kill him! Kill him!" Not then 10 members of the Judgment Corps turned their aim towards the attacker and began firing wildly, as a dense barrage of bullets assaulted the fast-approaching White Bones. Unfortunately, all they did was bounce off its resilient bones, not causing any form of damage. White Bones displayed a speed that was 9 times that of a normal person, and in just a second, it managed to cross a distance of dozens of meters, as it rushed into the midst of the group of Judgment Corps. It did the same move when it appeared, turning in a furious whirlwind and slicing 6 of the Judgment Corps members into sloppy pieces. White Bones dashed about the battlefield, this time appearing by the side of 4 other Judgment Corps soldiers, instantly turning them into meat paste. Ah! Freak! Monster! Seeing this horrifying scene, one of the soldiers could not take it anymore and screamed as he fired wildly at White Bones. In just a single second, White Bones leapt past that soldier, and his body was sliced into 6 or 7 pieces, as they slid onto the floor, blood flowing everywhere. The officer commanding the Judgment Corps hurriedly reloaded his own gun as he shouted out, "Use grenades! Don't waste the bullets. He's not afraid of bullets." 10 of the soldiers immediately loaded the grenade launchers and aimed at White Bones. White Bones flashed about, walking on the walls like a ghost, and the 10 soldiers trying to operate the grenade launchers could not get an accurate aim on him. Sharp bone spikes shot out from White Bones like arrows, directly piercing the heads of the 10 soldiers, nailing their now dead bodies to the ground. Bai Shaoxing watched all these, and his heart trembled. Too strong! Is this the true strength of White Bones? Bai Shaoxing had always thought his speed was above White Bones, but if the two were to really clash, he would definitely be taken down in just a single exchange. White Bones was impervious to guns and blades, and its ability to shoot out bone spikes out from anywhere from its body was too fearsome. Kaishan looked at White Bones clearing the Judgment Corps by itself, and was shocked. That little ambition in his heart was also suppressed. So strong! He undoubtedly is Yue Zhong's most loyal and trustworthy aide. White Bones was practically a meat grinder as it took the lives of the Judgment Corps one by one. In a short matter of 20 seconds, over 50 soldiers of the Judgment Corps had fallen at its hands. Go to hell! Monster! The leader of the Judgment Corps, a level 40 enhancer, stepped forth and activated a barrier in front of him, stopping White Bones' advance and its bone blades. Another commander wielded a dark magic blade and swung it viciously at White Bones. With a flash, White Bones' body disappeared from the 2 commanders' view and leapt to the dozen other soldiers, again spinning in a whirlwind with its bone blades, turning those unfortunate soldiers into meaty pulp. White Bones' intelligence had been enhanced once, and it had learnt to exercise its own judgment on the battlefield. Of course, it would not just stay fixed on one single target when it could fight many. Another 7 soldiers of the Judgment Corps had been killed right in front of their eyes, and by this time, the rest of the surviving soldiers were starting to collapse and lose their will. They fought to retreat, and one even jumped out of a window by the side. Kill! Bai Shaoxing was the first to charge out as he wielded a dark magic blade. By this time, the Judgment Corps had lacked all sense of a troop, and only the 2 commanders were still resisting. Kaishan waved his hand and activated his freezing cold ability, as countless sharp ice picks formed out of thin air and shot towards the 2 commanders. Of the 2, the one with the barrier ability activated it again, easily blocking the ice picks. The other swung his blade rapidly, crushing the incoming ice picks. Kite! Be careful! The blade-wielding commander turned to look at his comrade as he was defending, and his face changed. Bai Shaoxing had made use of that small pocket of time when their attention was diverted to appear behind the commander with the barrier ability. Too late! Bai Shaoxing chuckled coldly, and the sharp daggers in his hands went straight through the throat of the commander. The Judgment Corps' commander slid to the floor, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Kite! The blade-wielding Commander Larman bellowed with grief and rage as he swung his blade towards Bai Shaoxing. Larman had enhanced his level 3 blade technique specialization skill, and although his speed could not compare to Bai Shaoxing, His blade skills could force by Shaoxing to a standstill. Zhang Mingyi saw this and commanded his men to continue their advance. In Kaishan and Shangluan exchanged a look before they charged at Larmen. The soldiers behind continued upwards with Zhang Mingyi in the lead. Larmen was already beneath by Shaoxing in power, as he was surrounded by Kaishan and Shangluan. His situation was looking grim. However, he was still a decent fighter, and they would need time to kill him. "I surrender. Don't kill me." On the 18th story, a soldier threw his weapon and pleaded, after witnessing White Bones easily chopping his comrades up. By this time, the entire Judgment Corps had suffered a tremendous loss. Out of their commanders, one had died, the other was stuck, and the rest of the soldiers were quickly losing their will to fight. They could not see hope in the situation, and begged for mercy as a last resort. The warriors from Europe were tenacious when battling, but the moment there was no hope to be seen, they would easily surrender as well. White Bone's eyes flashed, and the bone spear shot out, sparing the soldier who had just surrendered, before slicing the neck of another soldier behind him, sending the head flying. "Surrender! I surrender too! I've surrendered too!" The soldiers were all thoroughly frightened out of their wits, as they threw their weapons down, and hugged their heads kneeling on the ground. Strong! By the time Zhang Mingyi had brought his men up to the 18th story, they saw the numerous soldiers kneeling in surrender, and his heart could not remain calm. The combat ability of those soldiers were truly fearsome, and Zhang Mingyi had experienced it for himself. They complemented one another, their training was adequate, and their combat will was high. If it wasn't for White Bones charging suddenly into their midst and causing them to lose their will, this battle would have been harder to win. Yue Zhong's side might have paid a more painful price as well. The people from Green Stone Triad. "I'm Mauritius. I hope to talk to your leader. There must be a misunderstanding between us." At this time, a voice resounded on every level of the building. Chapter 406, XCX. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South Chapter 406. Spoiler title at bottom. Mauritius continued, "I'll be waiting on the 22nd story. Boss, what do we do?" Zhang Mingyi turned to ask Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he ordered, "Continue the assault, all the way to the highest level. Crush their resistance entirely." Receiving Yue Zhong's orders, White Bones shot towards the 19th story like an arrow. The 19th story was the entertainment level for the Hong Triad, and there were many beautiful women in revealing clothes on that level. There were Chinese and 8 foreigners as well, although the 8 foreign women were ordinary looking. When the women saw White Bones charging up with its entire body covered in blood and some flesh, their bodies trembled, while fear flashed in their eyes. White Bones surveyed the surroundings, and charged into the 20th story after ascertaining that there was no threat on this level. There was nobody left on the 20th or 21st story by this time, and when Yue Zhong reached the 22nd story, he saw Mauritius seated with proudly behind a big desk staring at him coldly. Beside Mauritius, there were 13 blonde-hair foreigners, every single one of them with a powerful stature, and they emitted a powerful aura, obviously looking dangerous and unwise to provoke. Mauritius looked at Yue Zhong, before coldly barking, "I'm Mauritius. You must be Greenstone Triad's Yue Zhong? Who's the leader? Bring him to see me." In Mauritius' eyes, Asians were lower beings, and he was only willing to speak to the leader of the Greenstone Triad. Talking to Yue Zhong was equivalent to throwing his face and lowering his position. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his hand and fired his stinger directly once. Pong! A single gunshot rang out. One of the foreigners standing beside Mauritius had his head blasted, and fresh blood splattered on the ground. Yue Zhong coldly replied, "This is my turf. You'd better be obedient. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." One of the foreigners immediately bellowed in fury, reaching for his gun at his waist. "Bastard! You dare to kill Mooney? I won't let you off." With another pong, the level 30+ enhancer had not even reached his gun, and his brains were similarly blasted apart, his lifeless corpse slumping onto the ground. Yue Zhong swept his gaze across the remaining 11 experts and coldly barked, If you want to die, by all means, move as you like. Otherwise, stay the fuck still. White Bones, standing beside Yue Zhong, was wielding its huge axe and staring at the experts as well. The moment there was any strange movements from them, it would charge forwards without hesitation. The remaining 11 foreigner experts looked at Yue Zhong and White Bones, their hearts beginning to feel a tinge of fear as they trembled slightly and not daring to move. Mauritius forcefully suppressed the building rage inside him and spoke slowly. Yue Zhong, we came to your China in a bid to extend our hand in helping you guys. Is this how you treat your foreign friends who came in peace? The Chinese government would definitely not tolerate these terrorist actions of yours that destroy such relationships between countries. If you leave here now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, I will definitely lodge a complaint with the Chinese government and get them to apprehend you. When dealing with the Chinese, the best method was to threaten government action. Be it before the apocalypse or after, Mauritius worked this tactic like a charm. There was a tradition of the government being mindful of the Westerners. Even when there were foreign rapists who raped women in broad daylight, they would at most get 15 days of detention. These foreign rapists did not have any backing in the first place. Mauritius differed because he was sent by an European conglomerate, and the government had to attend to his every request. Hence he could twirl them around his fingers. Yue Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he fired once more. With a pong, another foreign expert lost his head. Yue Zhong coldly replied, Mauritius, you are full of bull. Whatever you have said is bullshit. If you have the capabilities now, go activate the army to surround me. Otherwise, any more of your nonsense and I'll finish you off. Yue Zhong threatened, Mauritius, you have only one chance now. Take your men, stand down, and surrender. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you all. Damn you, you yellow-skinned monkey. I'll kill you. Mauritius was cursing inwardly. It was the first time that he had received such treatment from a Chinese person. As someone who was used to being revered, it was tantamount to humiliation. Mauritius could not hold his anger in, and he barked out furiously, In your dreams! Damn monkey! You want me to surrender to you? Impossible! Charge! Kill him! Just as Mauritius bellowed in rage, 6 gunshots rang out almost simultaneous succession, and 6 of the experts had their heads blown off. Of the 4 remaining experts, 2 of them had just twisted slightly out of their original position, when 2 sharp bone spikes pierced their heads, nailing them to the wall. I surrender! Don't kill me! One of the younger experts was shaking with fear as he screamed out. The other expert also threw his weapon down, his hands raised high as he hugged his head and kneeled. Mauritius had just stood up, when a sharp bone spike shot out, piercing his body through his right shoulder, nailing him to the wall. Mauritius screamed out in pain as he cursed out loud, Ah! Fucking monkey! You will definitely regret this. Once my master comes to China, he will definitely kill all you bitches and burn you to death. Mauritius wasn't an enhancer, and was just an ordinary person. He could become the vice chief of the Hong Triad purely because he had a number of experts under him, as well as the Judgment Corps. Yue Zhong stared at Mauritius coolly and asked, Who are you people? What group are you from? Mauritius looked at Yue Zhong and revealed a grim smile, before spitting at him. Pah! You will never get the answer you want. Qidian walked up at this moment, glancing at Mauritius before saying, Boss, hand him to me. I will make him spit out everything he knows. Yue Zhong replied in a cold tone, Good, I'll hand him to you. If he dies or whatever becomes of him, it doesn't matter. I just want the information in his brain. Yes, boss. Qidian smiled sardonically and walked up to Mauritius. He grabbed his body and pulled him forcefully from the bone spike, dragging him into another room. Ah! In a few moments, the tragic and pitiful screams of Mauritius could be heard within the room. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Ah! Mauritius had not been able to withstand even 20 seconds of the torture and had collapsed entirely at Qidian's hands. The 2 remaining foreigner experts were shaking, not knowing what exactly had happened to Mauritius. Yue Zhong, meanwhile, had went to the desk and rummaged through the items, seeing if he could discover any important or interesting information. Just as he pulled out a drawer, he came across a set of designs. Ah, what's this? Level 5 treasure, Raven, standard military combat equipment, bionic nano, combat service design. Raven nano combat uniform is manufacturable, with khaki as its chosen color, dotted with camouflage, anti-radiation, 7.62 mm bullet resistant, increasing all attributes by 3 points. Manufacturing requires the blood of a Type 2 mutant beast. The moment Yue Zhong laid hands on the set of design, a huge amount of information regarding it was transmitted to his brain. This set of designs detailed the instructions on manufacturing the Raven Nano Combat Uniform. The main component of the Raven Nano Combat Uniform was the Type 2 mutant beast blood. The rest of the materials were pretty ordinary. The manufacturing process wasn't too tough as well. While it was cumbersome, as long as one followed the instructions, anybody could create the Raven Nano Combat Uniform. Yue Zhong grabbed it tightly and became excited. This is great! With this, I can create an enhancer army. While the Raven Nano Combat Uniform's defense could not compare to the Type 3 mutant beast hide, it had an extremely useful effect, which was the +3 to all attributes, and thus it was a quality system equipment. The drop rate of decent equipment was very low, and under Yue Zhong, there were only about 20 people with level 2 enhancing equipment. There was one other who wore a level 3 enhancing armor, and only Yue Zhong himself wore a level 4 defense equipment. If he could manufacture this Raven Nano Combat Uniform, Yue Zhong's subordinates would all gain a huge boost to their abilities. +3 to all attributes was equivalent to a total of 18 points of enhancement. The reason why the Judgment Corps had been so domineering was partly due to these Raven Nano Combat Uniforms. Yue Zhong held the Raven Nano Combat Uniform designs tightly as he thought to himself with a feverish passion. Type 2 mutant beast blood, eh? What a pity. I have not thought to harvest them in the past. Seems like I need to go hunt a few Type 2 mutant beasts. At this time, Qidian pulled Mauritius out of the room and reported, "Boss, it's done. He's told me everything." Yue Zhong's brows arched as he said, "Oh? Speak." Qidian then proceeded to repeat whatever Mauritius had told him to Yue Zhong. Hearing it, Yue Zhong's spirits were dampened, as though his heart was being weighed on by a huge stone. Mauritius hailed from an organization called the Kingdom of God. It was a group that was made up of a number of European conglomerates that existed prior to the apocalypse, coming together when the apocalypse happened with a united plan for true world domination. Chapter 406, Raven Nano Combat Uniform Design. Chapter 407, Kingdom of God. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. CMT Group was among those conglomerates as well, and all these major corporations had huge amounts of assets as well as technology. They were spread out all over different countires, and had as many as over 1 million employees. After the world has changed, countless leaders and army generals have become zombies. A large number of these corporate giants managed to survive, however, and they came together and formed the Kingdom of God, with its unique religion, and gained a foothold in many places. Among these huge conglomerates, there were some who had control over satellites. And because of this edge, with the control of the satellites, the Kingdom of God could reach anywhere in the world. Mauritius happened to be the envoy for the Kingdom of God based in Guangxi's area. The Hong Triad was also a means that he created to enter and take control of Guilin City slowly. With the Hong Triad as a cover, he had been establishing and growing his power without stop, while patiently waiting for a chance. As long as Guilin City became unstable, he would make use of the opportunity to deploy the Judgment Corps and take over. The Kingdom of God was a rigorous and secretive, with clear division of labor as well as adequate manpower. They were advanced in technology and had over 3 million survivors under them, as well as an army size of 300,000. On one hand, they sought to unite and control the entire Asia region. At the same time, for the future, they have begun to make moves all over the world. Be it in Africa, North or South America, India, Japan, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, they had people establishing power and biding their time. The city of Berlin, according to rumors, had been swallowed by them and became their main headquarters already. In comparison, Yue Zhong had only about 200,000 survivors under him, and his army of 10,000 was separated in 2 different provinces. He could only manufacture rifle bullets and other light firepower. When compared to the kingdom of God, Yue Zhong was basically no different from a beggar. Yue Zhong had recently harbored the intent to unify the whole of China. However, there were simply too many people. In Guangxi alone, there were already 50 million people, and the zombies were also about 40 million. With that many zombies, subjugating the entire Guangxi region was going to be extremely difficult. Furthermore, it was the apocalypse era now, and there were all sorts of characters about. Everyone had their own ideals and ambitions. No one was willing to offer up their own establishments. Even Yue Zhong himself, if someone wanted to wrestle the bases he had painstakingly built up, he would not be willing to give up. My capital is still too small. Yue Zhong clenched his fists tightly and sighed. He was just an ordinary university student prior to the events of the apocalypse, and he had been slogging non-stop to reach where he was currently. As for the kingdom of God, they were already established multinational companies that came together, sharing talents, technology, and resources among themselves. The starting point of both parties was simply not on an equal level. Yue Zhong's current achievements would still be nothing compared to them. This Hong Triad was just a small pawn in their grand scheme of things, amongst their thousands of establishments. Even if Yue Zhong destroys it, it wouldn't affect them much. Yue Zhong adjusted his train of thought, and threw the looming threat of the kingdom of God to the back of his mind. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. I need to make the most of whatever I have now. It's best to live to the fullest. After conquering the Hong Triad, Yue Zhong had gained the set of designs for the Raven suits, as well as 3 battalions worth of equipment, 15,000 tons of rations, and a huge number of melee weapons. At the same time, the rest of the subsidiary triads and territory came under the Greenstone Triad's control. When the surrounding triads saw Hong Triad collapsing, they also acted in a rush to snatch up territory, as though there was a precious feast, and everything of the Hong Triad was gobbled up cleanly. Yue Zhong's Greenstone Triad gained a huge footing, and in one leap it became a huge triad of over 5,000 members. Many solo wanderers and enhancers also requested to join the Greenstone Triad, adding on to their forces. News of the Hong Triad's downfall spread like wildfire, shocking the entire Guilin city. The remaining 3 big triads, the Green Bamboo Triad, Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and Heavenly Dragon Triad, all bolstered their defenses. They were extremely cautious and wary of this new contender that was filled with aggression and vicious tactics. With Dan Hong acting as the backer behind Greenstone Triad, no one else came to cause trouble for the gang anymore. Yue Zhong also made everyone within the triad undergo training to toughen themselves and sharpen their claws. Day in day out, he made use of militarized training regimes to push them like mad. Without training, they would just be a motley bunch of hooligans. Only after proper training would they resemble an army. Open up! Yue Zhong came to a dark and dingy jail cell, and he ordered one of his soldiers. Yes, boss. The soldier took out a silver key and opened up the cell. Yue Zhong strode into the center of the cell and looked at a burly foreigner who was dressed raggedly and his hair in a disheveled mess. Yue Zhong gazed at the man who was Larman and spoke slowly. Larman, I'm Yue Zhong. How about working for me? Larman was an enhancer of above level 40 and had been one of the commanders of the Judgment Corps. He had the leadership and combat abilities. His blade skills could put him on par with Bai Shaoxing, who surpassed him greatly in speed. It was because he was no match for the combined efforts of Bai Shaoxing, in Kaishan and Shangluan, that was how he was captured alive. Larman glanced at him. I'm someone from the kingdom of God. This you know. Yet you still want to recruit me? Yue Zhong laughed. Not an issue, as long as you promise to become my subordinate and be loyal to me. I have done my investigations. You're not a white supremacist. Your character is upright, and you're strict on yourself, and have never done anything to humiliate the fairer sex. Such a person, I admire, and can accept as my underling. Larman stared at Yue Zhong for a while, before shaking his head. I won't work for you. You should go. Yue Zhong glanced at Larman and spoke indifferently. Larman, don't tell me you don't want to see your wife or son anymore? The moment he heard this, he seemed to turn into an enraged bull as he struggled against his chains with bloodshot eyes and bellowed in rage at Yue Zhong. "What have you done to them? They are innocent." Yue Zhong stared back and retorted coldly, "I've not done anything yet." However, as per military rules, they're considered family members of captives. According to martial law, they would become slaves and given to those who contributed. Since you're not willing to work for me, I won't force you. However, after today, your son and his future descendants, should there be no accidents, will become slaves to others for generations to come. Larman was thoroughly furious as he spat. "You devil! You dare to cast my son as a slave? Do you still have a moral code?" "Moral code? You don't have the right to speak to me about that." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and his tone became extremely chilly. "I've discovered over a dozen girls that have not even reached 12 years in your Judgment Corps facilities. There were even 7 corpses. Such beasts, and you dare speak to me about morality? What a joke. If you were so righteous, why didn't you stop those bastards? Don't spout bullshit like, 'I don't know.'" By this time, Larman's expression had turned extremely pale, as he mumbled, "I didn't know. I truly didn't know. How did it come to this? Who?" It was not that Larman did not know, it was just that he did not care. He was, after all, not the leader of all the foreigners. The true leader was Mauritius, and he had treated Chinese as garbage, and most of his subordinates had the same attitude. Compared to the rest of the foreigners, Larman and a few others were considered decent, but they minded their own business and didn't butt into other people's matters. He knew a few of his fellow countrymen had raped women, but he didn't know that there were actual deaths, and no one bothered to tell this pedantic soldier. Yue Zhong glanced at Larman and turned to walk away. "Those men, I have chopped them in two. Maybe you might think that I'm brutal. However, to me, they deserved it, and this is the way I handle things around here. For protecting 6 of my countrymen, I can set your wife free. I'll let her leave here alone. But you must be clear, in this world order, the moment she leaves my protection, a lady all by herself would definitely be devoured with nothing left. I've said my piece, and since you're not willing to submit to me, I won't force you. You can stay here for your entire life, as a punishment for being my enemy." "Wait a moment." Just as Yue Zhong turned around to leave, Larman's voice sounded from behind him. Larman spoke with resolution. "I'm willing to work for you, Yue Zhong. However, I have a condition. My blade will never be used against my fellow countrymen. If you want me to fight against them as enemies, I will never help you slaughter them." In order to protect his own wife and kid, Larman made the difficult decision to submit to Yue Zhong. With his character, the moment he decided on throwing in with someone, he would definitely give his all and not think twice about it. That was why he had that condition. Yue Zhong smiled faintly and agreed, "No problem." After Larman agreed to help Yue Zhong handed control over the remaining 32 Judgment Corps soldiers to him. They had also agreed to submit to Yue Zhong. With the lead of their original commander, their combat abilities recovered to a certain degree. Larman brought the soldiers and they swore fealty to Yue Zhong, causing the fighting ability of Yue Zhong's subordinates to rise substantially. This group of Judgment Corps was enough to devastate even a company of soldiers. When Yue Zhong had just finalized the arrangements, Gao Mingho sent the message to request for his help. Chapter 408, XCX. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Chapter 408. The 4 Great Triads. At the entrance of Guilin City, a huge vehicle fleet had assembled, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. The hunting of a Type 3 mutant beast was a huge matter, and just the green bamboo triad alone would not be able to cover the matter up. To ensure the success of the hunt, almost all the experts had been gathered. Every part of the Type 3 mutant beast was definitely a treasure. As long as they successfully hunt it, they would gain countless benefits. If at that time there were equipments dropped, they would also be likely to power up whoever picks it up. A burly, middle-aged man with a cape on his back and his entire body decked in black tuxedo, his features defined and eye-catching, led 7 other subordinates as they came up to Gao Mingho, and his voice rang out brightly. "Gao Mingho! Long time no see." When the other party saw the middle-aged man walking over, the 10 experts of Green Bamboo Triad standing beside Gao Mingho had a huge change of expression. their bodies turning rigid. They stared at the man with caution and alarm. This man who was dressed in the black tuxedo was called Dia, and he was the chief of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Although he looked like an easygoing hero, his temper was explosive, and he could just easily slaughter his enemies as and when he felt like it. Gao Mingho returned the look, before exclaiming in an amiable fashion, "Dia, long time no see." In this world, whose fist was bigger was the boss. Even a normal villager with no culture, after gaining strength, would be able to start something on his own and become the leader of a faction he established. It was not strange. As for people like Gao Mingho with the natural flair and charisma of a leader, not many were left. Dia looked at his surroundings and frowned, as he said loudly, "Is Ding Lei not here yet? What audacity! Women just can't be punctual. Cannot achieve anything, but good at spoiling things asterisk." Right at this time, an absolute beauty with a killer body appeared. Her delicate face seemed to be frosted over, and she was wearing a black leather suit and emitting an extremely cold aura. She walked over as she stared daggers at Dia, coldly snorting, "Dia, are you looking down on women? Shall we have a go? The Scarlet Phoenix and Heavenly Dragon. See who is the bumbling fool and who is capable enough." This beauty, who seemed to be the epitome of cold and who could freeze people with her looks, was the chief of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, Ding Lei. Beside her, there was a troop of ferocious-looking female guards, who looked at men as though they were thrash. There were 20 of them, and while most of them were ordinary-looking, their eyes were sharp and fierce, and their bodies muscular. Only 2 of them were beauties as well. Dia looked Ding Lei up and down, taking in her incredibly hot figure, and teased, "Ding Lei, why not? We have a huge war in bed. Let's see who wins, shall we?" "Hee hee. Dia, speak further if you want to die." Ding Lei's eyes shot out a cold light, and she stepped forwards, disappearing from her position in an instant. "Fast. She has gotten faster since last time." Dia's eyes flashed, as he raised his right hand and defended his right. The black high heels landed viciously on Dia's raised arm, knocking him back by 2 steps. After an entire second, the rest managed to react, seeing Ding Lei standing in front of Dia. Gao Mingho felt a chill as he stared at Ding Lei, his eyes narrowing. "What an insane speed! She sure is worthy of the nickname Rapid Flying Phoenix. Genius Dual Attribute Evolver." Rapid Flying Phoenix was Ding Lei's nickname. In Guilin City, amongst almost 900,000 survivors, naturally awakened evolvers numbered only about 100. Every single one of them could be considered geniuses, and Rapid Flying Phoenix Ding Lei was a naturally awakened dual attribute evolver, a genius amongst geniuses. She had carved a way out in a male-dominated world through slaughter, and established a predominantly female Scarlet Phoenix Triad. Her strength was not a joke. The moment Dia was forced back by 2 steps, the 10 soldiers beside him brandished their blades. Dia growled an order as he raised his hand, "Don't move!" Even if the 10 of them acted together, they would not be a match for Ding Lei. If they really acted against her, it might result in their deaths. Ding Lei had been able to create a name for herself and establish the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. It could be seen she wasn't any merciful or weak opponent. The number of deaths at her hands had also reached the hundreds. Dia smiled at Ding Lei. "My apologies. It was unbecoming of me. Shall we leave it at that?" Dia had originally planned to provoke Ding Lei to test her strength. The moment he discovered that she had not remained the same, and instead improved tremendously, he wasn't willing to continue aggravating her and making an enemy out of her. It would spell disaster for him, as well as the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Gao Mingho walked up and played the mediator. "Ding Lei, treat it as giving me face. Let's forget about earlier. Dia's also rash with his mouth, you know that." Ding Lei withdrew her stance and coldly snapped at Dia. "Dia, you'd better watch your trashy mouth. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price." After saying this, she turned and went back to her side. Hearing those words, the gleam in Dia's eyes turned cold multiple times over, yet his face still wore that casual smile. He waved his hands, and contained the temper of his subordinates who had been provoked by those words as well. Dia glanced about, and did not notice any sign of Yue Zhong nor his members of the Green Stone Triad, and asked Gao Mingho, "The Green Stone Triad has guts, eh? They dare to make us wait. Gao Mingho, I heard that the elder Yue Zhong from there and your subordinate Hui are good friends. How much do you know about him?" Gao Mingho had a light smile on his face, not giving anybody any insight into his thoughts. "Hui did not mention much to me. It's the first for me also, knowing that his friend had such abilities, that they actually brought men and swallowed up the Hong Triad. They must be capable enough." Hearing Yue Zhong's name, Ding Lei, who was standing silently by one side, narrowed her eyes as well. The Green Stone Triad that Yue Zhong established had become the focal point of the entire Guilin city. They had swallowed up one of the four great triads, the Hong Triad, and caused everyone to be wary of their own positions, at the same time curious about this new contender on the scene. Dia chuckled. "When Chen Hongye comes back with his men and sees everything of his taken away, I wonder what his expression will look like? That Yue Zhong is lucky, though, to think he actually had such a good opportunity. If Chen Hongye was back here, I don't think he could have caused such a huge wave. To gain steady enhancement, staying back in the city isn't a solution. Only by constantly heading out to hunt zombies and mutant beasts would there be chances to grow. Therefore, there would always be enhancers who would head out every once in a while to strengthen and enhance themselves through hunting and fighting. Not cause a wave?" Gao Mingho laughed coldly in his heart when he heard that. He was extremely clear that while Chen Hongye did bring a bunch of elites out to hunt, the defense of the Hong Triad back at base was not something to scoff at. Yue Zhong had still managed to break past everything and gobbled them up. It could be seen how powerful Yue Zhong was. Gao Mingho and Dia had exchanged blows a number of times behind the scenes. He knew how Dia was innately, and hence, he didn't think that Dia actually meant what he said. Dia glanced at Ding Lei and added on, "Oh right, Ding Lei. I heard that Yue Zhong was a Lolicon that knew no boundaries. He would play with a young virgin every single day. Seems like he has already killed over 15 of them. Are you going to allow such a pervert to remain living on this earth? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and a woman's fury would be 10 times more poisonous than a man's." Ding Lei had carved a road of slaughter on her rise to prominence, and her methods were vicious. She especially hated perverts who preyed on younger girls, and those perverts would either be cut in two or tortured or had their genitals removed. Their deaths were exceptionally cruel. Hence, other than the nickname Rapid Flying Phoenix, Ding Lei had another well-known nickname, Cold Witch. Ding Lei's eyebrows arched, and she shot a cold glare at Dia. "Dia, shut your trap." Dia guffawed, and continued, "True. After all, the Greenstone Triad is now one of the four great triads. Even the Rapid Flying Phoenix would need to think twice before making a move on someone else's elder. Otherwise trouble might come knocking. Who knows, if the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were to be wiped out by the Greenstone Triad, our proud Rapid Flying Phoenix might just become like the Ice Fairy." Hee. Dia had not finished, but his underlying meaning was clear and cold. In this world, being a female leader was extremely tough. When she was strong, no one dared to take advantage of her. However, the moment she fell from power, her outcome would definitely be a lot worse. Ice Fairy was an exceptional female leader before Ding Lei grew in power, and her strength was unparalleled. However, she was tricked because of love and was caught in a trap by a pretty boy. Her triad was then swallowed up in herself, in the arms of other men, leading a life that was worse than dogs, with utter humiliation and shame. While heroes could not resist against beauties, likewise numerous beauties had fallen at the antics of good-looking men. Human nature was like that, and there hasn't been any exception since time immemorial. With the tragic plight of the Ice Fairy as an example, Ding Lei did not believe in love, nor men, and killed them like dogs. In her rise to prominence, she had recruited countless female experts as well, and the only men in the Scarlet Phoenix Triad led slave-like lives. Not a single one was above level 10. When Ding Lei heard Ice Fairy, the temperature around her body seemed to plummet a few more degrees, as her hand shifted, and an extremely sharp blade appeared within her hand. She stared at Dia and spat out coldly through gritted teeth. "Dia, one more word and you'll be sorry." Dia could perceive the amount of killing intent and hurriedly changed the topic, while still smiling. Heh, I'm not speaking. Dia knew his words had touched a sore spot of Ding Lei, and the moment Ding Lei was provoked, she would explode out. Of course, there was a possibility where the line was not yet reached, but to him, it was still not going to be a nice outcome. Right at this time, Gao Mingho's pupils narrowed. He's here. Ding Lei and Dia both swiveled, looking towards their back. They discovered Yue Zhong as well as Larman leading the Judgment Corps, and he was flanked by Xiaosheng, Mu Xiangling, Ning Yusin, and Xian Jiaro. When Ding Lei's gaze traveled to Mu Xiangling, she turned once more to look at Yue Zhong. This time, the look in her eyes became much colder. Gao Mingho cupped his hands and smiled at Yue Zhong, welcoming him. Yue Zhong, you're here. Yue Zhong chuckled back and received his welcome. Chief Gao, I'm here. Gao Mingho laughed out brightly and spoke in a gracious manner. What Chief Gao? Just call me Mingho. Aren't we friends? On the surface, Gao Mingho's treatment of others was very broad-minded, and he had charisma. A number of experts of the Green Bamboo Triad had been won over by his attitude and sincerity. Dia eyed the ladies beside Yue Zhong with envy and coldly provoked. So you're Yue Zhong? You truly are a Lolicon, eh? Even on the battlefield, you brought a little lowly. You really know how to enjoy yourself. You're seeking death. Trash. By Xiaosheng, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, immediately lashed out, and his body flashed, disappearing from his position, appearing beside Dia, with the intention to slash at his head. Dia was not prepared in the slightest, and as Bai Xiaosheng's speed was insanely fast in that short distance, Bai Xiaosheng could easily kill any enhancer of level 40. In that moment of crisis, Dia displayed his prowess, reacting by taking a step back, and his right hand surrounded by a shield of tornado, blocking his right, intending to use that whirlwind defense to block that slash from Bai Xiaosheng, while he condensed a ball of whirlwind in his left hand, preparing to unleash a deathly blow at Bai Xiaosheng. Just as Dia was about to attack, Bai Xiaosheng had already leapt back and appeared beside Yue Zhong, while still cursing out loud. Old fart! Clean your mouth. The next time you speak out of line, this daddy will chop you up. With that provocation, Dia's temper flared, as he took a step forward, only to see Yue Zhong stepping forwards as well, blocking his way. Yue Zhong glared coldly at Dia, his tone icy. Old trash, you want to set the Heavenly Dragon Triad against us Green Stone Triad. While Yue Zhong was asking that, White Bones had also appeared beside Yue Zhong, preparing to engage Dia in a pincer fashion. Facing that intense intimidation, Dia's brain worked quickly, as he suppressed the fury in his heart and dispelled the whirlwinds in his hands. He took a step back and glared at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, I'm Dia, the chief of Heavenly Dragon Triad. Your man actually dares to make a move on me. How do you intend to punish him? Yue Zhong eyed him coldly and retorted, Why should I do that? You just insulted me. You, trash, insulted me. And the fact that I did not cut your tongue off is giving you enough face as it is. Chapter 409, Mutant Sparrow Flock, translated by Qidian, edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Even if Dia had the abilities of the mutant teenage ninja turtles, upon hearing those words of contempt from Yue Zhong, he could not help flaring up. Yue Zhong you! Yue Zhong continued in a challenging tone. How? Do you want to have a go? If you want to, we can go right now. Ming Hao and the chief of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad can act as witness. Dia's mind was in a flurry, as the grim look in his eyes flashed by. He hesitated a while and, in the end, did not choose to engage Yue Zhong. He had no information on him, and did not want to die without knowing why. Dia retreated, as he shot a look at Ding Liu and Gao Mingho. Ding Lei, Gao Minghao, are the two of you just going to stand there and allow this insult to me from this Yue Zhong? If it's like this, I'll announce that the Heavenly Dragon Triad will back out from this hunt. Hearing his words, Ding Lei and Gao Mingho both had change of expressions. If Dia's Heavenly Dragon Triad were to really pull out, then they would have no choice but to leave more experts back at base. Like this, the hunt of the Type 3 mutant beast would definitely increase in difficulty by countless times. Gao Mingho stepped up and tried to mediate. Yue Zhong, treat it as giving me face. Each of y'all take a step back, and let's forego this matter. Yue Zhong looked at Dia coldly, before retreating back to his side. Mu Xiangling leapt onto Yue Zhong's back like a little kitten, and giggled as she teased Yue Zhong. Heard that? You perverted Lolicon. Hee hee. Now you're famous big. Goo. Goo. Yue Zhong shot Mu Xiangling a look and said, Mu Xiangling, if you're going to be this playful, do you believe that I'll leave you alone at home? This time, because Mu Xiangling had been pestering him non-stop, Yue Zhong had relented and brought her out. If there was a chance, Yue Zhong still wanted to try and make her into an enhancer. Mu Xiangling immediately scrambled down from Yue Zhong's back and put on a docile and cute expression, saying, Yes, I won't dare anymore. I'm sorry. I will be good and listen. Yue Zhong frowned lightly and was helpless against this little girl. Mu Xiangling was extremely beautiful and knew how to tease and be cute. She could act pitiful at times and fake her crying, and basically any trick that most women knew, she could employ them perfectly. When it was time to be good, she was obedient. When she saw the chance to be mischievous, she would leap on it. Yue Zhong could not bear to lecture her, and really was helpless. Furthermore, Mu Xiangling was extremely smart, and picked up everything fast. Her talent was not lesser than the naturally awakened evolver Yao Yao. Such an adorable loli was naturally liked by everybody, and she caused smiles everywhere she went. Even if she took some liberties, Yue Zhong did not take it to heart. Gao Mingho looked all around him, before chuckling at Yue Zhong and said, Since everyone is here, let us set off. Within Guilin City, even when all four great triads had already deployed most of their experts, the remaining smaller triads still did not pose too big a threat to any of them. The fleet started to move, consisting of over 3,000 enhancers and a few evolvers, as they made their way into the distance. Hunting mutant beasts allowed enhancers to become stronger. Since Guilin City was considered safe and stable, and there was the army that had swept the nearby zombie hordes, this allowed for the enhancers to frequently head out to hunt. If it was any other smaller establishments, surviving from the zombies would be already tough, not to mention hunting mutant beasts. The strong became stronger, the weak became weaker. Such was the cruel way of the world. That huge crowd of humans attracted the countless mutant beasts. Before even reaching 10 kilometers after leaving Guilin City, the skies was suddenly filled with a black cloud of sparrows. They're mutant sparrows. Seeing the sky becoming dark with the mutant sparrow flock, a number of the troops on the ground reacted. Since everyone had made ample preparations for the hunt, the moment they saw the mutant sparrow flock, they went into their vehicles for cover. Those mutant sparrows were one of the common avian mutant beasts, and the best way of handling them was to take cover within huge vehicles. Not many people were willing to take on these critters, mainly because they were low-level, high in numbers, and if one was not careful, they would be swallowed up by them. The dense flock soon landed on the ground, and a disaster seemed to strike at the humans gathering, causing the vehicles to be rocked about. If there were no large vehicles, if these 3,000 over-enhancers didn't give their all to defend, at least half would die being pecked alive. In a Hummer, Mu Xiangling was currently shivering in Yue Zhong's embrace, her face pale white. She had just witnessed an enhancer not making it in time into a vehicle, and in just 3 seconds that enhancer was engulfed and became a skeleton. At the same time, the mutant sparrows were ramming against the Hummer, and the pattering noise was deafening. If the armor of the Hummer was to break down, Mu Xiangling would not know what to do. She glanced at Yue Zhong, and saw that his face was still serene, and her trepid heart regained some form of calmness. He's so collected. He's really reliable, just a little too overbearing. In the midst of the mutant sparrow flock, White Bones was spinning about with its bone blades, grinding the mutant sparrows like a whirlwind. Even though it seemed hopeless, those sparrows still attacked White Bones in droves, and they would be sliced and diced, but wearing White Bones' stamina down. Right at this time, a line of fire suddenly shot out from one corner of the human gathering, entering the huge cloud of mutant sparrows, and a number of them immediately fell like rain, having been incinerated. That fire seemed to be a signal, as immediately wind blades, iron rocks, countless ice picks, vines, floating metal plates, and even summoned beasts appeared, and started assaulting those mutant sparrows. Those enhancers had grown impatient of waiting, seeing that the mutant sparrows were not leaving, and if they were to remain here for too long, they would definitely be buried here. Yue Zhong saw the enhancers rapidly casting their abilities and thought, so many enhancers! If only they were under me, how great that would be! The more survivors there were, the more enhancers that were bound to emerge. Amongst these 3,000 enhancers, a number were even evolvers, and most of these evolvers did not belong to any of the 4 great triads, either establishing their own triads or working as solo hunters. If these 3,000 enhancers were to be controlled by Yue Zhong, he had absolute confidence in dealing with Xuanhuan and his great empire of Vietnam. However, it was a pity every one of them had their own ideals and thinking. If he wanted to get them to band together, it was going to be extremely difficult. Furthermore, those with capabilities were seldom willing to submit to another. In this apocalyptic world, the moment many gained strength, their ambitions also soared. Under the relentless assault of those abilities, the body count of the mutant sparrows started to reach over 8,000, before the rest of the flock decided to flee. Upon seeing that the mutant sparrow flock had finally left, many emerged from their vehicles and started grabbing the bodies of those mutant sparrows. They were after all meat that was hard to come by. In Qidian City, meat was obtained like that. Bai Shaoxing came to Yue Zhong's side and said, "Boss, shall we go and snatch some too?" Yue Zhong shook his head and rejected, "No need." Yue Zhong had brought along 20 huge trucks, but their purpose was to be stored with the bodies of Type 2 mutant beasts. He could not be bothered with these little critters. Since the mutant sparrows were low-leveled, their meat would not be able to strengthen survivors unlike the Type 2 mutant beast meat. However, to ordinary survivors, just the meat of a mutant sparrow was a hard-to-come-by delicacy. With the arrival and departure of the flock, they left 8,000 corpses. At the same time, 20-plus enhancers had been pecked into a pile of bones by them. After picking up the meat, 200 of the enhancers immediately withdrew from the operation and brought the meat back to Qidian City. This amount of meat was enough for them to lead a comfortable life for quite a while, and they were naturally unwilling to risk their lives further. After facing that attack, the fleet continued their advance, and along the way, there were a few other ordinary mutant beasts that were attracted by their scent. However, they didn't amount to much against such a huge army of enhancers. After trekking for almost an entire day, the fleet finally came to their destination, a moderate-sized mountain range. After the apocalypse set in, the mountain range had undergone a huge change as well. There were mutant trees that grew everywhere, their trunks reaching up to 10 m and above. All sorts of mutant vegetation and flowers covered the entire range as well, which became the resting grounds to various mutant beasts. From time to time, there would be mighty roars emitting from within the range that sent chills down one's spine. All hints of human constructions were already consumed and enveloped by Mother Nature, and most roads that were carved out previously were either covered by huge trees or enveloped by the rest of the flora, turning the place into an overgrown, dilapidated scene. In this mountain range, there was a large number of monstrous mutant beasts gathered, and this was the location that many experts from Qidian City chose to strengthen themselves. Many enhancers picked this place to continuously hunt and enhance themselves. Of course, hunting a mutant beast was no easy matter, and every day, there would be enhancers that die at the jaws of these mutant beasts. But there were those who had strengthened considerably through the training as well. It was a training heaven for the strong, and living hell for the weak. Chapter 410 Mountain Range. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. It was as though they caught the scent of humans, because there was a rustling of the grass, before mutant rats the size of pigs came charging out of the forest, making a mad rush for the group of enhancers. Level 18 Mutant Beast. Mutant Mountain Rats. They possess sharp teeth and formidable strength, which can bite through even steel. The moment Yue Zhong saw those mutant mountain rats, the information about them popped up. When they saw the incoming horde of mutant mountain rats, many enhancers charged forwards with their weapons drawn. These were one of the weaker groups of mutant beasts residing in the range, and was perfect for low-level enhancers. Ecchi, go kill that! Yue Zhong pointed to one of the mutant mountain rats that has charged over with the intention to maul them, as he threw a dark magic blade to her. Yes, master. Xianjiaro eyed the mutant mountain rat as her scalp turned numb. She was someone who had not even killed a chicken prior to the apocalypse. However, for the sake of her daughter, she still held up the dark magic blade, her body trembling slightly as she faced the mutant mountain rat. Yue Zhong spoke behind her. Don't fear. As long as you calm yourself down, it is not your match. Your strength is way above it, but remember, no one will help you. Only you can help yourself. Even if you really died, I wouldn't lend a hand. Yue Zhong had handed a lot of equipment to Xianjiaro, and although she was only level 1, her attributes were even higher than that of a level 30 enhancer. Once she learnt to get past the psychological barrier, slaughtering the mutant mountain rats wouldn't be an issue. Xianjiaro held the dark magic blade tightly as she shivered, her heart full of fear. The speed of the mutant mountain rat was fast, like a galloping horse, and it charged towards Xianjiaro with a fearsome aura, pouncing towards her viciously. Am I going to die? Xianjiaro was frightened stiff, and she could not move, her mind going blank. Mama! Just as Xianjiaro was about to be knocked down by the mutant mountain rat, the piercing scream from behind jolted her awake. Xianjiaro twisted with all her might, and the sharp claws barely touched her shoulder, but the paw managed to hit her shoulder, slapping her viciously, and a tremendous force sent Xianjiaro sprawling to the ground. Under that immense assault, Xianjiaro's shoulder was broken, and her heartbeat dulled, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, Xianjiaro's body constitution was too weak, and she could not withstand even the force of a mutant mountain rat. This was the weakness of agility-based enhancers. Their DPS was high, and they could dodge well, but the moment they were hit, their defenses were pitiful. Mu Xiangling saw that her mother had fallen to the ground, and her face turned pale as she struggled in Yue Zhong's arms and screamed, Mama! 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 Yue Zhong! Yue Zhonggij! Please help! Save my mother! If you don't, she's going to die! Yue Zhong's eyes were cold as he held Mu Xiangling tightly, sealing her movements, and not allowing her to make any rash moves. No! You'd better open your eyes and watch carefully. She needs to start relying on herself to get past this obstacle. In the future, if you want to become an enhancer, you'll also need to overcome your fear like this. After which, Yue Zhong glanced at Ning Yusen as well, and she trembled slightly, knowing full well that Yue Zhong was talking to her also. If she wanted to become a powerful enhancer, she had to overcome her initial fears. When the mutant mountain rat injured Xianjiaro with its mid-air leap, the moment it landed, it turned around swiftly to launch a second attack. I can't die here. I can't die. If I die, what's going to happen to Xiangling? I must live. With the threat of death looming over, Xianjiaro's eyes turned bloodshot, and she managed to muster her potential. Xianjiaro saw the mutant mountain rat flying over, and she exerted her maximum speed, enabling her to take in the movement of the mutant mountain rat. She adjusted her body slightly in response, and used her right hand to sweep the dark magic blade upwards to slice at it. The dark magic blade was extremely sharp, and the mutant mountain rat had no way of defending against that hit, as it was instantly sliced in two, fresh blood, and its innards splattered onto Xianjiaro, making her look hideous. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. After killing the mutant mountain rat, Xianjiaro instantly soared to level 5. At the same time, a skill book and 10 survivor coins dropped in front of her. Xianjiaro wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth, as she picked up the skill book and survivor coins and offered them to Yue Zhong. She spoke with a new hint of resolution in her eyes. Master, I've accomplished my task. After killing the mutant mountain rat on her own, Xianjiaro had gone through an earth-shattering change. She has already shed her image of a weak woman, and was on her way to becoming a strong female warrior. Yue Zhong took out a packet of life-saving grass and threw it to Xianjiaro, before taking the skill book and survivor coins. Eat this. Take a rest first. Xianjiaro swallowed the packet of life-saving grass and stood quietly beside Yue Zhong. Level 2 Skill Treatment of Bone Injuries. Skill only allows bone injuries to be treated. No effect on other injuries. Usage expends 8 spirit. Non-doctors, priests, paladins, and other healer classes can only utilize skill once a day. This skill, which of you wants to learn? Yue Zhong held it up in front of Mu Xiangling and Ning Yusin, as his own path was that of a combatant, and every skill had to be geared towards fighting. Furthermore, he possessed the level 4 regeneration skill. Hence, he didn't need another healing skill. Mu Xiangling took a look at the book and immediately exclaimed, "Me! I want to heal my mum." Without any hesitation, Mu Xiangling took it and immediately learnt it, when suddenly, her face fell and she groaned. "My spirit is not high enough. I only have 7 points of spirit. I can't activate the skill." Yue Zhong thought for a moment, and then pulled out a fireball ring from his pocket and gave it to Mu Xiangling. She immediately brightened up and kissed Yue Zhong's hands as she put it on, and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Guji. Guji is the best." Upon equipping the fireball ring, Mu Xiangling immediately activated the healing skill, and a white light shot into Ecchi and Jaro. Under the combined effects of the white light and the life-saving grass, Ecchi and Jaro's broken shoulder blade recovered quickly. When the light dissipated, Ecchi and Jaro tested her shoulder gingerly, and her eyes flashed with joy, and reported to Yue Zhong, "Master, my body is healed. I can continue to fight. Then go take care of that mutant mountain rat." Yue Zhong pointed at another one casually, as he told Ecchi and Jaro. The Greenstone Triad was currently occupying a huge region, and the rest of the enhancers did not dare get too close. This was also part of the agreement that the 4 great triads would claim the best spots and resources. They could monopolize them and thus increase faster in strength and gain more enhancers. As for those solo wanderers and smaller factions, they could only gobble up the leftovers, or risk their lives by venturing further into the mountain range to hunt bigger mutant beasts. After killing 1 mutant mountain rat, Ecchi and Jaro had increased confidence and experience in dealing with them, and she pumped everything into agility. She raced forth, and in a flash, appeared in front of a mutant mountain rat. The mutant rat pounced towards Ecchi and Jaro, who lightly dodged the attack and slashed out with the dark magic blade, instantly severing the unfortunate beast in 2. Compared to her earlier pathetic performance, it was as though she had completed some arcane transformation into another person, one who was extremely comfortable with hunting. After killing the mutant mountain rat in 1 slash, Ecchi and Jaro shot forwards and slashed down at another mutant mountain rat that had just appeared. The status as an evolver coupled with the ample equipment that Yue Zhong gave her, with the various enhancements and her own talents, she was well prepared. She started a killing spree and grew stronger without stop, as her level increased again and again. Not long after, the mutant mountain rat horde was wiped out by the huge gathering of enhancers, with only 6 unfortunate fatalities had been ripped apart, and another 30 who suffered various degrees of injuries. Once they cleared the horde, the huge troop decided to leave the mountain range temporarily, setting up camp at a nearby village about 5 kilometers away. They had already rushed for an entire day, and many were exhausted. Furthermore, battling against the mutant beasts in the dark of the night was tantamount to suicide. At night, the humans suffered a decrease in their abilities, but the mutant beasts could employ more of their strength. There were very few like Yue Zhong who were suited for fighting at night. "Master, my current level is 14. Inside a room of the town, Ecchi and Jaro exclaimed with excitement and a little exhaustion to Yue Zhong. Growing from a level 1 to a level 14 within a day, such a speed vastly outstripped Yue Zhong. However, this was because Ecchi and Jaro was an evolver, and she had gained the boost of equipment from Yue Zhong, allowing her to reap such benefits and results in a day's worth of combat. Without all the various enhancements from the equipment, Ecchi and Jaro would not be able to kill so many mutant mountain rats. Upon hearing that Ecchi and Jaro had grown to become a level 14 evolver, Ning Yusin's eyes shone with envy. She had also killed a few mutant mountain rats with the help of white bones, but her enhancement level was only 7. Those aided forms of enhancement were slower, and thus the slower growth. Mu Xiangling leapt into Ecchi and Jaro's embrace and giggled, "My mama is the best. Hee hee." Ecchi and Jaro hugged Mu Xiangling back as she ruffled her hair, eyes filled with motherly love. Yue Zhong watched the two of them, and his face broke into a smile. Ecchi had proved today that his investment in her was not wasted. As long as she continued fighting on, she would quickly grow to become a terrifying existence. Yue Zhong, I want your life. In the town, at a corner of an alley, a man who was dressed in a black cloak cursed out under his breath. His eyes filled with a look of utter hatred and venom. Chapter 411, The Ravenous Beast Horde Attacks. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. As the majority of the humans were falling into deep slumber, under the cover of the moonlight, groups of mutant beasts started gathering around the small town. Amidst the dark patches of grass, multiple pairs of eyes that were shining green stared fixedly at the humans patrolling at the entrance, as though they were staring at delicious food. The surroundings were suddenly filled with a sound wave that was beyond the human hearing range, and under the indication of the sound wave, those mutant beasts that were lying in wait suddenly made their move and charged towards the town. The enhancers of Qidian City had gone hunting this way countless times, and they had long since laid countless warning traps around the town. The moment the mutant beasts moved, almost all of the traps sounded at the same time. Ambush! Ambush! The moment the alarms rang out, the warriors by the wall immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. In just a few breaths, all the human warriors who were just entering sleep immediately got up and grabbed their weapons as they charged towards the outside. When hunting the mutant beasts, facing an ambush during the night was the most dangerous. The moment one was careless, it could spell doom for the entire party. The warriors got up, and under the command of the various leaders, they quickly dispersed to the various key points of the town. This small town was established by the countless parties of Qidian City to help with the hunting of mutant beasts. There were all sorts of traps laid around the town, and when several mutant beasts got close, they fell into these traps. Yue Zhong had brought his experts from the Greenstone Triad to the front of the town at the first notice. So many mutant beasts! Yue Zhong looked and was shocked. They discovered that beyond the perimeter, there were countless mutant mountain rats. They charged forth with disregard for their own lives, filling up the holes and traps, making the ground even for the rest of the horde to advance. Pretty soon, the mutant mountain rats would be able to break past the defenses and get closer to the town. Earlier, when the factions had entered the town, they had allocated defense positions. All they had to do was to take charge of their own locations. As there were too many factions, this was the best solution to deal with any potential problems. Even the four great triads would only be able to instruct their own subordinates. As for the other warriors, they would not be able to command them. Yue Zhong glanced at the densely packed horde of mutant mountain rats and ordered White Bones. White Bones! Charge! Make sure that they're all mutilated, and try not to let them destroy the traps. Receiving Yue Zhong's orders, White Bones hoisted its huge axe and charged into the mutant mountain rats' horde. As White Bones entered their midst, bone spikes started to shoot from various points of its body, piercing those mutant rats, sending them flying towards Yue Zhong's side. The low-leveled enhancers under Yue Zhong immediately stepped forwards and used their Tang replica swords to finish off the mutant rats, gaining enhancement in the process. Even Mu Xiangling was using the sharp dark magic blade to help finish off the mutant rats. With the help of White Bones, the subordinates of Yue Zhong managed to enhance themselves at an incredible speed, their levels rising rapidly. The rest of the experts just stood and waited silently for his orders. Yue Zhong had night enhancement skill, and he could see that beyond the positions of the mutant mountain rats, there were countless pairs of eyes that shone green, staring hungrily at the town. The moment he committed all his troops to fight, their stamina would dwindle, and it would be a problem to face the monsters behind. After White Bones had evolved into the second-order Dark Skeleton, its battle ability had rose to a fearsome level. It stood alone at the front of Yue Zhong's defense, and was like an immovable mountain that blocked all advance. The moment those mutant mountain rats got close, it would shoot a bone spike out and throw the unfortunate beast backwards, before it was slaughtered by the humans. Yue Zhong observed a while before ordering Ecchi, "Go and kill as many as you can. Raise your level to 16, then come back. Add all your points to stamina now." The level of these mutant mountain rats were at 18, and to Ecchi and Jero they were the perfect hunting targets. Yes, Master! Ecchi and Jero brandished her dark magic blade and charged towards the mutant mountain rats, easily entering their midst, and started a massacre. At this moment, Yue Zhong still had White Bones holding the fort, and he could sit and relax, while helping his low-level subordinates strengthen themselves. However, near his spot, there was a weaker gang, and when the mutant mountain rats horde had used the corpses of their fallen comrades to fill up the traps, they managed to tangle with the small triad. This gang was called the Knife Association, and they were made up of a chief and 20 other experts. Their chief Kai Mingliang was an agility-based evolver. The knives in his hands whooshed about, and numerous mutant mountain rats met their end at his hands. However, the 20 experts beside him did not have decent levels, most of them hovering at level 21 or 22. Additionally, their equipment was inadequate, hence, there was growing exhaustion as they faced the relentless rat horde. All of a sudden, 6 of the mutant mountain rats charged at one of the experts wielding a tang saber who had coincidentally just killed 2 other rats. Ah! Boss! Save me! The expert had just sliced off the head of one mutant rat, when the other 5 immediately pounced on him, biting him with their razor-sharp jaws, as he screamed out in agony. Wang Yu! Kai Mingliang's eyes turned bloodshot, and activated his skill, charging towards Wang Yu in a flash. As he sped along, he sliced the 16 mutant mountain rats blocking his way. Fresh blood and innards splattered all over the ground in his wake. Kai Mingliang arrived at Wang Yu's side, and slashed 5 times quickly, slicing the bodies of the 5 gnawing mutant mountain rats in twain. Wang Yu! Kai Mingliang howled in agony as he looked at Wang Yu, whose throat had already been ripped wide open by one of the rats, leaving only a corpse. Boss! Save me! Another Knife Association member screamed out this time. He had also just been accosted by 4 mutant rats, and their defense was starting to collapse. Kai Mingliang's body disappeared in a flash and appeared right beside that expert, instantly killing the 4 mutant mountain rats. Save me! Save me! Ah! However, Kai Mingliang was only one person. Even if he gave his all to run about the battlefield, there was a limit to how much he could do, and he could only watch helplessly as his comrades died in front of him. The vice chief of the Knife Association, Luo Shi, sliced off the head of one mutant rat before turning to shout at Kai Mingliang, Boss! We can't hold off any longer. We will definitely die if this goes on. Let's ask the Green Stone Triad for help. Kai Mingliang panted heavily as he replied, If we go now, what if they demand for something that is hard to accept? What if he wants to swallow our Knife Association? Luo Shi hollered as he killed another mutant rat with difficulty. Boss! If this goes on, we're all going to die. If we die, what's the point of the Knife Association? Boss! Help! Another expert of the Knife Association screamed out, and was immediately pounced on by a few mutant mountain rats, before being bitten to death. Kai Mingliang witnessed yet another death of his subordinates, and gritted his teeth as he ordered one of the experts. Hong Ming! Go request aid from Green Stone Triad. Say that we're willing to join him. Ask Yue Zhong to send some aid. Everyone had a job and spot to defend, and no one could retreat without the 4 Great Triads' orders. If any one faction or person dared to abandon his post, then anyone would be able to execute them later. Furthermore, upon return to Guilin City, the family members of the deserters would be killed without mercy as well. Under such cruel laws, even if the road seemed helpless, those enhancers had to fight on to the death. Otherwise, they would implicate their friends and families back at Guilin City. Hong Ming quickly came to Yue Zhong's camp. Damn! They're too strong. With such an expert in the Green Stone Triad, no wonder they became one of the 4 Great Triads. When Hong Ming arrived at the campsite, he saw Yue Zhong commanding the lower-level enhancers to strengthen themselves, and the lone killing figure of White Bones on the front lines. White Bones alone could defend the location. It must be known that as Yue Zhong commanded Green Stone Triad, and since they were one of the 4 Great Triads, the location they had to defend was larger than most of the ordinary triads by at least 10 times. White Bones had been enhanced 4 times, and evolved to the 2nd-order Dark Skeleton level. After its evolution, it was stronger than other dark skeletons by at least twice. Its combat ability was extremely tyrannical, to the point where it could even take down a normal Type 2 mutant beast with only a fair amount of effort. It was considered even more dangerous than most Type 2 mutant beasts. However, in comparison, its speed, strength, and stamina was still lacking. Hong Ming came to Yue Zhong and kneeled, as he kowtowed profusely. "Boss Yu, I'm Hong Ming from the Knife Association. Please send some reinforcements to save us. I'm begging you." Yue Zhong eyed Hong Ming a little coolly. "Hong Ming, we had agreed beforehand on the defense zones. The Greenstone Triad is defending a location 10 times that of yours. I need my manpower here. Please hold on for a while. I will send some men over later." Yue Zhong was well aware of the fact that the Knife Association had an agility-based evolver. With that evolver, the Knife Association could hold out for at least another 20 minutes. Yue Zhong had planned that after 20 minutes, when the Knife Association was down to their last bit of strength, Yue Zhong would then go and rescue them. That way, the Knife Association would have no strength to bargain for any part of the Type 3 mutant beast. Hong Ming did not hesitate as he immediately offered, "Boss Yu, as long as you send men to save us, we from the Knife Association will be willing to join the Greenstone Triad and become part of you guys." Yue Zhong's tone immediately changed. "Great. Then I shall bring some men to help now." If the Knife Association were to join the Greenstone Triad, then the power in Yue Zhong's control would naturally increase some more, therefore he was willing to save them now. Yue Zhong immediately summoned Larmin. "Larmin, come with me." "Yes, leader." Larmin brought the Ex-Judgment Corps as they followed Yue Zhong closely, making their way towards the Knife Association's zone in haste. Yue Zhong led his men and quickly slaughtered their way through the zone, only to see the remaining members of the Knife Association closely huddling in a circle, surrounded by a swarm of the mutant mountain rats, desperately hanging on. Yue Zhong heroically brandished his 2M-long black tooth blade and charged into the rat swarm. With every gargantuan swing, 4 or more of the mutant mountain rats would lose their heads. Facing these densely packed but low-level beasts, the black tooth blade in Yue Zhong's hands was the most effective weapon, as the area of effect was large, and he could kill many of them in a single swing. "Charge!" Larmin bellowed as he pulled out his own dark magic blade and shot towards the mutant rats. The platoon of the Ex-Judgment Corps warriors also pulled out their Tang replica swords and followed Larmin's lead as they charged towards the mutant mountain rats. The strength of these warriors was their marksmanship, modern weaponry proficiency, as well as experience. Their close-quarters combat was decent as well, and killing these mutant rats was not an issue. On the other side, Kai Mingliang brought his men and they slaughtered their way through, both sides joining forces and forcing the mutant mountain rats back. Kai Mingliang came over in front of Yue Zhong, with a complicated gleam in his eyes, and he spoke solemnly. "Kai Mingliang greets Boss Yu. This time, it's thanks to Boss Yu's timely rescue. Otherwise my brothers and I would have died here." Yue Zhong nodded slightly and replied, "I got it. Take your men. Let's construct some barricades immediately." Yue Zhong had brought along some tools as well. To maintain the defense on Kai Mingliang's side, the fortification required was definitely not little. The main reason why they were struggling was because they had underestimated the effectiveness of fortifications. They had grown complacent and didn't expect the forces of the mutant beasts to attack so fast. Hence, they had thoroughly suffered. Whereas compared to Yue Zhong, everywhere he went, he would bring along the necessary materials and tools for fortification. A simple construction could potentially save the lives of countless warriors at the right time. After they forced the horde back, Yue Zhong's subordinates began nailing large steel beams into the ground. After they established a few stakes, they started tying a layer of sharp wires in between the stakes, and in a matter of minutes, a simple defensive structure was erected. "Yes, boss." Kai Mingliang saw those simple yet effective structures, and his respect for Yue Zhong rose, before bringing his men to help out in the ongoing fortifications. As it was the moment where Yue Zhong had just let down his guard, he was caught unprepared, and just as his danger perception warned him of the danger, the black blade had already appeared in front of him. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps, dodging towards the right and raising his left arm to defend. The black blade came slashing down on Yue Zhong's left hand, and went through the Type 3 mutant beast hide, sending Yue Zhong's left arm flying, fresh blood splattering. At the same time, a fearsome blade energy was sent through Yue Zhong's wound, knocking him backwards 6 or 7 meters, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Larman, I'm Chen Hongye. Quickly help me kill Yue Zhong. As long as we kill him, we can work together to rebuild the Hong Triad. As the black blade beam dispersed, a middle-aged man was revealed, holding a level 4 treasure black Swiss blade. His looks were refined, but his expression was currently grim. This middle-aged man was Hong Triad's chief Chen Hongye. The earlier took all of Chen Hongye's spirit, expending a huge amount of stamina as well. That strike was a second-order skill, Shattering Cut. The power of the Shattering Cut was truly without equal, even slashing apart a Type 3 mutant beast hide. However, its consumption was likewise enormous, almost expending all of Chen Hongye's stamina and spirit. He had no choice but to ask Larman for help. Just as Chen Hongye leapt out, from a small room at the back of the town, 20 other experts suddenly burst forwards. They were precisely the 4 elders that Chen Hongye brought out, along with their subordinates. At this point, there were only White Bones, Larman, his subordinates as well as Kai Mingliang and his men from the Knife Association. If Larman was to turn on Yue Zhong now, it was possible that the Knife Association would revolt as well. Then Yue Zhong would truly be in danger. Chen Hongye had waited a long time for this chance. If Yue Zhong had stayed at his own site, Chen Hongye would not have succeeded. He had been patient, and finally gotten the golden opportunity to strike, and his single strike had removed Yue Zhong's left arm, creating possibilities. Hearing Chen Hongye's words, Larman's subordinates were riled up and looked to Larman. They were only willing to listen to this commander who had principles, but mostly because he was their commander after all. Chapter 413, Killing Chen Hongye. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Larman's expression changed a few times, as he struggled a while before replying solemnly, Chen Hongye, I'm sorry. I'm now Yue Zhong's subordinate. I need to follow the code of professionalism. Guys, take up your weapons and prepare to take the enemies of Boss down. Hearing his orders, the 30-plus ex-Judgment Corps members hollered once, before taking up their weapons and started to fire at the 20 elite members of Chen Hongye's troops. Under the intense and fierce firepower of the 30 or so soldiers, 4 of the elites under Chen Hongye were immediately killed. The remaining 16 experts of Chen Hongye immediately dove for cover. Chen Hongye's eyes flashed with desperation. Damn! Larman, have you forgotten the honor and glory of the mighty kingdom of God? We should pledge loyalty to that, isn't it? Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly gaze, as he suppressed his pain, and raised his stinger at Chen Hongye's head. Chen Hongye, as a Chinese, you dare become a foreigner's dog. You deserve to die. Chen Hongye's face turned ugly, before he disappeared in a black light, and appeared 10 m away from his original spot. What's so bad about it? The foreigners can give me more money. I get better treatment with them as well. So what's bad about being their dog? Within our country, people like us who have no background, aren't we also the dogs of people with background? Being a dog to power and prestige is better than leading life as a normal person. The fact that this daddy became a dog for the foreigners, even the officials in our country have to be deferential to me. As a foreigner's dog, I'm seen as a higher position than those in our country. What are the normal people in our country considered? Nothing more than ants. If a rich kid accidentally killed someone, nothing will happen to him. However, if the person that died happened to be a foreigner's dog, the entire government and police force will come after that rich kid. Yue Zhong. Those who stay within the country aim to be officials. Elites, celebrities, famous people, those with capabilities all aim to go overseas anyway. I'm just going with the flow. Yue Zhong. The kingdom of God is not something you can afford to stand up to. Come with me and be a foreigner's dog. If we combine our forces, we can become an overseer of the Asia region. Chen Hongye had a twisted and feverish expression as he spoke loudly. When Chen Hongye was younger, his sister had been raped by a government official's son before. However, because he had worn a condom just based on that ridiculous reason, he had managed to dodge the punishment and judgment of the law. From that moment on, Chen Hongya's personality became twisted and worked hard to slog for the foreigners. After the apocalypse, the first thing he did was to join the kingdom of God and worked wholeheartedly for them. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his shadow steps and wielded his black tooth blade, slashing it at Chen Hongya. Chen Hongya, if you want to be a dog, that's your problem. I couldn't care less about your past. I just know that since you're in my way, you're my enemy. So you have to die. Chen Hongya's eyes flashed with a look of pity as he raised his blade to block Yue Zhong's attack. What a shame! Yellow-skinned people are really a lower life form. You still won't listen. As they exchanged blows, the force of the collision knocked Yue Zhong back by one step. His strength could not compare to Chen Hongya. Chen Hongya laughed out grimly as he stepped forward. With this little bit of strength, and you want my life? What confidence! At this time, 3 sharp bone spikes shot out from Yue Zhong's waist towards Chen Hongya's own waist. Chen Hongya's face fell, and the black Swiss blade in his hands shot out a few blade beams, splitting the 3 bone spikes apart. Yue Zhong took the chance to slash towards Chen Hongya's body. As he hadn't recovered from the previous strike, he gritted his teeth and forcefully used his left shoulder to block the attack. The moment Yue Zhong's blade landed on the left shoulder, his 6 times strength exploded, causing Chen Hongya to fly back 5 meters. Chen Hongya's left shoulder had a few broken bones, and the Type 2 mutant beast hide on his shoulder had a little tear as well. He endured the pain as he though, damn, that bastard's strong. Yue Zhong's attack did not stop there, as his movements flowed one after another like water. His pupils narrowed, and he activated his art of fear. A powerful spiritual blast bombarded Chen Hongya's consciousness. Chen Hongya was instantly enveloped by a horrifying illusion, causing his body to stop still. In the next moment, a sharp bone spike came from behind Yue Zhong, piercing Chen Hongya in between his brows and nailing him to the ground. The chief is dead. Beast, we must seek revenge for Chief. Kill them all. We must avenge Chief. The remaining soldiers became enraged when they saw their chief killed, as they roared out and started charging at Yue Zhong. These were the closest aides to Chen Hongya and were loyal to a fault. They had turned mad with his death. Yue Zhong looked at them, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, ordering White Bones, "Kill them!" White Bones leapt towards these soldiers, and its right hand opened, shooting 5 bone spikes out, piercing the heads of 5 of the soldiers, killing them instantly. Yue Zhong raised his stinger and opened fire on the other soldiers. Following the sounds of gunshots, 3 of them had their heads blasted to smithereens and their lifeless corpses fell to the floor. As they witnessed this, 3 of the elders retreated to nearby cover. White Bones charged into the midst of the remaining shoulders, executing its whirlwind move again, and some of the beasts that were summoned from the summoner inside the group were immediately shredded. It also held out its huge axe, instantly slashing the stomach of the summoner, separating his legs from his upper body. One caster class enhancer was in the middle of a chant, when a sharp bone spike pierced his brain and nailed him to a wall behind. In a short span of less than a minute, the frenzied soldiers of Chen Hongya were all killed by White Bones, as broken bones and fresh blood were all over the ground. From behind a cover, one of the Hong Triad's elder called out, "Yue Zhong, we're willing to surrender. Please promise our well-being." By now the struggle was over. Chen Hongya had perished at Yue Zhong's hands. They had no hope of obtaining victory anymore. Therefore, they chose the wisest choice available. They were not steadfast soldiers that would die for Chen Hongya after all, and they had their own plans. Yue Zhong replied casually, "Fine, as long as you surrender. I can guarantee no harm would come to you, but if you guys think of resisting, then you'll have to pay the price. Come out." There were mutant beasts everywhere, and if he could gain the aid of 3 more experts, it would make his job easier as well. The 3 elders came out from behind the cover after exchanging looks. As they came in front of Yue Zhong, the 3 elders all bowed to Yue Zhong, with a slightly perturbed manner. "Wei Hua Ning, Wu Wenshang, Gan Qihai, greets Boss Yue. Yue Zhong had a broken left arm, and the three elders were uncertain if Yue Zhong would blame them for it. In this world, the strong often oppressed the weak with no reason at all sometimes. Yue Zhong ordered the three of them, Wei Huaning, Wu Wenshang, Gan Qi Hai. The three of you will become Larman's subordinates temporarily and defend this place. As long as there's no breach, I'll consider it as a merit, and after the battle, I will reward you accordingly. These three elders had just surrendered and were naturally untrustworthy, but Yue Zhong couldn't care about such. He was in dire need of experts, and he had no qualms using whoever he could get his hands on. If Chen Hongya's soldiers had not been so stubborn and loyal, Yue Zhong had in fact planned to absorb them. Yes, Boss Yue. Hearing his orders, the three elders heaved a sigh of relief and knew that Yue Zhong would not harm them since he needed them. Earlier, the viciousness of White Bones and Yue Zhong had left them with a deep impression, and they did not dare harbor any ill intent. Chen Hongya's shattering cut could penetrate even the hide of a Type 3 mutant beast. Its power was obviously immeasurable. In the past, no one could even defend against that strike from him. Although Yue Zhong had lost an arm, he was still alive, and managed to turn the tide to strike back at Chen Hongya, exhibiting his might in the meantime. Wei Huaning hesitated a while, before warning Yue Zhong, Boss Yue, you must be wary of Dia. He's filled with killing intent against you. This time, Chen Hongya had hidden amongst his troops to infiltrate the town to ambush you. Yue Zhong's pupils narrowed. So it was him. Yue Zhong did not falter as he replied, I got it. Go on with your business. It was a crucial period right now, and even if Yue Zhong knew that Dia had been in cahoots with Chen Hongya, he could not do anything. If two tigers were to fight, both would definitely be injured. Even if he killed Dia now, he would be short of one more cannon fodder for the mutant beasts. Wei Huaning made his way to the front lines after replying, Yes. At a distance, within the post of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, the experts were displaying their own abilities, keeping the mutant beasts at bay. A huge wall of earth condensed out of mid-air and blocked various parts, leaving only narrow alleys. When those mutant beasts followed the paths, they were immediately culled by the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. There was an expert who also possessed the ground manipulation skill, and he could use it to change the way the ground looked. As long as his spirit did not run out, he could maintain the shape for a decent amount of time. Did he succeed? Dia looked towards Yue Zhong's direction as he muttered, Chief, don't worry. Chen Hongya is definitely not simple. Even if he failed, Yue Zhong would not be in any good shape. Regardless, we will not have suffered. A short, ugly man chuckled beside Dia. This wretched-looking man was Dia's advisor, Song Ecchian. Chapter 414. The situation gradually collapses. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Right at this time, a Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar came crashing into the huge earth walls like a tank, causing a deep booming sound to resonate outwards. The maze that was created by the high-level enhancer immediately collapsed. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar continued its charge into the camp of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, squashing anything that came in its way. A few of the soldiers who were standing near the earth wall hunting the mutant beasts were instantly grounded into meat paste. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar was among the higher-level Type 2 mutant beasts, and the moment it entered the midst of the humans, it opened its mouth to let out an astonishing shriek that caused the ground to shudder. A large sound wave pulsated outwards with the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar as the epicenter, and in an instant all those summoner types and spirit types enhancers without adequate endurance were instantly killed by the sound wave. The remaining enhancers were also not spared, suffering varying forms of giddiness, and blood flowed from their orifices, their movements dulled. At that moment, a number of black-scaled boars immediately charged towards the humans like tanks, causing a path of destruction as they squashed everything in their path, turning more than 20 over-enhancers into meat paste. The moment the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar had breached the defenses and launched its soundwave attack, it had decimated over 20% of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, and was still rampaging about their camp. Hong! When the mutant boar group just breached the camp, there was a huge earthquake, and a terrifying explosion instantly pulverized the numerous black-scaled boars. This was one of the last line of defenses arranged by the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Dia wasn't an idiot, and since he had ties with the military of Gilan City, he naturally possessed some talents who could create firepower ammunition. Explosives were one of his various means. After the dust settled, a number of bungalows had collapsed, and there was mutant beast blood everywhere. Seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Dragon Triad heaved a sigh of relief. Snakes! There are many snakes. Right at this moment, one of the enhancers who possessed the night vision ability shouted out in terror, his face turning pale. At almost the same moment, a huge horde of mutant snakes of all sizes and colors flew through the air as they landed amongst the enhancers of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Some of the larger snakes were a few meters long, while the smaller ones could be as small as 20 centimeters, and they made their way towards the Heavenly Dragon Triad members by slithering through the rubble and buildings. Ah! I've been bitten! One of the experts suddenly shrieked in agony, a 20 centimeters small snake with a green and grayish body appearing on his leg. He panicked and swiped towards the snake with his blade. The small mutant snake slithered away quickly, dodging the blow from the Heavenly Dragon Triad member. At the next moment, the right leg of the expert started to swell quickly, as a dark energy started to bloat up in his body. Save me! Save! The expert had only time to shout out twice, before slumping to the floor, dead. There are snakes here too. Damn beasts! Amongst the Heavenly Dragon Triad, there were screams being uttered everywhere, as the snakes came out from all sorts of covers and corners, and they had suddenly launched their assault, causing multiple casualties. One of the elder quickly came to Dia's side as he asked nervously, "Boss, what do we do? If we continue fighting, the brothers will all die soon." By this time, the Heavenly Dragon Triad had been forced to their last resort. The 5 evolvers that they had saved as their last trump card were currently already deployed at the front lines, and through their joint efforts, they were barely keeping the large mutant beasts at bay. However, no matter how strong the evolvers were, they had a limit to their stamina and spirit, and everyone present was extremely clear on the extreme situation they were in. Collapse was just a matter of time. Dia replied in an incensed manner. What else can we do? Hold on. Go tell Ji Qing and the rest, they had better hang on. Once we make it past this crisis, I'll give them whatever they want back at Gilan City. In the past, there were many mutant beast hordes that attacked the small town as well, but each time, the humans had made use of traps, fortifications, and combat ability to retreat. This time, the difference of the attack was that it was launched by almost every single type of mutant beast horde out there. It wasn't just a single assault led by a Type 2 mutant beast, but rather wave after wave of attack, making it incredibly hard to defend against. Dia was filled with dread facing this never-ending mutant beast horde, and one of the strength-based evolver had already been dismembered by a Type 2 mutant beast and its horde. Dia was thus unwilling to go to the front lines. Song Xian suggested, "Chief, let's retreat. If we continue like this, the elites of the Heavenly Dragon Triad will perish here." Dia frowned, and his heart raced, but he still hesitated. "If we just retreat like this, when we go back to Gilan City, we will become the enemy of the rest of the Triads." Song Xian laughed coldly. "Chief, today we have all seen the might of the mutant beast horde. This is definitely not something the human race can defend against. If the 3,000 people inside the town were to defend with all their lives, after tonight, no one will be left alive. We need to break away now and leave this place of death." Song Xian laughed evilly and analyzed for Dia. If there were people who miraculously survived, they must have abandoned their own posts as well. Like this, they have no right to point at us. If they all died, that's even better. The 3 great triads have plenty of experts here, but our Heavenly Dragon Triad would have suffered the least. Then the entire Gilan City would be ours. Dia was still hesitating. There are so many mutant beasts outside now. If we charge out, it will still be suicide. By this time, there were countless mutant beasts gathered outside the town. Going out now was guaranteed death. The inside of the town was instead safer. Song Xian continued to provide diabolical suggestions. We can retreat towards the town first. Let the mutant beasts breach in. Since there are so many experts in town, they can distract them. We can then make use of the chance and escape. Song Exan had an impassioned look as he looked at Dia and said, Chief, let's escape. If not now, we won't have the chance anymore. At this time, one of the members came up to Dia with a look of fear and shock as he reported, Chief, Luo Dehuan, Elder Luo has died in battle. Luo Dehuan was a strength-based evolver under Dia's command, and his combat strength was astonishing. When he heard the news of Luo Dehuan's death, Dia came to a decision. All right, convey my orders. All members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad are to follow me back to town. The moment Dia gave that order, the front line collapsed, as the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad made their way to town in a frenzy. Without the human experts to block them, the mutant beasts poured into town like water from a broken dam, as they began to gobble up the humans that they saw. Dia brought the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and escaped for their post, causing a hole in the defense of the small town, and numerous mutant beasts began pouring into town, engaging the experts inside the town in combat. Human nature was selfish, and after Dia brought his triad to retreat, many of the other experts who were fighting bitterly also decided to throw in the towel, as they made their way back towards the town, before they were surrounded and killed. Without the clear command of a single leader, the human side was starting to collapse, and in the entire town, there were many experts trying to escape. They were still entangled with the mutant beasts, but without a clear command, they lacked the courage to survive and fight. Therefore, many decided to turn and run, not turning back. Even the Heavenly Dragon Triad had given up. The smaller lone fighters were even more unwilling to fight to the death. What? The Heavenly Dragon Triad had retreated. Are you sure? Over at the Green Bamboo Triad's camp, Gao Minghao's expression was extremely unsightly, and he could not care about his image anymore as he shouted in disbelief. The gang member replied immediately, Yes, boss. I saw everyone from the Heavenly Dragon Triad escaping towards the town after abandoning their post. Gao Minghao gritted his teeth as he slammed the table, causing it to split into pieces. Dia, you insufferable bastard! The Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Dragon Triad were defending locations that were close to each other, and with the retreat of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, the Green Bamboo Triad would be at the highest risk. If they didn't retreat, they would definitely face a pincer assault from the mutant beast horde. What do we do, Chief? The upper echelon of the Green Bamboo Triad looked towards Gao Minghao and asked nervously. This concerned the life and death of the entire top brass of the Green Bamboo Triad. If they were not careful, the core power of the Green Bamboo Triad would fall here. Gao Minghao's brains worked at top speed. As he turned his gaze towards Hu Yi, his gaze narrowing. Hu Yi, I order you and Lu Lai Tio take 20 men and go take over Chu Ming He and the rest. As long as you can stall for 20 minutes, you're free to disperse after that. If we get through tonight, once we're back at Gillen City, I'll reward you guys accordingly. Hu Yi heard those words, and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately stared back at Gao Minghao, pondering silently and only replying after 5 seconds. Yes, boss. After which, Hu Yi and his trusted aide Lu Lai headed out, their shoulders squared. Without ample support, bringing 20 people to defend the area was a suicide mission. Gao Minghao watched the leaving silhouettes of Hu Yi and Lu Lai, before his eyes flashed and he ordered solemnly, My orders! All members of the Green Bamboo Triad are to immediately withdraw towards the town. Yes, boss. Under the command of Gao Minghao, all the members of the Green Bamboo Triad immediately abandoned their posts and retreated towards the town. As Lu Lai walked beside Hu Yi, he felt something amiss. Hu Yi, where are you going? This isn't the front lines. Hu Yi's eyes flashed with pain, as he slowly replied, You're right. I'm not going to the front lines. I'm going to join my big bro Yue Zhong. All of you listen up. Resisting at the front lines for 20 minutes is a death sentence. Gao Minghao is obviously abandoning us, to buy some time for their retreat. To think that I was loyal to him, only for such an end, it truly chills the heart. Hui looked at his subordinates and continued solemnly, Brothers, You have followed me for so long. I won't make things difficult for you. Whoever wants to stay loyal to the Green Bamboo Triad and Gao Minghao can go to fight. You can go to the front lines to your death. I will not force you. Those who want to follow me to join my big bro Yue Zhong, follow me. These 20 members had all antagonized the upper echelons of the Green Bamboo Triad at some point. This time, the fact that Gao Minghao had sent them out was precisely to get rid of them, and no one had spoken up for them. A burly-looking man with decent features and an enhancement level of 27 walked up to Hu Yi and declared, "Hu Yi! Gao Minghao, he doesn't want to die. We likewise don't wish for our deaths. Since he had cut us off so decisively, we can't be blamed. I, Gao Fei, am following you." "That's right. That's right." Everybody all hollered their agreement. No one wanted to die in this godforsaken place. Then Lu Lai, "Take care." Hu Yi turned towards Lu Lai and spoke a single sentence. Before turning and leading his men towards Yue Zhong's site, Lu Lai struggled for just a moment, before chasing up, "Wait, I'll come with you guys." The entire party killed the mutant beasts that got in their path as they made their way towards Yue Zhong's site. By the time they reached there, they had killed over dozens of mutant beasts. By then, Hu Yi's body was covered in blood as he came to Yue Zhong's side and spoke with excitement, "Bro, I'm here." Yue Zhong eyed him and immediately asked, "Little leopard, how come it's you? What happened?" Yue Zhong knew that this brother of his was extremely loyal, even when Yue Zhong had established the Greenstone Triad, which went on to become one of the 4 great triads. Hu Yi had not immediately come to throw his lot with him, instead remaining at Green Bamboo Triad to contribute merits for Gao Minghao. Now that Hu Yi had brought his men here, there must have been a problem. Hu Yi looked towards Yue Zhong and replied, "Bro, Gao Minghao sent us to our deaths. I wasn't willing, so I brought my men here. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have both retreated. Now there's only you left on the outskirts of town. Bro, what are your plans?" Yue Zhong pondered, as his eyes flashed with a resolute glint. "Guard here. I will not retreat." Lu Lai could not help but ask, "But why?" "Boss you. Both the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have retreated. The mutant beast horde will come here shortly. Staying here will only mean death." Yue Zhong replied, "We have constructed enough fortifications to hold the weaker ones off. If we go back to the town, the defenses there are weak and non-existent. Going there would mean certain death. Little leopard, go bring men and join the front lines. You'll be tasked with handling the large types, is that okay? Any other problems? Leave it to me to handle." Hui chuckled. "Heh, bro. Leave the big mutant beasts to me then. Brothers. Onwards." Chapter 415, Yue Zhong's Combat Strength. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. In the hunt this time, Yue Zhong had brought along 300 of his subordinates, and amongst them, the majority were just fresh ordinary humans who had received a little training. While they were unable to defend against the assaults of the mutant beasts, they could construct defenses, fortifications, and lay traps. It was because of their help that Yue Zhong managed to lay his entire site with various fortifications, killing a number of the lower-level invading mutant beasts. These simple constructs had sharp steel beams and barriers with spikes, stacked sandbags, and various other little traps. While they were ineffective against the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, to the ordinary mutant beasts, these simple traps could harm them fatally, to the point of taking their lives. Many of the mutant mountain rats would smash into sharp steel beams as they struggled painfully. When some of the quicker mutant civets stepped on the jagged wires with force, it would cause their paws to be directly sliced off. With the numerous sandbags acting as blockades for the important channels, only 1 or 2 mutant beasts would be able to enter at any one time. With the aid of these fortifications, Yue Zhong's side could easily slaughter the mutant beasts under the command of the various experts, withstanding the seemingly endless assault of mutant beasts. It was just that these fortifications were effective against the lower-level mutant beasts. Against the bigger mutant beasts, it was a bit of a stretch. A simple charge of a Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar could destroy the entire defense. The large-type mutant beasts were the enemies and counter to these simple fortifications, and just a herd of them could cause mayhem and destruction. Without the cover of the defenses, his subordinates would find it infinitely harder to defend against the mutant beast horde. At this moment, in front of Yue Zhong's sight, a large number of the mutant civets had suddenly dispersed, giving way to 20 mutant pangolins with thick armors that were charging over. Fire! Larman looked at the 20 mutant pangolins and bellowed angrily. The 10 heavy machine guns proceeded to unleash a fiery carnage, as the bullets that could pierce tanks only served to bounce off the armor of the mutant pangolins. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned white. Right at this time, Hui roared out as well as he leapt forwards, with the black-toothed blade that Yue Zhong handed to him, charging towards the mutant pangolins as he shouted, "Leave them to me! Die! Die! Ha ha!" Hui charged into the midst of the 20 mutant pangolins as he laughed out maniacally, his blade flashing about. The 20 mutant pangolins were instantly sliced apart, blood flowing. After taking care of those mutant pangolins, Hui immediately retreated back behind the defenses. He had to conserve his stamina, and leaving the smaller and weaker types to the rest was the best choice. By Shaoxing, Yue Zhong saw that things had come under control, and immediately summoned Bai Shaoxing. "What's the matter, boss?" Bai Shaoxing came with a bored expression as he asked. As one of the top experts under Yue Zhong, he hadn't taken any action yet. Seeing the soldiers on the front line giving their all, his heart was ignited and he was getting restless. As an agility-based evolver, there were still differences in power. Bai Shaoxing's combat strength was naturally stronger than Kai Mingliang by a huge margin. If they were to fight, Bai Shaoxing could kill Kai Mingliang easily. Yue Zhong ordered solemnly, "Go into town now, any scattered lone enhancer or those who are running away. Get them to rely on us. Tell them to join us." Bai Shaoxing guffawed and dashed away in a flash, not before saying, "Making use of the opportunity to swallow the other powers. Boss, you sure are crafty. Haha, but I like that. I'm going." Yue Zhong gazed at Bai Shaoxing leaving, before he turned his attention towards the newly gathered 20-plus black-scaled ferocious boars, making their way over under the lead of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar. It was that same Type 2 ferocious black-scaled boar that had destroyed the defenses of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and caused them to be routed. If it wasn't for the Type 2 ferocious black-scaled boar, the Heavenly Dragon Triad would definitely have been able to hold out longer. Yue Zhong looked at that tank-like beast and its followers, took a deep breath, his eyes showing a resolute glint, and began charging forwards towards them with white bones by his side. He was not the weak Yue Zhong like he was back then, and he had already evolved to a level where he could definitely take them. This fight he would definitely win. White bones leapt over Yue Zhong, suddenly exploding out with a bone blade when it was in front of the herd of mutant black-scaled ferocious boars. It easily crossed one of the mutant black-scaled ferocious boar, slicing it in two as it passed by. Currently, White Bone's sharpening ability had caused the bone blades from its body to become extremely sharp, adding on to evolving into a dark skeleton, and the skill further enhanced +1. The sheer piercing power of the blades were truly terrifying. It could easily cause a high-level mutant beast like the mutant black-scaled ferocious boar to be sliced to death. Even a Type 2 mutant beast with a slightly lower defense would not be able to withstand a single slash from White Bones. White Bones was like a tyrannical killing machine. Its bone blades extended in all directions, and the 20 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar could only be sliced into pieces of bloody meat when faced against it. It was exhibiting its fearsome might after having evolved into the dark skeleton. When the Type 2 black-scaled mutant boar saw its little brothers being slaughtered, it immediately bellowed in anger, and a strong, oppressive soundwave was released in all directions. Under that destructive soundwave attack, Yue Zhong's body slightly shuddered. It could be said that the soundwave attack did cause him some discomfort, otherwise he was fine. After all, he was a dual attribute evolver, possessing the spirit and endurance growth attributes. His body was truly sturdy beyond belief. Even a bullet would not be able to harm him overmuch. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar was just recovering from its sound wave attack, when Yue Zhong condensed a devil flame spear in his hands after expending 40 points of spirit and 10 points of stamina. "Burn for me!" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he tossed it out with all his strength. The sharp devil flame spear whistled through the air, and buried deep in between the brows of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar. The terrifying might of the devil flame spear immediately exploded out, piercing deeply into the armor and penetrating the brain, before instantly enveloping the entire head cavity, incinerating the contents. Congratulations on reaching level 54. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on reaching level 55. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Following the 2 repeated sounds of notification, the mountain-like Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar toppled over, dropping a skill book and 100 survivor coins. Yue Zhong chose to allocate all 4 points into agility, before walking over to pick up the items. Agility was extremely important to a warrior. It could allow the person to react instantly. If the agility wasn't strong enough, then there would be a lack of capability to deal with instantaneous changes. A high agility was also needed to deal with any decently skilled agility-based evolver, otherwise, he could be easily taken down by said agility-based evolver. Level 4 Skill Book Second Order Strength Consolidation. Learning this skill will permanently increase strength by 50. Requires Strength Consolidation to be enhanced thrice. With the death of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, the remaining 40-some mutant black-scaled ferocious boars scattered around the town began to escape rapidly, some of them even exploding in anger, the finished swallowing a number of the weaker mutant beasts around before they ran towards the mountain range. All of a sudden, a dark shadow shattered a number of glass shards as it pounced towards Yue Zhong with a speed that exceeded by Shaoxing. On the battlefield, Yue Zhong was extremely perceptive, and the moment the dark shadow moved, he had felt it and retreated immediately, while keeping an eye on the attacker's movement. It was a Type 2 leopard cat, similar in nature to lightning. Yue Zhong had retreated quickly, but the speed of the Type 2 leopard cat was faster. In just a short breath, it managed to pounce on Yue Zhong, knocking him to the ground, opening its jaws in an attempt to bite down on Yue Zhong's head. At this moment, a sharp bone spike pierced the Type 2 leopard cat from the side, nailing it to the ground. Following that, another bone spike shot out almost instantaneously, piercing the body of the Type 2 leopard cat. Yue Zhong immediately took out his crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed the head of the Type 2 leopard cat viciously, immediately splitting it open. A large orb of experience floated into his body, along with huge amounts of scorching blood splattering on him, but it wasn't enough to level up. The Type 2 leopard cat dropped a level 3 skill agility consolidation and 100 survivor coins. It's a good chance. After killing the Type 2 mutant leopard cat in a single slash, his mind raced, and he immediately emitted a long howl towards the skies. In a forest outside of the town, there was a roar of reply, filled with threatening might. Under the threat of that furious roar, the remaining 500-plus mutant leopard cats inside the town immediately retreated towards the forest. Following the new source of strength was the fundamental law of the mutant beasts. Seeing the retreat of the mutant leopard cats, Yue Zhong's heart was relieved. After all, Lightning, who was hidden in the forest, was one of Yue Zhong's hidden trump cards. Now, with the addition of another 500-plus mutant leopard cats coming under Lightning's command, the strength of his hand had increased yet again. Right at this time, there was a horrifying howl that resounded, sounding neither like a tiger or leopard. The sound was so terrifying, as though it was a sound not possible on this earth. Everyone who heard it immediately trembled, their hearts filled with an uneasy premonition. Chapter 416, Continuous Level Up, translated by Qidian, edited by Ulamog, Edition, Book 3, The South. Ever since Yue Zhong had subdued Lightning, he had developed a bond with Lightning, and when that howl had sounded, he could feel the fear rising from Lightning. Yue Zhong's heart immediately fell, and could guess the true nature of the beast. That was definitely at least a Type 3 mutant beast. The 4 great triads had at first intended to bring men to clear up the smaller mutant beasts, before slowly hunting the Type 3 mutant beast. However, they did not expect the Type 3 mutant beast they thought was their prey to make a move first. This mutant beast was obviously smart enough to control the large portion of the mutant hordes in the mountain range to launch an assault, planning even by sending the Type 2s to battle, causing almost the entire town of humans to be killed. A small poisonous snake suddenly emerged from a dark corner, darting towards Yue Zhong's legs. Yue Zhong's reaction was quick, and his foot immediately came down on the mutant poisonous snake's body, squashing it directly with strength. "So you're attacking here now?" Yue Zhong looked towards the surroundings, and with his night vision, he could clearly see countless mutant snakes gathering around him, their levels of varying degrees, and there were even larger hordes of mutant snakes slithering towards his sight. "This won't do. I need to get lightning to act. Otherwise, we'll lose." Yue Zhong's mind spun, and he quickly let out a sharp howl towards the skies. Lightning, who had been hiding in the forest, received the order and replied with an angry howl of its own. It charged out, leading its 600-plus little brothers, as they raced towards Yue Zhong's location. On the other side, White Bones was currently darting about, its bone blades flashing enchantingly. Within 10 m of its body, all the mutant snakes were currently being slaughtered or nailed to the ground. Countless mutant snakes of varying sizes were currently slithering towards Yue Zhong, and in the dark where Moat couldn't see well, with countless snakes on the ground slithering about, it was a really skin-crawling scene. The numerous snakes intended to seal Yue Zhong's route of escape, as they started to gather, and shot towards Yue Zhong with a lightning speed. "Go to hell!" Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and conjured his devil flame at the first moment, as a huge ball of his devil flame emitted outwards from him. It continued to spread to a distance of 20 m, instantly turning all the mutant snakes into ash. Right at this time, a 30 m long mutant python opened its jaws wide, shooting towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong pointed a finger at that giant mutant python, as a fire arrow shot out, piercing the jaws of the snake and exploding upon contact. It started to burn, and in a few moments, it turned the entire head of the mutant python into mush. With the ever-increasing strength of Yue Zhong's spirit, the devil flame in his hands had obviously become a lot stronger and much more threatening. As of now, he had reached a level of control with the devil flame that was natural as flipping his hands. After the death of the mutant python, another 10 green mutant snakes came out of a corner and darted towards Yue Zhong. But just as they entered the radius of his body, they were immediately burnt to crisp by the devil flame. A large number of the mutant snakes started to pounce continuously towards Yue Zhong, using their own bodies to wear down Yue Zhong's devil flame armor. Suddenly, 40-30 m long mutant king cobras appeared in all directions, opening their jaws and firing their innate ability, which was a dark poisonous spit, aiming at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's expression fell, and increased the output of the devil flame around himself further. The black poison spit launched by those mutant king cobras landed on the devil flame and sizzled out in a dense poisonous cloud. Yue Zhong then held his breath, before activating his shadow steps, and shot himself towards one of the mutant king cobras in a matter of seconds. The devil flame sword in his hands danced, and the level 43 mutant beast was immediately chopped in two by a single swing. On the other side, White Bones was entangled with the mutant snake horde, as the dozens of sharp bone blades from its body sliced the heads off 10 of the mutant king cobras, sending them flying. White Bones had just slaughtered a full 10 of the mutant king cobras, when a variant turned up, its length 40 meters, its body scales shining with a metallic luster. Its jaws opened wide as it shot towards White Bones. Level 65 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. It possesses immense strength and a dangerous venom. Yue Zhong shot a glance at the huge beast, and saw that White Bones had been bitten on the right leg by the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. When snakes launched an attack, their speed was the fastest then. Although White Bones possessed a speed that was 10 times that of humans, it could not dodge the attack of the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. With a single bite of gargantuan strength, the sound of breaking bones resounded. White Bones' entire right leg had been ground into powder. The fiery demonic eyes of White Bones flashed, as two sharp bone spikes appeared from its brows and directly pierced the eyes of the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. When the sharp bone spikes pierced the eyes of the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra, a large amount of blood and mucus spurted out from the wounds. Using the bone spikes, White Bones supported itself and removed itself from the mouth of the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra, landing on the ground. With its eyes blinded, the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra was thrashing about with pain, twisting its body and causing a number of the smaller mutant snakes to be squashed to death. Seeing this, Yue Zhong condensed another devil flame spear in his hands and tossed it forcefully at the Type 2 mutant king cobra, piercing its head and exploding. The brains were instantly incinerated. Congratulations on achieving level 56. You have gained 2 points of attribute to be allocated. Following the sound of notification, the Type 2 mutant king cobra slumped to the ground, dropping a green treasure box and 100 survivor coins. Yue Zhong added the 2 points into his agility and went to open up the treasure box. Level 4 treasure, Ring of Poison Fang. Upon equipping Spirit plus 10. It comes with a poison attack skill. When using the skill, you can imbue your melee weapon with a thorny venomous attack. Yue Zhong instantly blinged himself up, of course, and his spirit was enhanced yet again. Now his spirit reached an incredibly terrifying level of 193 points. The power of the devil flame was dependent on Yue Zhong's spirit, and with his spirit increasing all the time, his devil flame would become even more powerful. It was due to his current spirit that he had been able to casually execute 2 Type 2 mutant beasts. If it was someone else, even with the devil flame skill enhanced 3 times, they might not be able to kill a Type 2 mutant beast so easily. With the death of the Type 2 mutant king cobra, the mutant king cobras that were under its control began to disperse, escaping in all directions. Right at this time, lightning had arrived with its 600-plus brothers, and under its command, they began to pounce on and kill the remaining mutant snakes. The mutant leopard cats were considered agile mutant beasts, and their movements swift. Adding on to the fact that the mutant snakes had lost their leadership, they became delicious food for the mutant leopard cats. Lightning had swallowed the Type 3 mutant beast nuclei that Yue Zhong had given it, as well as the numerous Type 2 mutant beast nuclei that Yue Zhong bought from the market, but it still had not evolved into a Type 3 mutant beast. However, its strength had increased a lot, its level reaching 67. The moment it entered the battlefield, it shot about like a specter, and in a matter of seconds it had killed 3 of the weaker Type 2 mutant snakes. After killing those 3 Type 2 mutant snakes, the rest of the snake horde collapsed, as they began to slither away, and the huge gathering of snakes was almost instantly dispersed by half. Yue Zhong darted about and killed a number of the enormous mutant snakes, when suddenly a green shadow leapt out from the snakes, biting down on Yue Zhong's thigh viciously. Even his 115 points of agility did not give him enough time to react. Level 60 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant green snake, possesses an uncanny speed and a dangerous venom. A sharp pain shot up from the bite. Yue Zhong's left leg bone had been shattered by that Type 2 mutant green snake. Fuck! Yue Zhong bellowed in pain and activated his gravity manipulation, causing a few genes of gravity to weigh down on the mutant snake. He then swung his crocodile tooth saw blade, immediately slicing the head of the Type 2 mutant green snake off. By all rights, with the powerful venom of that Type 2 mutant green snake, Yue Zhong was faced with certain death. However, as luck would have it, the bite had went past the trousers, and although the clamping force was enough to break Yue Zhong's leg, it was not enough to pierce the Type 3 mutant beast hide. Hence, he wasn't poisoned and managed to escape with his life intact. Congratulations on achieving level 57. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. The death of the Type 2 mutant green snake gave rise to another huge orb of experience to Yue Zhong, allowing him to promote another level yet again. At the same time, the Type 2 mutant green snake dropped a skill book and 100 survivor coins. Yue Zhong directly enhanced his agility before picking up the skill book to take a glance. Level 3 skill book, Feline Transformation. After learning this skill, one can turn into a cat person. 6 attributes would gain a huge increase. Compared to the other beast-type transformations, agility would be enhanced more, whereas strength and endurance are enhanced lesser. The body of the mutant green snake was small, and they were numerous, and was one of the main forces of the snake horde. With the death of the Type 2 mutant green snake, the rest of the green snakes started to disperse, and the snake horde again was decreased by half. Seeing this, Yue Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Although the mutant green snakes were small, they were numerous, and they were as threatening as any large mutant snake. Now with their retreat, the pressure on Yue Zhong was lessened yet again. With the situation somewhat more under control, Yue Zhong started to limp back towards his camp. Chapter 417, Absorbing the Scattered Troops. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Heal me. The moment Yue Zhong went back to his camp, he immediately summoned Mu Xiangling. With the level 4 regeneration ability, as long as Yue Zhong wasn't forced to a point where it was a fatal injury, he could recover extremely quickly. The leg bone that was broken by the bite from the Type 2 mutant green snake would be healed within a day, based on his current vitality. However, in such a dangerous situation where anything can happen on the battlefield, moving with a broken leg bone was affecting Yue Zhong's combat ability. Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed with concern as she pressed lightly on Yue Zhong's wound with both hands, activating her treatment of bone injuries ability, and a white light entered Yue Zhong's leg. Yue Zhonggij, please be careful. I can only heal you once for today. With the help of the skill, Yue Zhong's left leg began to heal quickly, and within a minute, the broken bone had finished repairing. Yue Zhong surveyed his surroundings and saw that with the combined efforts of his subordinates, as well as the constant repair of the fortifications, they had managed to repel the never-ending waves of mutant beasts. It was also mainly due to Yue Zhong hunting a number of the Type 2 mutant beasts, causing the hordes to be without leaders, therefore dispersing. Adding on the fact that lightning had joined in the fray with its little brothers, the defense was sustained. Even so, the current situation was extremely perilous. Yue Zhong had only 10 subordinates who were above level 30, while the rest of the 200 over were mainly constructing fortifications, their enhancement levels not high. They had no combat skills and their fighting experience was lacking. Getting those with no skills and experience to focus on the fortifications was still manageable. If they were sent to face any mutant beasts, they would definitely lose their lives. They were not like Ecchi and Jiaro, who was well-equipped and was an evolver to boot. These were just ordinary humans, and getting them to challenge mutant beasts that were more ferocious than them was out of the question. Yue Zhong glanced at Ningyu Ecchi standing beside him, and threw a number of those level 3 skill books to her, at the same time handing her a set of system equipment, saying, "Learn them. After that, put on these." Ningyu Ecchi's performance so far was considered decent, and at this critical juncture, it was better to have an additional subordinate with strength. Yue Zhong had only a handful of people he trusted. Ningyu Ecchi could barely be counted as one of them. Ningyu Ecchi received the few books and the set of equipment, and her eyes immediately brightened up as she smiled at Yue Zhong. "Thank you." With a set of decent equipment and powerful skills, one could go through a total transformation and gain levels to challenge the wilderness. Ecchi and Jiaro had been able to take on higher-level mutant beasts because she'd been supplied with equipment from Yue Zhong. Mu Xiangling eyed the few books that Ningyu Ecchi obtained from Yue Zhong, and could not help herself as she grabbed Yue Zhong's arms and whined, "Gij, you're biased. Xiangling wants them too." Yue Zhong ruffled her hair as he consoled her. "It's not the time now. Let's see how it goes in the future." Mu Xiangling also just pouted a little, but did not hold it against Yue Zhong. After healing his wounds, Yue Zhong pulled out his divine spring tea and took a sip. Although the divine spring tea could not enhance Yue Zhong's spirit further, it could quicken his recovery speed. In the current circumstances, regaining his spirit was definitely important. In the town, as the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had abandoned their posts, there were numerous mutant beasts prowling about. A level 45 violent ape had just grabbed an escaping enhancer and directly swung him harshly against the floor, smashing his brains. 6 mutant civets pounced on one enhancer and directly ripped his throat off, as they begun to chomp on his corpse. A number of mutant lizards came crawling across the various buildings, pouncing as they chased after the human enhancers, directly ripping them apart. A certain burly man who was wielding a huge mace that was way above hundreds of Jin was currently swinging it about like a tornado, defending 7 other people. As long as any of the mutant beasts were unfortunate to get caught by his mace, their bodies would immediately explode from the force of the impact and knocked back. This valiant man was the leader of a small triad called the Great God Triad in Guilin City. His name was Zhang Tu, and he was a strength-based evolver, brave and overbearing in his combat ability. Zhang Tu was slaughtering the mutant beasts as he cursed out loud, "Fuck Dia and all his ancestors! If this daddy can make it back to Gillen City alive, I will fucking slaughter the whole lot of the entire Heavenly Dragon Triad. Due to Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad's betrayal, numerous mutant beasts had made it past their areas, causing chaos amongst the rest. 8 of Zhang Tu's subordinates had also lost their lives. Currently, only Zhang Tu and his 7 other good brothers were alive, and he was filled with hatred and fury towards the 2 great triads. One of his subordinates, whose entire body was covered in blood and had suffered a number of broken bones, looked at Zhang Tu as he gasped out in misery, "Chief, you should escape. Don't care about us. We won't make it. If this goes on, you will die here as well." Zhang Tu bellowed back coarsely, "Enough with the nonsense. Is this daddy the type of person who abandons his brothers?" Zhang Tu had been a butcher prior to the apocalypse. When it happened, he had awakened as an evolver and set up his great god triad with a number of brothers. Although the triad was small, the camaraderie between all the brothers were especially great. Zhang Tu wasn't someone particularly ambitious as well, and he had established the great god triad in a bid to protect himself, as well as his brothers, and he treated them all very well. Hearing those words of Zhang Tu, 2 of the men sighed, as they took up their replica Tang swords, and began to slaughter the mutant beasts that had surrounded them, helping to alleviate some of the pressure on Zhang Tu. Right at this moment, a number of mutant cows had formed a herd, and were rampaging over. Seeing those mutant cows in the middle of their charge, the 7 of them were filled with a sense of despair. "We're finished!" Although Zhang Tu was obscenely strong, to defend against the charge of those mutant cows, it was definitely not feasible. Yet, if he decided to dodge, then the 4 injured brothers behind him would definitely perish. Right at this time, a vigorous body flitted past the herd of mutant cows, as a blade flashed about, and the heads of the mutant cows were instantly sliced apart. Their lifeless bodies slumped to the ground. Zhang Tu saw the dead mutant cows and his heart went cold. "Expert!" The blade continued to dance about, and in just a few breaths, the numerous mutant cows were killed off entirely, and the shadow revealed himself in front of Zhang Tuesday. It was Bai Shaosheng. Zhang Tu gazed at Bai Shaosheng and offered his solemn thanks. "This brother, many thanks. I, Zhang Tu, will never forget your grace." Bai Shaosheng gazed at the small group and replied mildly, "No thanks needed. I'm Bai Shaosheng from the Green Stone Triad. I was assigned by my boss to come gather the experts in the town. You're called Zhang Tu, right? Bring your brothers to the Green Stone Triad's post. There's still hope for your brothers there. Otherwise, they'll definitely die. I'm going to get other people. Smell you later." After which, Bai Shaosheng went off, heading further into town. If there were no women for him to spend his energy on, everything else that Bai Shaosheng did was swift and curt. He was truly suitable to be a powerful expert. One of the soldiers hesitated as he asked Zhang Tu, "What shall we do, Chief? Are we going to go join Yue Zhong?" Zhang Tu did not hesitate, as he swung down his mace, saying with determination, "Go! Of course we're going. Even if Yue Zhong wants our great god triad, it isn't an issue. As long as every one of us stay alive, that's more than enough." Zhang Tu had swiftly made his decision and immediately brought his brothers towards the direction of Yue Zhong's Green Stone Triad. When Bai Shaosheng entered the town, he continually saved various enhancers and advised them to gather at Green Stone Triad's location. When those enhancers who were running around like headless chickens heard that Yue Zhong and the Green Stone Triad were still holding the fort, they began killing their way towards them. There were a total of 3,000 enhancers who had decent combat strength and were experts in their own right, but without a facilitator, a lone person's strength could not possibly match up against the mutant beast horde. If Yue Zhong was to fight the mutant beasts himself, he would also not be able to hold on for long. When those experts began to pour into Yue Zhong's sight, he organized them, setting the injured and those who had expended their stamina to rest temporarily, while those who still had fight left in them were deployed to the front lines to face the mutant beasts. With the participation of those experts, under Yue Zhong's command, the battle became more controlled. Some of the experts with the ground manipulation skill caused a few earthen walls to be erected, blocking the paths of the numerous smaller mutant beasts. Those with control of ice blanketed parts of the surrounding area with ice, which affected the agile-type mutant beasts, leaving them vulnerable and open to slaughter. While commanding them, Yue Zhong focused on changing and maintaining the terrain. The other experts had done it differently, trying to make use of the skills to kill the monsters. Any large mutant beasts that could threaten the terrain around the site were disposed of by Hui and a small team of evolvers. The smaller mutant beasts were not strong enough to affect the grounds. The once seemingly endless horde were finally beginning to be held off under Yue Zhong's command of the experts, as well as the strengthening of the defenses. Just when Yue Zhong was about to take a breather, Kaishan came to Yue Zhong with a strange look on his face. "Boss! The Scarlet Phoenix Triad had just arrived." When Yue Zhong heard that, he frowned. "They're here." Of the 4 great triads in Qidian City, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had chosen to abandon their posts and retreated into town. Now that the Scarlet Phoenix Triad had joined his side, Yue Zhong wasn't sure if it was going to be a good or bad thing. After all, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad was still one of the Big Fours, and had the qualifications to vie for leadership. Yue Zhong mulled for a while, before heading to the direction. "Let's go! Bring me to see Ding Lei." Yue Zhong came to the place they were at, and saw 100 of the Scarlet Phoenix members. Currently all of them were covered in fresh blood, many of them with heavy wounds. They were gasping for breath, and looked extremely miserable. The Scarlet Phoenix had brought 200 over members of their core group on this hunt. But even before the Type 3 mutant beast had made its appearance, they had lost over 100 of their sisters, their losses unbearable. Their preparations weren't as comprehensive as Yue Zhong, and they didn't have the aid of a Type 2 mutant beast like Yue Zhong had with Lightning and its little brothers. When the Heavenly Dragon Triad and the Green Bamboo Gang had abandoned their post, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were swamped from all directions, and after a long battle, they were only left with 100 of their members. The rest had died in battle. Ding Lei walked up to Yue Zhong and immediately said, "Yue Zhong, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad is willing to listen to your command. However, please let my sisters rest a while. I hope the injured can get treatment." Yue Zhong saw the Ding Lei was straightforward, and he immediately nodded and gave an order. "Good, Chief Ding. Please bring some of your troops to support the front lines, to let them rest. Sisters, come with me." Ding Lei glanced at Yue Zhong once, before calling out to 30 of her female experts. Very quickly, Ding Lei brought her subordinates to the front lines, as they tagged out the exhausted soldiers. In a part of the town, as most of the enhancers had congregated at Yue Zhong's site, a large number of mutant beasts were currently circling the Heavenly Dragon Triad, slaughtering them by the numbers. "Ah!" A soldier of the Heavenly Dragon Triad bellowed, as he slashed a mutant monkey with a blade. In the next moment, a mutant violent ape leapt out and viciously pummeled that same soldier, causing his head to explode. A mutant civet had pounced on the body of another Heavenly Dragon Triad member, crushing his windpipe in between its jaws and sharp teeth. As its teeth sank in and fresh blood splattered onto the mutant civet, it began to obtain an even more horrifying look. "What do we do?" Song Ecchi. Dia saw his subordinates dying one by one as he questioned in exasperation. Song Ecchi surveyed the surroundings, as he lowered his voice and told Dia, "Boss, with the situation now, retreat is the only option. As long as you're still alive, we can still make a comeback. We should quickly leave now." Dia's face turned grim. "What? You want me to leave the brothers behind and leave on my own?" Song Ecchi made his point passionately. "Boss, if you don't leave now, there won't be a chance later on. You are the chief of our Heavenly Dragon Triad. Without you, the Heavenly Dragon Triad is nothing. The rest can die, but you can't die. For the sake of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, you must live on." Chapter 418, The Warriors Come to Submit. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Dia's eyes flashed with agony, as he patted Song Ecchi's shoulder. "Fine. For the Heavenly Dragon Triad, I can only retreat with shame. Even in troubled times, the loyal subject still stands by his king. Song Ecchi, I will never forget your loyalty." Upon returning to Qidian City, I will confer upon you the title of an elder. Song Xian's expression was one of delight. Thanks, boss. Dia glanced at the members of his heavenly dragon triad who were fighting with their lives on the line, and he abandoned them as he charged towards a corner of the mutant beast horde. For the escape this time, Dia finally exhibited his true prowess befitting of his status as chief of the heavenly dragon triad. There were 6 pure steel circular sawtooths floating about him, and as long as any mutant beast got close to him, they would immediately be sliced and diced by those serrated blades. The few trusted aides by Dia's side also unleashed all their strongest techniques and abilities to assault the mutant beast horde. All of a sudden, a huge shadow appeared behind the number of experts, and a huge coarse tongue swept by, dragging one of the trusted aides into its mouth. Dia glanced at the huge beast, and his face fell. He turned around and pushed his speed to the limit, quickly disappearing into a patch of forest. That huge beast did not stop jumping about, its tongue continuously sweeping those unfortunate, heavenly dragon experts into its mouth as it gobbled them up. Other than a few experts who managed to escape, the rest were swallowed entirely by that extremely huge beast. After the beast had swallowed them, it seemed to have no interest towards Dia and the rest who escaped, as it made its way towards the town. The chief has escaped. Damn it. Dia, that bastard. He actually abandoned us. I knew he was unreliable. Fucker. Quite rapidly, the news that Dia had brought a number of his trusted aides to escape was made known to the rest of the Heavenly Dragon Triad members, and they were immediately filled with fury and anger as they cursed out loud. The remaining 4 evolvers had swiftly gathered to discuss their options. When they had retreated into the town earlier, one of them had died surrounded by mutant beasts, and they were the only 4 evolvers left of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. One of the man, who was skinny and had fairly dark skin, with hands full of calluses, looked at another who had decent features, and looked extremely outstanding as he asked, "What do we do?" Xia Mingda. Xia Mingda's eyes flashed with a chill light. That Dia was callous, so he can't blame us for being heartless. Wretch, I want to bring the brothers to go join Yue Zhong. What about you guys? One of the evolvers, Huang Hong, a 20-something young man with blonde hair and multiple piercings, complete with the look of a hooligan, asked worriedly, "Yue Zhong, what if he treats us like cannon fodder?" The Heavenly Dragon Triad had constantly used the smaller triads as cannon fodder before. That was why Huang Hong was fearful. One of them, Sun Ming, a middle-aged man who was bald and burly, his face bearing a white tiger tattoo, replied solemnly, "I'm in favor of joining Yue Zhong. We don't have too much time to consider. If we drag on, our brothers will die." The Heavenly Dragon had also brought over 300 people on the hunting mission this time, but after a cruel battle, they were only left with about 100 of them. Sun Ming's words caused everyone to quieten down. Sun Ming surveyed the surroundings and directly smacked the floor, saying, "All right, things are going to get worse. Let's go join Yue Zhong now." The other 3 evolvers had no further opinions, and they immediately brought the rest of their men as they slaughtered their way towards Yue Zhong's direction. After paying the price of another 20 lives of their subordinates, the remaining warriors finally arrived at Yue Zhong's area. Xia Mingde and the rest neared the site, and they immediately sought Yue Zhong out. Amazing! Dia truly cannot compare to Yue Zhong. Along the way, Xia Mingde saw the various fortifications Yue Zhong had set up, and seeing the closely packed defenses that were efficient against the smaller mutant beasts, the whole lot of them marveled at Yue Zhong's tactics. Upon catching sight of Yue Zhong, Xia Mingde immediately stepped forwards. "Boss Yu, I'm Xia Mingde from the Heavenly Dragon Triad. These here are Zhang Wei, Huang Hong, and Sun Ming. We're all evolvers, and have decided to join Boss Yu in these dire times. We hope that you can accept us." Yue Zhong chuckled and replied, "Good! Since you have brought your troops here to join me, I won't neglect you guys as well. Since you were elders back at the Heavenly Dragon Triad, you can become hall leaders, and your subordinate are still yours to lead. If it was Yue Zhong who brought his men to conquer the opposing party, he would definitely bring reforms to the entire faction. However, since Xia Mingde and the rest had taken the initiative to join him, he had to leave them with some benefits. Otherwise, who would be willing to throw their lot in with him? Furthermore, It was a situation that required careful treading, and if Yue Zhong insisted on reorganizing them, it would just cause more problems, and the men would be unwilling to fight with everything they've got. Hence, Yue Zhong decided to leave their troops alone. Many thanks, boss Yue. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, the four of them became reassured. Yue Zhong then directly gave the order, Xiaming De, Zhang Wei, you go and assist Larman to go swap out Ding Lei and the rest. Huang Heng, Sun Ming, go bring your men and rest first. Yes, boss Yue. Hearing that they were fighting alongside Yue Zhong's direct subordinate Larman, they were at ease. After all, Yue Zhong could not possibly be sending his own men to be cannon fodder. Yue Zhong's current group was like a gemstone that attracted the remaining enhancers in town to join. Soon, the group had swelled to about 1,000 in size. With a decent-sized fighting force and under his commands, the defense post was becoming steadier gradually, and there were signs of expansion. With the flash of a blade, an agile Type 2 mutant civet's head was chopped off as it landed on the floor. With a 2M long green greatsword Qin Yun's sword in her hands, she appeared beside the corpse and picked up the equipment and survivor coins. Go die! Ha ha! Hu Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed out maniacally, using all his strength as he swung his sword about, causing the head of a Type 2 red-faced monkey to be sent flying. Chapter 419, Type 3 Mutant Green Jiao Python. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Level 65 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Poisonous Toad. Level 67 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Violent Ape. Level 63 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Green Jiao Python. Level 66 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Pangolin. Yue Zhong swept a look across all four Type 2 mutant beasts, and was immediately notified of their information in his mind. Just as Yue Zhong was calculating how to deal with those mutant beasts, all of a sudden, the Type 3 Green Jiao Python opened its huge jaws and spat out a huge green mist, which shot towards Yue Zhong's location from 2 kilometers away. Damn it! Yue Zhong's expression changed immediately as he waved his hands, causing a ferocious tornado of fire to shoot towards the poisonous cloud. The green cloud of poisonous gas was enveloped entirely by the fire tornado from Yue Zhong, before they turned to vapor and disintegrated into the air. Pooh! In the vicinity of that vapor, for enhancers of above level 30 suddenly turned black in their faces, as they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and twitched as they fell to the ground, before dying. Just that little contact with the vapor had caused the instantaneous death of 4 enhancers of above level 30. It could be seen how terrifying that poison mist of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python was. What was more terrifying was that the must had been sent from 2 kilometers away. This single ranged attack from that gargantuan Type 3 mutant beast was just too fearsome. With that spit of poison mist as a signal, the remaining thousands of mutant beasts immediately launched into a frenzy assault on the defense site. Fuck! Bai Xiao Sheng, Hu Yi, In Kai Shan, Xia Mingde, Xian Jiao. Follow me. Yue Zhong saw the numerous mutant beasts charging over, and his face fell before calling for the experts near him. These 5 were the closest as well as strongest experts, and in fact there was Ding Lei near him as well, but Yue Zhong had no way of issuing a command to her. After all, there was no master-servant contract between the two of them. Following Yue Zhong's orders, the 5 who he called immediately fell in behind him as they rushed towards the front. Xian Jiao's growth during the night had been the most rapid. After killing a large number of high-leveled mutant beasts, her enhancement level had reached 28. As an agility-based evolver, coupled with the fact that she was equipped with an entire set of system equipment, she had the strength of a level 40 enhancer. In front of Yue Zhong, White Bones had shot forwards like an arrow, flitting about with its bone blades, slaughtering any mutant beasts that got in the way, clearing a path for Yue Zhong towards the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. On the other side, Yue Zhong had also commanded Lightning to bring its remaining 500-plus little brothers to engage the rest of the mutant beasts. This was also a bid to keep the path clear for Yue Zhong. While Yue Zhong's spirit was truly high, if he were to have a battle of attrition against the Type 3 mutant beast, he would definitely lose and die. Hence he needed to ensure that he had a straight shot for the kill before his spirit is depleted entirely. Otherwise, the moment the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python shot that poison mist again, everyone would die without a chance. Right at this time, the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python opened its jaws again and shot out 2 consecutive globs of poison, one aimed at the town, the other aimed at the pack of mutant leopard cats led by lightning. Yue Zhong's face fell, and he waved his hands, shooting a terrifying ball of fire at one of the poison globs, instantly incinerating it and turning the glob into vapor. The other poisonous glob landed amongst the pack of mutant leopard cats, and the poison mist spread out instantly, enveloping an area half the size of a football field. Within the poisonous mist, 30 mutant leopard cats and other mutant beasts that were tangled with them instantly melted into puddles. Wherever the mist spread, as long as one was touched by it, the mutant beast would immediately turn black before slumping to the ground as its body corroded away. Fucking dangerous poison! Yue Zhong's heart was truly unsettled. If that poison glob was to land on the town, it would immediately cause everyone to collapse. It was even more terrifying than any biological weapon known to man. Pong! Just as the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python was preparing to shoot another ball of poison, a shot rang out from the distance, as a sniper bullet landed explosively on the eye of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. The sniper bullet that could punch a hole in an armored truck simple bounced off the layer of crystal eyelid over the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python's eyes. While it did not actually injure the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python, it served to enrage it, and while the layer of crystal was not penetrated, it was dented inwards. As one could imagine, it did cause some pain. It turned to look towards a patch of the forest, and after locking on to the position of the sniper, it spat out a glob of poison towards him. When the poison glob landed, it immediately enveloped that patch of forest, including that sniper, leaving only behind a sizzling mess and horrid stench. In that little time, Yue Zhong and his team had already gotten within 200 m of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. The 4 Type 2 mutant beasts beside the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python immediately charged over. Other than the 4 Type 2 mutant beasts, there were 2 other Type 2 mutant beasts also charging over, and they were a previously hidden Type 2 tree chameleon and a Type 2 boa constrictor. The Type 2 mutant boa constrictor was a 1m long poisonous snake, with a speed that was just slightly slower than lightning, which was way beyond most of its kind. Just as the Type 2 mutant boa constrictor got to within 50 m of Yue Zhong, Xian Jiaro activated her skill, Divine Speed. Immediately, she burst forth with a speed that was above even by Xiao Shang, brandishing a dark magic blade. She disappeared to the naked eye while with a flash and in a single slash of a blade, she had chopped the Type 2 mutant boa constrictor in 2. However, after that single slash, Xian Jiaro reappeared, her complexion pale and breathing ragged. Her stamina was still lacking, and since the divine skill was maintained by the amount of stamina she had, if she had no means of killing the enemy for sure, she would not be able to channel the skill for long. After killing that Type 2 mutant boa constrictor, Xian Jiaro had leapt to level 31, entering the stages of most experts. The mutant tree chameleon had just gotten close to White Bones, when it was met with a sharp bone spike that exploded out from White Bone's body, piercing its brain before it started rotating rapidly, turning the brain into mush. The Type 2 mutant poisonous toad could feel that Yue Zhong's party was not going to be easy to handle, and had opened its mouth at the first instant, shooting a huge ball of mucus to envelope them. It was the innate ability of the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad, and it possessed properties that could paralyze humans. The moment a person was caught in it, they would faint at the first instant. It was a Type 2 mutant beast that few could stand up against. "Boss, I'll deal with this fellow." In Kai Shan's eyes flashed with a cold light, as he took a step forwards, swinging his arms forwards, and a huge block of ice was immediately condensed in front of him, blocking the ball of mucus. Bai Xiao Shang roared with laughter, and in a flash, appeared beside the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad with his black tooth blade slashing down viciously at its body, saying, "You alone won't be enough. I'll help you out." When his blade landed, he felt a slippery feeling from the ends of the blade, as the black tooth blade followed the contours of the body and slid away. At almost the same time, one of the boils on the skin of the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad burst open, releasing a poisonous mist that started to spread. Bai Xiao Shang could not defend against that sudden turn of events, and immediately fainted when he whiffed in the poison gas, slumping to the ground. He was, after all, an agility-based evolver, and had no way of defending against a poison attack. At this time, the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad shot its tongue out to grab by Xiaosheng. "Beast! Go to hell!" Hui bellowed as he became one with his blade, and a huge blade beam that seemed to reach the moon and chase the stars came slashing down brightly onto the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad, directly decapitating it. Not only did Hui become a strength-based evolver, but his blade technique had even evolved to the second-order blade technique specialization, and he could utilize his own strength to produce an unparalleled blade chi. The strength of his blade chi was directly related to his strength, as well as the expended stamina and spirit. Right at this moment, the smaller-sized Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python came slithering over. White Bones immediately shot a bone spike towards the head of it. The Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python opened up its mouth to shoot a ball of poison gas back at the income bone spike. The moment the bone spike entered the range of the poisonous mist, it began to emit some fizzing sounds as boils started to appear on the surface of the bone, before it corroded into a pile of brittle bones. The demonic fiery eyes of White Bones flashed, and it retreated a few steps, turning around to deal with the other two Type 2 mutant beasts. The corrosive poison of the Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python was the perfect counter to White Bones, and if White Bones was to continue fighting it, it would only be dragging its loss, hence it had immediately switched targets. Yue Zhong eyed the Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python, his eyes flashing coldly, and he condensed a devil flame spear, before tossing it with all his strength, sending it towards the head of the Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python. The Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python responded by opening its huge mouth and shooting poisonous spit at the incoming devil flame spear. When the green poison landed on the devil flame spear, it sizzled up before evaporating, while the devil flame spear continued whistling through the air and pierced the head of the Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python, incinerating the brain into uselessness. Yue Zhong had just killed the Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python, but had no time to breathe as the Type 2 mutant violent ape that was built like a small mountain came at him in his moment of killing, while swinging its fist explosively towards Yue Zhong. Chapter 420 Fighting the Green Jiao Python. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The fist of the Type 2 mutant violent ape was huge, yet its speed was not slow, and it brought along a tremendous force, capable of even turning an armored car into scrap metal. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps and dodged to the right, evading that fearsome punch from the Type 2 violent ape. "Boss, I'll help!" Xia Mingde saw this and bellowed out in fury, waving his dark magic blade as he slashed towards the Type 2 violent ape. Xia Mingde was a strength-based evolver with the level 3 blade technique specialization, and his blade swings were extremely deadly. Coupled with the usage of the dark magic blade, he could easily slaughter any weaker Type 2 mutant beast. The Type 2 violent ape roared in anger, as it unleashed another terrifying punch towards Xia Mingde, landing heavily on the dark magic blade. The blow knocked the dark magic blade aside and caused Xia Mingde to be sent flying back towards a tree violently, smashing into a sloppy meat pulp. In the end, even a strength-based evolver had no way of contending against a top-tier Type 2 mutant beast in terms of strength, and the only merit from Xia Mingde's efforts was that he left a blade wound on the hand of the Type 2 violent ape, as a thin line of fresh blood flowed from the wound. Each and every Type 2 mutant beast had their own strengths and abilities, and could not be underestimated. If caught off guard, even someone as strong as Yue Zhong would be easily annihilated. After killing Xia Mingde explosively, the glint in the Type 2 violent ape's eyes turned even more violent, as it pounced towards Yue Zhong. On the other side, the Type 2 mutant pangolin was also charging at Yue Zhong like a tank. Even the head of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python had swiveled to look towards Yue Zhong with its cold vertical eyes. Facing the combined assault of the two Type 2 mutant beasts, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and pushed his Shadow Steps ability to the limit, dashing towards the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. If he allowed the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python to unleash its devastating attacks, everyone that Yue Zhong had brought would die without a doubt. The two Type 2 mutant beasts were currently going to attack Yue Zhong, when all of a sudden, a layer of slippery ice condensed on the ground. The Type 2 violent ape was caught unprepared as it stepped on the slippery ice, causing it to heavily fall, smashing a huge rock by the side of the road into smithereens. The Type 2 mutant pangolin, on the other hand, had reacted immediately, extending its sharp claws as it grabbed the ground, maintaining its stability. However, as a result, its speed slowed down considerably. Hui walked towards Kai Shan with a huge stride as he laughed. Beautifully done, dead face. Kai Shan was constantly unemotive, and thus when Hui had met him, he had immediately assigned a nickname to him. Kai Shan frowned as he muttered, "Hui, I'm called Kai Shan, not Deadface." Hui roared with laughter. "Ha! I can still kill one more, after which I'll be spent. The remaining one will be left to you." Kai Shan replied solemnly, "Then go get rid of that Type 2 mutant pangolin." "Fine." Hui's eyes danced as he shot forward, and again became one with the blade. An unparalleled blade beam came slashing down on the Type 2 mutant pangolin. That tremendous blade beam instantly sliced through the tough carapace of the Type 2 mutant pangolin, splitting in two, as its innards and blood splattered out, dyeing Hui's body red. The moment he disposed of the Type 2 mutant pangolin, Hui's complexion turned extremely pale, and he started to breath raggedly, before pulling his blade out and retreating. He was currently extremely weak, and had expended all he had. Even a normal mutant beast would be able to wipe him out easily. Yue Zhong continued to rush towards the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, as he swapped to a PF-98 swiftly. Grilled it out, he immediately began aiming at it and firing. With a flash, the rocket landed on the gargantuan body of the Type 3 green Jiao Python and exploded. With that explosion, fresh blood splattered as scales flew apart. Unfortunately, the rocket had actually only caused a fist-sized hole in the side of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. Seeing this, Yue Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying defense! If it was an ordinary Type 2 mutant beast, that single attack from Yue Zhong could cause the body to be blasted in two. However, all it did for the Type 3 mutant beast was cause a small fist-sized bloody wound. It was obvious that the defense of the Type 3 mutant beast was much tougher than that of a Type 2 mutant beast. Of course, when the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python received that rocket from Yue Zhong, it emitted a roar of pain that sounded like a tiger or leopard. At the same time, it opened its huge jaws and activated its innate ability, spitting out a huge green ball of poisonous mist that enveloped itself. Yue Zhong then pulled out another PF-98 and fired at the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. This time, when the rocket had just arrived near the body of the green Jiao Python, it was almost instantly disintegrated due to the strong corrosive poison mist, dissolving into a puddle. The Type 3 green Jiao Python shot Yue Zhong a look as its body started moving. When it moved, its speed was extremely fast, even quicker than that of lightning, which was an agile type beast, and in just a few breaths, it had reached in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed as he instantly activated a layer of devil flame around him, and when the poison mist around the green Jiao Python came in contact with Yue Zhong's devil flame, it began to sizzle and turn into wisps of vapor. If it wasn't for the protection of the devil flame, Yue Zhong would have instantly been dissolved. The degree of poison belonging to the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python seemed to totally overcome any close combat enhancers. Without ample protection against the highly corrosive poison, one would be guaranteed to dissolve the moment one got too close. Yue Zhong then activated his body-encompassing armor, as white bones turned into a black orb of light and formed a black carapace that seemingly shined with a metallic luster. The Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python opened its huge jaws and bit down towards Yue Zhong at a lightning speed. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps, and his speed reached 15 times that of an ordinary person, and while it was not comparable to the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, it gave him leeway to react. Just as the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python started to bite down, two sharp bone spikes shot out from Yue Zhong's leg that was covered with the body-encompassing armor, propelling him upwards into the skies. The Type 3 green Jiao Python took a bite out of Yue Zhong's original position, instantly crushing the two bone spikes. Yue Zhong shot out into dust. If Yue Zhong had been just a little slower, he would have been crushed into bits. The moment the bone spikes were destroyed, Yue Zhong took the chance to leap onto the head of the Type 3 green Jiao Python. However, just as he had gotten on its back, the beast shook its head wildly, and a huge force transmitted, coupled with the layer of slippery mucus on the beast's body, flinging Yue Zhong away by tens of meters. Yue Zhong's pupils narrowed, as the devil flame in his right hand danced, and the long, all-conquering devil flame spear appeared. He tossed it out strongly, and the devil flame spear shot towards the Type 3 green Jiao Python extremely fast, breaking the sound barrier. The Type 3 green Jiao Python's eyes widened, and it opened its huge jaws to counter the devil flame spear by spitting a dense green glob of poison at it. Poison vapor rose to the skies, before the devil flame spear penetrated that huge ball of poison, reaching the Type 3 green Jiao Python. Although the ball of poison had not managed to stop the devil flame spear entirely, it had worn down the strength of it, and the remaining power behind the devil flame spear was not enough to threaten the Type 3 green Jiao Python. Once it had disrupted Yue Zhong's attack, the Type 3 green Jiao Python opened its jaws again and started firing balls of poison at a rate of 1 per second, continuously shooting them at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's body flitted about in a bid to dodge those rapid-fire balls of poison. As those poisonous balls landed on the ground, they started to corrode the ground, leaving multiple holes. The might of those poisonous balls was enough to engulf an area that neared half of a football field, and under the continuous firing of poison spit, the entire area was now covered with a dense green poisonous fog, and all living things within the area had already been dissolved into puddles. If those poison balls had been fired on the site where Yue Zhong and his men were defending, it was definitely more than enough to completely wipe out the hundreds of experts. Yue Zhong flitted about, dodging continuously like a specter, and the devil flame covering his body burned away any poison fog that neared him. Wisps of poisonous vapor sizzled towards the skies. Damn it! What an annoying beast! As Yue Zhong evaded, his heart was crying bitterly. This Type 3 green Jiao Python truly possessed formidable combat strength, and was forcing all his trump cards. Even then, he lacked the confidence for victory. I'll have to bet it all, otherwise we're going to die here. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a resolute glint, and he held his breath, then started to rush towards the Type 3 green Jiao Python. In order to defend against the assault of the poisonous fog, he had to expend a huge amount of spirit to maintain the devil flame around himself. If this went on, he could defend against the poisonous fog for a limited time only, as after his spirit was expended fully, he would lose his defense as well. In just 3 seconds, Yue Zhong had managed to rush to the front of the Type 3 green Jiao Python, the devil flame dancing in his hands. He expended another 60 spirit and 20 stamina to condense a 2m long devil flame sword. This was, by now, the most that he could afford already. Yue Zhong had just reached the body of the Type 3 green Jiao Python, when its eyes flashed fiercely, and bit out towards Yue Zhong in a vicious manner. Yue Zhong caused a few bone spikes to shoot out from his right side, pushing him away by 6m, and the jaws of the Type 3 green Jiao Python landed on empty ground, causing a few cracks to appear in the surroundings. Yue Zhong then quickly propelled himself towards the head of the Type 3 green Jiao Python, before he used the devil flame sword to viciously strike at and puncture the eyes of the enormous beast. The blazing hot devil flame sword penetrated the eye, causing the mucus near the eyes to be burnt into nothing, and the might of the devil flame exploded out, instantly burning the insides of the eye. The beast let out an earth-shaking roar of pain, and thrashed about with its strength, instantly knocking against Yue Zhong's body. Yue Zhong felt like he was struck by a train as he was instantly knocked back dozens of meters, and even with his layers of protection and defense, he could feel almost 20 of his bones snapping, his internal organs shaken, as he spat out a huge amount of fresh blood. When he landed, his body felt like breaking apart, his head dizzy, and the degree of pain almost unbearable to the point where one would wish for death. He coughed out once, and another huge mouthful of blood came rushing out. His condition was truly terrible. This was under the fact that Yue Zhong was partly an endurance evolver. Naturally, he had large amounts of endurance. If it was an ordinary person, even if he were to don everything Yue Zhong had on, that single blow from the Type 3 green Jiao Python was enough to shatter the insides of the person. Thankfully, Yue Zhong's body was sturdy enough, hence he managed to survive the blow. Barely. Yue Zhong gritted his teeth as he tolerated the pain, taking a look at the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. only to discover that the devil flame was currently burning the right eye of the Type 3 green Jiao python. As it writhed about in pain, however, with the enveloping mist of poison, the devil flame was diminishing slowly. If this continued on, the beast would definitely be able to recover. No, I can't go down like this. I need to get rid of that piece of shit. Yue Zhong sucked in a deep breath, swallowing a life-saving grass, and directly threw a Type 2 mutant beast blood essence into his mouth. With a thought, 2 spikes shot out from behind him, propelling his body towards the Type 3 green Jiao python. While the blood essence of a Type 2 mutant beast had no more enhancing effect on Yue Zhong's vitality, it provided a huge boost in terms of his recovery. The moment the Type 2 mutant beast blood essence entered his body, it diffused and started nourishing his body. At the same time, his level 4 regeneration skill kicked in, helping in the rapid repairing of his body. This enabled him to regain his mobility even after suffering several broken bones. When Yue Zhong reached the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, he pulled out his stinger and aimed at the right eye of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, firing 6 consecutive shots. The fearsome stinger bullets penetrated the wounded right eye of the beast, forcefully entering its body before exploding, causing a number of the nerves to be destroyed as a result. By this time, the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python had become thoroughly enraged and started twisting its massive body, spitting out poisonous balls rapidly in all directions as part of its rampage. Facing the enraged Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, Yue Zhong could only use guerrilla tactics such as dodge and hide. As the spittles of venom shot out in all manner of directions, the moment it landed on any living thing, be it human or mutant beast, the unlucky victim would immediately be corroded and dissolved. After spitting out more than 100 balls of poison, the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python became sluggish. After all, using its innate ability with such disregard would be tiring to even a Type 3 mutant beast. Upon seeing that the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python was becoming sluggish, he propelled himself by extending a bone spike, before leaping onto the head of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python. He used his right hand to shoot for extremely sharp spikes which formed a drill-like shape as they pierced the wound, and began to spin rapidly. Chapter 421, Promotion, Level 60. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The large drill started to spin rapidly as it made its way towards the brains of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python. Soon after, the brain was pierced and the drill continued to spin rapidly, blending the internal brain matter into mush. No matter how strong the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python was, with its brain destroyed, it was done for. In its death throes, it tried to fling Yue Zhong, sending him flying, before it shuddered a while, and then finally slumped to the ground. When Yue Zhong was sent flying by the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, his body also trembled nonstop, his internal organs suffering from pain. He gritted his teeth forcefully, sending 2 spikes out from his back, supporting him and preventing him from landing harshly. Congratulations on achieving level 58. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 59. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 60. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 60. You have gained 1 skill point to be allocated. With the death of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, Yue Zhong had immediately leapt 3 levels, becoming a level 60 enhancer. The notifications sounded one after another in his mind. Yue Zhong thought for a while before allocating all the points to his agility, at the same time, strengthening his Devil Flame to +4. Level 3 skill Devil Flame, +4. Its power is now stronger than the prior enhancement by 5 times. After Yue Zhong's Devil Flame was enhanced, its power was truly raised by a huge margin. However, it had not yet reached the level of a second-order skill. A second-order skill was the next threshold, and its might would definitely surpass that of a normal first-order skill. Ever since White Bones had evolved to its Dark Skeleton stage, it could single-handedly deal with any elite soldier, and killing even the weaker Type 2 mutant beasts like nothing. That was how powerful a second-order skill was. Yue Zhong was intending to raise his Devil Flame to its second-order stage as quickly as possible, That way he would have something that could deal with the defense of a Type 3 mutant beast. Yue Zhong looked towards the corpse of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python and discovered a green treasure box as well as 300 survivor coins. I wonder what precious treasures would be dropped? Yue Zhong bent down to pick up the green treasure box and opened it, as a green radiant line shone out, and a green cloak appeared in his hands. Level 5 treasure, green Jiao cape. By wrapping it around one's body, they can completely protect against even the incoming attack of a 37mm cannon. Upon equipping, agility plus 12. Accompanying skill, summon green Jiao spirit. Skill description. When using the skill, a green Jiao spirit with the combat ability rivaling that of a Type 2 green Jiao python will appear to battle alongside user. Ability duration 1 hour. Cooldown 24 hours. Yue Zhong donned the cape, and his agility got raised by another 12 points. By this time, his agility had reached 135 points. Many of the lower-leveled agility-based evolvers could not match his speed at all. Yue Zhong glanced at the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python's corpse, and deactivated the bone-encompassing armor. He then issued an order to White Bones. Go retrieve its blood essence and nuclei for me. To any ordinary enhancer, the thing that was most beneficial to them would be the blood essence of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python. The blood essence could raise their body constitution, and while it did not help the combat stats, it was still extremely important. After all, of the 6 major attributes, there was not one that was useless. When it received the order, White Bones immediately burrowed into the corpse of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, retrieving the necessary items and handing them to Yue Zhong. The moment he killed that green Jiao python, the rest of the horde started to lose all signs of their order, many of the bigger ones immediately gobbling up the weaker ones. Even more started to escape in all directions. Even the Type 2 violent ape that was clashing against Ding Kaishan suddenly left him alone and started to run towards the mountain range. These Type 2 mutant beasts had developed some sort of sixth sense, and would retreat the moment things seemed bad. We won. We're alive. Thank God. We're alive. When all the experts who were beyond exhausted saw this, their hearts began to relax, and at the next moment, people began to whoop in delight and excitement. This time, when the mutant beast horde had swarmed them, their numbers were nearing in the 800,000s. It was a force that was almost 20 times larger than the humans, and if it wasn't for the chaos in between the different races or their leaders being killed before the horde collapsed, the town of humans would definitely have been killed. Many of them were already prepared to die, and when the ending came and they were still alive, they could not help but cheer in relief. Some of them had literally fainted on the ground the moment they saw the mutant beasts dispersing. They had been at battle for so long, and had pushed themselves beyond the limits of their stamina and spirit. Long live Boss Yu! Boss Yu, you're awesome! Not long after, Yue Zhong, Hu Yi and the rest slowly appeared at the town entrance. All the surviving experts immediately erupted in a earth-shaking cheer when they saw them. Passionate and thankful gazes fell on them. Against the beast horde, if it wasn't for Yue Zhong's superb command of the situation, as well as his courage and bravery, even taking care of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao python, no one in the town would have been left alive. This was truly a heartfelt appreciation from every expert present. Amidst the cheers, the upper echelons of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad had a complicated look as they gazed at the party. One of the Scarlet Phoenix elders, Lu Ling, whispered to Ding Lai, "Boss, now is the time where he's at his weakest. Shall we take him out?" Anyone could see that Yue Zhong's party had been through a grueling battle, and were at their limits. It was truly their weakest condition. The Scarlet Phoenix Triad had managed to establish themselves in Guilin City precisely because they were not some merciful or kind people. Taking advantage when their opponents were weak had been a normal occurrence in their manner of handling things. Ding Lei gazed at the party for a long while, before shaking and saying, "No, if we act now, we might not be able to kill him. If we can't get a sure kill, we will suffer from his retaliation." As the cheers went on, Yue Zhong went back to his own site and began to rest, after fighting in so many life and death battles consecutively. He was also feeling extremely exhausted, instantly falling asleep when he laid down. The rest of the experts also left for their own places within the town to rest. As for the 200-plus ordinary soldiers that Yue Zhong had brought specifically to help construct defenses, under Larman's command, they began to sweep up all the corpses of the Type 2 mutant beasts, the other higher-level mutant beasts, and kept watch over them, including the Type 3 mutant beast corpse. These were, after all, valuable treasures. On the second day, when most of the experts had just woken up, they were summoned by Yue Zhong to the main square. In the open square of the town, the human experts gathered one by one. Over 3,000 people had come on the hunt for the Type 3 mutant beast. As of now, only 900 of them remained. The rest of the 2,000-plus people had died at the jaws of the mutant beast horde. However, for the surviving experts, almost every one of them gained a huge increase in their combat abilities. Zhang Tu also brought the rest of the Great God Triad towards the square and found a spot to sit down. "Where's the Scarlet Phoenix Triad?" Zhang Tu swept his gaze left and right, but did not discover them, and he started to feel uneasy in his heart. Right at this time, a chief of the Divine Dragon Triad, Zhang Ji Hao, whose looks were insignificant, came up to Zhang Tu and said, "Old Zhang, seems like something's off." Looking at the crowd, "Don't tell me Boss Yu wants to absorb all of us." While this Divine Dragon Triad sounded extremely valiant, and could be confused with the Heavenly Dragon Triad, in truth they were comprised of 7 core members who were good brothers as well as a few other outer members. The chief, Zhang Ji Hao, had a SOSO strength, and his enhancement level was 33. However, his character was smooth and he had a lot of connections and he had some form of bonds with Zhang Tu. Zhang Tu eyed Zhang Ji Hao and spoke solemnly. "Yesterday it was all due to Boss Yu, that we're all alive now. If Boss Yu wants to take all of us in, then there's nothing wrong with it. Just treat it that we're giving our lives to him." Zhang Ji Hao's expression turned frigid as he replied, "Bro Zhang, yes, it's true that he saved us. But our businesses had been based on our own efforts. If he wants to take them all, isn't that inappropriate?" When Zhang Tu heard those words, he also could not help but turn silent. Modern society was like this, even though Zhang Tu was grateful to Yue Zhong for saving their lives. But the thought of handing over his business, even Zhang Tu felt a little reluctant. In the square, the majority of the people began to engage in discussion, guessing Yue Zhong's motives for gathering them here. At this time, Yue Zhong strode onto the stage in the middle. Behind Yue Zhong, there was Xian Jiaro and Ningyu Xian. On his sides, there were 2 neat rows of soldiers who had an extremely intimidating aura. Yue Zhong sat down, sweeping his glance across the entire square, before opening his mouth. "Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss something important." Yue Zhong glanced around a little after pausing, then continued. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad went back on their words, abandoning their posts at a crucial time. This is a heinous crime. I've decided that when I head back to Guilin City, I will exterminate them according to the agreement. However, while the Greenstone Triad has that wish, we may not have the strength. So I hope that all of you here will help me. Yue Zhong, out. That's natural. The Heavenly Dragon Triad. Green Bamboo Triad. Those bastards. Kill them. Boss Yu. I, Zhang Ji Hao, will definitely support you. Destroy them. Kill those bastards. After those words of Yue Zhong, everyone present exploded out in fury. Everyone had a deep hatred for those 2 triads. If it wasn't for their betrayal, many of their brothers and friends wouldn't have died needlessly. Revenge was something they agreed on. Chapter 422, Di Yu's Resolve. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong looked at everyone before slowly saying, "The Heavenly Dragon and Green Bamboo factions are large, their operations well organized. To eradicate them, we will need to work together. Without a single commander, it would be impossible. Therefore, I have decided to establish the Heaven Union, combining all our strength to wipe out the 2 triads." Yue Zhong wanted the experts present to work together. However, he knew that many of these experts had their own triads, and they would not be willing to just bring their men to join Yue Zhong. Hence he came up with the idea of an union. Zhang Ji Hao immediately clapped his hands and nodded. "Good! This idea's good. That's great. I vouch for Boss Yu to be the union chief of this heaven union. That's right. If it wasn't for you, Boss Yu, we would all have died. Boss Yu, if you were to be the union leader, we would have no objections. Those who are not willing to join the Heaven Union must be dogs of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Let's eradicate them. Amongst those rallying cries, there were definitely some who were planted by Yue Zhong, but a number of them were shouting out heartfelt words as well. After the tough battle against the mutant beast horde the previous night, Yue Zhong had absorbed a number of experts into his ranks, and these people would be able to bolster his fighting force and naturally increase his might. Under those passionate cries, if there were anyone who still hesitated, they could only keep silent and go with the flow. Yue Zhong grinned and amiably called out, "Fine, since everyone has so kindly nominated me, I will gladly accept the position as Union Chief then." This Heaven Union was a way that Yue Zhong could utilize all the different triads. With this, it was more effective than forcefully absorbing the smaller triads. Also, with the name of the Heaven Union, Yue Zhong could justify sending those smaller powers who were not willing to join him to become cannon fodder to test the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, wearing down their forces. Zhang Ji Hao was the first to applaud loudly. "Long live Union Chief Yu! Congratulations, Union Chief Yu!" A wave of congratulations began to resound from the people present. Some of the more intelligent ones could tell that something was off, but seeing the numerous experts beside Yue Zhong, they kept their silence. After establishing the union to control the number of experts, Yue Zhong began to delegate duties for them to clear the numerous mutant beasts' corpses. They were all valuable resources, be it their hide, their bones, their claws, they were all materials that could be turned into useful equipment. Therefore, everyone began to collect with a look of excitement on their faces. Dia had managed to escape back to Guilin City in a pathetic manner. When he returned, he immediately summoned the remaining 2 elders who stayed behind as he gave an order. "Immediately bring men to go get Yue Zhong's father Yu Ming here." The 2 elders were called Yan Liang and Lu Tao, and they were both evolvers possessing immense strength. Yan Liang frowned as he asked, "Chief, if we kidnap Yu Ming, we will really be creating an enmity with the Greenstone Triad. Are you sure this is a good idea?" Dia's pupils narrowed as he coldly asked, "Elder Yan, are you trying to go against my orders?" Yan Liang replied with haste, "Your subordinate does not dare. It's just that, Chief, may I ask, what happened to the other elders that went hunting with you?" Good. Yan Liang, you dare to question me?" Dia laughed coldly, before suddenly brandishing the blade at his waist, slicing Yan Liang's head off with the flash of his weapon. Yan Liang's decapitated head flew through the air, landing on the floor with a thud, his eyes one of shock. Yan Liang had never thought that Dia would actually act against him. Normally, even though the 2 of them had their conflicts, as Yan Liang was an evolver, and his position inside the triad wasn't low, Dia had to give him some face as well. Due to this, Yan Liang did not foresee that Dia would suddenly explode and kill him in a single move. Witnessing this, Lu Tao's face immediately fell, and he could not help but retreated a few steps. Dia stared at Lu Tao coldly, spitting. "Yan Liang committed insubordination and was dealt with by me. Elder Lu, are you going to obey my orders? Or do you want to disobey as well?" By now, within the Heavenly Dragon Triad, there were only Dia and Lu Tao left who were evolvers. Yan Liang had been good friends with all 6 elders that Dia brought out, and Dia was afraid that there would survivors from the town, and hence, to thoroughly seize control of his Heavenly Dragon Triad, he had taken care of Yan Liang at the first moment. Lu Tao felt a chill in his heart as he replied, "Lu Tao is willing to strive for chief. I will bring my men to capture Yu Ming right this instant." With that, Lu Tao quickly left. Dia then mulled for a long while before carrying out various actions. The entire Heavenly Dragon Triad was activated as they went to attack the Greenstone Triad that Yue Zhong established. Countless hooligans of the Heavenly Dragon Triad carried knives and wooden bats as they went into the different establishments, pillaging and damaging property, attacking anyone on sight. They strove to destroy as much of the businesses they could, while injuring many members of the Greenstone Triad. Their attacks came without warning, and not long after, All 20 over shops under the Greenstone Triad were destroyed cleanly by the Heavenly Dragon Triad, and their casualties numbered in the 70s, some dead even. It was truly tragic. One of the hall lords came crying in front of Zhang Ming. Elder Zhang, our 70 or more brothers had been pummeled by the Heavenly Dragon Triad. You must help us seek redress. Have the Heavenly Dragon Triad gone crazy? Zhang Ming heard the report and frowned. He was different from the other subordinates of Yue Zhong. If it was the hot-blooded by Xiao Shang, he definitely would have activated all the troops and fight it out with the Heavenly Dragon Triad without any consideration. As for him, he wanted to know the logic behind the actions. One of the elites that Yue Zhong had brought over from Tianxin district came, running in front of Zhang Ming and reported, Elder Zhang, the main force of the Heavenly Dragon Triad is currently marching towards us now. What do we do? Don't tell me that the Heavenly Dragon Triad are truly targeting us? Zhang Ming was shocked before solemnly commanding, Command all members of the Greenstone Triad to gather at the main headquarters. Prepare for battle. The elite soldier replied with a yes, before immediately dismissing himself. Under Zhang Ming's orders, a large number of the Greenstone Triad members gathered at the headquarters, as they prepared to engage in battle against the Heavenly Dragon Triad. On the other side, Chen Shanggang was currently guarding Yue Zhong's house nearby with 6 other experts. As they observed everything that went on around, they were in charge of the safety of Yue Zhong's family. One soldier suddenly pointed to a distance as he called out to Chen Shanggang, Head, those guys don't seem right. Chen Shanggang looked towards the direction, only to see Lu Tao leading 30 experts from the Heavenly Dragon Triad as they ran over. Lu Tao was very clear that Yu Ming would be under protection, as he was an important character, and decided to bring along more experts, intending to kidnap the entire family with brute force. Chen Shanggang saw them and his expression changed, before ordering out, Zhao Gua, immediately go take 2 men and escort boss Yu's parents out of here. Seeing those over 30 experts rushing over, a bad feeling arose in Chen Shanggang's heart. Yes, head. Zhao Gua then left immediately with 2 experts towards Yue Zhong's house. Another elite asked Chen Shanggang directly, What do we do now, head? Kill them directly. Chen Shanggang's eyes flashed grimly as he roared and pulled out a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun, aiming at them and spraying wildly. In order to protect his family, Yue Zhong had granted Chen Shanggang to kill without restrictions. The dense rain of bullets immediately barraged down on those 30 over members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Lu Tao and the rest totally didn't expect the usage of a heavy machine gun. Furthermore, Chen Shanggang had not so much as asked a question, and had suddenly attacked. In that instant, 6 of the experts were immediately ripped to shreds by the rapid fire. Take cover! Kill them all! Lu Tao's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, and the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad began to dive for cover, before pulling out their own weapons and firing back at Chen Shanggang's position. The intense gunfire broke out, causing the survivors within the vicinity to hide in their houses as they trembled in fear. Zhao Gua had led the 2 experts and reached Yue Zhong's house quickly, shooting down the lock and bursting through the room. Yu Ming looked at them in shock, as he suppressed the fear in his heart and questioned, Who are you people? Zhao Gua shot forward like an arrow, chopping Yu Ming and his wife in the neck, knocking them out, as he muttered, Pardon my manners. The other 2 soldiers immediately carried them, as the 3 of them made their way towards the roof of the apartment building. Zhao Gua and his party quickly arrived at the roof above the 3rd story. He faced the opposite building, raising his right hand, and a number of steel wires explode out from behind his back, wrapping around one of the soldier, before sending him over to the other building. Using this method, Zhao Gua made it across with his men, as they quickly escaped from there, rapidly landing on the other building. Like this, they crossed a number of roofs similarly, and before long, Zhao Gua, the 2 soldiers, as well as Yu Ming and his wife disappeared amongst the buildings. Lu Tao was also a strong spirit-based evolver, and as he saw the rain of bullets, he quickly activated a psychic barrier, blocking those heavy machine gun bullets, at the same time bellowing, Charge! The remaining soldiers immediately leapt out from their covers, charging forwards with Lu Tao. Bastard! Chen Shanggang's face fell and activated his skill, as a huge wall of earth arose and blocked in front of those heavenly dragon triad members. He was not aiming to kill, instead buying for time. He had only 3 other men with him, and the 4 of them were definitely not a match against the over 20 other experts. 6 strength-based enhancers brought their weapons as they smashed furiously on the earth wall, causing it to break down immediately. Chapter 423, Chaos Begins. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. The earthen wall was broken, and a cloud of dust flew up. Lu Tao brought his men as they leapt across the debris, only to discover that there were no signs of people on the other side. Damn it! Lu Tao's face fell, and quickly brought his subordinates as they charged up the apartment building. When Lu Tao and his men broke through the place where Yue Zhong's parents were staying, all they saw was an empty space. Search the place! Lu Tao's eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed out. The 20-plus experts swiftly turned the place over to no avail. Boss, they must have escaped. What now? One of the experts came to Lu Tao and quickly reported. Lu Tao's expression was extremely grim as he gritted his teeth. Disperse! Under Lu Tao's commands, these 20 over experts quickly retreated and left the place. After a long while, some policemen in uniform finally sauntered over to the vicinity. In Guilin City, the triads were numerous, and fights broke out often. As there were a number of experts in each triads, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, the local police weren't keen on interfering. Traitorous dog! Get the hell out here! This is our Chinese territory. You traitors and dogs can fuck off. Traitors! Disloyal bastards! You still don't want to get the hell out. Kill all the foreigners. At a part of the city, the Heavenly Dragon Triad had surrounded the headquarters of the Greenstone Triad, and a number of the Heavenly Dragon Triad members were wielding knives and wooden bats, shouting and cursing at the people within the Greenstone Triad's building. The Greenstone Triad had after all accepted a large amount of resources as well as the remnant soldiers of the Hong Triad. Therefore, under the right goading, the ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad were riled up enough to call for blood, to the extent that even Yue Zhong's Greenstone Triad has been labeled as traitorous and disloyal. Such tactics to pin the stigma on other people have long been utilized throughout history, and the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad did not hesitate to do the same to the Greenstone Triad. Shang Luan stood at a window, looking down on the shouting mob outside of the building, his killing intent billowing as he asked, Old Zhang, what do we do now? Shall we kill them all? Shang Luan had followed Yue Zhong for a long while, and did not blink even when taking the lives of ordinary people. Truthfully, it was a numbness that most warriors had after a long while in such a world. In the Greenstone Triad's headquarters, there were 3 battalions worth of equipment, and the moment the entire Greenstone Triad was activated, they could easily kill those senseless hooligans outside baying for blood. All those hooligans wielding simple knives and wooden bats, how could they be a match against professional soldiers wielding modern weaponry? Zhang Ming, he shook his head and he laughed coldly. Not necessary. We have plenty of other means. Old Shang, don't worry. Let's watch. Right at this time, a police siren resounded from afar. Zhang Ming, he laughed when he heard those sirens, saying, They're here! A number of policemen quickly arrived at the location and surrounded all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Seeing the appearance of the policemen, the ordinary hooligans of the Heavenly Dragon Triad started to stir, and their faces fell. There were even a few who were frightened and tried to run away. A number of the higher-ranking heads bellowed in rage and managed to control the situation before it entirely collapsed. Flanked by a number of policemen, Dan Hong finally appeared as he stomped to the rowdy crowd of Heavenly Dragon Triad members and roared, What the hell are you guys doing? Gathering illegally and creating a ruckus is an offense. Don't tell me all of you want to spend your time in jail. When the Heavenly Dragon Triad members saw that it was the superintendent that appeared, the atmosphere broke, and a number of them immediately turned and ran. If the triads in China had no backing, they were vulnerable to the police. Any small-time hooligan would be fearful and run when they saw a policeman. Dan Hong swept a gaze across the remaining members as he called out in a cold voice, "Lock all of them up! Any who dares to resist, shoot them on the spot." In the post-apocalyptic world, the authority of the police was still far-reaching. Executing criminals on the spot was a common occurrence, and using strength to demonstrate was now a normal way of the world. Although Guilin City was considered quite stable when compared to the other establishments that Yue Zhong had come across, it was still part of the post-apocalyptic world, and punishments were still severe. Wait a minute! Right as Dan Hong issued the order for the Heavenly Dragon Triad members to be locked up, one of the Hall Lords, Shang Huaiguang, stepped forwards in strides and barked. Dan Hong glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Shang Huaiguang, are you going to resort to violence to retaliate?" Hearing those words, the policemen around got tense as they pulled out their weapons. Some even immediately brought out their assault rifles and aimed it at the crowd of Heavenly Dragon Triad. In this world, resisting was a frequent thing. As there were countless enhancers amongst the civilians, many policemen would lose their lives on patrol. However, those who had truly plotted against the government had long since been wiped out by the experts of the government and the army. Guilin City used to have 5 great triads, but due to the actions of one of them offending a government official, an operation was mounted to wipe all traces of that particular triad, and everyone saw the true might of the government. If the Heavenly Dragon Triad were to resist with force, their days would truly be numbered. Dan Hong was an asshole. Yue Zhong had chose not to kill him, precisely because he could make use of him and the threat of the government behind him. Shang Huaiguang laughed as he turned his body slightly, revealing a weak young man with an arrogant bearing and dressed entirely in branded clothing as he said, "I don't dare. How could I, Shang Huaiguang, be so bold as to go against the government? But look who this is." The young man wearing branded stuff and had an arrogant look stared at Dan Hong with a provocative look. "Dan Hong, don't you recognize me?" Dan Hong looked at the despotic young man, and his expression changed as his back broke out in cold sweat. "So it's young Master Li. Why are you here?" This young man was called Li Hongji and was the son of the mayor of Nanning City. Currently in Guilin City, there was the banner of Guilin City and Nanning City. Both had tremendous authority and reputation. Nanning City's mayor Li Jiuming and his men had a huge hand in everything with Guilin City, and was considered a true giant within the walls of Guilin City. That was why when Dan Hong saw Li Hongji, his face had changed and he was breaking out in cold sweat. Li Hongji had a condescending look as he stared at Dan Hong, before replying as though he was calling a slave, "Dan Hong, since you recognize me, what are you waiting for? Go get your men and round up the Greenstone Triad. Or do you want my dad to tear the skin off your back?" In this post-apocalyptic world, where order had collapsed, and there was no longer any supervision by the public, all the high-ranking government officials had took it up upon themselves to be sons of heavens. They became extremely arrogant, and this Li Hongji was one such character. When Dan Hong was reprimanded by this Li Hongji as though he was his house servant, his face also turned white and green. He was, after all, a government official himself with a certain status, and being scolded like that was extremely unpleasant to him. However, Li Hongji truly represented his father Li Jiuming, and was not someone he could offend. However, when Dan Hong thought of Yue Zhong's decisive methods, his heart felt conflicted. If Yue Zhong came back, he would definitely raze his entire family to the ground if he didn't handle this matter properly. After struggling internally for a while, Dan Hong gritted his teeth as he commanded, "Li Hongji, I'm currently on government business. Pardon my offense. Everyone, go round them all up." Under Dan Hong's orders, those policemen immediately forced their way towards the Heavenly Dragon Triad members. Li Hongji's face turned ugly as he shouted, "You guys dare! I'm the son of Li Jiuming, the mayor of Nanning City." Hearing his explosive revealing of his status, a few policemen stopped in their tracks, their faces showing hesitation. This was the son of one of the giants in Guilin City. If they were to bring him in now, his family would just pat him a little and he would be released, but the police themselves might lose their lives. Just then, a shout of rage traveled from afar. "Who dares tough my brother Li Hongji?" Following that angry shout, an army officer dressed entirely in military uniform, his hands wielding a gun. A head with short hair, burly build, eagle eyes, and a hook nose, came running, his entire body armed to the teeth. Dan Hong saw the military officer and his face truly turned ashen, his heart full of regret. Shit! If I'd known, I wouldn't have stuck my neck out for Yue Zhong. This time, I'm fucked. Li Hongji, on the other hand, was laughing loudly as he came up to greet the officer. Brother Chong, you're here. The officer was called Chong Yufeng, and he was a company officer that was on good terms with Li Hongji. This time, Chong Yufeng had actually brought along a company of soldiers to assist Li Hongji. Chong Yufeng eyed Dan Hong coldly as he issued the command. So you want to touch my brother? Men, capture him. Those who stand in the way, kill without hesitation. Hearing Chong Yufeng's orders, 20 elite soldiers came out from behind Chong Yufeng as they charged towards Dan Hong. The policemen under Dan Hong looked on helplessly as these properly trained military soldiers came up to them and apprehended them. These were the military. The weapons in the police hands were insufficient to go against them. Even their training was on a different level. These policemen naturally did not dare retaliate, otherwise they would truly lose their lives. Dan Hong immediately went up to Li Hongji as he called out loudly with a pale face, I'm from the government. On what basis are you guys capturing me? Li Hongji eyed Dan Hong as he smirked coldly. Government? Here. I'm the sky. I'm the law. You're just a small superintendent and you want to go against me? You're truly seeking death. Take him away. Execute him. Dan Hong immediately turned even paler as he shouted, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Two burly men immediately grabbed the arms of Dan Hong and dragged him like a dog towards a small ditch. The policeman looked on as Dan Hong was dragged into a ditch, his eyes filled with despair like a rabbit about to become the meal of a fox. Chapter 424, Mobilization. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Alamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Within the building, Shanglun looked out the window and frowned. Things aren't looking good. Looks like Dan Hong is about to be executed. Zhang Ming, he eyed those soldiers and his brows furrowed as well. Even the army came? Seems like this heavenly dragon triad is not simple. Just as those two burly men brought Dan Hong towards a small ditch, two razor-sharp bone spikes flashed by, and the heads of the two burly men were sent flying. Blood sprayed towards the skies, shocking everyone present. Ah! When the two heads rolled over to a cowardly member of the heavenly dragon triad, he could not help but scream. The majority of the hooligans under the heavenly dragon triad banner were ordinary members, and had not seen much blood. This time, witnessing the beheading of people right in front of their eyes, it was truly a terrifying scene. The scream of the heavenly dragon triad member attracted everyone's gaze towards the direction of the small ditch. In front of everybody, Yue Zhong stepped forward into the pool of already congealing blood, followed by Hu Yi and a large number of experts. Dan Hong was following by Yue Zhong's side, tears streaking down his face as he thanked profusely. Many thanks to Boss Yu for saving my life. Thank you, Boss Yu. From today onwards, this small life truly belongs to you, Boss Yu. Yue Zhong glanced at him and responded mildly. As long as you carry your duties well for me, I will definitely not let you suffer. Yue Zhong naturally did not trust Dan Hong's pledge. This was modern society, and the current people treated promises like eating rice and passing flatulence. No one had the decency to uphold promises anymore. Only through sufficient threat and rewards, as well as the power to back up one's rules, would people truly be loyal. If Yue Zhong had not established the Greenstone Triad, which became such a huge triad, he would have been unable to attract so many experts to join together under his banner. Li Hongji eyed Yue Zhong, laughing coldly as he ordered the nearby policeman. You must be the chief of the Greenstone Triad. Yue Zhong? All you useless policemen. What are you spacing out for? Why aren't you apprehending him? You want me to flay the skin on your back. When the policemen heard Li Hongji trying to order them like dogs, their expressions turned ugly, and although they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they began moving towards Yue Zhong, albeit hesitantly. In this world, anyone who could become a cop was already a matter worth mentioning to the ordinary folks. However, if their identity and status as a policeman was taken away from them, they would be nothing. Under such threats, although their hearts were brimming with hatred, they could not help but slowly inch their way towards Yue Zhong. Li Hongzhi, on the other hand, just hid amongst the heavenly dragon triad, watching the party of Yue Zhong as he smirked coldly. The policeman represented the power of the government. If Yue Zhong dared to retaliate, it was tantamount to going against the government of Guilin City. If he didn't, then when he landed in the hands of the government, it was the same as being at the mercy of that young Master Li. Shang Huaiguang also laughed coldly. Yue Zhong, just surrender. If you kneel now and kiss the boots of young Master Li, we can let you off with your life. Otherwise, all your family and friends will die because of you. Yue Zhong, offer up your women for everyone's enjoyment. If this daddy is happy, I will help you seek favor with young Master Li and let you off with your life being worse than a dog. Haha. Yue Zhong, crawl under young Master Li's legs. Then let this daddy hit your bottom. I'll help you with your arsehole, lest those in the jail cells get you first. Ha-ha. Various vicious words and insults came from the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. There wasn't a single decent person within them, and the moment they began cursing, they seemed to have forgotten their bearings. Yue Zhong's eyes emitted a strong cold killing intent, as he pulled out a walkie-talkie and barked coldly, "Kill them all!" At that instant, various M4s started pointing out from the headquarters of the Greenstone Triad, and at the next moment, a torrential spray of bullets came raining down on the Heavenly Dragon Triad, policemen as well as the soldiers of Chang Yufeng. Ah! Help! Ah! It hurts! Save me! Without enough time to react or defend, under the rain of bullets numerous men immediately slumped to the ground in pools of blood, and those who were not instantly killed were screaming and wailing in pain and agony. Yue Zhong waved his hands, pulling out a .05 submachine gun, and charged at the group of soldiers brought by Chang Yufeng as he fired wildly. The unfortunate soldiers were instantly decimated, with all of them being fired upon in a flash. No one had expected for Yue Zhong to retaliate in such a decisive and vicious manner. He had not even spoken a single sentence to them, and immediately acted, causing his enemies to die without warning. At the same time, from behind the group of soldiers led by Chang Yufeng, white bones leapt out and fired out various bone spikes in all directions, piercing the heads of the soldiers that were not yet dead. The densely packed Heavenly Dragon Triad had immediately collapsed and scattered the moment a few of their men were fired upon, as the rest began to escape in various directions. Damn animal! Chang Yufeng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared out while ducking for cover. His entire company of soldiers had been steadfast comrades of his for many years. However, today they were actually killed like slaughtered animals, and he was instantly filled with fury and hatred at Yue Zhong. It must be known that the entire company were elite soldiers, who could hold their own in long battles. Such an elite force was actually taken out in an instant at Yue Zhong's hands, and Chang Yufeng was filled with fury and agony. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Ah! I don't want to die. Save me! Save me! Li Hongzhi looked in horror at the dying or dead members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and policemen around him. He was thoroughly frightened and had pissed himself in fear, at the same time wailing in fright. Young Master! Quickly, we must escape! A powerful evolver appeared in front of Li Hongzhi as he activated an air barrier and blocked the bullets. Another evolver began to pull at Li Hongzhi as they tried to run. Those who engaged in the arts, culture, or martial techniques, they would provide services for the royals and nobles. This was a long-time tradition in China. Many experts liked the high-flyer lifestyle, and since Li Jiuming was one of the top dogs in Guilin City, he naturally employed a number of experts. Yue Zhong looked towards Bai Shaoshang beside him, who replied almost immediately, "I'll go. You want him dead or alive?" Yue Zhong replied mildly, "If alive, I want to see him. If dead, I want his corpse." "Yes, leader." Bai Shaoshang chuckled and disappeared in a flash, towards the direction where Li Hongzhi escaped towards. Yue Zhong made a flashy example of an entire company of soldiers, as well as a number of policemen. This was already tantamount to declaring war against the powers of Guilin City. Since it was like this, Bai Shaoshang had immediately discarded the pretext of calling boss, and immediately referred to him respectfully as leader. Chong Yufeng, who was hiding behind a corner, bellowed out in rage, "Yue Zhong! Stop! Are you trying to revolt? Guilin City has an entire regiment. To deal with a terrorist like you is simply a matter of time. It's not too late to stop. If you surrender now, I can seek leniency on your behalf, and definitely will not pursue this." Yue Zhong's gaze was extremely icy as he chuckled. "Enough of your bullshit. I'm giving you 3 seconds. You can choose to die with the rest of your comrades, or surrender." Not pursuing matters was a lie told to bluff children. In such an era where everyone sought their own benefits, everyone knew that those in power would definitely pursue matters. Yue Zhong had already decided to take matters into his hands, and had no intention to go back. Just as they were having their exchange, white bones flew about with its bone blades, and numerous soldiers were dying left, right, and center. After facing a huge monster horde, White Bones had evolved to a fearsome level and possessed incredible combat strength. "I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me!" Facing that gruesome slaughter, a number of the soldiers and remaining members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad cried out as they disposed of their weapons and immediately submitted. The casualty and death toll was simply too terrifying, and even a number of experts that were brought along had been casually killed by the evolvers on Yue Zhong's side. They had thoroughly collapsed. Chong Yufeng looked at his miserable troops and the pathetic members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and gritted his teeth, before trying to get away towards the direction of the army camp. "Damn it! Yue Zhong's rebellion must be made known to the regiment commander." Soon, the entire grounds in front of the Greenstone Triad was filled with corpses, and the kneeling members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and soldiers who had lost their bravado. Not long after, the hundreds of members of the Heaven Union who Yue Zhong brought back from the small town came and saw the carnage, and their faces fell. One Heaven Union expert could not help but ask Yue Zhong pointedly and loudly, "Yue Zhong, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to revolt?" When that question burst out, everyone's eyes swiveled towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at that member and chuckled, "No, I want to control the entire Guilin City. Those who are willing to work with me stand on the right. Those who aren't, go to the left. I'm giving you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9. Right as Yue Zhong started his countdown, members of the Greenstone Triad immediately raised their guns and pointed at the crowd. Those experts who had followed Yue Zhong loyally also stood and gazed at the crowd with an intensity. Under those circumstances, many of the experts were smart enough to stand on the right. They might not agree with Yue Zhong's actions, but faced with those circumstances, they could only bow their heads, and no matter how unwilling they were, they could not show it. However, there were 15 Heaven Union experts who directly stood on Yue Zhong's left, obviously expressing their disagreement. One young university student stared at Yue Zhong in a righteous manner as he declared, "Yue Zhong, if you want to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Triad, I'm willing to be the first to help. But if you want to revolt, I, Zhang He, am the first to disagree." Yue Zhong looked at those experts and his eyes flashed coldly, before his gaze landed on Zhang He as he said indifferently, "Since this is the case, then you guys can die. Do it." The moment Yue Zhong's words landed, a sharp bone blade shot out explosively from the side, piercing the 15 experts standing on the left, spraying a huge amount of blood. One of the Heaven Union experts who was an agility-based evolver had been on alert since he stood on the left side, and the moment the bone blade appeared, he had leapt upwards, intending to dart to one side. Yue Zhong casually raised his stinger and fired a single explosive shot, causing the Heaven Union expert to stop and be split in two by White Bones. Another Heaven Union member brandished a blade, and a blade beam appeared, forcefully blocking the bone spike. However, another blade came towards him from his blind side, decapitating him with similarly lightning speed. The righteous-sounding Zhang He had been pierced in the heart by another bone spike. In a matter of seconds, the dozen of Heaven Union experts had been slaughtered cleanly by Yue Zhong, their blood dyeing the ground red. Witnessing this, All the remaining Heaven Union members felt their heart turn cold and were fearful towards Yue Zhong's decisive methods. Yue Zhong eyed them and barked out coldly, "I know that there are some of you guys who are still not satisfied. I don't care. I have utmost confidence in conquering Guilin City. If you guys help me, I naturally would not neglect you. If there are any of you who dares to create chaos, not only will I kill you, your family and close loved ones will become slaves and trophies of the victors." Zhang Zihao's brows lifted as he immediately called out, "I accept Union Leader Yu as the leader. Long live leader. We accept Union Leader Yu as the leader. Long live leader." Many of the remaining Heaven Union experts cursed Zhang Zihao for kissing the horse's ass, but they also could not help but clamor to express their loyalty. In a situation where no one dared to stand out, they could only forcefully lend a hand to Yue Zhong. Zhang Ming, he came to Yue Zhong, as he hesitated a while before asking, "Leader, isn't it too early to be acting now?" Zhang Ming, he had long since known of Yue Zhong's ambitions for Guilin City, but their current foothold was not strong enough. Furthermore, that Du Shanxiong was leading a regiment of border guards that had exterminated a huge number of zombies after all. Zhang Ming, he could not think of any way they had as a motley bunch against the elite troops of Du Shanxiong. Yue Zhong glanced at Zhang Ming he and ordered coldly, "Bring some men and follow me." Under Yue Zhong's orders, the entire Greenstone Triad was activated, and immediately equipped the 3 battalions worth of equipment. Yue Zhong then gathered all his manpower as they made their way towards the granary of Guilin City. In this post-apocalypse, food was the most precious resource. That granary happened to be the only weak point of Guilin City. Without food, even a 100,000-strong army would be wiped out in a battle of attrition. Since Yue Zhong had suddenly attacked, there was almost no resistance along the way, and there was no one who could stop him anyway. He quickly brought his troops right in front of the granary. The importance of the granary in Guilin City was known to everyone. Inside the granary, there was a company of soldiers stationed as well as 40 enhancers of above level 30. No matter who tried to tackle the granary, would face the instant retaliation of an elite troop. Chapter 425, Snatching the Granary. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. As Yue Zhong and his troops were nearing the granary, a dense hail of bullets came raining down on them from the granary, and killed a number of soldiers who had just undergone training recently. The moment those soldiers were killed, the 3 battalions of soldiers instantly lost their composure, dodging behind cover with signs of collapsing. Although Yue Zhong had 3 battalions worth of equipment, those equipping were people who had not yet undergone much training, and they naturally could not act like troops yet. Larman found Yue Zhong and said, "Leader, let me do it." Larman was in control of a platoon of elite soldiers. At the same time, he had chosen a few selected foreigners under him to undergo training 24/7. By now, he had a company's worth of elite troops. These foreigners were in foreign territory, and in order to live on and gain a better life, they were extremely valiant when fighting. In the battle at the small town, many of them had achieved numerous merits. Larman's foreign troops was one of the most capable troops under Yue Zhong's command now. Hui also came over as he urged Yue Zhong, "Bro, let me do it. As long as I can get close to them, those fellows wouldn't even know what hit them." Yue Zhong eyed the direction of the granary and solemnly declared, "No need. Defend the back properly and await my orders." Around the granary, there were various constructions and defense fortifications erected. Without any heavy firepower, it was difficult to shake those defenses. Yue Zhong was also lacking explosives. If he were to let the others attack, it would not prove to be of much difference. After leaving his orders, he activated his shadow steps and immediately charged towards the granary with White Bones beside him. The commanding officer of the granary defense troops looked at Yue Zhong and White Bones rushing over and could not help but grin coldly. "Fools! Open fire!" There was, of course, a battalion stationed at the granary. The commander, Chai Zitsong, was the brother-in-law of Du Shanxiong, and the battalion under his control was one of the stronger battalions amongst Du Shanxiong's troops. They were naturally unafraid of 2 attacking experts. In his opinion, it didn't matter who came before him. facing those heavy firearms, they would be turned to ash. In an instant, those various defense points around the granary opened fire, and all sorts of ammunition, rifle bullets, light machine gun ammo, and even grenades came flying and blanketed the entire area that Yue Zhong and White Bones were running through. In the surrounding area of 500 m, it was seemingly wiped clean. There was no cover, and it seemed impossible for Yue Zhong and White Bones to evade at all. Just when Yue Zhong and White Bones were about to be enveloped by the barrage of flying lead and soon-to-be shrapnel, the level 5 bronze spiritual bell came flying out from Yue Zhong's chest pocket and floated above his head, creating a green shield, and when the bullets landed on that shield, they bounced off. And White Bones was basically impervious to most bullets anyway. As the bullets landed on it, they just directly bounced away as well. When Chai Zitsong saw the bullets having no effect on the two, his expression turned to one of horror as he immediately ordered his men. Experts? Quick! Switch to the heavy firearms. Red arrows. Grenade launchers. Artillery. Blast the ever-living shit out of them. Very quickly, rounds of heavy fire started falling on the location of Yue Zhong and White Bones. However, the speed of both Yue Zhong and White Bones was too fast, and the moment the heavy rounds had landed on where they were, Yue Zhong and White Bones had already breached the entrance of the granary. Yue Zhong activated his skill at the first notice, and a 70 m long Type 2 green Jiao Python appeared out of thin air. When the Type 2 green Jiao Python appeared, it immediately spat out a huge gas of poison fog around itself as defense, following which it charged towards the granary like a tank, all the while swallowing the resisting soldiers along the way. The Type 2 green Jiao Python was surrounded by its deadly poison, and anything that it came into contact with would immediately corrode. As it charged through the granary, it was invincible, and no one could stop it. Any soldier who saw it immediately lost their wits as they tried to escape from it. The might of a Type 2 mutant beast like the green Jiao Python was perfect for an all-out assault, as its size could pressure the weaker ordinary humans, at the same time suppressing any potential resistance. The Type 2 green Jiao Python spat out another round of poisonous gas, and 7 soldiers hiding behind a cover immediately dissolved into a puddle. When it opened its mouth, it could easily gobble another soldier up. When it smashed into an unfortunate soldier, the impact was enough to tear the person from within, bones snapping and all. It went on a rampage amongst the soldiers, causing carnage and mayhem everywhere. At this critical juncture, the 40 experts that had been hiding within the crowd of soldiers finally made their appearance. Heaven Union, charge! Yue Zhong then issued a command through a walkie-talkie. Hui had been temporarily placed in control over the Heaven Union, and when he received the order, he roared out excitedly, "Everybody, charge! Those who don't, I'll personally chop off your heads." The bulk of the defenses and fire points had been destroyed by Yue Zhong, and the Heaven Union followed closely behind Hui as they charged into the granary. When they saw the scene of carnage inside the granary, their hearts turned cold, and many of those Heaven Union members who were absorbed by Yue Zhong immediately surrounded the 40 military experts. There were over hundreds of experts in the Heaven Union, and after the baptism of that life and death battle at the small town, everyone had emerged so much stronger. Hundreds of experts against 40 military experts, even those who were not willing to submit to Yue Zhong, easily subdued the military experts. Collapse, total collapse. The moment the experts from the Heaven Union joined in the fray, with Yue Zhong and White Bones as the vanguards, in a matter of minutes, the entire granary had been cleared of any resistance. Chai Zitsong looked around at the mayhem and his face turned pale as he slumped to the ground. "It's over! The granary is finished. Gillen City is finished." One of the intelligence soldiers immediately grabbed Chai Zitsong as he shook him and exclaimed, "Commander, it's still not over." Although Yue Zhong had snatched the granary, the troops in his hands are not a match for the regiment commander. "I'm guessing that he wants to negotiate. Let's surrender first." Chai Zitsong immediately brightened up as he grabbed the hands of his intelligence officer. "That's right. Negotiations. He will definitely want to negotiate. Bring me to him." The moment Chai Zitsong decided to surrender, all the fighting ceased within the granary. Different companies of the soldiers immediately surrendered and became Yue Zhong's captives. I'm Chai Zitsong, the commanding officer of the unit here. I want to see Yue Zhong. Under the forceful request of Chai Zitsong, 2 soldiers led him towards a room, only to discover that seated in a sofa of the room, there was an extremely young man, and beside him on the left was a cool-looking beauty, and on the right an adorable loli. The cold-looking young beauty was currently cooling a cup of warm milk for the young man, while the loli was currently peeling wild grapes, and using her small hands to feed the young man. Chai Zitsong glanced at the young man sitting at the soda enjoying the treatment as he asked woodenly, I'm Chai Zitsong, the commander of the military unit here. You must be Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at Chai Zitsong and pointed to opposite the sofa, as he replied indifferently, I'm Yue Zhong, sit. Chai Zitsong sat down at the indicated place, as he stared at Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, why did you rebel? This will cause unrest amongst the citizens, and although you have snatched the granary now, your strength is insufficient to defend it. The moment the army of the regiment commander reaches, your troops will suffer. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk properly. Yue Zhong smiled lightly and replied, Commander Chai, I've mobilized my troops because I was forced to. I was forced into a corner by that Li Hongzhi and Chang Yufeng, those scum, and had no choice but to act in self-defense. Against the army of Regiment Commander Du, I know I have no way of defending against him. But what if I decide to raze the granary to the ground? What do you think will happen? When Chai Zitsong heard up to this point, his heart turned incredibly cold. In this granary there was a few 100,000 tons of rations. The entire populace of Guilin City depended on this place. If the entire place was razed, all order in Guilin City would then collapse. Without the support of rations, no matter how capable Du Shanxiong's troops were, his subordinates will quickly collapse, and the entire regiment would be lost. Chai Zitsong stood up and exclaimed loudly, How can you do that? If you were to raze this place, it would cause the deaths of over hundreds of thousands of people. Are you that cruel? It's the lives of hundreds of thousands of Chinese. Yue Zhong's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chai Zitsong. I didn't want this result, but whoever wants my life will have to pay the proper price. If I'm forced to a corner, then I couldn't care less about the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Chai Zitsong looked at Yue Zhong and his expression changed numerous times. In the end, he sat down in silence. He didn't dare to provoke Yue Zhong further. If Yue Zhong truly set fire to the place, the entire Guilin City would be doomed. Yue Zhong watched as Chai Zitsong sat down helplessly, and his expression changed as he smiled. However, it's not like there's nothing to discuss. I personally hope to be able to have a good discussion with Regiment Commander Du. I hope that Commander Chai can help me convey a message on my behalf. Chai Zitsong mulled over for a while, as his heart regained a glimmer of hope. Fine. When Yue Zhong mobilized his troops and revolted, the entire Guilin City went into shock and a number of opportunists also emerged. Many people began to engage in their own forms of destruction, as a number of mobs took to the streets and plundered, and robbed, giving in to the inner demons. The entire city seemed to be plunged in chaos. The government also responded fairly quickly, as countless policemen and special forces were dispatched to quell the chaos. Du Shanxiong, who was stationed out of Guilin City, also rushed back with his troops. Chapter 426, Threats. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Just as Du Shanxiong's troops had the granary surrounded, Chai Zitsong came walking out from the troops of Yue Zhong and returned to Du Shanxiong. In an emergency command post, Chai Zitsong saw his superior Du Shanxiong. Du Shanxiong was decked in a neat military uniform, and his brows radiated a strict and no-nonsense attitude. He had a few signs of white hair, and his body was radiating a strong soldier aura. He listened to Chai Zitsong's account of the events quietly, as his brows furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He really threatened to burn the granary down? The entire Guilin City relied on the granary to live, and if the 100,000 tons of rations were to be burnt down, Guilin City was sure to fall. Chai Zitsong eyed Du Shanxiong, and knew that this superior of his was reaching the boiling point, but he still bit the bullet to reply, yes. Du Shanxiong erupted in rage, and slammed down strongly on the table, causing his right hand to become numb as he roared, "Damn it! He's a terrorist that doesn't consider the big picture." In this apocalyptic world, not all high-ranking officials were powerful enhancers. The strong ones tend to be fighting at the front lines, hence a lot of the commanders behind the scenes were ordinary people. If the head was not safe, the walls will definitely crumble, and one could not expect an old fart with experts protecting him to be wielding a Tang replica sword and hacking a zombie. Yue Zhong had met numerous leaders of factions who were enhancers in their own right. This was because, when the world had gone to shit, only those with strength had the ability to convince the masses. Without any capabilities, no one would give two hoots. One of the intelligence officer, Lu Xian, came up to Du Shanxiong and asked, "Regiment Commander, shall we proceed with eliminating them?" Du Shanxiong's expression was extremely unsightly as he rebuked, "Eliminate them? What if they really burn the place down? What will you guys eat then? You pig brain." The intelligence officer's face fell when he was reprimanded, and he immediately scooted back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Harsh scoldings were a common occurrence in the military. Du Shanxiong might be the regiment commander, but he came from a low military background as he worked his way up, and when he was enraged, his curses were not easy on the ears. Du Shanxiong calmed down as he stared fixedly at Chai Zitsong and asked, "What are his terms?" Chai Zitsong seemed to hesitate, but he gritted his teeth and replied, "Regiment Commander, he wants you to pull your troops back by 10 li, otherwise he will burn the place in 1 hour. The moment we launch an assault, he would kill all our brothers that are held captive." When Du Shanxiong heard that, he became even more enraged and stood straight up, almost bellowing, "He can forget about it. Du Shanxiong will never cower before threats. Chai Zitsong, immediately go and tell that bastard. Bring his men out to surrender now. Otherwise, when my army charges in, they will all die without a body to bury. Regiment Commander, we can't do that. Regiment Commander, be appeased." The various intelligence officers immediately crowded around as they tried to dissuade him. They did not think that their troops could not match against Yue Zhong. On the contrary, they were worried that Yue Zhong would really raise the granary to the ground. Then that would truly spell the end of their troops. Without rations, no one would help to fight battles. When they tried to dissuade him, Du Shanxiong got even more furious and pulled out the pistol by his waist and shouted, "Enough! Whoever dares to say anything more, I will execute him on the spot. I want to see if Yue Zhong really dares to burn down the granary." When Du Shanxiong lost his temper, all his subordinates immediately quietened down. His temper was explosive, and when he lost it, it was impossible for anyone to stop him. If any one of them truly lost their lives to his temper, it wouldn't be worth it. Right at this time, another commander came rushing into the command post with a pale face as he reported shrilly, "Regiment Commander, not good. Yue Zhong is starting to burn the granary. One of the ration stores has already been set aflame." Du Shanxiong immediately felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured on him. As he trembled, "What? He's burning the granary." Although Du Shanxiong was bad-tempered, he wasn't an idiot, and he was well aware of the consequences once Yue Zhong burns down the granary. It would be hell, and Qidian City would lose all sense of its order. The regiment that he painstakingly established would be dissolved in a matter of days. Chai Zitsong's eyes were bloodshot by now as he knelt on the floor in front of Du Shanxiong and begged miserably, "Regiment Commander, let's retreat. He's truly going to burn the place down. For the sake of our brothers of the 8th Regiment and the people of Qidian City, please retreat now. Regiment Commander, let's retreat. Retreat, please." All the intelligence officers also started to plead. Du Shanxiong raised his hand weakly to wipe his forehead. As he closed his eyes and spat out in agony, "Pull back!" "Yes." Receiving his orders, all the intelligence officers immediately issued the commands to pull back. The huge army that was surrounding Yue Zhong swiftly retreated back towards Qidian City. They've finally retreated. Inside the granary, Yue Zhong eyed the swift retreat of Du Shanxiong's army and heaved a sigh of relief. Yue Zhong was also aware of the consequences of burning the granary. Guilin City would lose its stability and order, and Du Shanxiong's troops would also not be able to quell the chaos, before they themselves collapsed from the gravity of the situation. But if it was like this, then even if Yue Zhong did his utmost to save as many as he could, there would be countless who would be caught up in the fight for food and the ensuing chaos. Yue Zhong was also unwilling to witness such a scene. Bai Xiaoshang came up to Yue Zhong and asked loudly, "Leader, why don't we just burn the place down? As long as we burn it, Guilin City would be plunged into chaos and mayhem. Du Shanxiong won't be able to control his army. Wouldn't that be the best-case scenario for us?" Bai Xiaoshang was also smart, and he had seen Yue Zhong only using a few thousand tons of rations to scare the army into retreating, and knew of the underlying reason. To them who had no foothold in such a place, having Guilin City implode from within would be the best for them. Yue Zhong eyed Bai Xiaoshang before replying with a solemn tone. "If we burn the granary, Guilin City would lose over 10,000 people at least. How can I do that? This is our China after all." If it was overseas, Yue Zhong could care less about the granaries and number of deaths. As long as it met his objectives, he would do so. If he could use a single fire to burn the ration supplies of Wu Yanhong, he would not hesitate to do so. Bai Xiaoshang asked curiously, "Then leader, why can't we directly use the chance to force Du Shanxiong to submit? That way, won't the entire Guilin City land in our hands?" Yue Zhong eyed the retreating tanks and cannons as he replied slowly, "What if they decided to risk it all and fight it out? If we compare strength, we're simply not their match. Furthermore, if we go through with it, they might really lose their army, so what? If the number of us that makes it out alive can be more than 20%, that would be impressive. If Du Shanxiong really went crazy and unleashed everything to eliminate Yue Zhong, it wouldn't be hard. Under the intense barrage of heavy firearms, the moment Yue Zhong was unlucky to be hit by one, he would also be sent directly to heaven. Not to mention any other enhancer. Furthermore, Yue Zhong had established the Heaven Union and had absorbed a number of experts who were willing to work for him. There were some who were unwilling but were forced to submit because of his strength, and many others who just followed the strongest. In a single blast, the Heaven Union would definitely collapse and disintegrate. It wasn't an era where you could gain favor just by saving someone's life. Instead, it was one where, even if you helped to pick an old granny who had unfortunately fallen, it becomes a case of her suing you for knocking her down. Saving someone else's life would not guarantee gratitude nor repayment. Hence, whatever Yue Zhong did, it was aimed for benefits. Even the saving of Mu Xiangling and her mother back then was not without motive. There were many decent folk out there in the current world. However, it was going to be tough for them to become a capable leader, nor a dignified hero. Du Shanxiong did not dare commit such an act because it was the granary. The moment Yue Zhong raised everything, both parties would be reduced to a level where they were equal. Only then could negotiations continue. Yue Zhong mulled for a while, before ordering Bai Xiaoshang, "Go get Dan Hong over here." Dan Hong was called Bai Xiaoshang, and he came up to Yue Zhong and asked carefully, "Boss Yue, what's the matter?" Dan Hong was a smart man, and he knew he would lose his position as a superintendent. Without his position, he was nothing, and his value as low as could be. He could only firmly grasp onto Yue Zhong's leg and lower himself. Otherwise, the moment Yue Zhong kicked him out, he would not live to see another day. Yue Zhong eyed Dan Hong and replied solemnly, "You shall represent me to negotiate with them. My bottom line is that 20,000 tons of the rations here shall be mine. The rest of the rations can belong to whoever else, I won't care. I can let people transport the rations out every day, but the place will be under my watch. At the same time, Guilin City needs to release all those who worked for me. No one is to stop them. If anyone harms my people, it would be handled according to my rules. Lastly, go inform them of the betrayal as well as the cause of today's matters, those bastards and cowards including Dia from Heavenly Dragon Triad, as well as Lu Tao, Chen Luoyan, Xin Jianghe, Gao Minghao. I want the heads of those bastards. Do this well, and I will definitely reward you." There were currently 500,000 tons of rations in the granary, and they had been amassed by Du Shanxiong's constant effort in scouring the outside vicinity. Yue Zhong also knew he could single-handedly swallow everything up, hence he did not request too much. "Yes, Your subordinate promises to finish his task. Hearing those words, Dan Hong was elated, but cold as well. He was excited that Yue Zhong was finally using him. If this negotiation went well, he would definitely have a place by Yue Zhong's side. What made his heart cold was Yue Zhong had actually called for the heads of so many upper echelons of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. He could truly hold a grudge and was vicious, but most importantly, it was a tall request. Chapter 427, Negotiations Begin. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Inside the meeting hall of the Guilin City's government building, the two factions from Guilin City and Nanning City had come together, with the old farts from the military as they began to discuss the matter of Yue Zhong, who had gained control over the granary. Li Jiuming's face was grim with fury as he said, "Yue Zhong and the rest are a virus to us. They will spread. I reckon we should use our forces to wipe him out immediately. We definitely cannot give in to his terrorist threats. The moment we give in once, there will be a second time or even third time. We need to maintain our firm stance and fight it out with him." Li Hongji was the only son of Li Jiuming, and he was precious to him. Li Jiuming was getting on in years and thus doted on his son to the point of excessively spoiling him. When he heard that Li Hongji had been killed on Yue Zhong's orders, his logic and reasoning had gone out the window, and everything in his mind was only about getting revenge by killing Yue Zhong. Hearing Li Jiuming's words, everyone in the meeting room frowned. If they forcefully launched an assault on Yue Zhong could just casually set the granary ablaze, and the entire Guilin City would fall together with him. When that time comes, other than a few influential people with their own reserves, the rest who relied on their ration tickets would definitely go crazy. These upper echelons would also be torn apart by the frenzied people in the chaos. When people are forced to a corner, as long as a person can incite their feelings and turn it into a formidable force, the entire city would lose its sense of order and stability. In fact, if the government had not clamped down on the news regarding Yue Zhong snatching the granary, the entire city might have been plunged into chaos. For the sake of their own families, even the trusted aides of Li Jiuming were not willing to support him, as they kept silent. Right at this time, Guilin City's Mayor Channing spoke calmly. "I disagree. I believe that we should seek peaceful settlements with Yue Zhong. He had not yet burnt the granary, which means that it's possible to negotiate. We can talk things out. Regarding the cause of the matter, it was primarily the fault of some comrades here who had failed in the teachings of their children, allowing them to run amok with people of ill intentions, becoming the umbrella to protect them. They then caused problems and forced Yue Zhong to a corner. I suggest that we let the disciplinary committee and the police force to jointly form an investigative team and get to the bottom of this." Li Jiuming's face turned ugly and slammed down on the table as he pointed at Channing and asked furiously, "Channing, are you suggesting that I am the backer of the evil forces? Do you have proof? If not, don't slander people maliciously. At that time, if it wasn't for me, could you have become the mayor of this Guilin City?" When Channing heard these words, his face also turned ugly. Initially, he had the opportunity to become the mayor of Guilin City, was largely due to some help from Li Jiuming. However, in this day and age, those who did not know how to curry favor would not be able to become politicians. Although Channing was always doing it, and had the bad habits of those who constantly seek to elevate themselves, he could be considered to be a decent politician. He brought up his kids with decent values, and were unlike most of the other officials who stepped on the ordinary citizens. Comparing him with Li Jiuming was like a gulf between heaven and earth. At this time, Chen Ying's trusted aide in Changshan, who happened to be the former deputy secretary of law, spoke up. "I personally feel that Mayor Li Jiuming is not fit to continue to help govern over the Nanning people. I suggest that we will form a provisional assembly to cast a vote on removing Li Jiuming from his position temporarily, handing him to the discipline committee to conduct their investigations." After which, and Changshan immediately raised his hands. Under the wolf-like gaze of Li Jiuming, amongst the two parties, a number of officials also started raising their hands in favor of removing Li Jiuming from his post. Suddenly, even the hand of somebody Li Jiuming had never expected to raise was raised. Seeing that, Li Jiuming's heart trembled, as he gritted and spat out, "Good! I never thought that even you will betray me." Wang Ru he. Wang Ru he was a secretary of the Political and Law Division in Nanning City, and had been boosted up by Li Jiuming. They had become the de facto leaders of the Nanning City after the apocalypse, and both had close ties. Li Jiuming did not expect that Wang Ru he would stab him in the back when he was down just to get his share of power. Wang Ru he looked at Li Jiuming with pity as he remarked, "Li Jiuming, you're crazy. We can't go crazy with you, just to be buried together." Wang Ru he was truly on good terms with Li Jiuming, but even he was unwilling to risk the entire Guilin city to antagonize Yue Zhong. Furthermore, by taking down Li Jiuming, then he would replace Li Jiuming as the leader of the Nanning city's side, who would decline power. Channing eyed Li Jiuming, who had his powers stripped, as he mildly commented, "The votes are in. From now on, Li Jiuming is temporarily removed from his role." Li Jiuming's eyes were bloodshot as he snarled loudly, "I don't accept this. I'm a provincial leader. You want to remove me from my position? You'll need to go through the proper channels. What are you guys considered? You want to dismiss me? This is not following protocol." Li Jiuming knew that the moment he lost the identity as Nanning City's mayor, he would die quickly. This was not a world where people bothered about human rights. At this time, 2 discipline committee members came in and announced, "Comrade Li Jiuming, we are from the discipline committee. Please come with us." Li Jiuming took a look and suddenly seemed to realize something, as he swiveled to stare at Channing with a venomous look. "Very good, Channing. You have already planned this beforehand. Seems like whatever I say, it'll be useless. Then I shall go with you, but you guys will surely regret this." After which, Li Jiuming followed the 2 members as he was handcuffed and led away. Right as Li Jiuming left, Dan Hong came into the meeting hall, and he was flanked by Xiao Shang acting as his guard. Channing pointed towards Dan Hong as he introduced him to the rest. "Let me introduce to everyone. This is the negotiator Yue Zhong has sent, Dan Hong." After that, Channing proceeded to introduce all the members in the meeting hall to Dan Hong. Now that Yue Zhong had forcefully snatched the granary, nobody knew what the future would hold. Although both parties of the government despised Dan Hong, they used a fervent attitude to greet him. Dan Hong saw that all these upper government officials which he had to bend over backwards for in the past, greeting him warmly, and he could not help but feel excited. Du Shanxiong glanced at Dan Hong, his face sullen. "Dan Hong, Yue Zhong asked you to come. What does he have for us?" Dan Hong opened his mouth and controlled his excitement, saying, "Truthfully, this time, we're completely innocent. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had betrayed the entire Guilin city at the mountain range. It was our leader that single-handedly unified the remaining experts and defended against the 200,000-strong mutant beast horde, and saved the 900,000 people of Guilin City. However, how did you guys treat our leader and savior? The Heavenly Dragon Triad assigned some people to assassinate his parents, and you guys stood by and did nothing. That can be forgotten, but after that, you guys still brought troops to surround the subordinates of my leader, and everyone present insulted and humiliated my leader. Let me ask, why is the savior of our Guilin city was going to be humiliated, insulted, and put to death, while those evil forces are to go free? Who can sit idly by and do nothing? Who would still be willing to work hard for Guilin city? Our leader just wants answers and compensation, and that shows his magnanimity already." When Bai Xiao Shang heard all these, he almost could not control his facial expression, as the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, almost breaking out into laughter. Yue Zhong in fact dealt with the mutant beast horde because he was forced to, otherwise he would have fallen at their jaws as well. It was purely a selfish reason that motivated him to give his all. However, from Dan Hong's mouth, it seemed as though Yue Zhong had suddenly become a hero that fought for everyone in Guilin City. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Triad was truly insidious. However, Yue Zhong himself wasn't particularly decent, and if there was a comparison, Yue Zhong was a maverick that could go against people as and when he so desired. Compared to the Heavenly Dragon Triad, Yue Zhong was more dangerous. It was obvious that Dan Hong was lying through his teeth with no remorse, as he casually twisted some facts towards Yue Zhong's favor. Of course, it was to be expected from someone who was adept at navigating the line between good and evil, having weaved through various situations. Chen Ying was an old fox himself, and knew that not all of what Dan Hong said was true, but they had no choice but to bow, and following the flow of the conversation, he laughed and replied, "Our Guilin City is a righteous place of peace and order. We will definitely not let heroes bleed nor cry. Those evildoers with backers are at most a stain on our otherwise decent society. Since those people are facing judgment as we speak, will Yue Zhong be returning us the granary?" Dan Hong sipped his cup of tea and calmed down, mulling over the conditions from Yue Zhong and repeated them slowly. "Firstly, the rations in the granary, 200,000 tons shall be ours. The rest can be divided according to your own side. We will allow people to transport the rations out, but the granary will be guarded by our people. Secondly, Guilin City has to release all the people who had worked for us. No one is to block them. If anyone had harmed or injured our men, it will be handled according to our rules. Thirdly, we want the heads of all the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Only by satisfying our three conditions, Guilin City's rations won't go up in smoke. We won't do anything that lets Guilin City down." Channing frowned as he tried to bargain. "The third condition can be settled. However, 200,000 tons of rations. It's too much. At most, we can give you guys 50,000 tons. Furthermore, the granary is a key location. How can we just let you guys expend your forces to keep watch over it alone? We can send some people over. As for the second condition, our Guilin City is a proper city. Everyone has to be judged accordingly. We can't let your faction enjoy special treatment." No way. Inside his heart, Dan Hong was elated. Yue Zhong had requested for 20,000 tons of rations, and just by opening his mouth, he had gained 30,000 tons more. This was proof of his efficient and effective handling. However, he maintained a straight face and directly rejected before offering a counterproposal. Chapter 428, Assassination. The situation spirals out of control. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Just as Dan Hong was engaged in negotiations with Chen Ying and the rest, the two discipline committee members were currently holding Li Jiuming in a small room. All of a sudden, the door of the room was kicked open, and 4 men in Special Forces uniform rushed into the room, their hands wielding daggers as they attacked the 2 members of the committee. In a matter of seconds, the 2 employees of the committee were pierced in the hearts by the dagger-wielding assassins, and they slumped lifelessly to the ground. Seeing the bloody scene, Li Jiuming's face turned pale, as his body trembled. He raised his numb hands and asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you people?" At this time, with an aura of elegance and the natural dominance of a leader, Gao Minghao came strolling into the room as he flashed a charming smile at Li Jiuming. "Mayor Li, don't you recognize me?" At that battle against the mutant beast horde, Gao Minghao had brought his men and escaped fairly quickly. He was decisive and quick, and with his luck, he only lost about 100 men. Not a single evolver of the Green Bamboo Triad was lost. His strength had also become much larger than that of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Li Jiuming's face regained color as he stared at Gao Minghao and coldly replied, "So it's you, Gao Minghao. What are you here for?" "I've already been stripped of my mayor role." Li Jiuming wasn't an idiot, and he could guess the intentions of Gao Minghao coming here. Gao Minghao laid his voice with temptation as he replied, "Mayor Li, are you going to let those people take away your power then kill you? The debt of your son's death is still not settled. Are you just going to let this go?" The moment Li Jiuming was reminded of his precious son's death at the hands of Yue Zhong, his eyes were ablaze with fury again, as he barked out, "Of course I want my revenge." Gao Minghao chuckled. "Well, there's an opportunity in front of you now. Mayor Li, as long as you work with us, we can work together to gain control of Guilin City. At that time, to kill a single Yue Zhong, all you have to do is pass the command." Li Jiuming immediately agreed. "Fine. What do you need me to do?" Gao Minghao's pupils narrowed as he asked, "If everyone in that meeting hall was killed, How confident are you in gaining control of the armed forces and the experts in the government? The police force, armed forces, as well as the experts under the government control all made up part of a huge force. It was enough to thoroughly exterminate even the likes of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. After all, the strongest powers in Guilin City were the government and military. If the government didn't have any experts, that would truly be weird. Li Jiuming thought for a while, before replying, I have 100% confidence in controlling the experts of the Nanning City side. As for Guilin City, I don't have that same confidence. Li Jiuming was after all one of the heads of Guilin City, and naturally had employed a number of experts. With his status, many people were willing to work for him. Gao Minghao directly responded, Good! Then I'll trouble you to go convince those troops. Leave everything here to us. However, once this is over, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have to be declared as orthodox triads. Li Jiuming replied readily, Sure, this I promise you. Wresting control was the most critical part. If he could gain total power, Li Jiuming was willing to betray anything right now. With the agreement, Li Jiuming quickly left under the protection of two experts. With the gathering of the two sides of the government, as well as the upper echelons of the military, such an important meeting was currently being guarded. Near the meeting hall, there were 20 elite soldiers, 30 enhancers of above level 30, as well as 6 evolvers standing guard. With such a tight defense, even if Yue Zhong were to lead a team of numerous experts, they would be hard-pressed to breach the defense easily. If not dealt with properly, it could spell even the deaths of those on the attacking side. Right at this time, 6 men dressed ordinarily came strolling with large steps towards the meeting hall. Who are you guys? A soldier called out warily. A bespectacled man, who looked extremely cultured and well-mannered, handed a piece of document to the soldier, saying, I'm Tan Tang, a secretary of the committee. These are my verification documents. The air conditioning of the meeting hall on the 4th story is malfunctioning. These are repairmen. I have submitted a report prior. You can check it out. Please proceed. The soldier gave a glance through Tan Tung's documents and identification before letting them through. Tan Tung immediately brought the 5 other men in. After a certain distance, Tan Tung turned around, his expression one of agony as he begged, This should be fine, right? Please let my daughter go. She's innocent. One burly man coldly retorted. Secretary Tan, relax. As long as you help us through this, we'll guarantee the safety of your daughter and wife. Move. Tan Tung gritted his teeth helplessly as he led the men to the meeting hall. The 5 of them immediately kicked down the door and rushed in. One of them was wielding a .05 rifle, and he opened fire as he sprayed wildly across the entire room. Another male immediately activated his skill, brandishing a huge blade as he charged towards Du Shan Xiong like a specter. 2 of the men pulled out their pistol and proceeded to fire at those officials in the room. The remaining man pulled out a green dagger, as he made use of a strange movement technique to shorten the distance between him and Chen Ying. Everything had happened too suddenly, and there was no time for the participants of the meeting to defend themselves, and many fell in a pool of blood as they moaned in agony. Bai Xiaoshang had the fastest reaction. The moment things started to go out of control, he had pulled Dan Hong towards a window and broke through it, shouting at the top of his lungs as he went, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bai Xiaoshang was extremely experienced, and could tell with a single glance that all 5 intruders were evolvers. Although they were lower-leveled than him in a battle of life and death, there was the possibility of him losing immediately. Furthermore, there was no favorable impressions of the upper echelons of Guilin City. The moment he jumped out, he had no intention of helping the rest. Hearing Bai Xiaoshang's shouts, the experts immediately got into action and gathered at the meeting hall. In the hail of bullets, many of the government officials laid in their own blood. At almost the same time, a 1.9 m tall burly male decked in military wear leapt out behind Du Shan Xiong. The tall burly soldier was called Du Ziming and was a strength-based evolver, and was Du Shan Xiong's nephew. He possessed terrifying combat strength and could easily slaughter Type 2 mutant beasts like it was nothing. Du Ziming blocked in front of Du Shan Xiong, while an ordinary rifle bullet landed on his body and got deflected away by the Type 2 mutant beast hide on him. As long as one wasn't an idiot after coming in contact with the mutant beasts, most intelligent people would have thought to use the hide as defensive and protective wear. Du Ziming watched the bullets hit him and bellowed in rage, as he swung viciously towards the evolver wielding the huge blade. Both weapons clashed and emitted a shrill sound as sparks flew, and the intruder was actually knocked back by Du Ziming, his blade sent flying out of his hands, and blood seeping out the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered an injury. Du Shanxiong was facing an assassination attempt, but he did not lose his calm, instead diving for the bottom of the table. He was an ordinary man, and even if he wore the bullet-resistant Type 2 mutant beast hide, the moment a bullet hit his head, he would die as well. Just as Du Shanxiong was bending his waist, one of the evolvers chuckled coldly and activated his ability. An incredibly sharp earth spike broke out from the ground and pierced the head of Du Shanxiong, causing his head to be turned into minced meat. If it had been an expert with sufficient strength, he would have felt a sense of danger. However, it was too bad that while Du Shanxiong was a regiment commander, he was just an ordinary person, and he lost his life just like that. Uncle! Du Ziming saw Du Shanxiong being killed right before his eyes, and his mind went into turmoil, his eyes turning bloodshot, and he became like an enraged tiger that hacked and slashed wildly at the evolvers. His strength was immense, and every single strike of his contained a few thousand genes of strength, forcing the other evolver back with a look of fear on his face. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Seeing that Du Shanxiong was killed, the leader of the experts loudly called out. At the next moment, the remaining 4 evolvers disregarded their targets and headed for the exit, not even bothering to kill Chuning. When the 5 evolvers left, the agility-based evolver who was defending Chuning let out his breath. It had been incredibly exhausting to defend Chuning, and if all 5 had taken him on in 20 seconds, Chuning would definitely have died. However, things did not go as smoothly for the assassins, as when they had just left, the experts defending outside immediately charged over and engaged them in battle. In the end, after an intense bout, 3 of the assassins lost their lives, while the remaining 2 were forced to escape from the building. Dan Hong quickly came back to the meeting hall, and when he saw Du Shanxiong's corpse, his face fell, and immediately told by Xiao Sheng, "Quick, let's go back and inform leader. Du Shanxiong's dead. Majority of the government have fallen. Guilin City is about to be chaotic." Chaotic? What kind of person was Du Shanxiong? He was the main pillar of Guilin City. It was him that had led the troops to exterminate over 1 million zombies and saved 900,000 people. He was the leader of the border troops patrolling around Guilin City and was an extraordinary militant. Now that he was dead, without a leader, the border troops would definitely break up into smaller factions. Also, a number of the officials in the meeting hall had been killed as well. Without those officials, the governance in Guilin City would likely come to a standstill. All it would take was for one person to come up to incite, and the rest of the city would follow suit into mayhem. Although Dan Hong was not in a high position, he had an acute sense of the current events, and he could feel the underlying change of wind in Guilin City. If they were not careful, the turbulent winds could cause him and Yue Zhong to be blown to bits. Bai Xiao Shang did not say anything, and exerted all his strength to rush for Yue Zhong's location. Inside a secretive location, when Dia received the report from his subordinates, he laughed coldly and said, "Do it! Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong is dead. He had been assassinated by Yue Zhong's forces. Yue Zhong has gained control of the granary. Everyone's ration tickets are going to become worthless paper soon. Everybody, let's find Yue Zhong to settle it. Otherwise, our ration tickets will become scrap soon." Those Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad members hiding within the human crowds started to spread the rumor, trying to rile up the masses. What? Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong had been assassinated. He was such a good man, why did Yue Zhong send people to assassinate him? What a beast! Shit! My ration tickets are about to become scrap. Under the inciting of the people, the majority of the survivors began to panic, as they made their way towards the granary frantically. If the machinations of the government was still around, such rumors would not have easily spread. However, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had killed almost 2/3 of the government's upper officials. Could be said that the government was severely set back. At the same time, Li Jiuming had appeared and convinced those who belonged to the Nanning City faction to throw their weights in with him, and he was making preparations to take over control of the entire Guilin City government. Both sides that used to belong to the same government were currently engaged in a civil war. Naturally, no one would bother about the survivors. As for the military that Du Shanxiong had commanded, it had almost immediately split up into a few factions: the Guilin faction, the Border Troops faction, the Enhancers faction, the Nanning faction, the Youth faction, the Veteran faction, and a few others. To gain command that Du Shanxiong had left behind, all the factions were engaged in a contest of power. Some even began to fight. There were numerous mobs that rushed to the streets, giving in to their darker sides, robbing, pillaging, and even raping. Fires began to burn at various places, and there would be cries from women, or screams from men as the thugs laughed without restraint. Many of the survivors chose to hold themselves up in their rooms, as they watched hell unfold on the streets, and they trembled in their houses. Chaos. Huge chaos. The entire Guilin City had been plunged in a fearsome madness, turning into hell on earth in a matter of hours once they lost stability. Furthermore, under the prodding of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, almost 100,000 survivors swarmed from all directions, gathering in front of the granary, calling for Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong! Get the hell out here! Yue Zhong! You animal! Why did you assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong? Yue Zhong! Open up the granary! Open up the granary! Open up the granary! The large crowd of survivors were calling outside the granary and blocking the nearby roads leading to it. Their enraged voices were calling out curses and insults, and if it wasn't for the various heavy machine guns mounted outside the granary, they would have swarmed in to snatch their own portion of the rations. Chapter 429 Chai Zitsong Submits. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. At this time, Zhang Ming he was in charge of the defense on the exterior of the granary. When he saw the huge crowd of humans, he trembled inwardly as his back broke out in cold perspiration, and he suddenly felt a huge sense of pressure. This was a crowd of a few 100,000 people, and they were gathered right here. It seemed that any small thing could set them off. The moment they erupted, it would definitely become a scene of carnage, and the granary was likely going to be destroyed. I am Zhang Ming he, an elder of the Green Stone Triad. Zhang Ming he looked at the huge crowd as he gritted his teeth to declare loudly. We did not kill Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong. All of you had better leave now, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Dogs hit. He's threatening us. Everyone, don't fear. We have a few tens of thousands of us here. He won't dare to touch us. Bash that bastard in. Everyone, let's charge in. Snatch what's ours. Whoever can snatch whatever will belong to them. They won't dare to open fire. There are so many of us here. If each of us were to spit on them, they'll drown. Everyone, charge. Amidst the crowd of survivors, there were some hoodlums from the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad mixed in, as they tried to incite the crowd. Everyone, let's charge together. Those rations are ours. Everyone should snatch it all back. Charge. With the provocation of the joint efforts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, many of the survivors began to get riled up as they inched forwards. Zhang Ming he watched all these unfold as his head started to hurt, unsure of his next move. Right at this time, Hu Yi's voice traveled over, his tone resolute. Open fire! Everyone, fire your weapons. The various soldiers stationed at the guns exchanged looks, as they looked at the incoming crowd, not knowing what to do. If it were zombies or mutant beasts, they would definitely not hesitate, and immediately firing their weapons. However, they were currently facing other humans, and these were their comrades at that. Hu Yi's eyes flashed coldly, as he pulled out his blade and hollered coldly. I'm the vice commander appointed by our leader Yue Zhong. Did you guys not hear my orders? I'm ordering all of you to shoot right now. Kill the threats. Those who disobey will be executed. One of the soldiers could not help but say, "But Captain Hu, these are people. They're our fellow countrymen. Not zombies and not enemies. They are but just helpless ordinary citizens." Hui glanced at that soldier, his expression icy as he continued, "I know that, but if we don't fire now, we're going to be buried right here. Fire immediately. Otherwise, I'll carry out military punishment." Hui turned around to face Zhang Ming as he asked solemnly, "Commander Zhang, you don't have any objections, right?" Amidst Yue Zhong's established powers, it had become compulsory to use military ranks to refer to one another. Using hall lords and elders were too triad-like and lacked the discipline and form of an actual unit. "Open fire." Zhang Ming glanced at Hu Yi before shutting his eyes and gave the cruel order. If they still didn't open fire, those enraged survivors would soon charge into the granary and would destroy everything. In an instant, all 12 heavy machine guns started spewing bullets, firing wildly at the frenzied crowd below, punching holes into an unfortunate number of them. "Murder! Quick escape! They're firing!" Following the shrieks and screams of fear, the originally enraged crowd became fearful as they saw those on the front lines lying in pools of blood as they tried to swarm back. When those survivors that were coming in from further away heard the gunshots, they turned tail and ran in various directions, running for their lives. Even before the apocalypse, there had been incidents before where tanks were deployed to quell insurgencies, not to mention a new era where all order has been lost. When those survivors heard the gunshots, their unity crumbled totally, as individuals scrambled for their lives. In the midst of the chaos, countless survivors were only concerned about their own survival, and the casualties mounted as a result of the stampede. Along the way, countless bodies which had been trampled could be seen. Some time later, Yue Zhong appeared atop the granary. Looking at the corpses in front of the granary, his face grim. "Leader!" Zhang Ming went up to Yue Zhong who had appeared, his heart shaken, as he saluted. He noticed the ugly expression on Yue Zhong's face, and glanced at Hu Yi, before gritting his teeth and said, "Leader, I had passed the command. I'm willing to shoulder all responsibilities." The fact that Hu Yi was a close brother of Yue Zhong was widely known amongst those in his faction. Hu Yi was also an evolver with a second-order skill, and had contributed greatly at the battle of the mutant beast horde. He would naturally be in charge of many things, and Zhang Ming dared not push the blame on Hu Yi. Yue Zhong patted Zhang Ming's shoulders and said solemnly, "How were you wrong? Those who were in the wrong were those bastards from the Heavenly Dragon and Green Bamboo Triads causing trouble. Even those idiots who blindly followed their instigation were in the wrong. As long as there are enemies, we're free to open fire on them, regardless of who they are. However, you could have handled it better. At the very least, you should have fired a warning shot first. After that, if they still didn't retreat, then you can fire. You shall be demoted by a rank, and your position is only Vice Battalion Commander. The 1st Battalion of Guilin City is still yours to lead." Zhang Ming had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, and had not experienced something like this, hence, his handling of the matter had been rigid. If it were up to somebody with experience, it would definitely have been handled better. "Yes." Zhang Ming's eyes turned red, and this moment caused him to feel extremely grateful. He had thought Yue Zhong was going to demote him to a foot soldier. After all, they had killed a number of survivors, and because of that, the resulting stampede had claimed the lives of 200 others. Yue Zhong's forces were still considered young, and they had just pushed on in. There were countless good fighters, but people with the skills to lead were lacking. Just then, Hu Yi stepped forwards and said, "Leader, don't blame Commander Zheng. It was an order that I gave." With other people around, Hu Yi would refer to Yue Zhong as leader only in situations without others, would he call Yue Zhong big bro. Yue Zhong eyed Hu Yi and replied solemnly, "Since it's like this, you're demoted 2 ranks, to a platoon commander. Your rank is now lieutenant." Hu Yi's expression was strict as he replied, "Yes, leader." Hu Yi then asked, "Leader, what are our moves next? Guilin City is now in chaos. Should we step in as well?" by Shaoshang's speed had been extremely fast, and had related the assassination of the upper levels of the government to the Yue Zhong. Hu Yi did not understand, since he knew Yue Zhong to be extremely decisive, the reason as to why Yue Zhong was still not acting, instead wasting 2 very precious hours. Yue Zhong I Zhang Ming He as his killing intent billowed out. Zhang Ming He, I'll leave this place to you. You must defend this place properly. No one else other than me is allowed near the granary. Any offenders, execute them on the spot. The granary was the most important card held by Yue Zhong right now. The moment it landed in someone else's hands, it would become the time where it could be used against him. Zhang Ming He faced Yue Zhong as he swore solemnly, "Yes, leader. As long as I still have a breath left, this place will not be taken from me." Good. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Just as Yue Zhong was preparing to issue the command to mobilize, Hu Yi looked out and called out, "Leader, someone's coming." Oh! Yue Zhong turned around, only to discover Chai Zitsong, who was released by him, walking towards the granary with his hands waving a white flag. Yue Zhong looked at Chai Zitsong and his heartbeat immediately sped up. Let him in! Just a single Chai Zitsong would not be a threat to the entire granary's forces. Chai Zitsong came to Yue Zhong and immediately declared, "This subject is willing to work for leader. Please accept this subject." Yue Zhong I Chai Zitsong, and was extremely pleased. Good. What are your requests? Name them. Gaining Chai Zitsong was a huge opportunity. On one hand, he could show the example of those who submitted. On the other hand, Chai Zitsong knew the inner workings amongst Du Shanxiong's generals. With his support, Yue Zhong would be able to make a better judgment. Chai Zitsong immediately said, "I alone am weak. I hope that leader can set my brothers free. Allow us to work for you." With Du Shanxiong's death, the army had split up into multiple factions. In such situations, those with strength made the rules. Without Du Shanxiong, Chai Zitsong was nothing, and hence, upon consideration, he had decided to throw his weight in with Yue Zhong. After all, there were over a few hundred captive soldiers. Yue Zhong frowned and asked, "Do you have confidence in convincing your brothers?" Chai Zitsong replied solemnly, "If Du Shanxiong was still alive, there would be no guarantee. However, since he's dead, I have 70% confidence in persuading them." Yue Zhong grinned and said, "All right, Chai Zitsong, from now on, you're the 9th Platoon's platoon commander. Your entire platoon will be made up of your brothers." "How's that?" Chai Zitsong was overjoyed, and immediately prostrated himself in front of Yue Zhong. "I'm willing to fight to the death for leader." The moment he joined, he was immediately placed as a platoon commander, and he had the strength of his troops to boot. This was good news to him. In such a world where strength spoke, Chai Zitsong had just gained his subordinates again, and soon he would be able to have a say amongst Yue Zhong's forces. Chapter 430, Fractured Military. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong had always liked to reorganize the troops that he had absorbed from his enemies. However, things were different for Guilin City. It was a time where he needed to make use of the manpower, and it had to be utilizable. Allowing Chai Zitsong to control his troops would swiftly draft them into formation. Therefore, Yue Zhong had chosen that option. Chai Zitsong came alone to the captive zone, and under his persuasion, 90% of the captives agreed to work with him. There was still that 10% that was unwilling, and hence remained within the captive battalion. After making preparations under the orders of Yue Zhong, the Heaven Union group of experts, Larman's foreign troops, in Kai Shan's 2 infantry battalions that were armed to the teeth, as well as Chai Zitsong's military troops that strengthened the front, all gathered. The 2,000-strong army made their way towards Guilin City. Yue Zhong also assigned for those scattered troops that weren't too stable to leave the granary, leaving the place to Zhang Ming He and his 2 battalions. Amongst the 2 battalions, there were numerous experts who had followed Yue Zhong on his conquests along the way, as well as some who had taken part in the Battle of the Small Town, gaining huge benefits against the mutant beast horde. Upon entering Guilin City and establishing control over a territory, Yue Zhong brought Chai Zitsong over and asked, "Chai Zitsong, I want to settle the side of the military. Which faction do you think I should set my sights on first? With regards to the relationships among the military powers, Cai Zizong was more familiar, and with him around, Yue Zhong can make a more informed judgment on his next move. Boss Yue, the military has now fractured into 6 main factions. These 6 are separated into the following. The 1st Battalion led by Zhang Shuiwang. The 2nd Battalion led by Wang He. The 3rd Battalion led by Zhu Lei. The 4th Battalion led by Chun Yu. The 5th Battalion led by Ma Fong. The 6th Battalion led by Murong He. These are also the strongest 6 battalions trained up by Regiment Commander Du. Each of them consists of 1,000 soldiers, and there are 5 other infantry battalions that are situated near the 6 powers. However, these 5 are just recently conscripted, and the recruits are still in the midst of training without proper equipment and lack any combat strength. Of the 6, Zhang Shuiwang's 1st Battalion is the strongest and best-equipped battalion. They have an entire armed division. They have tanks, cannons, and even assault helicopters. Zhang Shuiwang was the first troop that had followed Du Shanxiong since the beginning. He's absolutely loyal to Du Shanxiong and has a proud temperament. It's extremely hard to convince him. He had fought with Chun Yu in the past over a woman, and in the end, he lost to Chun Yu, which caused their relationship to be strained, even up till now. They have come to blows before. Because of his ego, his relationships with the other battalions are not that great either. Wang He's 2nd Battalion consists of the most experts. Truthfully, the 2nd Battalion is the battalion with the most number of experts amongst the whole army. Inside the 2nd Battalion, there are 20 evolvers. Wang He is also a slippery guy. His relationships with the rest of the 5 battalions are SOSO. Zhu Lei is rumored to be the backer of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. He's a violent man, lustful and perverse, and is alleged to have over 50 women in the camp waiting on him. Chun Yu is an upright man, and is a bit rigid. Ma Fong is said to be the backer of the Green Bamboo Triad. He's cunning and insidious, petty as well. He's domineering in his own ways, and there was one time where he didn't buy a ticket when he went to the bus stop. The conductor stopped him and requested for him to get a ticket. He actually slapped the conductor, before barking loudly saying that he was a commander, and that the conductor had best scram. His character is not much, and if not for his family, he could not have gotten to his position. Cai Zizong finished off. As for Murong He, I'm not clear about his background. I just know that he's honest and straightforward, although he's a man of few words. However, whatever responsibilities Du Shanxiong handed to him, he would carry it off extremely well. Yue Zhong started pondering over the information he got. The 4 great triads of Guilin City all had backers. Yue Zhong knew this very well. It was almost impossible for a triad to expand the way the 4 great triads did without sufficient backing. Yue Zhong had brought in his own experts to launch a sudden move and swallowed up the Hong triad's position. Within Guilin City, Yue Zhong was considered a wild card and had broken the balance of the games. That was why Li Hongji and Chang Yufeng had tried to thrash the newly established Greenstone Triad. However, they had not expected that Yue Zhong did not follow the rules, and instead, finished them off quickly and cleanly, as well as taking over the granary, and causing Du Shanxiong to become anxious. Yue Zhong mulled silently. With the backing of 2 commanders, no wonder they dared to kill government officials, even killing Du Shanxiong. With Zhu Lei and Ma Fong sitting behind the scenes, as well as causing mayhem within Guilin City, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad could be said to possess some capabilities. With the aid of 2,000 experienced soldiers, as well as the police force, armed forces, and special forces under the control of Li Jiuming, by now, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had gained the upper hand in this conflict. Right at this time, a soldier came running towards Yue Zhong. "Leader, there's an envoy from the Green Bamboo Triad that requests an audience." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Let him in." A proud and arrogant young man in a suit came sauntering in as he grinned slightly at Yue Zhong. "Hello, Boss Yue. I'm the Green Bamboo Triad's Peng Biao. I'm very pleased to meet you. This time, I'm here on the orders of Chief Gao to establish an alliance with you. As long as you're willing to become allies with us from the Green Bamboo Triad, after this matter is settled, the 3 conditions that you had sent someone to request for, Other than the third condition, we can accept the rest. Furthermore, as an expression of our goodwill, the green bamboo triad is willing to offer 100 virgins to you. Yue Zhong eyed Peng Biao coldly and said, "Capture him!" 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward to press Peng Biao harshly to the ground, before tying him up. The moment Peng Biao felt his face touching the ground, his expression changed as he shouted, "Yue Zhong! Armies do not kill envoys in battle. You can't kill me." Yue Zhong eyed Peng Biao coldly and replied, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If you have the abilities to escape, you can go back and notify Gao Ming Hao. If he surrenders now, I can let him off with his dog life. Otherwise, I will definitely wipe the earth clean of you scum from the green bamboo triad and heavenly dragon triad. Throw him into the jail cell. Without my orders, no one shall go close to him." After settling the issue of Peng Biao, Yue Zhong turned to Cai Zitsong and said, "Go find someone to lead me to Zhang Xuewang. I want to talk to him." Cai Zitsong's face promptly turned pale, as he tried to persuade Yue Zhong, "Leader, that's not prudent. While Zhang Xuewang might be obstinate, he's not an idiot, and he might possibly throw you in captivity." Yue Zhong frowned and muttered, "Enough! I've made up my mind. I need to make this trip. At this juncture, while we can ensure our survival, it's hard to attain victory. Conquering any one side might give the others a chance to jump on us. I need to convince Zhang Xuewang to work together with us. Only then is there a hope for victory." Yue Zhong led an army size of more than 2,000, and it seemed imposing. However, within them, 1,000 plus were still not trained fully, and could be said to be a motley bunch. If it was a casual clash, it would still be okay, but if more than a few die, then the rest would definitely collapse. Of the remaining 1,000 some, the Heaven Union's experts make up the most of the number. However, the human heart was difficult to conquer, and there were a few who were still not satisfied with Yue Zhong. They could betray at any time. Of the entire 2,000 over, it seemed that only 400 over could truly fight. Hence, if Yue Zhong wanted to deal with the rest of the fractured military factions, he needed another way. If 2 sides engaged him at the same time, it would be worse. Cai Zitsong mulled for a few seconds, before his eyes flashed with resolution. "All right, I'll go with you." This was a risk for Cai Zitsong, and he wanted to gain Yue Zhong's trust and reliance. Hence he decided to follow Yue Zhong to prove his loyalty. No one would dislike a loyal subordinate. Although some were capable, ambitious people would leave their superiors with no choice but to limit their dependency on them. Whereas there could be less capable but more devoted subjects. These were the preferred aides. Yue Zhong looked at Cai Zitsong and smiled slightly. "Good." After granting control of the troops to Hu Yi and passing the order to keep watch over their current location, Yue Zhong and Cai Zitsong left for Zhang Xuewang's location swiftly. As they neared the camp of Zhang Xuewang, they were met with a wary warning. "Who goes there?" 2 soldiers wielding .03 type rifles raised their weapons and blocked the paths of Yue Zhong and Cai Zitsong. Yue Zhong looked at the 2 of them, replying indifferently, "I'm Yue Zhong, the chief of the Green Stone Triad that occupied the granary. I have something to say to your commander Zhang Xuewang. Take me to him." Hearing that Yue Zhong had taken the initiative to come to their camp, the soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air, as they retreated slightly, gripping their weapons tightly. "You're Yue Zhong." Yue Zhong's infamy had spread amongst the entire military. Almost every soldier knew this person in front of them had simply taken a troop to subdue the entire granary that was guarded by a battalion within an hour. He had also mercilessly executed an entire company of soldiers under Chang Yufeng. One of the soldiers responded gravely, "Wait a moment, I'll need to report this," after which the soldier hastily withdrew into the camp. Not long after, 12 soldiers emitting a strong killing intent following a 1.8 m tall and burly commander came striding towards Yue Zhong. The burly commander stared at Yue Zhong with a wary gaze and said, "I'm Guo Huailian. Please come with me." Cai Zitsong gave Yue Zhong a heads up by whispering, "Guo Huailian is the top expert in Zhang Xuewang's ranks. He's an agility-based evolver. His skills are truly top-notch." Yue Zhong turned to Guo Huailian and chuckled as he agreed, "Sure." Chapter 431. Forced Mobilization. Guo Huailian had come out to receive them. It was apparent that Zhang Xuewang was filled with wariness towards Yue Zhong. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were some experts who could single-handedly decimate an entire troop and cause the tides of the war to turn. While Zhang Xuewang was proud, he wasn't an idiot, and he would not be unprepared as he accepted Yue Zhong, who was equivalent to a powerful killing machine, in his base. As Yue Zhong walked, he saw numerous armored vehicles like tanks, assault vehicles, self-propelling cannons, missile launchers, etc. Seeing these tools of war, his eyes went red. Guo Huailian brought Yue Zhong to a small office, and within, there was a man of about age 32 to 33, wearing a crisp military uniform. He possessed a face full of pride, yet his body radiated a vigor while sitting in the office. This man was the commander Zhang Xuewang. Beside Zhang Xuewang, there were 8 men standing quietly, as they stared at Yue Zhong fixedly. They had the aura of experts as well, and they were obviously powerful enhancers under Zhang Xuewang. When Du Shanxiong was assassinated, everyone got alarmed and increased their own security. Zhang Xuewang was no exception. Zhang Xuewang was also an enhancer, however, his enhancement level wasn't high, only about 11 or so. After all, he was the commander of the armored division, and as long as they continued utilizing their modern weaponry to annihilate any zombies or mutant beasts, he had little opportunities to strengthen himself. Zhang Xuewang eyed Yue Zhong coldly. "Yue Zhong, what you here for?" Yue Zhong eyed Zhang Xuewang as he replied slowly, "You are Commander Zhang Xuewang, right? Du Shanxiong was assassinated. The people behind it are the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. I hope that you can work with me to eradicate them." Zhang Xuewang stared back, and his expression was one of ridicule. "You're saying that Regiment Commander Du was assassinated by the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad? Where's your evidence? Who's to say that you weren't the assassin yourself? You just come tell me this, and now you want to come and tell me to catch someone else. Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Xuewang eyed Yue Zhong coldly as he continued, "The death of Regiment Commander Du, I will naturally get to the bottom of this. At that time, I will personally lead my troops to punish those responsible as revenge for Regiment Commander Du. If you're here to waste your breath, then I suggest that you scram right back to where you came from." One of the experts standing beside Zhang Xuewang suddenly came forward and urged, "Wait, Commander! Since he's here, let's kill him. Once he's dead, the Green Stone Triad would collapse, and we can reclaim the granary." When Zhang Xuewang heard that, his heart rate quickened. True, it was an opportunity that was hard to come by, and it was his territory here, and there were 6 evolvers as well as 20 other experts that were above level 30 inside the room. If they all worked together, it was more than enough to take care of Yue Zhong. Once he was dead, the Green Stone Triad would definitely collapse. He could then swallow up Yue Zhong's power. When he thought up to that point, he immediately came to a decision and ordered, "Capture him!" When Zhang Xuewang's words had just resounded, the agility-based evolver Guo Huailian immediately exploded forwards with an insane speed, appearing beside Yue Zhong and locking his arm. Yue Zhong was however prepared, and as his eyes flashed, he activated his Art of Fear at the first moment and sent it radiating outwards with him at the center. With the pressure of that strong spirit attack, Guo Huailian immediately slowed down, his heart trembling at the force of that attack. A tear appeared in space, as a sharp bone spike shot out from the tear and pierced Guo Huailian in between his brows, nailing him directly against the ground. As the Art of Fear continued to emit outwards, of the 11 other experts standing behind Yue Zhong, 7 were immediately affected by it. 7 more sharp bone spikes shot outwards like spears and impaled the 7 experts through their heads, nailing them to the walls. Assassins! Assassins! In just merely a few breaths, 8 experts had died at the hands of Yue Zhong, and the proud expression of Zhang Xuewang was replaced by one of fear, as he screamed and shouted while pummeling the glass window, breaking it and trying to escape. At that instant, Zhang Xuewang's heart was filled with regret. He had never expected Yue Zhong to be this insanely strong, and had made short work of 8 of his experts. Even the strongest Guo Huailian under him was killed immediately. Yue Zhong shot Zhang Xuewang a look, and his pupils narrowed, as he focused the Art of Fear on him, engulfing his body. Radiant green light emitted from Zhang Xuanhuan's body, negating the effects of the art of fear. It was obvious that there were still some powerful defenses on his body. Otherwise, that single-target art of fear attack would have easily killed such a low-leveled enhancer. A spirit-based evolver waved his hands, as a bunch of poker cards flew like projectiles towards Yue Zhong, and in mid-air, they split into numerous more cards. The main ability of the spirit-based evolver was controlling poker cards, and under his power, those weak cards could become sharp enough to slice armored vehicles, and even an L2 evolved zombie which was impervious to bullets and knives would be sliced into pieces by the poker cards. The poker cards that were filled with power filled the entire room, and sealed off Yue Zhong's movements. Like a rain cloud that blots out the skies, no one would be able to evade the raindrops. This was the threat of those poker cards. Many experts had watched helplessly before being sliced apart. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with coldness as he slapped his hands once, and a fearsome fireball blossomed out of thin air, shooting towards the spirit-based evolver. With that fearsome blazing tornado, the cards that could slice apart armored vehicles started to burn and turn to ashes, while the flaming tornado continued in its attempt to engulf the spirit-based evolver entirely. Facing the fiery carnage about to envelope it, the card-controlling spirit-based evolver looked on in horror. An earthen wall immediately congealed in front of him, blocking the path of the fiery tornado. It was the work of an evolver with a ground manipulation ability standing near the spirit-based evolver. The fiery tornado assaulted the wall, and an immense explosion resulted, causing a hole in the wall, before it continued to rage on towards the card-controlling spirit-based evolver. A level 43 enhancer quickly came up and started to activate a psychic barrier in front of the card controller, his face resolute. The fiery tornado landed against the psychic barrier powerfully, burning for a while before finally collapsing. This was the pros of having comrades. One by one, they managed to defend against an attack that each of them would not be able to handle singly. Pong! 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 The psychic barrier user had just heaved a sigh of relief when 6 stinger bullets came from behind the fiery tornado and exploded on his weakened barrier, immediately disintegrating it. One of the bullets penetrated his head and instantly caused his cranium to be blasted apart. A sharp bone blade came slashing out of nowhere, and the ground manipulation user was likewise decapitated, as a huge gush of blood splattered everywhere, his lifeless body slumping to the floor. Another sharp bone spike then shot out explosively, piercing the head of the card controller, nailing him to the wall. With the slashing of the bone blades, another 3 close combat experts were immediately sliced apart, splattering the room with blood. In a few moments of breath, 14 experts with decent strength had died at the hands of Yue Zhong and White Bones, and the scene in the room was like hell. So strong! He's too strong! Chai Zitsong, who had just exited the illusion of art of fear, stood behind Yue Zhong, his body trembling slightly as he looked at Yue Zhong with eyes of respect and awe. It was the first time he witnessed someone actually making short work of 14 experts, amongst which were some evolvers even. Yue Zhong's strength had totally surpassed his imagination. Yue Zhong stared coldly at the remaining experts, his gaze icy, while his aura intimidating the remaining 6 experts. Yue Zhong had not yet activated his art of fear, but being stared at like that caused an equally knee-shaking fear within the 6 experts. One of them, an evolver wielding a large blade, could not withstand the terror of facing death and immediately kneeled as he pleaded, "I surrender! Don't kill me!" Yue Zhong pointed to the other experts as he barked, "Surrender, or die. You only have 1 second to consider. I surrender! Don't kill me!" Under Yue Zhong's stern warning, another 3 experts could not withstand the fear of death, and immediately threw their weapons down and knelt down. Yue Zhong, one of the experts, seemed to hesitate before lifting his heads to say something. White Bones, whose entire body was covered in the blood of the enemies it killed, charged forwards wildly with its 2 bone blades, its demonic fiery eyes flashing. The remaining 2 experts had not yet the time to bargain nor finish their words before they were sliced in 2, splattering blood all over the place. Yue Zhong did not cast another glance at the 4 experts who had submitted as he activated his shadow steps and rushed towards the window, but not before saying, "Protect Commander Chai out of here. Otherwise, all your families will die." Yue Zhong then immediately leapt out the second-story window and chased after Zhang Xuanhuan like an arrow. "Assassin! Assassin!" Zhang Xuanhuan shouted as he ran, and his heart was now filled with regret. If he hadn't acted against Yue Zhong, then by now he would have chased Yue Zhong away. A large number of soldiers and the remaining experts of the 1st Battalion began to gather towards them. The 20 experts in the meeting hall only made up half of the experts within the 1st Battalion. Of course, they happened to be the elite of the elites as well. When the soldiers saw their own commander being chased by Yue Zhong, they began to raise their weapons and fire at him. A large number of bullets shot towards Yue Zhong, but he did not try to evade them. Instead, the bronze spiritual bell flew out from his chest, enveloping him with a radiant shield of light, blocking the incoming bullets. In that intense moment, after barely 3 seconds, Yue Zhong managed to reach Zhang Xuanhuan as he raised his hands to make a grab for the latter's neck. "Release the commander! Release the commander! Otherwise, I'll fire!" When the soldiers saw Yue Zhong grabbing their commander by the neck, all of them stopped their attacks, instead surrounding them, as they stared intensely at Yue Zhong, threatening him. When Zhang Xuanhuan was caught by Yue Zhong, his fear arose, and he quickly shouted, "Yue Zhong, let me go. I can cooperate with you. Let's eradicate the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad together." "Good." Yue Zhong then placed Zhang Xuanhuan on the ground, not doing anything, instead ordering, "Immediately order your men to assault Zhu Lei." "Fine." Zhang Xuanhuan could only helplessly give the order through gritted teeth. Under Zhang Xuanhuan's orders, the entire 1st Battalion of Guilin City was activated, and the armored vehicles made their way towards Zhu Lei's base. Zhu Lei troops had been on standby since the start of the Civil War. Furthermore, there were fortifications done to enhance their defense against any potential attacks. Within a lavish room deep inside the camp, there were 20 extremely outstanding beauties standing in various poses like decoration, while 2 men were seated and enjoying wine as they chatted. One of them, who was burly and had a face full of beard and a mouth of yellow teeth, was currently embracing a naked girl with one hand, while his other holding his wine glass. He was laughing out loud. "Dia, this time you did beautifully. Du Shan Xiong, that old thing, is finally dead. From now on, this place is ours." The bearded burly man was Zhu Lei of the 6 military factions. He was violent in temper and lustful in nature. Although it had irked Du Shan Xiong, Zhu Lei truly had the strength in his unit, and thus Du Shan Xiong had no choice but to make use of him in the past. While Zhu Lei had an explosive temper, he was not a fool, and in exchange for being a backer for the Heavenly Dragon Triad, they helped to deliver numerous experts and beautiful women, in addition to large amount of resources, allowing him to grow his forces right under Du Shan Xiong's nose. However, Zhu Lei had still remained fearful of Du Shan Xiong. With his death, Zhu Lei was now without fear. Dia revealed a cunning smile. "Big Brother, from today onwards, Guilin City will be under Big Brother's control. As long as this little one gets a taste of what Big Brother has to enjoy, it will be more than enough for me." Zhu Lei looked at Dia and laughed with satisfaction, at the same time twisting the breasts of the naked girl beside him. "Ha! Dia, just follow me tightly. I won't mistreat you." Chapter 432. Defeat of Zhu Lei's Troops. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. Zhu Lei eyed Dia, as he pointed to the various beauties in the room and chuckled. "These chicks, whoever catches your eye, just state it. Treat it as my gift to you." There were a total of 28 naked women standing around, their figures truly eye-catching, and they seemed to brighten up the room with their looks. After society had collapsed due to the apocalypse, many allowed their inner demons and desires to fester. Zhu Lei was lustful, and while Du Shan Xiong was still alive, he had been controlled. Now he was truly unreserved in his indulgence. Dia's face put on a humble expression as he flattered. "How can this little brother covet your women, big bro?" Zhu Lei's mouth curled upwards in a smile, his eyes flashing with a perverse gaze, as he threw the voluptuous woman in his embrace onto a glass table. You're my good brother. How is it not possible? Come. Let us have fun with this woman together. Dia's eyes lit up in a similar obscene manner and took off his pants immediately. Then I shall help myself. Right at this time, a military officer suddenly charged in as he spoke in an urgent matter. Commander, I have something urgent to report. Zhu Lei had just taken off his trousers, and his rod was sticking out in excitement, and when he saw the officer bursting into the room, his expression turned to one of fury as he scolded loudly, Get the fuck out! Lu Xiong, do you still want your position or not? The officer's face turned a shade of green, then white when he was reprimanded. He felt his anger rising, and he clenched his fists tightly, eyeing the obscene scene in front of him, before he lowered his head and replied, Yes, come, let's continue. Zhu Lei then laughed and grabbed hold of the woman before penetrating her. On the other side, Dia chuckled perversely and grabbed her head. Lu Xiong stomped back towards his office as he cursed, Zhu Lei, you fucking bastard. You're still playing with women at this time? You'll definitely be buried. The vice captain Zhou Zixien came up to Lu Xiong's side and asked, Old Lu, what did commander say? Lu Xiong's face was still steely as he replied coldly, He told me to fuck right off. Zhou Zixian's face turned pale. What the fuck is wrong with him? Zhang Xuanhuan is attacking right now. If we don't prepare, how can we hold the fort? Lu Xiong mulled silently before starting at Zhou Zixian. Old Zhou, Zhu Lei is just a bastard. I've decided to pull the troops out. Are you coming with me? When Zhou Zixian heard that, his eyes went wide and stammered with disbelief. Old Lu, that's treason. Traitorous. Men of military viewed orders with paramount importance. Such a doctrine was ingrained in every single one of them. Lu Xiong's troops were also of the border troops in the past. Hence, although Zhu Lei was a lecherous and despotic person who got in with family relations, he was still the commander placed in charge of them, and Lu Xiong and the rest had no choice but to obey his orders, even though they did not approve of him. Lu Xiong's current suggestion to pull his troops away, it was proof that things had changed, and this caused Zhou Zixian to be at a loss. Lu Xiong's face was one of disgust. If I have to continue slogging for that kind of person, I'd rather turn against him. As long as one was still upright and humane, they would be unwilling to work for an obscene and rude leader. Lu Xiong had closed one eye to Zhu Lei's behavior because the country and military were behind him in the past. Now that the military was fractured, and the country on the brink of collapse, the unhappiness with Zhu Lei had been building up inside Lu Xiong's heart, and had burst out. Zhou Zixian seemed to ponder for a while silently, before his eyes flashed with a similar glint of resolution. Fine, I'll come with you. That's great. Lu Xiong's face expressed his joy. Zhou Zixian then continued asking, What shall we do with Chan Zhengwei? Lu Xiong's eyes glinted with a ferocity. Since we're about to fall out with Zhu Lei, let's just do away with him. That Chan Zhengwei was a pawn sent by Zhu Lei to watch over Lu Xiong and the rest, and both sides did not get along well. Right at this time, Chan Zhengwei came striding into the camp. Seeing Xiong Lei, his expression became extremely ugly. Lu Xiong, why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to hurry and take some troops to stop Zhang Xuanhuan? Lu Xiong and Zhou Zixian exchanged a look. As they stepped forwards, Chan Zhengwei, I have something to say to you. What? Can wait. The priority now is to mobilize the troops to defend against Zhang Xuanhuang's assault. Before his words were even finished, Xiong Lei grabbed Chan Zhengwei's head and twisted viciously. With a kacha, Chan Zhengwei slumped to ground with disbelief on his lifeless face. Let's go. After killing Chan Zhengwei, Lu Xiong and Zhou Zixian quickly mobilized their own troops before escaping from the camp. Lu Xiong and his troops had left the camp not long, when the situation became a whole lot worse. Hong! 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 In almost an instant, countless artillery rounds blanketed the camp of Zhu Lei, and under the bombardment, countless houses were instantly destroyed, and a number of armored vehicles also became scrap metal as they combusted and exploded in balls of fire. One particular round ended up beside the residence of Zhu Lei, and with an explosive sound, it decimated a building, causing the soldiers within it to be buried alive. At the blast area, a dust cloud rose up and blanketed the area, with the debris falling around. The scene looked like the aftermath of an earthquake. Those naked women that had been treated as trophies within the room of Zhu Lei were currently screaming and could not care about Zhu Lei's threats as they ran from the room. What's going on? What is the meaning of this artillery fire? Zhu Lei had also been frightened by the sudden blasts. Without even wearing his pants, he ran out naked, his face pale as he looked around for the source of the problem. When Dia heard that explosive artillery, he had kicked the woman kneeling in front of him away. As he ran to the window, "Shit! What's going on?" At almost the same time when Zhu Lei and Dia were both shocked and trying to find out what was happening, 2 artillery rounds landed on this particular building, causing an earth-shaking blast, and the entire building was destroyed. Everyone within it were blasted to pieces. Even Dia, who was a level 48 evolver, had his body blasted apart, without a chance to resist. Attack! We're under attack! Facing the sudden bombardment of heavy rounds, all the soldiers rushed out from their various buildings within the camp, of which there were over 300 enhancers. These 300-plus enhancers were the subordinates that Dia had brought over and offered to Zhu Lei's forces. Zhu Lei had relied on these soldiers to kill a number of mutant beasts and zombies. Hong! 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 5 rounds landed consecutively amidst the gathering of those enhancers, and an entire patch of them were instantly blasted into pieces. Amongst them, there were even 2 other evolvers that were directly bombed to death. Help! I don't want to die! Run! Run! Facing the constant bombardment of artillery rounds, those originally proud and arrogant experts totally collapsed. Under the might of the heavy firepower, they suddenly felt the weakness of their pitiful existences. However, regardless of how quick they were to discover the true threat of those heavy rounds, the blast area of each round was too large. Furthermore, there were consecutive shots being fired, which caused even the faster agility-based evolvers to have trouble evading. Those enhancers were ordinary folks before the apocalypse, and the training they received was too little. Most of the time, they only had to face the dumb zombies or battle against the mutant beasts, but never against other humans with modern weaponry. As Zhu Lei, the highest commanding officer, had been blasted to pieces, other than a few platoon commanders that gathered their forces to try and resist, the rest of the division had totally collapsed, escaping to various directions. Hui had led a number of soldiers to surround the troops of Zhu Lei, and those scattered enhancers were all apprehended and placed inside the captive battalion. Yue Zhong went into the command center and observed the plight of Zhu Lei's troops, before turning to Zhang Xuanhuan standing beside him and ordered, "All right, time to go persuade them to surrender." Zhang Xuanhuan himself was watching the state of the camp, and his heart was conflicted. Not long ago, these were fellow comrades. Now, his own artillery had caused such carnage, and it caused him to be unsettled. However, Zhang Xuanhuan's life was in Yue Zhong's control. Thus, he had no choice and did not hesitate as he ordered a subordinate officer beside him, "Go send someone to talk to them." One officer held up a loudhailer and blasted his voice across to the entire camp. "The people inside, listen up. Zhu Lei had been involved in a plot to assassinate our regiment commander Du Shanxiong. He's considered a traitor to the country and the people. You had better surrender now so that we can let you off with your lives. Otherwise, we will not show any mercy, and as long as we see any resistance, we will execute you on the spot." By now, there were over 200 soldiers still standing guard inside Zhu Lei's camp. They had not collapsed like the enhancers when they were faced with the artillery attack. With Zhu Lei's death, the remaining troops did possess some combat strength, but without a target or fighting will. They all came out subdued and surrendered as Yue Zhong's captives. After thoroughly eradicating Zhu Lei's troops and absorbing the captives, Yue Zhong did not pause and immediately ordered, "Continue! Attack Ma Fong's camp now." Under Yue Zhong's orders, Zhang Xuanhuang's 1st Battalion began their advance towards Ma Fong's camp. Within Ma Fong's base, Ma Fong, who was decked in military wear, swung a cup onto the ground with full force, shattering it as he bellowed out in rage, "Fuck! Why is that bastard Zhu Lei so weak? He couldn't even hold out for an hour. Fuck! Zhang Xuanhuan is also a bastard. He actually submitted to Yue Zhong. Damn it! Damn it! Fuuwak. An intelligence soldier immediately came up. Commander! Be appeased. We can go and join forces with Chun Yu, Murong He, and Wang He. With the four of us, Zhang Xuanhuan and Yue Zhong are definitely not our match. Chapter 433, Continuous Submissions. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Ma Fong's eyes lit up. Great idea. You, go and find them now. Go speak to them about an alliance. The intelligence officer immediately acknowledged and left. The moment that intelligence officer left, a voice through a loudspeaker came resounding throughout the camp. To the people inside, listen up. Ma Fong was involved in the plot to assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shan Xiong. He's now termed a traitor of the country and people. You guys had better surrender now, and you'll be left with your life. Otherwise, we won't show you mercy. Can only treat you as accomplices to revolt and will execute you on the spot. Ma Fong's face instantly fell, as he cursed out loud. Zhang Xuanhuan, that bastard. Since when did I take part in any plot to assassinate Regiment Commander Du? We'll fight to the death. Convey my orders. Everyone is to defend their post. Not a single one is allowed to retreat. We will trade soldiers with them, and definitely not give in. Hearing the loud hailer, numerous soldiers within Ma Fong's camp started to be doubtful. The commander of the infantry unit dependent on Ma Fong immediately ran, and those soldiers who had just been training for 1 or 2 months under him also collapsed, escaping in all directions. With Du Shan Xiong's death, the hearts of the ordinary military men faltered. That was why there was a fracture into 6 divisions. Furthermore, there was unrest within the hearts of the soldiers, and now Yue Zhong had claimed loudly that he was carrying out judgment on those actually guilty of the death of Du Shan Xiong. This immediately led to a breakdown in the troops under Ma Fong, as they sought to escape. A leader in these times was extremely important. The moment he was dead, the troops would collapse and follow suit. If Yue Zhong died, all his establishments would immediately be torn down, and everyone would split. Regardless of his women or Qiyang, no one would be able to hold on to his legacy. Likewise, as the commander of the entire Guilin city's military, with the death of Du Shan Xiong, countless ambitious people sprouted up and caused the lower-ranked soldiers to be uneasy. At this time, a particular intelligence officer suddenly ran in urgently and called out, "Commander, not good! Commander Zhu has just escaped. The entire 11th Infantry Battalion has just collapsed." Ma Fong was in disbelief as his expression turned ugly. "What?" Zhu Zhihua ran. Another intelligence officer came running in. "Comnator, Commander, Osi Zhang has just brought his company and left." Ma Fong was livid yet pale at the same time, as he stammered, "What? Zhang Mingtao also ran?" Zhang Mingtao was an exemplary officer who had shown even before the apocalypse. During the purge of the zombies, his performance was valiant and courageous. The fact that such a military officer had taken his troops and ran was a huge blow and reflection on their current situation. Right at this time, a huge explosion resounded, as an artillery round landed on a nearby military building, causing the building Ma Fong was in to be affected by the blast radius as well. Ma Fong was thoroughly frightened by that huge impact, as he muttered, "Damn it! They're firing already. They're using heavy artillery. Shit! I need to leave. I need to leave right now. As long as the mountain remains, there won't be a lack of firewood. If I'm dead, nothing else matters." Ma Fong had been integral in the commanding of the troops when fighting against the zombies, but he had remained in the safety behind his troops, and while he possessed the experience, it was with regards to command. Now that he felt the impact of the artillery firsthand, it frightened him greatly. "Cover my retreat." Without any hesitation, Ma Fong immediately gathered a few of his trusted aides as he tried to escape. "Commander, you can't leave now. If you leave, there will be no one to lead the troops here." One of the intelligence officers rushed up and tried to stop Ma Fong. Hong! Another huge explosion rocked the earth, as an artillery round blasted another nearby building into oblivion, causing a huge dust cloud to rise and the ground to shake. The entire building that Ma Fong was in also started to shake, as dust began to fall and the building threatened to collapse. Fuck off! Ma Fong became infuriated, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at that officer before cocking the trigger. Pong! A gunshot rang out. A bullet hole appeared in between the brows of the intelligence officer, and his face was still in disbelief as his body slumped to the floor lifelessly. Seeing that, no one else dared to stop Ma Fong, and they watched helplessly as Ma Fong left. The remaining officers inside the room exchanged looks, before dropping everything and fleeing as well. Ma Fong escaped. Commander Ma abandoned us and ran. The message was passed swiftly amongst the soldiers, and the order of the soldiers promptly collapsed, as they tried to run in various directions, or making their way towards Yue Zhong's troops to surrender. Yue Zhong watched the collapse of Ma Fong's troops, and heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Ma Fong had insisted on defending the post with his soldiers, it would have been a lot tougher to conquer the base. The price to pay would not have been small either. Yue Zhong passed an order. Next target, Wang He's 2nd Battalion. Yue Zhong intended to subdue the fractured divisions of the military before they had a chance to regroup and form an alliance. If the military came together again, and allied with each other, Yue Zhong would be hard-pressed to subdue them. Wang He had numerous experts, but in exchange, the number of people under him who knew how to operate modern weaponry were lesser. In an exchange of firepower, their combat strength was weaker, and definitely was not a match for Zhang Xuewang's armored division. Even if they had assassins or top experts, Yue Zhong could deal with them himself. With Yue Zhong's orders, the troops adjusted their target after subduing 2 major battalions, and made for the 2nd Battalion. Leader, Wang He requests an audience. Just as Yue Zhong and his troops were halfway to their destination, a soldier came running up to Yue Zhong and reported. Yue Zhong's eyes brightened up and ordered, "Bring him in!" Not long after, a 1.7 m tall man of about 38 with a body full of muscles and vigor came walking towards Yue Zhong, his eyes holding a penetrating gaze. Wang He looked Yue Zhong up and down, before saying slowly, "Hello, I'm Wang He. May I ask if you're Yue Zhong?" Yue Zhong pointed to a sofa opposite him, indicating for Wang He to take a seat, as he smiled and said, "That's right. How do you do, Commander Wang?" Wang He sat down as invited by Yue Zhong. Mu Xiangling came up with 2 cups of red tea, and served them to Yue Zhong and Wang He, before taking a seat beside Yue Zhong. Wang He sipped the cup of red tea, and immediately spoke openly. "This time, I've come alone, to represent the brothers of the 2nd Battalion to submit to Leader Yue Zhong. We hope that Leader Yue Zhong will accept us." Zhang Xuewang's armored division was simply too tyrannical. With their tanks, cannons, assault helicopters, they were enough to annihilate the 2nd Battalion totally. Wang He did not wish for any of his brothers to be killed so pathetically, hence he made the decision to surrender with his troops. Wang He was also extremely clear. Surrendering voluntarily and being forced to submit were 2 different treatments. If Yue Zhong did not treat those who surrendered kindly, in the future, no one would be willing to submit to him. Yue Zhong chuckled at Wang He. "Fine. From now on, you're my subordinate. How about being a lieutenant-ranked platoon commander? Your brothers will still be yours to command." Wang He immediately saluted Yue Zhong. "Many thanks, Leader. I'm willing to die for Leader." Yue Zhong smiled slightly and waved his hands. Wang He then sat down. Wang He took another sip of tea, mulling silently, before suddenly asking, "Yue Zhong, if I hadn't come, how would you have dealt with us?" Yue Zhong chuckled indifferently, and did not mask his words. "I would have labeled you guys as traitors, then made use of the cannons and tanks to wipe everything out." Wang He laughed bitterly. Even in death, they would have been termed as traitors. It showed how vicious Yue Zhong was. Yue Zhong then commanded, "Wang He, immediately go and get your troops to merge with mine. Our next target is Murong He's camp." Wang He saluted and stood up to leave. "Yes, Leader. I will not disappoint you." "Gu Ji, why didn't you reorganize his troops?" Mu Xiangling, who had been sitting quietly like a doll along, suddenly piped with curiosity. Yue Zhong pinched her cheeks slightly and laughed. He had come of his own initiative to surrender. It's not that I can't dissolve his troops and reorganize them, but now's not the time. I still need their strength. It isn't the time to be reorganizing any of the troops now. Oh! Mu Xiangling nodded with understanding as she glanced at Yue Zhong. Wang He quickly brought the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion and joined Yue Zhong, and the huge troop continued onwards towards Murong He's base. By this time, the total number of soldiers that Yue Zhong had completely outnumbered those from Murong He and Chan Yu's side. However, Chan Yu was dedicated and had won the loyalty of his men. While the men under his control weren't as well equipped as Zhang Shuiwang's, it was still decent. Hence, Yue Zhong decided to go for Murong He first. Just as Yue Zhong's army was about to depart, a subordinate suddenly came up to him. "Leader! Murong He and Chan Yu's envoy are here to request an audience." A joyous glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes, yet he maintained his composure, saying, "Let them in." Under the guidance of a soldier, 2 men walked into the mobile command post that Yue Zhong was in. Murong He was an ordinary-looking man, except that his nose was slightly red. The moment he saw Yue Zhong, he said, "Murong He brings the men of the 6th Battalion to submit to Leader Yue Zhong, and hopes that Leader Yu accepts us." Yue Zhong asked, "Good. What are your conditions?" Being able to conquer an entire troop of elites without using any weapons, Yue Zhong was naturally elated. Murong He replied craftily, "We leave it all to Leader." Murong He naturally had numerous conditions in his heart, but at this time, not mentioning any would be best. Yue Zhong would definitely not mistreat those who submitted to him willingly. Chapter 434, Gaining Guilin City. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Yue Zhong immediately saw through Murong He's meaning and said, "Good. Then I shall first confer upon you the rank of a lieutenant. Is that fine? Your brothers will still be yours to command." Murong He's expression was one of joy. "Thank you, Leader. I'm willing to die for Leader." Yue Zhong then turned to the envoy sent by Chan Yu, saying, "What did Chan Yu send you for?" The envoy immediately replied, "My name is Luoyang He, Leader Yue Zhong. As long as you promise us some conditions, we from the 4th Battalion are willing to submit to your command." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with an icy glint, yet his expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Fine. Speak." Luoyang He spewed out the 3 conditions at one go. First, you can't dissolve our team. Second, the affairs of the 4th Battalion would be handled by ourselves. Third, we want to have the right to decline any orders that go against the interest of the people of Guilin City or betray the country. Yue Zhong's eyes shone with a strange light as he replied, "Sure, not a problem. You have my word." Chan Yu wasn't willing to hand his subordinates over, and wanted to retain his own faction, which was the same as listening but not necessarily obeying. When Luoyang He heard Yue Zhong's agreement, he heaved a sigh of relief, and saluted, "Thank you, Leader." Wang He and Murong He looked at Luoyang He with pity in their eyes. The moment Yue Zhong gained control of Guilin City, as long as he employed some methods, he could make the soldiers of the 4th Battalion suffer. If Chan Yu could not even see past this, his governance was really too weak. Yue Zhong observed the surroundings before solemnly declaring, "Now, our next move will be to annihilate Li Jiuming for orchestrating this chaos in Guilin City. Who's willing to be the vanguard?" "I'm willing." Wang He and Murong He replied loudly. Wang He and Murong He had just thrown in their lot with Yue Zhong, and were anxious to prove themselves. Yue Zhong looked to Wang He and Murong He as he grinned slightly. "Then I shall leave it to Commander Wang and Commander Murong." "Yes, Leader." Upon receiving Yue Zhong's order, Wang He and Murong He immediately led their respective troops as they advanced towards the center of the city. In just a few moments, numerous armored vehicles arrived in the middle of Guilin City, followed by a vehicle that was broadcasting a voice. Li Jiuming had plotted to assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong, and had betrayed the country and her people. He's now recognized as a dangerous traitor. All those who had heard this broadcast, immediately abandon your weapons and submit to us. Otherwise, you'll be labeled as a traitor in cahoots with Li Jiuming, and we will execute without mercy. That's the military. So Regiment Commander Du was really assassinated by Mayor Li? Damn it! We were tricked. Seeing those military armored vehicles rolling into the middle of town, all those police forces, special forces and armed forces that had been following Li Jiuming blindly and chasing Chening began to fall apart, as many of them put down their weapons and began to submit to the army. The moment Li Jiuming's faction began to collapse, only a few trusted aides remained by his side. The fact that Li Jiuming had such a number of experts by his side was because he was the mayor of Nanning City previously. Without his title, he's nobody. Hence, the moment the army had declared him as a traitor, he had lost his position as the mayor of Nanning City, and the forces under him would naturally not listen to him. Li Jiuming saw his troops abandoning their posts and weapons, surrendering to the army, and his face turned ashen as he cried out pathetically, "Damn it! Why did you guys betray me? Why? I'm the mayor of Nanning City. I'm the mayor." One of the trusted aides pulled on Li Jiuming frantically as they tried to get him to leave. "Mayor, it's time to leave. Otherwise, they're gonna arrest you." Li Jiuming had been in Guilin City for so long, and naturally had a small team of loyal supporters. As they held up the nearly insane Li Jiuming and made a run for it, all of a sudden, two silhouettes flashed by, as two experts decked in military uniform blocked the path. One of the experts stared fixedly at Li Jiuming as he laughed out loud. "Isn't this Mayor Li Jiuming? Haha, we've caught a huge fish." Seeing the appearance of those two military experts, everyone present felt a chill in their spines. "Go to hell." The loyal subordinate beside Li Jiuming suddenly pulled out a gun and fired 2 shots at the 2 military experts. Li Jiuming's subordinate had just moved, when the 2 experts also moved at the same time. "Die!" The military expert who had laughed unleashed a speed that was frightening, and the distance of more than 10 m was instantly closed up in a second. The long blade in his hands turned into a flash of blade light that slashed in the midst of the subordinates of Li Jiuming, slicing them into multiple parts, and fresh blood exploded out in every which direction, dyeing the ground. Li Jiuming was stunned silly by the cruel scene unfolding in front of him, as he trembled uncontrollably, screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything. Please let me go." The military expert placed the long blade beside Li Jiuming's neck, as he turned to face the other expert and asked, "Can I kill him?" The other expert replied indifferently, "The orders were, dead or alive. It's up to you." The military expert's eyes flashed with a vicious glint, as he swung with force, instantly decapitating Li Jiuming, while saying, "Then, let's just kill him. Such a disgusting politician. I hate these types the most." Li Jiuming's head rolled onto the floor, his eyes set forever with a look of disbelief and helplessness. The military expert who had executed Li Jiuming then asked his comrade, "Say, why do you think Commander led us to submit to Yue Zhong? Based on our strength, we can totally control Guilin City." The other cool military expert replied coldly, "No matter how strong you are, a single heavy firepower round is enough to send you to heaven. Commander's foresight is more than what we can imagine. Let's go." After which, he turned around and left quickly. "Wait for me!" The military expert who had executed Li Jiuming called out and chased after him. Inside the small alley, there was only the corpses of Li Jiuming and his trusted aides strewn about, with blood splattered everywhere. It was truly a cruel scene. Not long after the 2 military experts had left, a figure stepped out from the shadows in the alley, and it was precisely Green Bamboo Triad's chief, Gao Minghao. Gao Minghao eyed the corpse of Li Jiuming, and lightly sighed, "What a pity!" At the next moment, Gao Minghao's eyes seemed to be ablaze with a ferocity. "Yue Zhong, it's your win this time. Next time, I will definitely overcome you." The moment the words left his mouth, Gao Minghao turned around, and his figure disappeared. With the army occupying the center of Guilin City, and Li Jiuming's faction collapsing, Gao Minghao directly brought the remnant members of the Green Bamboo Triad and fled Guilin City. With the suppression from the military, the troublemakers within the city were subdued quickly, and the entire city regained its former peace. However, because of the assassination of Du Shanxiong, the resulting chaos had cost the lives of over 2,000 people. While Guilin City did regain its peace, there was still an unsolved issue, which was the faction led by Chen Ying within the city. This was a faction that was made up of the police, armed forces, as well as special forces, together with the various experts working for the government. While their total combined power was not a match for any of the military divisions, it was still a decent force not to be underestimated. Within the meeting hall of Guilin City, seated at a long conference table, on one side was Yue Zhong and his numerous subordinates, on the other was Chen Ying and the other government officials. Yue Zhong eyed the various upper echelons of the government and used a domineering tone to speak. "I'm Yue Zhong. I'm currently the commander of the military. I hope that you guys can hand over all your weapons and accept my reorganization. In exchange, I'll protect your personal property." By now, the forces in Yue Zhong's control was more than enough to deter any resistance, and this was why he decided to be direct and forceful as he ordered the government. When his words came out, all the officials were instantly agitated. No one was willing to give up their power, and they turned their gazes to Chen Ying. Chen Ying mulled for a while, before replying slowly, "Fine, we can hand over all weapons. We'll accept your reorganization as well. However, you must promise to protect our personal property and families, as well as the stability of Guilin City." Yue Zhong nodded when he heard that. "Sure." At this time, a middle-aged man stood up in the hall and berated Yue Zhong. "Wait a moment. I refuse. This is Guilin City. Not yours, Yue Zhong's Guilin City. What right do you have to demand us to surrender and accept your reshuffling?" Yue Zhong frowned, and a military expert immediately stepped forward to grab the man by his neck and twisted forcefully. With a kacha sound, the man died instantly with his neck turned backwards, his eyes wide with shock. Witnessing this, the various officials broke out in cold sweat. Yue Zhong surveyed his surroundings and asked coolly, "Is there anyone else?" No one else dared to voice their 2 cents. After Chen Ying had handed over all the forces, Yue Zhong allowed the officials to take away their personal belongings, while staying in Guilin City to live as rich men. From the second day on, Yue Zhong began reorganizing his troops on a huge scale. The original armored division or 1st Battalion, led by Zhang Xuanhuan, was turned into Yue Zhong's direct battalion, with Hu Yi as the vice commander. He inserted a number of the experts that he brought from Tianxin district. Larman's foreign forces troops were also integrated into the 1st Battalion. Yue Zhong then assigned the captive troops from Zhulei and Mafang, the experts from the Heaven Union, as well as the various members of the Green Stone Triad into the 2nd Battalion, with Zhang Minghe as the commander. The 3rd Battalion comprised of other members of the Green Stone Triad, as well as the experts from Zhulei and Mafang's troops, with Kaishan as the commander. Yue Zhong then set the elite experts of the Heaven Union, Zhang Shuiwang's troops, as well as the various elites from the other troops into the 4th Battalion, a special forces troop, with Bai Shaoshang as the commander. The 5th Battalion was made up of Chai Zizong and his troops, the 6th Battalion was Wang He and his troops, the 7th Battalion was Murong He and his troops, and the 8th Battalion was made up of the armed forces, special forces, as well as other experts that had surrendered during the Civil War. The commander was Chun Shangang. The 9th Battalion was made up of the new recruits that had been trained under Zhang Shuiwang previously, and finally the 17th Battalion, made up of Chun Yu and his troops that might listen, but not entirely dependent on Yue Zhong. Other than all those, there were 4 other battalions made up of new soldiers preparing to be trained. After a round of reorganizing, Yue Zhong could be said to have established control over the entire force. Other than the 17th Battalion led by Chun Yu, the rest could be deployed by Yue Zhong as and when he wished. In fact, the 17th Battalion was likewise the same. However, he decided to abide by his agreement and did not take away the commanding rights from Chun Yu. After the cleanup, Yue Zhong's military size had now reached 10,000 people, and they could be said to be decent soldiers that were trained in modern warfare from before the apocalypse, as well as experts that had become stronger through enhancements. Their combat strength was not ordinary, and regardless of mutant beasts, zombies, or other human enemies, they would prove to be a threat. Guilin City's inhabitants were numerous, hence there were more evolvers on the whole as well. After reorganizing the troops, Yue Zhong could be said to have truly established a force with numerous experts, with the ability to activate over 20 evolvers as and when he wished. After settling the issues of the military, Yue Zhong commanded the whole troop to undergo training, as he began to establish a government. With regards to the government, Yue Zhong directly brought back Qidian, whom he had stripped of all authority to act as the governor. With regards to Qidian, Yue Zhong actually appreciated his values and way of handling matters, especially his children, who knew not to toe the line, unlike other despotic second-generation ne'er-do-wells. Furthermore, Qidian's governance was solid, and although Yue Zhong was growing in terms of governing, compared to Qidian, who was an old-timer, he was still lacking. With the help of Qidian, the cabinet of the government was quickly established. After a few days, Guilin City not only regained its stability and peace, but even showed signs of prospering. Furthermore, Yue Zhong made use of the time to send people to transport the countless mutant beasts' corpses back to Guilin City, as it was the winter season, and the weather was much colder and harsher than normal. An entire day would feel like the inside of an industrial refrigerator, and those mutant beast corpses had not shown signs of decay yet. The moment the corpses were brought back to Guilin City, under Qidian's supervision, countless mutant beast processing plants popped up and began to prepare the corpses into materials as well as food sources. Even the hair was used for various means. Gaining such a wealth of resources, the entire Guilin City could partake in this huge benefit. Many found jobs and gained more food as a result. Yue Zhong also gained more mutant beasts' hide as well as other usable melee weapons made from the carcasses of the mutant beasts. It was truly a win-win situation. Chapter 0435. Chapter 435. Yue Xian's First Night. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 3. The South. In the evening, Yue Zhong held up the blood essence of the Type 3 mutant beast and looked at it, as he was submerged in his thoughts. That Type 3 mutant beast's blood essence was an important ingredient in the manufacturing of the Oming version 1. With a single blood essence, adding on some other ingredients, it could produce 20 vials of Oming version 1. All Yue Zhong had to do was to pick out 20 of his experts that were above level 30, and he would have 20 experts with a second-order skill each. However, it was precious and valuable to Yue Zhong as well, due to its potential in strengthening himself. This fact made him hesitate. Yue Zhong considered for quite a while, before his eyes flashed with decisiveness and swallowed the blood essence into his stomach. Forget it! Raising my own strength is the priority now. There are so many experts under the sun. If my strength is insufficient, the moment I die, everything will be for naught. The fact that Yue Zhong had reached where he was now was largely due to his own strength. If he wasn't tyrannical enough, he wouldn't have made it to this point. After all, he had been an ordinary person prior to the apocalypse, unlike Du Shanxiong, who was a regiment commander. Without strength, it would be hard for others to acknowledge him. When the blood essence entered Yue Zhong's abdomen, it turned into a hot source of energy that spread across his entire body, enhancing every cell continuously. At the same time, there was a faint pink gas within that blood essence that wafted within his body, causing his temperature to rise rapidly. Upon swallowing that Type 3 mutant beast's blood essence, Yue Zhong had immediately come to an understanding, as he pressed a button by his bed. As expected, there's an aphrodisiac poison within. Soon after, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Yue Xian appeared, dressed in a light nightgown. She saw Yue Zhong laying down on the bed, as his body seemed to be heating up, and immediately rushed over and asked in concern, "Yue Zhong, what's wrong?" Yue Zhong raised his head, his eyes suddenly flashing with the ferocity of a beast, as he stared fixedly at Yue Xian. He discovered that the snow-white skin, coupled with her voluptuous figure, that pair of full breasts that might not be considered explosive, but still a stunning C-cup, in addition to her exquisite looks and that slight air of haughtiness, all combined into a single beautiful sight. Yue Zhong had felt that Yue Xian was truly a beauty out of the ordinary when he saw her normally, but now that his heart was set aflame by the aphrodisiac poison, he felt that her currently standing in front of him was like an angel that had descended from the heavens. Yue Zhong's body flashed forwards, embracing Yue Xian in his arms, and then pushing her under him, like a wild beast. Yue Xian, being pressed under Yue Zhong, seeing his ragged breath and rising body temperature, and started to get frightened. Yue Zhong, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? On the battlefield, regardless of the amount of damage and injuries he suffered, the bones that he shattered, or the limbs that he lost, Yue Zhong had always rebounded back like a devil with a vigor as he stood proud and unyielding. It was the first time that she saw Yue Zhong losing his control like this, and it caused her to be a little anxious. Yue Zhong looked at Ningyu Ecchi and admired the beauty that could cause most men to go crazy, and tore her clothes off, revealing her stunning, youthful figure. Ningyu Ecchi was currently flushed red and felt lightheaded as her heartbeat quickened. Yue Zhong grabbed hold of her slender hands and suddenly penetrated her. A sharp pain coursed through Ningyu Ecchi's body as a blood-red stain appeared on the snow-white sheets, and her sharp eyes were currently brimming with tears, at the same time betraying an expression of loss. Asterisk. Ningyu Ecchi had been a hard-working student, with an extremely good upbringing, and was considered a lady. She was not like her young sister Ning Ruozi that had a weird temper, and had her dreams of having a dashing Prince Charming sweeping her off her feet. Being taken suddenly by Yue Zhong, whose looks was definitely far from the ideal Prince Charming in her mind, this caused her to be at a loss. Although she knew her fate, she couldn't help feeling like that when it finally happened. Big brother, I'm here. Right at this time, the door was pushed open, and Mu Xiangling entered the room carefully. She was different from Ningyu Ecchi, and was prepared since long ago. She knew that she had become Yue Zhong's, and she didn't resist her fate, instead, choosing to get on good terms with Yue Zhong, in order to become indispensable. Hence, she had entered in between the bedsheets with Yue Zhong every night stealthily. Inside Yue Zhong's room, White Bones was standing guard. As long as it did not detect any killing intent, it would not act, keeping still as though it didn't exist. If it felt the tiniest sliver of killing intent, it would instantly shoot out a bone blade to engage the enemy. Mu Xiangling entered the room, and immediately saw Yue Zhong and Ningyu Ecchi embroiled in an intense physical exchange. And she wasn't shy in the slightest. Instead, her face was one of curiosity as she chuckled. Wah! So intense. You Ecchi Jejia. You're stealing a quick bite, eh? Don't look. Ah! Don't look. Ningyu Ecchi caught sight of Mu Xiangling, who had suddenly appeared, and her careful upbringing immediately kicked in, as she felt incredibly ashamed, before arching her body in an extremely seductive peak, reaching her climax, and slumped to the sheets, exhausted. Mu Xiangling saw that Yue Zhong was not in a right state, and immediately grinned, before tiptoeing out. You Ecchi Jejia, I shan't disturb you guys tonight. Hee hee. Ningyu Ecchi's heart was currently full of embarrassment and shame as she moaned silently. "Nu, I was seen. How can I face others now?" At this time, Yue Zhong resumed his ravaging of her, causing her to be engulfed in a chaos of emotions and pleasure, leaving her with no room to think. Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes, and an additional increase of 10 points in strength. As Yue Zhong hugged Ningyu Ecchi tightly and was about to fall asleep, the notification resounded within his mind. The blood essence of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly shocking, instantly giving Yue Zhong an enhancement of 40 points. However, it was the first time using it, hence the effect was much more distinct. After this, if he took any more Type 3 mutant beast blood essence, the effects would be diminished. Early the next morning, Yue Zhong woke up groggily and saw the ravishing Ningyu Ecchi lying next to him. He immediately thought to the previous night and his actions, and felt his head hurting. At that time, he had been inflamed with desire, but he didn't lose his consciousness nor memories, and he could remember every single detail of what he did very clearly. Yue Zhong admired her delicate face and bent down to kiss her forehead. No matter what, this beauty had already become his, and he would not let go. The moment Yue Zhong kissed, the spot he touched flushed slightly red, before her entire face turned red as well, and her body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Yue Zhong knew at once that this alluring woman was already awake, but she was so shy that she did not dare to open her eyes. Yue Zhong looked at the trembling Ningyu Ecchi and felt mischievous, lightly licking her neck and bit her collarbone gently before chuckling. So damn fine. Shall we have one more round? Woo! Ningyu Exine immediately moaned out like a frightened kitten and shot upwards, grabbing the blanket and wrapping that gorgeous body of hers, curling into a ball and begged Yue Zhong, "Yuegij, not now." Right at this time, Mu Xiangling bounded through the door, dressed neatly as she revealed a vibrant smile and said, "Oh, good morning, big brother." Mu Xiangling wore that innocent smile as she bounded up on the bed and grabbed Yue Zhong's arm as she teased, "Hee, are you guys playing a game? I want to join in." Yue Zhong ruffled Mu Xiangling's head and threatened, "Go eat your breakfast. Otherwise, I'll spank your bottom." Mu Xiangling's eyes scrunched up as she shot them a meaningful smile. "I got it, big brother. Better have some fun with you Exine Jejia." Hee. Ningyu Exine saw that smile of Mu Xiangling and thought back to last night, and her face immediately flushed red with embarrassment again. After washing up, Yue Zhong brought Ningyu Exine to the dining hall. At the table, Yue Zhong, Ningyu Exine, Exine Jiaro, and Mu Xiangling sat down to dine. There were 8 beautiful maids standing in 2 rows on either side of the table, waiting on them. These 8 maids were offered by the various factions after Yue Zhong had eradicated the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Yue Zhong had not stood on ceremony, as he immediately accepted them and assigned them tasks. After all, having beautiful girls working within the house was like having beautiful decor. On the table, each of them had a piece of Type 3 mutant beast meat, a piece of sausage as well as a cup of milk. Yue Zhong took up his chopsticks and picked up the Type 3 mutant beast meat and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, an amazing flavor burst forth within his mouth, and the energy inside flowed out, filling him up. The meat of the Type 3 mutant beast brought about lots of benefits, with ordinary folks gaining at least 1 or 2 points of enhancement after consuming it. Although it was not effective for Yue Zhong, it could replenish his energy. Mu Xiangling finished up her Type 3 mutant beast meat, when suddenly, she started to become feverish, as her eyes went out of focus, and she slumped to the table. Chapter 436, Strange Movements in Europe. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Exine Jiaro, who was seated beside Mu Xiangling, saw this. She immediately went to prop her up as she asked worriedly, "Xiangling! Xiangling, what's the matter?" "This is natural evolution." Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with wonder as he reached out to feel her forehead, noticing that her temperature was feverish. He had felt shocked and immediately came to that conclusion. Such a natural evolution had occurred once in front of Yue Zhong, which was Yue Zhong's evolution. At that time, Yue Zhong had awoken in front of Yue Zhong, causing the him who was not yet an evolver to be filled with envy. Exine Jiaro looked at Yue Zhong with a face of worry as she asked, "Master, is Xiangling all right?" Yue Zhong consoled her, "Don't worry, I'll get a doctor to look at her." By now, Yue Zhong was in control over the entire Gilan city. Getting a doctor wasn't a problem. Very quickly, a few doctors were summoned to their place, and as they took a look at the feverish and unconscious Mu Xiangling, they could only prescribe medicine to help control the fever. As Yue Zhong was busy taking care of Mu Xiangling, on the other side of the globe, within a luxurious mansion in Berlin, Europe, a few Aryan men were seated around a table engaged in discussion. One of them was dressed in a neat suit, and he had a hook nose as well as eagle-like gaze, his face chiseled, and his golden hair slicked back. He had a scepter in his hands, and as he sat there at the sofa, he was emitting an intense aura. Just by sitting there quietly, it felt like the entire room belonged to him. If any ordinary person were to sit beside him, they would be pressured by that aura, to the point that they would not dare speak. The scepter-wielding man spoke out solemnly. The judgment corps at the Guangxi area of China had failed. They have instead just recently established a new form of authority, whose leader seems to be called Yue Zhong, and he's Chinese. I would like to hear your opinions. A burly and muscular man, with blonde hair and blue eyes and a handsome look, stood up as he spoke in a ringing voice. "Those damn retarded Chinese that grew whips behind their heads dare to go against us Aryans? They truly deserve death. We should just set fire to their entire place and burn them all to the ground. Esteemed Apostle, do grant me, Andrew, the permission to head to Guangxi, and I will definitely bring my men to take care of them. We will seek redress for our fallen comrades. Glory to the great Aryan race. The scepter-wielding man with blonde hair was the fifth apostle of the 12 apostles in the kingdom of God, Halex. He was one who held considerable power and authority within the kingdom of God as well. Halex looked at Andrew as he spoke severely. Andrew, your intentions and resolve are good. However, those yellow-skinned monkeys are no longer those buffoons with plaited hair. Although they're a lowly and despicable race, we cannot help but acknowledge their combat strength is truly astonishing. Even the United States in the Korean War were forced to sign a humiliating treaty. If we are to restore the master race's glory throughout the world, we have to take our enemies seriously. Even if they're an ant, we must use all our force to stamp them out. Andrew lowered his head in shame as he replied, Yes, great apostle, sir. The fifth apostle Halex wasn't just a white supremacist. In fact, he was a huge supporter of the Aryan master race belief. He shared in the extremist views of the propagator and instigator of World War II, Hitler, and in his mind, only the Aryan race were the rightful and elevated race. All other races were lowly in comparison. Hence, Halex had gathered a number of like-minded fanatics, and they all held the restoration of the Aryans' glory as their single-minded purpose. Nationalism was a double-edged sword. It could cause people to be extremely narrow-minded and stubborn, but at the same time it could cause like-minded people to gather together. Halex relied on that nationalistic view to gather his subordinates, and they were all loyal to him, even willing to die for their ideals. One guy in the West Side, who was dressed simply and had a pair of glasses mulled silently, before saying, Apostle, sir, I feel that we should try and rope Yue Zhong into our kingdom of God. If he could join us, then we would gain a pawn over at the China region. Furthermore, if he becomes one of us, we can become stronger as well. Andrew immediately glared at that middle-aged man in glasses and roared, Porter, what are you talking about? How can we let those lowly yellow-skinned monkeys into our kingdom of God? Are you crazy? Just breathing the same air as those monkeys makes me sick. And you want them to join us? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Porter replied solemnly, Andrew, even Hitler had formed an alliance with the Japanese during the war. For the sake of restoring glory to our Aryan race, we need to make concessions and compromise when necessary. All of the people gathered in the room were Aryan supremacists, and in their eyes any other race was lowly. Amongst them, besides other white races, they would look down and refer to the rest with derogatory terms. Halex turned to another lean man who had been silent all this while, and asked, Ralph, what are your thoughts? Ralph spoke slowly. Apostle, sir, I reckon that, in the current world, manpower is strength. The number of people in Gillen City is too high. We should decrease that number. That's my first proposition. Otherwise, when Yue Zhong joins our kingdom of God, he would not rely on us entirely. Halex's pupils narrowed as he asked, What's your recommendation? Ralph laughed. Nguyen Hong of Vietnam in Lang Son City especially hates the Chinese. He detests their land and people. We just have to instigate the battle between him and Yue Zhong. Porter lifted his glasses and piped in, Ralph, it's winter now. Furthermore, the weather has been especially harsh across the globe this year. Even Guangxi has been reported to have some crazy winds and hailstorms. With such strange weather, both Nguyen Hong and Yue Zhong would not be so stupid as to deploy their troops to fight. After the apocalypse, the winter had become abnormally cold, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a blanket of ice, as all hustle and bustle slowed to a crawl. Other than a selected few, the majority of fighting forces had all but ceased battle. The risk was too huge, as a sudden hailstorm could cause an entire troop to be wiped out. Especially the Europe region, which was snowy to begin with now that the weather had turned horrid, and snow was everywhere. If it wasn't for the vast resources of the Kingdom of God, where they diverted some to provide warmth for their facilities, a large number of their forces would have perished from the cold. Ralph replied mildly, I know, but we should still send some instigators first, otherwise when the snow melts, if they don't clash, then there's no point. Halex eyed Ralph and said solemnly, Fine, this will be handled by you, Ralph. Ralph immediately bowed in respect, Yes, Apostle Sir. Yue Zhong was unaware that he was already noticed by his enemies on the European side, as he sat beside Mu Xiangling and kept watch over her. Early the next morning, Mu Xiangling groaned, as she slowly opened her eyes and saw Yue Zhong and Ecchi Jiao sitting by her side. Yue Zhong asked Mu Xiangling, "How are you?" "Feeling better. Much better. Oh yes, big brother. I'm now already an evolver. I'm a spirit-based evolver with the level 3 skill telekinesis." Mu Xiangling broke out into an excited smile as she made a grab in midair, and a vase came flying towards her from afar. Yue Zhong waved his hands, and a set of high-grade equipment appeared on the bed. "Congratulations on becoming an evolver. This set of equipment is your reward." Yue Zhong had executed a number of experts, and these experts had their equipment as well. Hence giving a set wasn't a hard thing. It was just that anything of level 4 type equipment or better was harder to obtain. "Thanks, big brother." Mu Xiangliang grabbed the equipment and could almost feel the enhancement she would be gaining. She leapt into Yue Zhong's arms in excitement, kissing his cheeks twice. A set of quality equipment could bring about an earth-shattering change. By now Mu Xiangling was level 11, and wearing that set of equipment could allow her stats to be on par with an ordinary level 30 enhancer. Ecchi Jiao looked at Mu Xiangling and felt comforted as well. Now, both mother and daughter were evolvers, and with such strength, regardless of what happens in the future, at least they will have the strength to protect themselves. Mu Xiangling hugged Yue Zhong's arm as she pleaded, "It's been a boring day. Big brother, bring me out to play." "Fine." Yue Zhong was also itching to go out with Mu Xiangling pestering. Mu Xiangling pounced into his embrace again and kissed his face. "Yay! Big brother is the best." Yue Zhong chuckled and brought Mu Xiangling out. The moment they left the villa, a harsh cold wind blew over, causing Mu Xiangling's face to be flushed red, as she let out a breath, causing a small fog to rise in front of her. There was a huge snowstorm in the previous night, and there was a layer of ice on the ground. Guangxi was generally warm, and even during winter, there would hardly be snow. Guilin City had never seen snow in the past decades. This first winter since the apocalypse had seen a number of snowstorms, and there was even an incredible hailstorm in the past few days, directly freezing over 200 survivors within Guilin City to death. Chapter 437, Falcon Type 114.5mm Sniper Rifle. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3. The South. Come. Let us hunt and kill mutant beasts. Yue Zhong was in high spirits as he pulled Mu Xiangling and they came to the Pearl River Bridge. The entire Pearl River ran through Guilin City, and there were numerous aquatic mutant beasts residing within. It was just that, since there were many experts in Guilin City, as Yue Zhong brought Mu Xiangling over, there were already people gathered around. A number of fishing experts were throwing poles into the river as they conducted their fishing. There were also a number of Guilin City experts that stood quietly near the river bank, awaiting the aquatic mutant beasts to come ashore. Compared to the mountain range, the Pearl River wasn't some decent training grounds, because no one knew exactly when the aquatic mutant beasts would swim ashore or fall for the bait. There were too many people in Guilin City, and the number of experts was high as well. Initially, when the aquatic mutant beasts within the river had started hunting, they had gained decent harvests, gobbling up numerous humans. However, as the city grew and developed, more experts appeared on the scene, and it became a reversal, and the river turned into hunting grounds for the humans to fish and train. After an intense period of slaughter, the high-level mutant beasts were all hunted to near extinction, and few dared to come near shore. Pearl River was after all a small river, and not some huge riverbed, hence the amount of mutant beasts it sustained was not high. If it were a huge riverbed or even a small sea, then the mutant beasts inside would be terrifying. Coming! Coming! All of a sudden, there was activity near the surface of the water, and the ordinary humans immediately fled the scene. At the next moment, a huge water spout gushed to the skies, and a huge mutant black fish popped out from the water, pouncing towards the shore. At this time, 7 experts came rushing over with military blades, as a flurry of blade strikes lashed out on the body of the mutant black fish, directly slashing it into a dozen pieces. "Mine! This is my prey! It obviously is mine!" What are you snatching for? Don't quarrel. Let's split it evenly. After making short work of the mutant black fish, the 7 experts began arguing intensely over the rights to the mutant fish. At the end, they agreed to a compromise, and the expert who contributed the most gained the largest portion, and the rest split the remainder equally. Sell me 1 gene of fish meat. I'll buy for 8 gene ration ticket. I want 10 gene of fish meat. I'm willing to pay 80 gene ration ticket. The moment those experts had finished discussing, the ordinary humans came swarming over, raising their tickets in order to purchase the fish meat. Ordinary survivors would usually be unable to feast on the flesh of the mutant black fish. However, evolvers and enhancers could get to enjoy such nourishing food, especially those who were merchants as well. Using the mutant black fish meat as an ingredient, they could prepare some dishes that were worth more money. Mu Xiangling looked at the commotion and spoke with a little concern. So many people! Big brother! There are so many people here. The competition is bound to be strong. Since hunting strange beasts would give opportunities for enhancement, there would be instances of quarrels and even fights over the mutant beasts. Such incidents were endless. Not an issue. Watch me. Yue Zhong chuckled and pulled out a Type 2 nuclei, and after tying it with a steel wire, he threw it into the water and pulled out a vial of blood from a Type 2 mutant beast and dripped some in the water. When the Type 2 blood just entered the water, there was suddenly a bustle of activity under the surface, as a whole school of fish swam furiously towards them, trying to swallow the blood of the Type 2 mutant beast. After another 5 minutes, huge waves appeared once again, as numerous mutant black fishes appeared from the water as they pounced towards the Type 2 nuclei. The Type 2 nuclei was like a treasure that helped these mutant beasts evolve. Hence, the moment they caught scent of the blood, and sensed the existence of a nuclei, they would charge over in a frenzy. Yue Zhong smiled lightly, as he handed the level 4 black tooth blade to Mu Xiangling and said, "Look, aren't they out now? I shall hand them to you." Mu Xiangling activated her telekinesis power and grabbed the black tooth blade in midair, before controlling it to shoot towards the mutant black fish, and with a flash of the blade, the mutant black fish was easily sliced in 2, fresh blood spraying everywhere. The black tooth blade was a level 4 treasure, and its sharpness was incredible. With Mu Xiangling controlling it with her power, it was easy to deal with the mutant black fish. If it had been any other normal weapons, it would be harder for her to use them to penetrate the armor of the black fish. Decent equipment would raise the combat potential. After killing that mutant black fish, Mu Xiangling instantly rose by 2 levels, and her confidence gained a huge boost as she charged on once more, slicing another mutant black fish into 2. With the control of her telekinesis, the huge black tooth blade was slashing through the air as though it was being used by a person to execute a set of sword arts, flowing beautifully as it slaughtered the mutant black fishes. The moment any of those mutant beasts leapt out the water, they would be immediately dealt with, and soon, the riverbank were filled with mutant black fishes' corpses. Seeing this Mu Xiangling easily slaughtering a number of those mutant black fishes, many of the eyes present turned bloodshot. When those mutant black fishes came up to shore, they would become dishes for the human experts. However, since those mutant black fishes had been hunted aggressively, few dared to come up to feast. Today, Mu Xiangling had managed to slaughter a dozen at one go, and they were extremely jealous. It was a decent haul if converted to ration tickets. It was enough for them to head to the most lavish nightclub and live freely for a certain period. Just as Mu Xiangling killed about over a dozen mutant black fishes, the 7 experts that were not weak came up to Yue Zhong, and their tone extremely unfriendly as they barked, "Wait a moment! Who allowed you guys to hunt mutant beasts here? Don't tell me you guys don't know that it is our gang's, the Tian Triad's territory." Yue Zhong eyed them as he replied indifferently, "Oh, how can you say I don't know that it's your turf? Did you guys buy this piece of land?" One of the expert glared at Yue Zhong and shouted, "Brat! If our boss Lu say that this is our Tian Triad's turf, it is our Tian Triad's turf. Are you courting death? All those mutant black fishes are ours from now on. Get lost. Otherwise, this daddy will not be courteous with you." Although they had seen Mu Xiangling killing the mutant black fishes easily, they had not been intimidated. They were also experts of above level 20, and combining their forces, killing a level 30 enhancer wasn't a problem. Furthermore, while Mu Xiangling was just a little lowly, they disregarded Yue Zhong even more. Regardless of era or time period, there would always be hooligans out to create trouble. Although Yue Zhong had dissolved the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, within Guilin City, the various other smaller gangs and triads were starting to act up. Mu Xiangling called out back at the 7 experts in a sturdy voice as she scolded them. "Scram! If you don't, this lady won't treat you nicely. Little bitch, you're courting death." The chief of the Tianan Triad, Chief Lu, instantly got enraged and shot forwards, his hands reaching out to slap Mu Xiangling. Mu Xiangling immediately darted behind Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong directly lashed out viciously with a kick on the chest of Chief Lu, causing this level 31 enhancer to instantly fly back 6-7 meters, crashing onto the ground. "Everyone, attack together. Kill him." The remaining 6 were furious as well, as they charged at Yue Zhong together. These 6 were all strength and agility-based enhancers with no special skills. Furthermore, their strength and agility weren't enhanced much. With a single movement from Yue Zhong's fist, a flurry of shadows came assailing the 6 men, causing them to be knocked to the ground as well. From afar, the various experts of the other triads saw this scene, and their hearts turned cold, not daring to challenge Yue Zhong's authority. "Leader!" The moment those 6 men fell to the ground, Bai Xiaoshang came swooping in like a specter, with 6 other men in black uniform behind him, all emitting the auras of sharp swords, as they appeared beside Yue Zhong. Bai Xiaoshang and the other 6 men in black were all experts that Yue Zhong had selected specially as his trusted elite team. Each of them possessed tremendous fighting power and had followed him through countless battles. They were also his personal guards. Yue Zhong personally had great strength, but if all the experts present were to surround and attack together, there was a possibility of him falling at their hands. Hence, he had established a small unit whose primary objective was to ensure his safety. The team was named Zhongnan Sea Bodyguards. Yue Zhong pointed to those 7 experts who had been defeated by him as he declared, "Arrest them! Throw them into the Scum Battalion to be trained harshly. Each of their targets will be to hunt 500 zombies." Yue Zhong's Scum Battalion went by different standards and different instructions. Some of the scum were enhancers, and killing zombies were extremely easy to them. Towards such people, their targets compared to ordinary humans were different. Bai Xiaoshang waved his hands, as the 7 Tianyan Triad members were dragged away like dogs. "Bring them away!" Out of the blue, the water surface rippled again, as a Type 2 mutant black fish the size of a house broke out of the water, moving towards the shore. When the various experts saw that, their faces turned in fright, as they retreated backwards hastily. The Type 2 mutant blackfish was also an existence which only some top-tier experts could handle. And these top-tier experts were either in the employment of bigger factions, or currently undergoing training in the mountain range, hence it was not possible for them to be present. Of those present, there were no experts who were able to deal with the Type 2 mutant blackfish. "Right on time. We've caught the big one." Yue Zhong saw the monstrous Type 2 mutant blackfish, and there was a hint of glee in his eyes, as he tugged hard, pulling the Type 2 nuclei back into his hands. The Type 2 mutant blackfish felt the nuclei that could enhance itself landing on Yue Zhong's hands, and it immediately swam towards land in agitation. Mu Xiangling saw the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and her eyes flashed in excitement as well, controlling the level 4 black tooth blade to slash towards the Type 2 mutant blackfish. If she could kill this Type 2 mutant blackfish, it would be a huge boost to her enhancement level. Although Mu Xiangling was young, she was wildly ambitious. In this apocalyptic world, being weak was a sin. Those who were weak could not hold on to their dignity and were trampled on. Since she had become Yue Zhong's, she was not willing to stay weak forever. The 2M long black tooth blade slashed the head of the Type 2 mutant blackfish viciously, but was deflected off by the layer of mucus covering the skin. The blade left only a slight mark before flying away. Mu Xiangling's telekinesis was not of a high enough level, and hence the control she had was not strong enough. There was no way she could penetrate the protection of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. If it were a level 40 strength-based evolver that was using the black tooth blade, then it was possible to use strength to cleave into the meat of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Mu Xiangling saw that her attack had no effect on the defense of the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and her eyes flashed with disappointment. Running to Yue Zhong's side, the Type 2 mutant blackfish, on the other hand, had been enraged by that blow, as it opened its huge mouth and showed a green glob of mucus towards Mu Xiangling. Yue Zhong shot forwards, standing in front of Mu Xiangling, as he raised his hands, conjuring a devil flame tornado in front of him. It swallowed up the incoming green projectile, incinerating it cleanly till there was nothing left. From within the devil flame tornado, a sudden sharp arrow of flame shot outwards, piercing the head of the Type 2 mutant blackfish and exploding within, causing the brain of the Type 2 mutant blackfish to be melted into nothing, directly killing it. The gigantic Type 2 mutant blackfish then slumped lifelessly onto the ground, dropping a green treasure box and 100 survivor coins. Yue Zhong eyed the dead Type 2 mutant blackfish and felt a sense of lament. Just a few months back, he had been a weak existence in the face of such a Type 2 mutant beast. However, now, he had grown to become an expert who could easily make short work of such a Type 2 mutant beast. Yue Zhong opened up the green treasure box, and after the glowing light dissipated, a 2M long sniper rifle that was covered with shining metal luster and sci-fi colors appeared in front of his eyes. Level 4, Falcon Eye Type 14.5mm sniper rifle, with an effective range of 3,000 meters. Every day it will automatically generate 1 round. Good stuff! Yue Zhong immediately grabbed it and used the scope to test the Falcon Eye Type 14.5mm sniper rifle, and was pleased with the result. Currently, of the snipers in the world, the top-tier ones had a maximum effective range of about 1 kilometer, maybe even 2 kilometers. It was not that they were not strong enough, but they had lacking decent sniper rifles. This Falcon Eye Type 14.5mm sniper rifle had an effective range of 3 kilometers, surpassing the top sniper rifle in the world right now. With it, Yue Zhong could easily snipe any expert at a 3 kilometers distance. The only shortfall was that its ammunition was too little and could not be used as a main weapon. Chapter 438, Conflict at the Restaurant. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. The mutant beasts' corpses laying by the riverbank would naturally be handled by Yue Zhong's subordinates. Yue Zhong held Mu Xiangling's hands as they came to the city center of Qidian City. They discovered that currently, there were all sorts of vendors and people walking about and browsing, the bustling activity a close shadow of the pre-apocalyptic glory. Although there had been incidents of riots and instability, there were still many people in Qidian City. So while there were deaths, it was not heavy enough to impact the energy level within Qidian City. Yue Zhong observed the flourishing scene and felt a sense of pride. This huge city of about 900,000 survivors now belonged to him. In this apocalyptic world, humans were the most precious treasure. With about 900,000 people, he possessed a decent amount of fighting resources. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound came from beside Yue Zhong, as Mu Xiangling lowered head in embarrassment, saying, "I'm hungry. Let us eat then." Yue Zhong looked around the busy street, before pulling Mu Xiangling along, and entered an extremely clean and simple shop, which was filled with customers. The moment they stepped into the shop, they caught a whiff of an exotic aroma of herbs and fresh meat. The customers inside the shop were stuffing their faces with fragrant bowls of mutant beast meat. Esteemed customers. When Yue Zhong and Mu Xiangling entered the shop, they were greeted by a pretty lady, whose exquisite features, including a pair of big eyes and a healthy color, was smiling brightly. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she welcomed both of them to a table to be seated. Upon sitting down, Mu Xiangling eyed the young, beautiful waitress warily, her eyes filled with dislike. The young lady in ponytail asked, "May I know what would you guys like?" Yue Zhong asked, "What would you recommend here?" The waitress smiled and introduced a few dishes. "Our famous dish here is the braised mutant pork shoulder, as well as the braised mutant black fish. These are our signature dishes. Other than those, we also have some common dishes." Yue Zhong nodded. "Let's have those too then." "Great." The waitress immediately noted their order and left swiftly towards the kitchen. Mu Xiangling then broke into a sweet smile. Big brother. That young miss is quite the beauty, isn't she? Do you want me to help you chase her? If I act, she will definitely be yours. Yue Zhong reached out to pinch Mu Xiangling's cheeks, as he chuckled. Silly! If I want any beauty, it's just a simple matter of opening my mouth. Why should I need you to do it for me? Being together with Mu Xiangling, Yue Zhong was extremely at ease. At least this little loli didn't fear him like other people. In his path to reach where he was, to gain control and authority over Guilin City, he had killed without blinking. Even his subordinates and trusted aides viewed him with a little fear amidst their respect. Hence they didn't dare crack jokes openly. Even his close brother Hu Yi had been assigned to be trained together with the new recruits, and did not have the time to chat idly. Hu Yi's combat strength was tyrannical, but he was lacking in his military bearing. Hence, to fit in the modern warfare tactics, Yue Zhong had him thrown into special training, using the training of the elites with twice the difficulty to polish him. If Yue Zhong wanted to utilize his brother, he had to have the capabilities. Hence he had decided to get Hu Yi whipped into shape. In this apocalyptic world, personal strength was important. However, the strongest force would still be an army made of individual experts. Yue Zhong could single-handedly deal with 2,000 zombies on his own. However, against a million-strong horde, even if he hacked and slashed till his arms rot, it wouldn't be enough. He would have to retreat in the face of such numbers. However, with a 10,000-strong army, he wouldn't need to fear a million-strong army. Mu Xiangling slapped Yue Zhong's right hand away, as she pouted, "Woo! Don't pinch my face. It's gonna become round because of you. Then I won't look pretty anymore." Yue Zhong chuckled as he looked at Mu Xiangling. Seeing this bundle of joy, he naturally felt more lighthearted. Since returning to Guilin City, he had been under a lot of stress. Mu Xiangling seemed to have turned into a little devil as she taunted, "Gidge, a sentence from you can get a beauty to accompany you. But in the end, these people accompany you because they fear your power, not that they truly want to be with you. What's the meaning in that? If you truly want to be a Casanova, you must obtain their hearts. Then you can be considered a true playboy. Furthermore, by getting any beauty to fall for you, wouldn't that be proof of your charm? If it were any other lustful man, they would be inspired by Mu Xiangling's words." However, Yue Zhong merely ruffled her head as he smiled. "I don't have the patience or time to chase them slowly. It's just a short break for me to breathe. There are still many things I have to do." The Kingdom of God had monopolized all the resources on Europe's end. Europe had cutting-edge technology, and the moment they finished their researches and wiped out the zombies, they would be able to progress and develop extremely quickly. In comparison, China had plenty of lands, which were currently controlled by who knows how many ambitious and power-hungry warlords who had risen. Considering all these gave Yue Zhong a headache. It was not only Yue Zhong who was busy expanding his power and influence. With the change of the world, all sorts of strange characters that had been oppressed by modern society laws and norms had all risen. If Yue Zhong wanted to unify the entire country, it would require an unknown amount of energy and resources. If one was backward, they would invite bullying. It was a proven course of nature. Everyone in modern society knew that well. The moment Europe consolidated their power, and Asia was still in chaos, it was not improbable for the Opium War to repeat itself. Europe was never willing for a strong Asia that could rule the entire world, and they were filled with fear towards the race that had the most number of people, as well as the glory of their past ancient civilizations. If they had the power, they would definitely not allow that. And the opposite was true. If Yue Zhong had the chance, he wouldn't mind giving the Kingdom of God a stab. Other than Europe itself, the rest of Asia was still unsettled. Wuyanhong was filled with hatred against the Chinese, and he was currently on the top of the priority list. If he was still weak, he had no choice, but now that Yue Zhong had the power, he could not stand by allowing his fellow countrymen to be used as dogs and pigs for others. Mu Xiangling was dejected as she pouted, "Che, I'd thought that you would say, for beautiful women, you would even cross the fires of hell." Yue Zhong raised his eyes. "Do I look like that sort?" Mu Xiangling's eyes widened as she looked at Yue Zhong for a long while, before she suddenly grinned. "Yes, You're even the sort that would push a lowly into a small ditch. Lolicon. Yue Zhong was caught unaware, as he flared, and reached to pinch her face. What? It was you who pushed me, okay? Mu Xiangling giggled as she threatened. Bully me some more. I'll cause a scene. I'll shout out loudly that Yue Zhong is a Lolicon. You won't ever have face again. Forget it. I won't stoop so low. Yue Zhong immediately waved his hands and ruffled her hand. If he was really labeled as a Lolicon in front of so many people, his reputation would take a dip. This devil definitely had the capacity to do so, because she knew where Yue Zhong's threshold laid. Mu Xiangling shot a proud look as Yue Zhong gave in to her, and she knew she could tease Yue Zhong. In any case, she was still young. At most, Yue Zhong would just give her a spanking, and would not actually punish her. The waitress quickly came back with the signature dishes as she placed them on the table. It's here! These are the braised mutant pork shoulder and braised mutant black fish. Do enjoy! A delicious fragrance wafted into their noses, as Yue Zhong looked at the sumptuous dish in front of him, and made to quickly grab a piece of pork shoulder, and immediately tore the meat from the bone, feeding it into his mouth. Upon entering, the meat instantly melted in his mouth. Delicious! Yue Zhong's spirits were lifted as he began to eat voraciously. Mu Xiangling also quickly used her chopsticks in a bid to grab food. Gidge, you're too crafty. Eat slower. Leave some for me. The pretty waitress looked on at this funny scene, and her eyes twinkled in amusement. Right at this time, at another table, a burly man slapped the table as he shouted, Waiter! Why is there a fly in my food? What the hell is wrong with you guys? Do you know how to run a business? Where's the boss? Get him out here. Get your boss out here. If not, we'll wreck your lousy shop. A few of the men beside the burly man immediately hollered aggressively. Seeing this, a number of the customers in the restaurant became frightened as they stopped eating, paid their money and left. There were even a few with no manners that directly left without paying. A middle-aged man whose skin was slightly dark and yellow, his entire face filled with wrinkles, came over with a careful smile as he bowed and said, Friends, our dishes are carefully scrutinized to ensure quality, and there would definitely not be a single fly. Is this a misunderstanding? The burly man laughed coldly as he grabbed a spoonful of soup. In it, a large fly laying dead. Not a single fly. What's this? The pretty waitress took a step forwards as she stared at the burly man and said, I've checked every single dish that comes out of the kitchen. There was no fly. This is your doing. The burly man instantly frowned and hollered, pulling out a bat, as he flipped the table. You dare frame me? Brothers, fuck these people. Trash the place. Do it. The 5 men beside the burly man instantly pulled out their weapons as well as they started to unleash carnage. The sounds of breaking and destruction rang out within the shop. Stop it, you bunch of hooligans! The waitress screamed as she watched her family's store being wrecked. This store was the hard work of her family, and the moment it was destroyed, her family's livelihood will be gone. The shop owner and the rest of the workers just stood at a corner as they watched helplessly, not daring to move. The hooligans had baseball bats, knives, and if they were to rush into the heat of things, they might get injured or worse. In this apocalyptic world, there was a loss of medicinal manufacturing plants, and their quantity had lessened considerably. With each usage, the amount left was dwindling. Hence, medicine was even more expensive now. They did not dare to get hurt. A hooligan came up to Yue Zhong and Mu Xiangling, and his eyes flashed with ferocity as he barked, Get lost! Can't you see that we're conducting business here? Do you want to die? Quickly flee! The waitress looked at them and shouted out in worry. She knew that these hooligans were not any decent people, and would not hesitate to hit or even kill a little girl. There were simply no hooligans that held to the principles of not hitting women or children left in the apocalyptic world. Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed angrily, as she lashed out with a vicious kick at the groin of the man like a cheetah. Trash! You dare spoil the mood of my meal! After gaining a set of equipment, she had the strength equivalent to 2 grown men, and this single kick actually caused the hooligan to be sent flying back 2 to 3 meters. When the hooligan received that blow, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out, his hands grabbing his stomach as he doubled up in pain. Tears streamed down his eyes. Mu Xiangling sent the hooligan flying with a kick and turned around to look at Yue Zhong smugly, before her gaze traveled to Yue Zhong's groin. What a vicious lowly! Yue Zhong suddenly felt his back break out in cold sweat, and his legs immediately snapped shut. Even with his endurance reaching a high 151 points, that bullets could not penetrate his skin. That part was still his weak point. For that matter, it was the weak point of all men. The waitress witnessed this, and her eyes flashed with a glint. So strong! The leader, who was the burly man, looked at Mu Xiangling, his eyes gleaming fiercely as he roared, "Everyone together! Catch that bitch, and we'll have some fun, before we sell her off to some nightclub." Led by that burly man, the remaining 4 thugs quickly charged towards Mu Xiangling. Chapter 0439, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Yue Zhong eyed the 5 incoming hooligans, grabbed a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth with disinterest. "They're yours. Do your best." "Eh? Yue Gij, how can you expect a lowly like me to handle 5 of them? Aren't you ungentlemanly?" When Mu Xiangling heard Yue Zhong, she got excited and started to warm up. "Oh right, is it okay to cripple them?" Yue Zhong replied mildly. "It'd be best not to. They still have some use. We can throw them into the scum battalion. If you cripple them, then we just have to kill them." Yue Zhong had no favorable impressions of such hooligans that bullied the weak commoners. He had intended to punish these hooligans by sending them to the scum battalion as cannon fodder. If they were crippled, he wouldn't spend any medicines to heal them. He would only do so for good people. "Got it." Mu Xiangling let out an excited smile as she lifted her hand and activated her ability, as 5 chairs suddenly flew towards the 5 hooligans viciously, controlled by an unseen force. At that instant, the 5 chairs hit the 5 hooligans heavily and were destroyed by the impact at the same time, causing the 5 hooligans to be injured gravely, spitting blood from their mouths as they fell to the ground. "A high-level enhancer. Damn it! You actually dare to injure me. I will definitely make you wish you were dead. If you have the guts, just wait here." The leader of the hooligans glanced resentfully at Mu Xiangling and Yue Zhong, before directly taking out a bamboo flute and forcefully blowing it. Looking at the hooligan whose face was filled with hatred, a strange light flashed past Yue Zhong. He didn't leave, but quietly stayed sitting there, continuing to eat the shop's signature dishes. "Oh, interesting. So you still have backup. Good. I really want to see what sort of person is supporting you from behind the scenes." The resentful hooligan glanced at Yue Zhong and smiled coldly. "You'll know soon. Who dares to touch my men? Do you not want to stay in Guilin City anymore?" Following an indignant shout, a young man, accompanied by 4 police officers, strode into the shop. The leader of the hooligans instantly rushed up to the young man and implored loudly, "Young Master Dan, it was these 2. It was them who hit us. Young Master Dan, you have to give us brothers justice." Yue Zhong glanced at the young man who had been escorted in by the 4 police officers, and he smiled faintly. "So it's actually Dan Yu. Long time no see." As soon as he saw Yue Zhong sitting at the table, Dan Yu's heart instantly exploded. Both his knees softened, and he was so frightened that he directly fell paralyzed onto the floor. After all, he knew that the person in front of him was actually the controller of Guilin City. Just one order from Yue Zhong would be enough to make him die a miserable death. Moreover, the reason that his father was able to regain his original post was because he had correctly chosen to stand on Yue Zhong's side at a key moment. Even if it were Dan Yu's father, Yue Zhong would still be able to make him die with ease. Young Master Dan, what's wrong?" "Right, it was those people who attacked young Master Dan. Go capture those 2 people and bring them back to the police station." One of the police officers instantly propped up Dan Yu and directly pointed at Yue Zhong, his brain working like lightning as he attempted to curry favor with the young master. "Attacked your mom." Dan Yu was so scared that his soul almost scattered. He viciously gave the police officer a slap to the face. "Luo Ping, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me?" Following that, Dan Yu ruthlessly kicked the leader of the hooligans onto the floor, his face flashing with an ominous glint. Only after finishing all this did Dan Yu bend his waist, kneeling down before Yue Zhong with a flattering smile on his face and saying, "Apologies, young master Yu. It was I who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sorry. Upon seeing this scene, apart from Yue Zhong himself and Mu Xiangling, everyone else was stunned. The fact that there were 4 police officers escorting Dan Yu was already enough to show that his background was extraordinary. Yet upon seeing Yue Zhong, this extraordinary son of an official was actually so scared that he instantly fell to the ground. This made everyone feel incomparably astonished. Yue Zhong glanced at Dan Yu, who was kneeling before him, and said indifferently, "Bai Xiao Sheng, come out. Take all of them away and lock them up. The people over there on the floor, you can directly throw them into the scum battalion." "Yes, head." Very quickly, 8 experts wearing black suits, each of them exuding a terrifying aura, entered the shop. Personal guards of the head? As soon as they saw the 8 experts, the 4 police officers' faces all paled as they instantly guessed Yue Zhong's identity. They didn't resist at all, letting the guards restrain them. Yue Zhong's personal guards very quickly took away the pale-looking Dan Yu, the 4 police officers and the 6 hooligans lying on the floor, only leaving behind the wrecked little shop. The energetic ponytail girl, filled with youthfulness, then came up to Yue Zhong, bending down slightly as she thanked sincerely. "Thank you. I am called Chen Bingxia. Many thanks for helping out. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong, perhaps the entire shop would have already been smashed by those hooligans." Yue Zhong smiled slightly as he handed over a 10-ton food stamp to Chen Bingxia, saying, "I am called Yue Zhong. There's no need to be courteous. Your shop's signature dishes are truly delicious. I hope to have the chance to savor them again. This is a year's payment of meals." Chen Bingxia received the 10 tons worth of ration tickets, and her eyes immediately started to tear as she thanked Yue Zhong profusely. "Thank you. Thank you." With this huge amount, Chen Bingxia's family would be able to continue running the shop. Without it, they would be hard-pressed to continue running due to the damages incurred earlier today. "If anyone else dares to bully you guys, just report my name, alright? We're leaving." Yue Zhong laughed before standing up and led Mu Xiangling out. Chen Bingxia gripped the tickets in her hands tightly as she watched Yue Zhong's back leaving in the distance, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange glint, her mind brimming with confusing thoughts. Mu Xiangling teased Yue Zhong. "Wah! What a hero saving the damsel in distress. Regardless, continue working hard like this, and that pretty lady might have her heart stolen by you." Yue Zhong flicked her forehead and chuckled. "Enough of your mischief. This time, once we go back, we're going to be busy for a while." Soon after Yue Zhong returned to the government office, Dan Yu's father Dan Hong came scrambling in front of Yue Zhong, kneeling and pleading profusely. "Leader, my worthless son was lacking and had offended you. I plead for your magnanimity and mercy. Please, I only have one son." Yue Zhong sat on the sofa, with Mu Xiangling beside him, who was helping to massage his leg. He looked at Dan Hong coldly. "Dan Hong, initially, on account of your merits, I've given him a new lease on life. Now, he's still out there instigating hooligans and ruffians to bully the commoners. This truly is a leopard that cannot change its spots. I'm giving you 3 options. First, lock him up for 20 years. Second option, send him into the scum battalion, and only after he has killed 40 zombies will he be set free. Third, you can give up your position and be a sanitation worker. Your choice." Dan Hong knelt there, his back in cold sweat. All 3 options were incredibly unappealing. Sending his son into jail for 20 years was tantamount to wasting his life. On the other hand, being in the scum battalion, Dan Yu would not last past a year. And for Dan Hong to give up his post as a superintendent, he obviously could not bear to sacrifice his current standard of living. Dan Hong gritted his teeth and made the painful choice. "I choose one. Let him stay in jail. It would be better for him." In comparison, his own position was more important. Yue Zhong eyed Dan Hong indifferently and replied, "All right, you're dismissed." "Yes, Dan Hong heard that and left the office obediently. After Dan Hong had left, Yue Zhong thought back to the events earlier and spoke softly. Seems like the problems of the triads have to be dealt with. Amongst the various gangs and triads in Guilin City, there were numerous who had the backing of some government officials. Yue Zhong had busied himself with the reorganizing of the military and government, and neglected the disease that was growing within Guilin City, namely the problem of the triads. Now that he had seen the despicable measures of some of these triads, it caused a fury to arise in his heart. Yue Zhong was a decisive man, and quickly deployed various troops throughout the city, embarking on a cleanup. The Golden Wolf Triad was a small triad that had 40 members at its core, and had control over a street as well as a nightclub. On this evening, inside the nightclub, the dim red lights were lit, and the scent of liquor and wine hung heavily in the air, as numerous young men and women were intoxicated in their partying. All of a sudden, a 30-man troop came bursting into the club, dressed in the nano-combat suits, hoisting a single assault rifle each. Hu-Yi, who was leading, hollered at the top of his voice, "I want everyone to stay where you are. Get down on the ground. We will execute anyone who disobeys." With the sudden presence of this team as well as the threat from Hu-Yi, all the young men and women in the nightclub immediately got down on the ground. Hu-Yi's booming voice rang out, "All the men from the Golden Wolf Triad, get out here. If you don't turn yourself in, the moment you're caught, I will execute you on the spot. All your family members will be implicated as well." Not long after, a middle-aged man brought over 30 men as they came out slowly with bitter expressions, saying, "I'm the chief of Golden Wolf Triad, Shang Yi. I'm here to turn myself in. I plead with this officer to have mercy on my family." Hui replied coldly, "Come with us." Shang Yi sighed, as he led the rest of his members and followed Hui and his team. It was not that Shang Yi had no intentions of resisting, but upon seeing those soldiers with strong killing intent, all thoughts of resisting was immediately vanquished. He was extremely clear that the only outcome for resisting was death, and hence they could only follow obediently. With the government's iron fist clamping down, all the triads became paper tigers overnight. In the midst of a city-wide sweep, all triads and gangs, big or small, were instantly dissolved, and all the core members and chiefs were apprehended by him. Chapter 440. The Zombie Horde Moves. Of the 4 great triads that used to exist in Guilin City, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad led by Ding Mei had by then submitted to Yue Zhong when he started the cleaning process. They handed over their weapons and accepted the reorganization of their forces, becoming part of Yue Zhong's troops. Yue Zhong cleaned up every single gang and triad in order to purge any evil intentions and characteristics. The feel of the city instantly became better, and seemed to flourish even more. Those who had wild ambitions to try and rile up trouble began to keep themselves in check. There were a few companies started by enhancers and hunters specializing in hunting zombies as well as embarking on other scavenger missions. Yue Zhong did not force them to close down nor change anything because with their existence, he had these people voluntarily cleaning up some of the loose corners that he could not afford to spare time with. At the same time, these people were largely passionate in their jobs, and could help drive resources back towards Guilin City. With regards to these factions, as long as they did not threaten the development plans of Yue Zhong in any way, Yue Zhong would not touch them. Yue Zhong threw the hooligans into the scum battalion, and those who had not engaged in any despicable acts of bullying or oppression, he placed them within the preparatory army's training groups, and the enhancers were be placed with the experts battalion to be trained specially. With such a reorganization, Yue Zhong gained another over 200 experts that were above level 20. After eradicating all signs of the triads from Guilin City, Yue Zhong did not stop there, instead dispatching numerous shifts of policemen to instill order and patrol the streets, rounding up any small-time criminals. The moment any thieves or robbers were caught, they would be thrown into the scum battalion and put through strict training. From a mere few hundreds of people inside the scum battalion, through the methods Yue Zhong employed, it swelled to over 2,000 people, and were filled with thieves, bandits, hooligans, rapists, perverts, liars, and other ne'er-do-wells. The moment they were drafted in, although they got to eat their fill, they had to go through strict military training and instruction over and over again. It caused them to feel that even death was more inviting than this hellish life. Inside the scum battalion, If any of these scum were to show the slightest resistance, all that awaited them was further punishments. They had no basic rights to speak of. Under those harsh conditions, many of them became like robots, suffering endlessly till the point of numbness. The majority looked forward to killing enough zombies or being killed by zombies just to be rid of this hell. After such a large-scale cleanup, the entire Gillen city seemed to have undergone a total makeover, so much so that even the streets were safe at night. Everyone knew of the plights of any wrongdoings, and the moment they thought of what went on in those camps, any potential thoughts of mischief would be immediately quashed. While a small minority felt that Yue Zhong was too overbearing and tyrannical, many others were elated at the beneficial changes. This was because there were no more instances of protection fees, or free meals or bullying for the majority of the commoners. Once he had brought about peace and stability, Yue Zhong dove into training his troops again. It was the winter season, and the troops could not go anywhere, hence he made them go through intense training to increase their combat potential. With the flow of time, a month had passed. On this day, a surveillance drone flew over Nanning City. As long as the weather was decent, Yue Zhong would deploy some forces to scout out the situation in Nanning City. The 3 million-strong zombie horde in Nanning had slowly begun to move towards Gillen City. The strange development had quickly been picked up by the drone, and the information was quickly transmitted back towards Gillen City. Although Yue Zhong did not control any satellites, and could not observe the entire Earth with the drones, gaining intel on the surrounding 100 li of land was not an issue. Once he learnt that the zombie horde had begun to move, Yue Zhong did not dare to dally, and summoned every important member of his government. Yue Zhong looked around and declared solemnly, "I've gained information. The zombie horde from Nanning has begun to move towards Gillen City, towards us. Based on their speed, in just 5 days we will be facing 3 million zombies. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Hu Yi directly offered, "Leader, why don't we take the fight to them at the Changyu Ridge? The terrain is most suitable for the tanks to charge in. We can make use of the tanks to annihilate them." Murong he frowned and said, "The Changyu Ridge is indeed suitable for an assault from our tanks. The problem is the weather. If there were to be a sudden change in weather, the troops there would lose the support and become stranded. The moment that happens, they would be finished off by the horde. I reckon that we should defend Gillen City." Zhang Xuanhuan replied coldly, "Holding them off here is too dangerous. If the fort was to be broken, the more than 800,000 survivors here would have no place to run to. Furthermore, our heavy rounds are lacking. With the number of zombies ranging in the millions without sufficient ammo, what do we use to defend with? Meat shields." A modern army's criteria was having enough logistical support. Du Shanxiong had a regiment of elites in strength, and the reason why he could only occupy Gillen was primarily due to the shortage of ammo. Du Shanxiong had brought his troops to reclaim Gillen, and also led them to slaughter their way into Nanning. In addition, he had been cleaning up the surrounding areas of Gillen City, annihilating a few million zombies. However, as a result, the troops were nearly depleted of their ammo, and the ammo dump had only 2 bases worth. It would be tough for them to deal with the 3 million-strong horde with just that. Everyone frowned. Although the words of Zhang Xuanhuan were hard to listen to, it was the truth, and the impending danger loomed over everyone's heads. Felt hard to breathe. Gillen City was not an industrial city, and within it, the only thing they could do now was to refill ammunitions. In each month, they could reload up to about 10,000 rounds. The current count of reloaded ammunition in Gillen City was about 30,000 rounds. These reloaded rounds were lacking in effectiveness and could damage the guns. The majority of it was given to the scavenger teams to use, and no one from the military liked to use it. As for the heavy artillery rounds, not only are there no ways to manufacture them, there are no known ways to reload them. Yue Zhong eyed Chen Ying on one side and asked, "How's the construction of the wall coming along?" When Yue Zhong obtained control, he had assigned a huge number of young males to start working on a wall. In society, there were countless city walls breached due to the existence of heavy artillery that could easily demolish walls. However, for the apocalypse, a sturdy wall would be extremely useful against a zombie horde, as well as the attacks of mutant beasts. Hence, Yue Zhong had placed great importance on it. After all, constructing a wall was much simpler than manufacturing heavy artillery rounds. Chan Ying replied directly. There's a 5m tall defensive wall built in the direction of Nanning, however, with the time we have, that's the limit we can do now. As the majority of the zombies surrounding Guilin City had long been wiped out by Du Shanxiong and his army, only the zombies in the direction of Nanning posed a threat. Even Du Shanxiong did not dare to provoke them. Hence Yue Zhong had given priority towards that direction with respect to the construction of the wall. 5 meters, eh? Do your best. Yue Zhong frowned when he heard that, before slowly replying. A 5-meter tall wall would not be enough to defend against a huge horde of zombies. However, being able to construct such a wall within the time limit of a month was impressive. Yue Zhong pondered for a moment, before ordering, Chan Ying, you delegate the job. Immediately begin defensive fortifications all around Guilin City. Dig traps, and organize the residents from the Gangxi district to move towards the south. Try to clear the area, to act as a buffer. Yes, Yue Zhong continued. Hu Yi, go take 200 experts, head to the front lines and snipe the horde. Do your best. As long as the situation turns for the worse, immediately retreat. Try to preserve your lives and energy. In such conditions where the weather was unpredictable, it was the most that Yue Zhong could do. If it wasn't for winter, Yue Zhong would have deployed all his troops to go hunt the zombie horde. Yes, leader, Hu Yi replied excitedly. Yue Zhong then swept everybody present a glance as he said solemnly, everyone else, resume your training, await further orders. For this battle, I've decided to take the fight to them outside. Our lives are on the line this time. I hope everyone will give their all to prepare for it. Everyone's heart shuddered as they replied, yes. Under Yue Zhong's orders, everyone began moving. With the assignments set by Chan Ying, the residents of the Gangxi district began to move towards the south side of Guilin City. At the same time, over 100,000 young men were mobilized and began fortifications outside Gangxi district. As there were many people working on it, with their combined efforts, countless fortifications and simple works were completed within a night outside the city walls. Within the city, many females were activated as well, preparing numerous bowls of food to be sent to those men toiling outside the city gates, everyone doing their best in order to protect their place. On the other side, Hu Yi led 200 experts and they lugged over 100 gene of equipment, put on the nano-combat suits, and rode their motorcycles towards the distance. Yue Zhong had intended to be on the front lines himself, but as he had just obtained control of Guilin City, the sentiments of the masses had not stabilized yet, and he had too little trusted aides. The moment he left, there would bound to be some ambitious joker. Hence, for the sake of the whole picture, he chose to stay here. This battle was one he could not afford to lose. The moment he lost, close to 900,000 people would fall prey to the zombies. Hu Yi and his team rode non-stop for almost 4 hours before they came near the zombie horde. What a spectacular sight! Hu Yi and the 200 experts looked over from a high point not far from the horde, and could see the mighty undead force, seemingly with no end, threatening to envelope everything as they moved. Chapter 441, Devourer. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Let's start. Hu Yi observed their surroundings once, before pulling out a sniper rifle, aimed at the horde and fired. With a single pong, a zombie's head was blasted apart. Attracted by the sound of the gunfire, the huge horde shifted and swarmed towards the direction of Hu Yi and the rest, who were atop the hill. There are simply too many of them. We would rot before we managed to kill them all. One enhancer whose level reached 38 waved his hand as he spoke, and a number of blades made out of air sliced towards the zombies in front, instantly decapitating 20 over of them. Another who had the gun specialization skill pulled out 2.03 rifles and began to fire without stop. Every single round fired from each gun would kill a zombie. One of the enhancers had plant manipulation, and he planted a mutant seed under the tree, and soon countless vines exploded out from the ground, wrapping around a number of the zombies, shredding them into pieces. The rest of the warriors raised their own .03 rifles and aimed at the zombies without haste, making sure to kill them with a single shot each time. There were about 200 experts on this side, each of them being above level 30, and had plenty of experience in killing zombies. None of them had any fear towards the zombies. As long as their stamina could hold out, it was hard for them to die. With the combined efforts of those 200 experts, although the small hilltop seemed to be surrounded by the dense horde of zombies, none of the zombies could break past the defenses. Huge numbers of the zombies were being decimated constantly, while those in front would be trampled by those behind. Soon, the total number of zombies killed by this team of elites had reached more than 2,000. At this time, the horde suddenly parted, and a number of 3m tall strange zombies appeared. They had protruding bellies, their limbs were coarse and bulky, and they had long tails, with bodies covered in a layer of scales. Their eyes were completely milky white, and their hands had long sharp nails, matching their teeth. The moment these strange zombies appeared, they began to swallow up the corpses of the ordinary zombies, and there seemed to be no end to their appetite, as they continued to gobble up the ordinary zombies into their bodies. Hui looked at the strange zombies swallowing up the rest, and a notification appeared in his mind. Level 60 Strange Monster. Devourer I-type. It can swallow ordinary zombies to constantly evolve and grow stronger. Its initial level is 50. Swallowing enough ordinary zombie corpses will allow it to reach level 70. Swallowing higher-grade corpses may give rise to potential further growth and evolution. Hui took a look at the devourers, and his heart went cold. He quickly aimed a rifle at the head of one of the devourer and fired wildly. The dense hail of bullets assaulted the devourer and simply bounced off, not hurting it in the slightest. "Allow me!" The expert who could control blades made of air stood forward, his eyes flashing with a glint, and he expended a huge amount of stamina to conjure a huge blade that could bifurcate even an armored vehicle as he sliced towards the devourer. The huge blade made of air landed on the body of the devourer, and the skin dented inwards slightly before causing the blade to be dispersed. At the next instant, the devourer immediately opened its mouth and shot out a black, murky poison arrow at the enhancer who controlled the airblade. "Ah!" The expert immediately wailed in agony when he was struck. His body instantly rotted, and his eyes lost the color of health, before he suddenly pounced towards Hui. Hui's face changed in horror as he kicked the expert towards the ground, before roaring, "Zhang Zhan, what are you doing?" The expert looked up with soulless eyes, as it climbed up and pounced towards the others. Hui immediately shot forward and pulled out his dark magic blade to slice off the head of Zhang Zhan. As he roared, "He's infected! Shit! Everyone, be careful! That devourer can cause someone to turn almost instantly with its spit. Don't let it get on you." Hearing those words, the expressions of everyone fell. They had worn the mutant beast's hides and few things could endanger them. However, at the initial point of the apocalypse, the scene of their friends and loved ones turning into zombies right in front of them had been deeply embedded in their minds. Their attacks became a lot more guarded and did not attack the devourers, instead choosing to deal with the ordinary zombies. Those devourers also seemed to ignore the humans on the hill, instead choosing to swallow the corpses of the zombies unhurriedly. Hui looked at those devourers hanging around the foot of the hill, and his eyes flashed with a hint of urgency. "Damn it! What do we do? Are we going to stand here and watch as those freaks become stronger?" The experts on the hill were killing the ordinary zombies without stopping, while the devourers were swallowing up the corpses, and both sides came to a standstill. However, Hui was clear that if they were to allow the devourers to evolve, they would be wiped out. As Hui and the rest were engaged in a crisis, within a villa in Guilin City, Zhang Xuanhuan was sitting with his vice commander Yue Zhong, as they drank liquor together. Yue Zhong drank a gulp of the soju, as he belched and cussed, "Damn it! Yue Zhong isn't worth shit. We helped him gain the city, and he actually shoved us to the new recruits battalion to lead these greenhorns. Isn't this obviously not trusting us?" Zhang Xuanhuan eyed Yue Zhong and frowned as he growled, "Old you drank too much. If your words were heard by leader, we would all be in trouble." Hearing that, Yue Zhong grinned in contempt. "What leader? That position was also snatched by him. If it wasn't for us, how many of the survivors would be dead by now? The moment he came, he stole all our positions and forced us into this meager place. He is shit. Commander, let's rebel." Zhang Xuanhuan was alarmed, as he shot Yu Hong a look, and replied, "Old Yu, you've had too much to drink." Although he was advising him otherwise, Zhang Xuanhuan was undeniably affected by those words. While being a commander of an elite force was the same post as a commander of a recruits battalion, the positions of those two were different. The commander of the elite force would definitely have more authority than a commander of a recruits battalion. When Zhang Xuanhuan was reallocated as the commander of the recruits battalion, he was naturally unhappy. However, he was clear that Yue Zhong had managed to gain a steady footing in Guilin City, and if he were to jump up now to voice his disapproval, there would be countless who would automatically step up to do him in. Yu Hong's eyes glinted strangely as he clapped once. "Commander! I know you're worried about Yue Zhong's forces being too strong, and we can't defeat him. Don't worry. We have the manpower. Come out. Commander Zhang, how do you do?" A 26 to 27-year-old male came walking into the room as he smiled and greeted Zhang Xuanhuan. Zhang Xuanhuan eyed this young man, and his heart was filled with caution as he asked, "Old Yu, this is..." The young male, who had squinty eyes, chuckled before introducing himself. "Commander Zhang, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chonghai. I'm a member of the Greater China Alliance. We of the Greater China Alliance aim to restore the glory of China, and we have countless experts with us. We are currently based in Guangxi, and we have over 70,000 members, and a force of 10,000. Our alliance chief knows that Guilin City had been overtaken by this small fry called Yue Zhong, and was extremely infuriated. Hence, he assigned me to come and form an alliance with you, Commander Zhang. We can work together to topple Yue Zhong's tyranny. After this, we hope that Commander Zhang will join our Greater China Alliance and help to establish our control over Guilin City." Zhang Xuanhuan's eyes flashed before he slowly replied, "Yue Zhong has a force of 10,000. How are you going to topple his governance?" Lin Chonghai chuckled mysteriously. "Commander Zhang, other than you, there are already 2 other high-ranking officials who had been unhappy with Yue Zhong's rule and have joined us already. Furthermore, Gao Ming Hao from the Green Bamboo Triad as well as other experts from the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Even Chun counties when Fu Xi and Asterisk had all agreed to join us. At that time, once the army of the Greater China Alliance reaches, you guys work from the inside, we attack from the outside. Such a prong attack will guarantee that Guilin City will become ours. Yue Zhong is now busy dealing with the zombie horde, and he would not think of acting against us." Zhang Xuanhuan mulled silently, before asking softly, "Currently, the 3 million-strong zombie horde is making its way towards us. After gaining Guilin City, what does the Greater China Alliance intend to do?" Lin Chonghai laughed indifferently. "Since the aim of the zombie horde is Guilin City, after we have done away with Yue Zhong, we will organize for everyone to evacuate the city. After which, we will slowly chip away at the zombie numbers, and one day we will regain Guilin City and Nanning City. Ensuring the survival of everyone is of utmost importance." Zhang Xuanhuan seemed to have resolved the questions in his heart, as he replied, "All right, I'll promise you guys. Tell me your plan." Lin Chonghai was elated, and proceeded to divulge every single detail of their plan to Zhang Xuanhuan. From the direction of Binqi City, a 10,000-strong force dressed in all sorts of garbs, carrying various weapons, were currently marching on towards Guilin City. Qidian asterisk when Fu Xian was the guy who tried to take down the Heaven Sect, but faced defeat at the leader before Yue Zhong managed to cut in at the right moment and won the Heaven Sect. Chapter 383, 384. Chapter 442, Collapsing the Enemy with a Single Shot. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 3, The South. Among the 10,000 armed militants, a number of them were wielding blades, wooden bats, and other various melee weapons. Only about 1,500 of the elite troops were wielding guns. Also, there were 5 IFVs, 10 self-propelled artillery, 6 40-round autoloader rocket launchers, and 8 Type 96 tanks. Taking a look at this troop that was made up of a combination of melee weapons and modern warfare weaponry, it was obvious that these 10,000-strong troops did not have the luxury to equip each and every soldier. Yue Zhong stood on a small hill, by his side stood White Bones, and as he laid prone on the high vantage ground, He took a look through the scope of the Falcon sniper and assessed quietly. So this is the Greater China Alliance? Their strength is not weak. Ah, I see some old acquaintances. Yue Zhong moved the scope and suddenly saw the chief of the Green Bamboo Triad, Gao Minghao, seated in the co-driver's seat in an armored vehicle. Yue Zhong lifted his head and took a look. Noticing that it was dusk, he gave a sigh. He did not rush to snipe Gao Minghao, instead choosing to observe the troop quietly. Gao Minghao sat quietly inside the jeep, his mood extremely comfortable. Initially, when he was forced out of Guilin City by Yue Zhong, he managed to only bring a few of his trusted aides as they escaped pitifully. His efforts and hard work in establishing the 10,000-strong Green Bamboo Triad went down the drain just like that, and he had suffered a tremendous setback. However, when he escaped to the nearby Binchi City, he was scouted and recruited by the Greater China Alliance. The Greater China Alliance allowed Gao Minghao to lead his own troops and helped him bolster his forces. Now he was a small warlord commanding over 1,000 soldiers. Although these were male survivors wielding melee weapons, they were under his control. Caused him to feel great again. Beside Gao Minghao, there was a young man who had pale skin, a tall stature, decent looks, but with an aura of weakness and superficiality between his brows. Chuckled at Gao Minghao. Old Gao, once we've taken down Guilin City, you'd better not forget your promise. Gao Minghao eyed the young man beside him, and a hint of contempt flashed past his face, but he maintained the amiable smile and replied, Of course, young Master Jean. After we take down Guilin City, I would definitely find a pair of beautiful twins for your enjoyment. This young man in front of him was called Jin Guangxian, and he was the son of Jin Shangcheng, who was the supervisor of the Guangxi part of the Greater China Alliance. Although Jin Guangxian was handsome, he was extremely lustful in nature, and was the perfect example of a hero father and wastrel son. He would be in the company of ladies most of the time, and Gao Minghao despised him. However, Gao Minghao knew how to carry himself, and although he viewed Jin Guangxian in contempt, he continued entertaining him, becoming one of his close friends. Jin Guangxiang chuckled loudly as he said, "Ha, the other time, you brought me a mother-daughter pair. They were not bad. However, they're a little old for my taste. Next time, do take note. I like young and beautiful girls." In the eyes of Jin Guangxian, Gao Minghao was like a dog kept by his house, and regardless of how he ordered, it would be fine. At most, he could just give him a dog bone to chew on, figuratively. In the past, it was the same for Yuan Shikai and his eldest son, Yuan Kuding, who was like that as well. He treated Duan Qi Rui and Feng Guizhong, whom his father did not dare take lightly, as slaves, and was extremely despotic. Gao Minghao held his rising anger in check, while giving Jin Guangxian a warm smile. "Sure, I got it, young Master Jin. Next time, I'll definitely take note." Right at this time, snowflakes started floating down from the skies. Seeing the snow falling, one of the men in military uniform immediately turned and rushed towards the jeep, smacking the doors hard as he called out, "Young Master Jin! Young Master Jin! Open the door. I have something to report." Jin Guangxian eyed the soldier, his expression one of displeasure as he rolled down the window and felt the chill creeping in, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He hurriedly asked, "What? Duan Ziku? Spit it out. If there's nothing, don't come and bother me." Duan Ziku did not mind Jin Guangxian's disrespect, instead urgently replying, "Young Master Jin, it's snowing now. What do we do? Shall we get the troops to find some shelter first?" Jin Guangxian's eyes narrowed as he replied coldly, "No way. If we hinder my dad's plans just because of the snow, will you be able to bear the responsibility? Even killing your entire family would not be able to make amends for the losses to my Jin family then. Godspeed. Godspeed. Can't you understand this logic? To think that you're a military personnel." Duan Ziku laughed bitterly as he explained, "But, young Master Jin, the weather's too cold. We're all Southerners and aren't used to this. If it continues, the soldiers will either freeze to death or be injured heavily. Guangxi was originally warm to begin with, and it seldom snowed there, not to mention snowstorms. In the first winter of the apocalypse, the sudden chill had taken the lives of countless people, and the remaining survivors were still not any better adapted to the cold. Hence, even Yue Zhong had not dared to deploy his forces. Jin Guangshuang seemed to become impatient with the reasoning, and immediately replied before pulling up the window, "Then just let them run. Enough with your blabbering." In those days, when the Red Army trekked the snow mountains and plains, they had not complained. This is just some cold. Bolster their spirits to get through this. Don't bother me anymore. Get the whole army moving, with our utmost speed. Once we obtain Guilin City, they can rest well then. Duan Zike's expression had turned extremely ugly as he cursed under his breath. Fool! True, in those days the Red Army had crossed countless terrains, but they had lost many as well. Unless forced to, who would want to trek the mountain and plains? Jin Guangxian continued to stay within the jeep to enjoy the warm air, and naturally could not feel the pain of the common soldiers. Duan Zike could only helpless relay the stupid command, "All troops, full speed ahead." The speed of the troops suddenly increased a lot. However, from time to time, there would be soldiers who fell lifelessly, never to get back up again. Retard. Yue Zhong watched all these, and thought silently. If it were him, the moment he saw the snowflakes, he would pull the troops back, and not wantonly march on in these conditions. These were people from Guangxi, not those northerners from Liaoning, nor were they like those polar bears suited for snow. The snow got heavier and heavier, and soon, a huge gale started to blow. Countless snowflakes flew with the wind, as the snow blanketed the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance, piercing them with a chill like a cold knife that reached the bones. As the soldiers marched on, they shivered uncontrollably, their faces flushed red, and their legs becoming numb as they traversed through the snow, as though they didn't belong to them. Soldiers would fall from time to time, fainting in the snow, and never getting up again. Under those harsh winds, the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance fell like droppings as their temperatures dropped to dangerous levels. The morale and spirit of the soldiers were at an all-time low, and everyone became numb. It's time. Yue Zhong saw that a few more soldiers of the Greater China Alliance had fallen in the snow, and he took careful aim at Gao Minghao inside the jeep. Yue Zhong was only about a kilometer away from Gao Minghao, and he quietly adjusted his breathing, getting his attention at its maximum, and his entire focus was on Gao Minghao solely. When the jeep came to a sudden halt, Yue Zhong immediately pulled the trigger. With a single pong, a 14.5mm sniper round immediately pierced through the air, piercing the defensive glass of the keep, and blasted Gao Minghao's head into pieces. Even if Gao Minghao was a level 49 strength-based evolver, he had no way of defending against that assassination shot from Yue Zhong. Jin Guangxian took a look at Gao Minghao's headless body, and he immediately shrieked in terror, "Ah! Help! Help! Save me! Attack! Attack!" The sharp sound resounded across the entire Greater China Alliance's troops. The troops were already at a low point, having to face the harsh and cold snowstorm. Suddenly, they heard that they were under attack, and confusion led to chaos. A large number of the melee weapon-wielding soldiers escaped in all directions. Close to 80% of the original troops fled, as most of them were forcefully conscripted workers, and were meant to be cannon fodder. Their morale was low to begin with, and the moment they thought there was a trap, they quickly fled. Within this armed forces of the Greater China Alliance, there was still a small troop that could fight. It was the 1,500-strong unit of well-equipped soldiers. However, the chaotic frenzy of the cannon fodder had caused the soldiers to be bewildered as well. Good chance! Yue Zhong had not expected a single shot from him to cause such a collapse. However, he was not a man to let go of such opportunities, and he immediately let out a whistle, before charging towards the troops of the Greater China Alliance with white bones. In the midst of that chaos, the heavy firepower of the Greater China Alliance would not be employed, and it was the best time for Yue Zhong to display his strength. Hearing Yue Zhong's whistle, lightning, which had been lying in wait all this while with its over 400 brothers, immediately charged towards the troops of the Greater China Alliance as well. Compared to humans, the mutant beast's ability to withstand cold was much stronger. Even in the snowstorm, Lightning and its brothers could move without problems. Chapter 443, Type 3 Lightning, translated by Qidian, edited by Ulamog, Edition. After swallowing the large amount of Type 2 mutant beasts nuclei as well as the 2 Type 3 mutant beasts nuclei, it finally triggered an evolution, causing Lightning to evolve into a Type 3 mutant beast as well. Currently, Lightning was almost an entire size larger than its previous form, and it had 40 times the speed of a normal human. The moment it unleashed its full speed, it would cause a sonic boom from breaking the sound barrier. In just a matter of 4 seconds, Lightning had crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and charged into the midst of the Greater China Alliance's troops with a resounding boom. Its claws slashed about, and numerous soldiers would find their heads swiped away, causing fresh blood to fountain upwards and splatter everywhere. Powerful! Yue Zhong observed Lightning as it broke past the sound barrier and unleashed its devastating damage. This was the might of a Type 3 agility-type mutant beast. It was simply astonishing. Although Lightning did not have the fearsome defense of the Type 3 green Jiao Python, nor the immense strength, as well as the threatening corrosive poison spit, it had its simplest and most effective weapon, speed. That sonic speed was enough for it to lay waste to numerous enemies. Damn it! 20 of the Greater China Alliance's enhancers were infuriated and they charged at Lightning. Lightning eyed those enhancers above level 30, and its body flashed, suddenly appearing in the midst of them. In 2 mere seconds, the heads of those 20 enhancers were smacked away, fresh blood splattering everywhere, and they could not even catch a glimpse of Lightning's movements. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps and managed to reach a maximum speed 17 times that of other humans, and could barely manage to keep up with Lightning's figure. Even with this speed, he was barely reaching the terrifying degree of combat potential that Lightning now possessed. As for other enhancers whose speed were lacking, they could not catch any of the movements, not to mention putting up a resistance. Yue Zhong charged forwards and appeared near a tank. He activated his Art of Fear, and a huge spirit force assailed outwards, with Yue Zhong as the center. In a single instant, all the soldiers within the tank were submerged in the terrifying hallucinations and fainted. Only those with spirit values high enough or special skills and equipment that could block the Art of Fear attack from Yue Zhong survived. Those other tank operators were simply helpless. The rest of the tanks were focused on the mutant leopard cats, and were firing wildly at them. As rounds after rounds blasted in the midst of the leopard cats, some of the mutant leopard cats were blasted into charred pieces. Those mutant leopard cats could not withstand the heavy firearms. Even Lightning, a Type 3 mutant leopard cat, would be blasted to smithereens if it was caught, not to mention the ordinary mutant leopard cats. The various IFVs were also firing at the mutant leopard cats with their 25mm cannons, blasting a few of the mutant leopard cats apart, dyeing the ground crimson with rivulets of blood. As for those self-propelling rockets, due to the restrictions of the range, they could not display their full might. Yue Zhong took the opportunity when the Greater China Alliance was distracted by the mutant leopard cats, and flashed about, activating his Art of Fear, continuously, sending waves of terror sweeping outwards in all directions. His tactics caused many of the soldiers in the tanks and IFVs to faint from the terrifying spirit attack. On the other side, White Bones had charged into the midst of the soldiers, its bone blades dancing about, slicing any soldier unfortunate enough to be in its way into pieces. After losing the suppression of the IFVs and tanks, the 400 mutant leopard cats wreaked havoc on the remaining unlucky soldiers, charging into their camps and pouncing onto many of the fleeing warriors, ripping their necks off. The moment the soldiers had to face the mutant leopard cats right after being buffeted by the snowstorm, their spirits were on the brink of collapsing, and many of them threw down their weapons and tried to escape. They did not know where to run to in the middle of the snowstorm, but it was better to be frozen to death than to be eaten alive by mutant beasts. Yue Zhong eyed those fleeing soldiers and hollered loudly, "Throw down your weapons! Raise your hands in the air! I'll spare those who surrender." Those soldiers had lost all will to fight, and were only concerned about not being eaten alive. The moment they heard Yue Zhong's words, they quickly abandoned their weapons, raising their hands, and looked at the mutant leopard cats with fear. Lightning howled once, and all the mutant leopard cats eyed those humans who surrendered, their eyes flashing with unwillingness, but turned their attention away from them and made for others who had not surrendered. Seeing that it was effective, all the remaining soldiers immediately surrendered to Yue Zhong. Duan Ziku came up with a bitter expression as he announced, "I'm Duan Ziku. I'm the commander of these soldiers. I'm officially surrendering, and I hope that you can look upon my troops favorably." Yue Zhong pointed to the shuddering figure of Jin Guangxian that he dragged out, whose face was pale, and asked, "Who's this?" Jin Guangxian immediately stammered out loud, "I'm Jin Guangxian. I'm the Song of Jin Shangcheng, the Greater China Alliance supervisor of the Guangxi region. I've surrendered. You can't kill me." Yue Zhong glanced at Duan Ziku before saying solemnly, "I'm Yue Zhong. Duan Ziku, how about being my subordinate? Working for someone like him is too demeaning for you." Yue Zhong had initially intended to just observe the troops of the Greater China Alliance. He had not expected the Jin Guangxian to be such a bag of straw, and had actually ordered the troops to march on in the snow. With a single shot, he was able to dismantle the great army of this Greater China Alliance, causing them to collapse. Currently, there were only Lightning and its 400 brothers beside Yue Zhong. No one else was present to control the captives. Regardless of what kind of person Duan Ziku was, or whether he had the ability or not, he was still the commander of these soldiers, and this was the optimal choice now. Yue Zhong stared at Duan Ziku and said, "As long as you serve me, I'll naturally look favorably upon you and your troops." Duan Ziku mulled silently for a while, before lifting his head and asked, "Yue Zhong, if I were to join you, what are your plans? Are you going to become a warlord?" Yue Zhong looked directly at Duan Ziku and replied slowly, "My aim is to use military force to dispel all warlord factions within China, reuniting the entire country, and establishing a new country." Yue Zhong had gotten to where he was step by step, and he had transformed from a weak, ordinary humans under him into mighty persons with a large faction to rely on. His ambitions had slowly increased as well. At first, he just wanted to find a place where no one would control him so that he could live on peacefully. Now, he wanted to abolish and hopefully absorb the many factions and unite the whole country. Even though he had not seen it himself, he knew that there were many factions littered across the whole country. His own force now was one of many as well. Who knew how many people possessed an unbridled ambition? The Greater China Alliance was also one of many factions. Duan Ziku's eyes flashed with a hint of awe as he saluted Yue Zhong and said, "Please let me be a part of your plans." Yue Zhong immediately grinned and said, "Great! From now on, you're a commander under me. Commander Duan, please organize your troops together with White Bones. We have to leave here as soon as possible. We need to seek shelter from the snow." Yue Zhong naturally would not easily believe that Duan Ziku could instantly become a loyal subordinate. Since he had no other men to utilize now, he needed Duan Ziku to obey his commands and see how it went from there. Duan Ziku heard the orders and immediately saluted once more, before striding towards the others. "Yes, Chief." White Bones followed closely beside Duan Ziku. If there were any strange movements, White Bones could easily take care of it. Duan Ziku had a presence and authority within these troops. Very quickly, he managed to gather all the captives, and even woke those soldiers who had fainted from the art of fear hallucinations. Yue Zhong led the force that had only 1,200 soldiers remaining towards a small town. The majority of the Greater China Alliance soldiers had fled, and only these remaining 1,200 had remained behind in order to band together to resist Yue Zhong earlier. These 1,200 soldiers weren't weak in fact. They could be on par with the elites that Yue Zhong were training in his elite battalion. However, due to Jin Guangxian's ineptness, it had caused the soldiers to feel worse. At the same time, Yue Zhong, White Bones, as well as the terror that Lightning and its brothers caused were enough to dispel any notion of resistance. If it were another place and time, if both sides were to engage in an actual battle, in order to forcefully subjugate this force of 1,200, Yue Zhong would definitely have to pay a higher price. After traveling for about an hour in the snow, Yue Zhong and the rest entered a small town. The zombies within the town had long since been cleared by the humans, and when those soldiers entered the town, they began searching for suitable homes and shelter as they huddled within, shivering in the cold. Within a building, Yue Zhong immediately set fire to a wooden bed frame, and a number of the soldiers gathered around the fire to warm themselves up. The two attributes that determined the body's resistance to the cold was vitality and endurance. Very few enhancers in the Greater China Alliance had focused on these two, hence they felt the cold all the way to their bones. Yue Zhong eyed Duan Ziku and asked, "What kind of organization is the Greater China Alliance?" Although someone had told Yue Zhong about the movements of the Greater China Alliance, the person did not know the exact details and makeup of the Greater China Alliance. Duan Ziku thought for a moment, gathering his thoughts, before he replied directly, "The Greater China Alliance." The Greater China Alliance was a union that was formed from a number of warlord factions coming together. They had communicated through radio. Although it was termed an alliance, in truth, there was almost no relationship between these warlords. It was a load of complete bull. Other than the broadcasting station, they lacked other means of communications. At the same time, no one of them wanted to give up their own establishments they worked so hard to get. However, after the alliance was formed, the total number of people these warlords shared amongst themselves became over 1 million, with many experts amongst them. It was a decent-sized threat to anyone who hears of them. Although they did not have any close relationships, they would share intel from time to time, and it became such that an alliance was more beneficial than not. Jin Shangchang was in charge of the Guangxi region, which happened to be the strongest force. He had over 80,000 survivors under him, and had opened 2 military camps near him, retrieving 5 infantry battalions worth of equipment. At the same time, he established a survivor force of over 20,000, as they went around in search of more resources. Duan Ziku was the leader of one of these forces, numbering at 10,000. Of course, Jin Shangchang could easily deploy a 20,000-strong army was because he forced a lot of young men to be drafted. As long as there were fit and able-bodied young men, he would conscript them into the forces. These was how he managed to put together a force of 20,000. Truthfully, if Yue Zhong was that vicious as well, he could easily pull out a force of 200,000. However, their combat power would definitely be lacking, and just paying the wages of the 200,000 would be enough to burn through his resources. Jin Shangcheng's base of operations was in Ninghua District, near Binqi City. Although he could not conquer a city, subjugating a small district wasn't a problem. According to Duan Ziku's explanations, the current force that Jin Shangcheng had with him was even stronger than the one that Duan Ziku brought out, and not some pushover force. Yue Zhong looked at Duan Ziku and said solemnly, "Tell me all about the call signs you guys have within Guilin City." "Yes." Duan Ziku's heart went cold and directly gave the information. Yue Zhong memorized those secret call signs and told Duan Ziku, "I'm going out for a bit." Duan Ziku, White Bones, you guys lead the soldiers to rest here within the town for a day. "Yes." Duan Ziku eyed White Bones beside him before responding in a clear voice. White Bones nodded slightly at Yue Zhong. It had already a primary level of intellect and had gained 1 point of enhancement in it. It already knew how to handle some basic matters. The moment Yue Zhong went out, he leapt onto Lightning's back and said solemnly, "Back to Guilin City." Lightning instantly unleashed its maximum speed, bounding off into the snowstorm like a hurricane itself. With its speed that broke the sound barrier, sharp winds blanketed Yue Zhong constantly. If it wasn't for his high endurance, he would have been shredded to pieces. With Lightning's full speed of Mach 1, in just half an hour, Yue Zhong had already returned to Guilin City. Chapter 444, Chaos Strikes. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. The snowflakes were falling from the sky. On the road leading from Guilin City to Binqi City, Murong he had a look of worry as he looked at the sky. His emotions riled up. Shit! Why did it start snowing? This sort of weather is really going to be a bother. Standing beside Murong Zhang Shui Wang smiled gently. Relax, Murong. Although the snow is a little heavy, it's not a snowstorm yet. As long as they can get past it, they would be able to reach here. Murong he shook off the snow on his shoes, before sighing heavily. He chuckled bitterly. I'm worried that the longer it takes, the more likely that person is going to find out. That would be dangerous. Zhang Shui Wang was unsure what to think, and kept silent. At this time, in the distance, in the midst of the snowstorm, a signal was fired into the sky, lighting up the skies. Morong he saw the signal and became excited. They're here! They're here! Morong he had been waiting bitterly for this moment, and the moment he saw the signal, he became excited. Right at this time, an intelligence officer came to Morong he's side and saluted before saying, "Commander!" Leader Yue Zhong had sent someone to seek an audience. "Do you want to grant an audience?" A look of wariness immediately flashed past Morong he's eyes. "Who's that?" Yue Zhong had countless experts under him, and just as things were going to happen, Morong he wasn't willing to allow an expert to stand guard beside him. The officer replied, "That person is Dan Hong." Morong he mulled for a while before saying, "Bring him to me." Soon after, Dan Hong came in front of Morong he and said, "Commander Morong, leader has an assignment for you. Please head over to the army by yourself." Morong he became sullen, as his eyes narrowed. "Now? Can't it wait?" Dan Hong's expression fell, as he handed a document over. "Commander Morong, please don't make things difficult for me. This is a document from leader. If you don't go, I have the authority to detain you." Morong he held up the document and looked at it once before laughing coldly, and tore it apart forcefully, right in Dan Hong's face. "Yue Zhong, what an arrogant attitude. Just because he wants to remove me, it will happen as he wish." Dan Hong's expression changed for the worst, as he rebuked, "Morong he, are you thinking of rebelling?" Morong he laughed coldly and ordered, "That's just my intention. I'm rebelling against that tyrant Yue Zhong. Apprehend him. Release the signal." Two soldiers came forward and grabbed Dan Hong, while another immediately released a signal towards the skies. The moment the signal flare rose to the clouds, within Guilin City itself, another flare was fired. "You dare to rebel!" Dan Hong was dumbstruck as he looked at Morong he, his expression turning ugly, his body trembling uncontrollably as well. A strange glint flashed across Morong he's eyes as he spoke in a ringing voice. "So what if I do? Yue Zhong is cruel and merciless. For the sake of the country and the people, I'm cleansing this place of him. It's time. It's time. Kill Yue Zhong. Kill Yue Zhong. For the sake of the country, kill Yue Zhong." Those trusted aides and officers beside Morong he were hollering with passion. Under their instigation, the rest who had no prior intention to rebel could only shout along helplessly. In such circumstances, those who had a contrary view would most likely face death, and they didn't want to die yet. Furthermore, they have not followed Yue Zhong for long, and weren't particularly loyal to him. Just when the scene was turning chaotic, Yue Zhong strolled out silently from the shadows, looking at Morong he and the other rebelling commanders, as his cold and aloof voice rang out, "Oh! Is this a rebellion? A treachery to our country?" The moment Morong he caught sight of Yue Zhong, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and retreated a few steps. The 8 experts beside him immediately came in front of him to stand between Yue Zhong and him. Within Guilin City, almost everyone knew how crazily strong Yue Zhong was, and other than those mythical and legendary figures that have been training non-stop within the mountain range, not a single person dared to say they were a match for Yue Zhong. As he hid behind those experts, Morong he regained his bravado as he stared at Yue Zhong and laughed grimly. "Yue Zhong, your timing was just nice. Today will be your funeral." Yue Zhong chuckled coldly in response as he waved his hands, and 2 soldiers came out with a 17, 18-year-old youth as well as a 36 to 37-year-old lady in tow. Morong he had just finished his words and his face fell, eyes turning bloodshot as he almost lost his composure and screamed, "Xiao Jian! Yue Zhong! You bastard! Xiao Jian! Why is Xiao Jian in your hands?" The 17 to 18-year-old youth was called Morong Jian, and was Morong he's precious son. The lady was his wife. Morong Jian's eyes were filled with tears as he screamed wretchedly, "Dad! Save me! Daddy! Please save me!" There was a gun placed at his temple, and the moment Yue Zhong gave the order, the gun would immediately claim Morong Jian's life, blasting a hole in his head, following which numerous youths were brought out like captives, with guns pointed at their heads from behind. Little Bao, Xiao Man, Jin Shi. When the various commanders of Murong he saw their children being brought out, they turned clammy. These were their offspring, and had been rounded up and brought here. Seeing their loved ones as captives, their hearts were filled with unprecedented fear. Yue Zhong spoke out coldly. Since you guys have chosen to revolt, you must have been prepared for this. I'm giving you 15 seconds to consider. Those who surrender get the hell over here. I can spare your family, and even leave you with your dog life. Otherwise, I'll first kill your family, then it will be your turn. My patience has its limits. From now, 15. Seeing their family members in the hands of Yue Zhong, all the rebelling personnel immediately turned pale, and their hearts started to waver. Don't kill my son. I surrender. One of the commanders was ashen by now, and he leapt out, running towards Yue Zhong. Murong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and wanted to shoot that commander dead on the spot. However, as he watched his own son being held captive, he hesitated. Yue Zhong eyed those officers seemingly unsure of what to do and laughed coldly. All right, I forgot to mention, the signal earlier was under my orders. The Greater China Alliance that you've been waiting for won't be coming. They have already been buried in the snowstorm by me. The moment this news came out, it instantly caused many of the hesitating officers to suck in a cold breath, and knew that it had all been a trap. Yue Zhong had made use of the Greater China Alliance to clean up all those who were disloyal. If Murong and his men had been lying quietly in wait all these while, Yue Zhong would have no means to deal with them. After all, he had just gained control, and could not touch these old-timers without a valid reason, lest he face a backlash from the other commanders. However, the moment Murong and the rest started a revolt, then things would be different. No one would tolerate the idea of a rebel, and Yue Zhong would then be able to cleanse his army from all these viruses. Even the other commanders would have nothing to say, otherwise Yue Zhong could make use of the chance to apprehend them as well. I surrender. Don't harm my wife and daughter. I surrender. Don't kill my son. With no hope of victory, many of the officers looked defeated and devastated, and began to surrender, kneeling on the ground. Each time there was an officer that came and surrendered, their families would be released. After 15 seconds, there were only 6 experts and 7 other pale-faced commanders left beside Murong. Murong had a stricken look as he shrieked, Wait, Yue Zhong, I surrender. Please release my son Xiao Jian and my wife. Kill. Yue Zhong ordered coldly. Pong! Pong! A stream of gunshot sounds rang out, and the families of the 7 commanders were all shot dead, as 20 young men and women slumped lifelessly in pools of their own blood. Seeing this, all those who had surrendered had expressions of shock, as they shuddered. If they were just the slightest bit slower, their families would have been gunned down like that in cold blood. This young man in front of them had a heart of steel, and was not merciful towards any obstructions to him. Yue Zhong, I want your family dead. Yue Zhong, I won't forgive you. The commanders beside Murong instantly roared in madness, their eyes filled with deep hatred and sorrow, as they made to charge at him. Do it! At this time, Zhang Xuanhuan, who had been standing beside Murong, ordered coldly. The 7 personal guards of Zhang Xuanhuan immediately opened fire, spraying at the officers beside Murong. Under the blanket of bullets, those officers had not the time to defend, and were instantly punched full of holes, as they fell to the ground dead. Sharp bone spikes came out from a soldier that was inconspicuous beside Zhang Xuanhuan, directly nailing the heads of the 6 experts guarding Murong to the ground. They had all been on guard against Yue Zhong, and had not expected a strike from their friend Zhang Xuanhuan. Murong was flabbergasted as he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Xuanhuan accusingly. It's you, old Zhang. You actually betrayed us. Zhang Xuanhuan looked at Murong and said slowly, That's right, Murong. It was I who betrayed you guys. Yes, Yue Zhong might not be the perfect leader. However, of all the things that you guys should not have done, the worst thing you guys did was to revolt in the face of an assault by 3 million zombies. Have you ever thought that, in such weather, how would the 900,000 survivors escape to anywhere? Even if they did successfully escape to the next city or district, How many will die in the process? For the sake of the citizens, you guys have to pay. Zhang Xuanhuan was in fact unhappy and dissatisfied with Yue Zhong's treatment of himself. However, he was a man of principles and looked at things from a larger perspective. He was extremely clear that in such weather conditions, the moment they had to evacuate the 900,000 survivors, many would not be able to live past a few days. Hence, the moment the Greater China Alliance tried to entice him into joining them, he had immediately went to report to Yue Zhong. Ha ha! Ha ha! Yue Zhong, this is all on me. Please look favorably upon my family. I will definitely give you a proper account. Murong, he smiled sadly and pulled out a gun from his pocket, closing his eyes shut and pulling the trigger. With a pong, the brains of Murong he were blasted out and splattered onto the ground, as his lifeless body slumped down. The moment Murong he died, the rest of the officers immediately knelt to surrender, and those who were going with the flow immediately put down their weapons, their hands hugging their heads. There was a tension in the air as they awaited their judgment. Yue Zhong eyed those kneeling officers and coldly ordered, "Take these rebels and their families and throw them in the scum battalion. Place them on the front lines. Such trash, even at such a critical juncture, they want to cause problems." Although there were many officers amongst them that were experienced, Yue Zhong would not use them and directly throw them into the scum battalion, treating them as cannon fodder. While these men had talents, they harbored ill intents. If Yue Zhong did not punish them sufficiently, they would start to think that it was all right to continue to rebel. Numerous soldiers came forward and apprehended those officers, leading them away. Zhang Xuanhuan came in front of Yue Zhong and saluted, "Leader." Yue Zhong grinned at Zhang Xuanhuan, before pointing to a 26 to 27-year-old young man whose entire being radiated a sturdy aura as he said, "Well done, Zhang Xuanhuan. From now on, you're in charge of Murong He's 7th Battalion. This is Li Zhao. He will be your vice commander and will assist you in whipping the 7th Battalion into shape." Zhang Xuanhuan was clear that this was Yue Zhong's way of cleaning up the 7th Battalion, at the same time not giving him all the power. However, he was extremely comfortable with that as he replied, "Yes, leader. I will definitely work well with Li Zhao to clean up and whip the 7th Battalion into shape." Yue Zhong saw how Zhang Xuanhuan was so forthright and nodded. Such a person could become the top general to do Shanxiong was definitely capable. It was just that in the past, Yue Zhong was still hesitant to utilize him. After all, he was forced to submit to Yue Zhong. After this matter, Zhang Xuanhuan had readily offered him information on the Greater China Alliance, and it was still under the enticement of their side. Hence, from some perspectives, Zhang Xuanhuan was still reliable. I guess that the other places must be coming under control as well. Yue Zhong had cleaned up the scene of Murong He, and he turned to look towards the city center, thinking quietly to himself. Chapter 445. The Powerful War Phoenix Squad. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. It's time. Everyone kill. It's our chance to take down Yue Zhong. Eradicate Yue Zhong. Kill. When Yue Zhong embarked on his cleansing of the triads and gangs, many of them had collapsed, but a few experts had managed to hide within the safety of their families and friends. There were even a few who switched to the conducting of legitimate businesses. However, they missed the days of past where they could walk around brazenly and oppress anyone as they liked. The moment someone gave the signal, many of them leapt at the chance and banded together. When Murong He had released the signal, all sorts of characters unleashed their inner suppressed dissatisfaction and anger, wrecking anything that they laid their eyes on. Ha 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 ha! Burn! Burn! I'll raise you all! A number of young coolies of about 15 to 16 years old with their hair dyed blonde were running through the streets with torches, setting fire to every shop they saw. Anyone who rushed to protect their own shops would be beaten up till they could not get up. "No! You animals!" One shopkeeper saw his blood and sweat being set ablaze by those hooligans, and his eyes shone with a gaze full of agony and fury. He had bought the shop after painstakingly saving his ration tickets. He was prepared to live a better life, now that his shop was burnt to the ground by those coolies, and his heart was full of pain. Right at this time, 20 armed policemen equipped with assault rifles charged over, eyeing those coolies with an icy glare and instantly fired wildly. Ta-ta-ta gunshots rang out. A number of coolies were instantly shot full of holes as they slumped to the ground. Ah! Don't kill me. I'm still 14. I'm only... One coolie saw his comrades falling in pools of their own blood, and he screamed out in terror. Even the rascals of today's society knew to use their age to their advantage, to escape punishment. However, in the apocalypse, as long as one was a terrorist regardless of age, race, or background, the special forces would execute without prejudice. In fact, whenever the fabric of society was threatened, and in any chaotic situation, there would be terrorists or extremists with agendas that made their presence known and felt. Against these terrorists, the People's Republic of China had always chosen to execute them. However, as the control of the media had always been tight, there would be no chance for any such cases to make any headlines. And only such firm, iron-like treatment could scare and deter any potential troublemakers. Otherwise, they would spread their ideologies and threaten society itself. It must be known that a single jewelry shop could be worth a few hundred thousands. If there were such people around, there would be no end to the robberies and acts of self-interest. That young coolie had barely screamed out for 3 seconds when bullets riddled his body full of holes, and he slumped to the floor dead. Those special forces did not so much as spare more than a few glances at the dead bodies, before they continued towards other areas to suppress the threatening insurgencies. Ha 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 ha! 6 enhancers who were at least level 30 and above were wielding their knives and marching brazenly on the streets. Their task was to incite more chaos and trouble within the town center of Guilin City, attracting the attention of the army under Yue Zhong. Help! They're murdering people! As the 6 of them went around and wantonly engaged in slaughter, the masses were plunged into chaos. Pong! All of a sudden, the leader who had just killed a number of people was suddenly shot, a new bullet hole appearing in his head. His entire body slumped to the floor. Sniper! The faces of the remaining 5 immediately fell, as they made their way hastily towards an alley. Right at this time, a flash of a black shadow went by, accompanied by the swishing of a blade, and one of the enhancers was immediately chopped in 2 at the waist. Before the remaining 4 had the chance to react, the black shadow flitted about and slaughtered another 2. 2 silent blades made out of air was conjured, and chopped the remaining 2 apart as well. After making short work of those 6 enhancers, a special forces unit came coming out of an alley and asked the black figure, "Friend, who are you?" The figure was wearing a black cape, his entire body dressed in black, and his looks handsome. The youth looked towards the leader of the special forces, Zhang Heng, and replied solemnly, "I do not care for these brutes that caused such wanton slaughter. Please don't mind me." The corner of Zhang Heng's mouth lifted, as he looked at the youthful male in black and led his men towards another direction, as he replied, "Let's go." In this world, there were all sorts of figures who became enhancers. There were some students, some farmers, officials, even army personnel and villagers could become enhancers. And amongst these people, there were bound to be 1 or 2 eccentric characters. In this apocalyptic world, having 1 or 2 caped vigilantes wasn't necessarily a bad thing as well. Zhang Heng had seen many things. As long as the youth was not his enemy, he didn't want to make an enemy out of him either. After all, while the youth did truly come off as pretentious, he was not weak at all. The youth dressed in black watched Zhang Heng and the rest leaving towards another direction and hastily called out, "My name is called Li Tai, Blazing Wind Li Tai." Reporting his name after doing a good deed, that was Li Tai's habit. Otherwise, with all his efforts to do good, no one would know of him. Zhang Heng chuckled silently and continued to proceed with haste. Under the combined efforts of the 3 police forces, all those troublemakers who took the chance to wreak havoc were suppressed. There were even civilian experts who lent a hand as well, subduing any offenders. Yue Zhong had not done anything spectacular, but his cleaning up of the streets, as well as the sentencing of any bad eggs to the scum battalion, had earned the respect and admiration of the commoners, as the whole of Guilin City had become a lot safer. After all, without the oppression of those gangsters and hoodlums, those small-time businessmen didn't have to deal with the extra layer of cost. Their lives also became a lot better. Just as the police force were engaged with handling the city, at a villa that belonged to Yue Zhong, A group of women were wielding weapons and launching an assault on the building. These women were the ex-members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. How come it's still not done? Ding Mei's eyes were icy cold as she glared at her trusted aide Wang Yu and questioned sternly. Wang Yu was an ordinary-looking woman with a face full of pimples. Her long hair reached her shoulders and her stature was burly and tall, reaching a height of 1.7 m. She was the top expert under Ding Mei, and her enhancement level was 45, and her combat ability truly astonishing. In this world, it was not that only beauties were experts. In fact, most current female experts had builds like Wang Yu and were ordinary-looking as well. Other than Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao on Yue Zhong's side, the rest of the beauties had been groomed by him after spending a large amount of resources. With enough resources, a normal person could also become an expert. However, if such an expert were to clash against an expert like Yue Zhong who had battled his way upwards, the combat ability would definitely be vastly different as well. By now, Wang Yu's body was shuddering just a little as she broke out in cold sweat under that fearsome gaze of Ding Mei, and she replied carefully, "Chief, their firepower is too fierce. If we want to force our way in, the sisters would suffer a lot more." Ding Mei's expression frosted over as she stood straight up. "Regardless, we have to take this place down. Yue Zhong's not a simple character. The moment he makes his way here, we will all suffer a fate worse than death. Before he reacts, we need to subdue the villa and take his women and family hostage. Only then we can hold the cards to attack and retreat whenever. This is our only chance. If we fail, we won't have a next time. Forget it. I'll do it myself." Ding Mei had wanted to preserve her energy, to handle the fights to come later on. However, Wang Yu had no way of breaching the defenses in a short time, and Ding Mei was becoming restless. Wang Yu was shocked, and tried to coax her, "Chief, give me one more chance. This time I will definitely do my best to assault the villa." Ding Mei's eyes flashed with a gaze that would cause people to flinch. "No, I need to quickly end this. Go get the War Phoenix team ready." "Yes," Wang Yu replied respectfully. The War Phoenix team was the core battle strength of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and was made up of the 10 strongest females in the Triad. Everyone inside was above level 40, and they had enhanced their level 3 skills 3 times. Furthermore, they had 2 naturally awakened evolvers, which was incredibly hard to find. This was their true trump card. Wang Yu was also a member of the team. Initially, Ding Mei had offered up all weapons, most of her force, as well as rations to Yue Zhong. However, the core War Phoenix team had been hidden by her. Hiding a large force was not easy, but a small team of 10 was easy to bury in a huge city of people. 10 women came marching while donning Type 2 mutant beast hides. Their gazes sharp, hands wielding maces as well as dark magic blades, and they stood quietly beside Ding Mei. Just by standing there, they exuded a strong cold killing intent. They were not weak women who stood behind men, but were warriors that held their own against zombies and mutant beasts, baptized by a sea of blood. Every single one of them was an elite, not necessarily losing out to any of Yue Zhong's subordinates. Ding Mei was wearing a set of fiery red tight clothes, causing her explosive figure to be accentuated. She gazed at the members of the War Phoenix and coldly declared, "The targets are Yue Zhong's women and his parents. Everyone else? Slaughter them all." Chapter 446, Fearsome Weapons of War. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. After saying her piece, Ding Mei's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she shot towards the villa of Yue Zhong like an arrow. The 10 members of the War Phoenix followed closely behind. Under the lead of the War Phoenix, 70 other members of the original Scarlet Phoenix Triad also grabbed their weapons and spread out in a skirmish line, launching assaults on the villa. These women led tough and pitiful lives at the start of the apocalypse. After being absorbed into the ranks of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and undergoing the intense training, every one of them possessed a strong fighting will, and would not lose to the soldiers under Yue Zhong. Right at this time, within the villa, gunfire broke out, as a huge rain of metal bullets buffeted the female warriors of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. When the machine guns started spraying, those female warriors were suppressed, some even being punched full of holes as they fell to the ground. The ones still alive and only wounded, released blood-curdling screams of pain. Other than the machine guns, there were various mortar teams that went all out, launching explosives onto the members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. Under the assault of such heavy fire, many members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were blasted into pieces. The battlefield was a cruel and merciless place. Here, be it women, the elderly, or even the children, would not be spared from any firearms, as the guns had no eyes nor moral codes, only serving to kill enemies. Facing that sort of firepower, regardless of how strong-willed the women were, they would still be injured. The area was filled with moaning and shrieking women. As for the War Phoenix, who were led by Ding Mei, they fended off the bullets and charged towards the villa in a mad rush, using their skills and abilities to resist the attacks. One of them, an agility-based evolver, flitted about in the rain of bullets like a specter. As long as the bullets weren't hitting her head, they were being deflected off by the mutant beast hide. Although she had received a number of bullets, she wasn't injured and wasn't dead. Another enhancer with the telekinesis ability activated a psychic barrier, and as the bullets hit the barrier, they bounced off harmlessly. There was even an enhancer who could manipulate metal, as she activated an entire thick steel carapace around her, and as the bullets landed on the metal defense, they bounced off it, not damaging it in the slightest. A summoning type in their ranks summoned a 3M, tall polar bear, and the polar bear relied on its massive size to block the bullets. Ding Mei's eyes flashed, and as she ran through the rain of bullets, she eyed the distance and waved her hands. In that instant, 3 flying daggers shot out like lightning, piercing the necks of 3 soldiers, killing them immediately. Wang Yu eyed the soldiers afar and slapped out with a single hand in attack. A number of ice shards appeared out of thin air and shot towards the soldiers of Yue Zhong. Barraged by those ice shards, 2 of the soldiers were immediately killed, and another 3 heavily injured, their bodies seemingly frozen solid. The prowess of the War Phoenix was truly tyrannical, as they relied on just their abilities to resist the firepower from Yue Zhong's subordinates. Just as Ding Mei had killed 7 of the soldiers and was preparing to charge into the villa, when she felt a strong chill at the back of her spine. She discovered that in the villa, there were 4 IFVs hidden amongst the grass with their cannons aimed at the gate, waiting to fire. Other than those 4 IFVs, there were even 8 other 14.5mm machine gun-mounted vehicles aimed at the gate as well. The next moment, the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles unleashed a wild barrage of bullets at Ding Mei as well as the members of the War Phoenix. The barrier user was instantly assaulted by a torrential rain of bullets, and after withholding for 3 seconds, the psychic barrier disintegrated, as she spat out a mouthful of blood. A stray 14.5mm round then struck her body, tearing her body in 2. The 3M, tall polar bear, was also punched full of holes the moment it faced the heavy firepower, and one of the cannons pierced directly through it and punched a massive hole in the body of the summoner right behind it. Even the female, who was surrounded by a layer of steel, was not spared. The thick 3 centimeters layer of steel that covered her was punctured at numerous places, and her body riddled with holes as a result. The agility-based evolver, who had a speed that could match by Xiaoshang, managed to dodge all the normal bullets, but unfortunately, she did not dodge one 14.5mm round. In an instant, she was sent flying back a few meters, landing crumpled on the floor, her bones mangled in many areas. She spat out a mouthful of blood before dying. The Type 2 mutant beast hide could resist a 14.5mm bullet, but those rapid machine guns carried an immense force, and unless they had an endurance like Yue Zhong that was 15 times that of a normal person, they would almost definitely be pierced through. Yue Zhong had hidden a number of such weapons within the villa, and the moment they unleashed their ferocity, those exceptional female warriors of the War Phoenix instantly lost 7 of their members, while the remaining 3 and Ding Mei had to expend all their energy just to be able to escape. Ding Mei hid behind a cover with a bewildered and stricken look. How did it come to this? Don't tell me. Yue Zhong already knew we were going to strike. In truth, Yue Zhong did know that there would be a rebellion, and hence deployed a number of the weapons to a few key locations. However, he did not know exactly who the Greater China Alliance had contacted. He had only information given to him by Zhang Xuanhuan, which involved Murong He. The Greater China Alliance had revealed a part of the plan when they thought that Zhang Xuanhuan was on board, but had not revealed everything, purely because they were still cautious as well. Exan Jiaro was decked in military uniform as she spoke through a loudhailer. "Those people outside, listen up. Everyone is to put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." When Ding Mei heard Exan Jiaro's words, she clenched her fists tightly and grinded her teeth. She was extremely unwilling, thinking, "Surrender? Never. I will never lower my head to anyone." Right at this time, from afar, the sounds of propellers rang out, and 2 assault helicopters flew overhead. The moment they were in the sky, they unleashed a line of bullets as well as napalm fire at Ding Mei and the rest of the Scarlet Phoenix triad who were hiding behind cover. Hong! Hong! The continuous explosions rang out crazily, as 2 of the remaining War Phoenix members got caught in the blast zone and were shredded into pieces. A huge part of the land caught fire as the blazing flames seemed to reach the skies, and a number of the other Scarlet Phoenix members were instantly incinerated where they were. There were many experts in the Scarlet Phoenix, and if they were to engage in a forceful assault, the subordinates awaiting in the villa would definitely suffer casualties. Many of the Scarlet Phoenix members held the upper hand in close combat after all. However, in the face of those 2 assault helicopters, there was no chance whatsoever for the experts of the Scarlet Phoenix to retaliate. This was the true might of modern weapons of war. Of course, there would be the constant evolution of the strong, especially someone like Yue Zhong, who could use his own tanky body to withstand the might of modern weaponry. However, that was not to say that such weapons were trash. Even ordinary evolvers would find it hard to contend against the might of the military. The appearance of the 2 assault helicopters dashed all hopes of a comeback for Ding Mei, as she bit her lips till they broke and bled, and ordered, "Retreat! Everyone, escape out of Guilin City." This time, since Ding Mei had resolved to rebel, she had not entertained the thought of surrendering to Yue Zhong. It was clear that they would receive his wrath. No one could tolerate any rebellion, especially when they had chosen such a crucial moment, where Yue Zhong is preoccupied with dealing with the impending zombie horde. The female warriors of the Scarlet Phoenix exhibited astonishing will to fight. Even under that rain of bullets and fire, they did not scatter. However, the appearance of the assault helicopters as well as Ding Mei's orders caused them to collapse, and they fought to scramble in all directions. Unfortunately, the 2 assault helicopters were not going to let it go, as they engaged their weapons again, firing at those female warriors. "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" Seeing their comrades being ripped to pieces, the strongest of wills would also be battered, and many submitted to the troops of Yue Zhong. On the other side, Ding Mei witnessed all these and gritted her teeth, grabbing the remaining Wang Yu as they made their way into the distance. She was incredibly stubborn, and even though the Scarlet Phoenix was truly finished, as long as she was alive, based on her power, she could assemble another team somewhere else again. The moment Ding Mei ran, the remaining members of the Scarlet Phoenix were soon rounded up and thrown into the Women's Scum Battalion. Yue Zhong was never one to be merciful to his enemies, and regardless of gender, as long as they were enemies, he would not let them off. Hence, within the Scum Battalion, there was the male division and female division. Within the women division, it was filled with all the female enemies of him, as well as the female family members of any traitors or wrongdoers. This time, the 3 main powers that the Greater China Alliance had tried to attract to their side were Murong He, Zhang Shuiwang, as well as Ding Mei. With regards to the other high-ranking officials, they didn't dare try to approach. With Murong He and Ding Mei out of the picture, and Zhang Shuiwang supporting Yue Zhong, Guilin City soon regained its peace. Chapter 447, The Zombie Horde Attacks. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Within an office in Guilin City, Yue Zhong and Hu Yi sat opposite each other. Ningyu Xian prepared 2 cups of clear tea and served them both before leaving the office. Hu Yi had an ashamed expression as he spoke. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't even manage to hold on for a day, and lost 30 of our brothers. With 200 experts that were above level 30 that had went on the expedition, losing 30 was no small loss." Yue Zhong had a grave look as he questioned, "What happened? How were you guys defeated so quickly?" Hu Yi and the 200 enhancers were all strong, and could handle a group of more than 10,000 zombies on their own. As long as they made use of the terrain, even 3 million zombies would be impeded by them for at least a day or two. However, they had actually returned within a day. There must have been a reason. Hu Yi's face was crestfallen as he replied, "Big bro! Within the Horde, there's a new evolved type. It's called the Devourer, and they can consume other zombie corpses to evolve. Ordinary attacks cannot do much to them. They're agile and can spit out poison goo. The moment the goo touches someone, the person would immediately become a zombie. We were defeated because of that. 30 of our brothers had turned into zombies because of that attack from those Devourers. Hu Yi felt deep regret. If he had called for a retreat the moment they discovered the Devourer, he wouldn't have lost so many of his subordinates. Those experts that were above level 30 had killed many mutant beasts and zombies to reach where they were. To retrain another group of them would be extremely difficult. Yue Zhong consoled him. Don't put the blame on yourself. No one would expect a new evolved to appear amongst the Horde. The humans were evolving with the flow of time, the zombies were also evolving. Yue Zhong had guessed that a new fearsome existence would appear. He hadn't expected the process to be so fast, for a new terrifying form to emerge from the ranks. According to Hu Yi's estimate, even a 14.5mm bullet would be unable to penetrate the skin of the Devourers. Only the cannons from the 122 self-propelled missiles or other projectiles might work. However, because of the constant war led by Du Shan Xiong against the Horde, most of the heavy ammunition in the armory had dwindled down. This caused a problem for Yue Zhong, who pondered silently before asking, "It's snowing now. Did the snow affect the speed of the Horde?" Hu Yi thought back carefully before replying, "A little. In this snowstorm, the advance of the zombie horde had decreased a little. However, it's not affected a whole lot. My guess is that they would arrive in another 6 days. There was only a distance of 100 kilometers between Guilin City and Nanning City. With that sort of distance, it would take motorcycles at most 4 hours to cross. However, the zombies were advancing without stop regardless of time. Their speed was slow though, thus they would need more days to reach Guilin City." Yue Zhong mulled for a while more before saying, 6 days? All right, I've got it. Go and take a good rest. And, big bro, Hu Yi replied gratefully, before dismissing himself. He had led his subordinates out of the zombie horde, and braved the snowstorm to reach back Guilin City, and he was indeed exhausted. The moment Hu Yi left, Yue Zhong shut his eyes, his brows furrowed together due to the many problems surfacing. The numbers of the 3 million strong zombie horde were simply too much. Even slaughtering 3 million pigs would cause a group of 10,000 people to be exhausted. Not to mention that these zombies were capable of retaliation. In addition, they had evolved types amongst them. With the current military strength of Yue Zhong, exterminating a horde of 100,000 was easy enough, but anything above 1 million would be tiresome. With the numbers reaching 3 million, Yue Zhong's heart felt like it was being pressured by a huge stone. The remaining ammunition in the armory was too little. If they had enough, then the 3 million zombie horde would be a joke. The rounds from the 122 self-propelled missiles could level half a football field. Just a single round could decimate over hundreds of densely packed zombies. Because of these rounds, Du Shan Xiong had been able to use a regiment against a few million ordinary zombies. Without it, his regiment would have been swallowed up long ago. Although Yue Zhong had come up with numerous preparations, he had no confidence of an assured victory against the 3 million-strong zombie horde. Ningyu Xian came into the room, sitting beside Yue Zhong with her unique scent, as she asked in worry, "Is everything okay? What's on your mind?" After joining Yue Zhong in body, Ningyu Xian had slowly come to accept her position and fate. "Nothing much. I'm just a little tired." Yue Zhong then slumped and laid directly in Ningyu Xian's lap, breathing in her scent, and feeling the stress and knots in his heart slowly loosening. Yue Zhong knew deep in his heart, should he fail, the more than 800,000 survivors would face imminent doom, and the security and stability that he had painstakingly established would collapse once more. A majority of the survivors would also lose faith in him. By now, Yue Zhong had gathered countless factions under him, and they became willing followers because he had been undefeated. He was hence the only suitable candidate to lead. If he failed, then his position amongst his subordinates would fall, and the troops would most certainly disintegrate. Of course, if Yue Zhong were to come out on top of this, his position in Guilin City would be further cemented, and in the short-term future, no one would be able to rock his position. Ning Ecchi watched as Yue Zhong closed his eyes, and felt her heart skip a beat. She finally saw a vulnerable side of this cold-hearted man, who seemed to weather it all and carry the world's burdens on his shoulders. She felt as though the distance between this man and her was not so far after all. With the inner turmoil, as well as the imminent threat of the zombie horde, Yue Zhong had been under a lot of duress, but he had never spoken about it to anyone. He just quietly shouldered it all, and hence the pressure and stress had accumulated. Laying on the soft and tender legs of Ning Ecchi, he unknowingly fell asleep. After sleeping for goodness knows how long, Yue Zhong stirred awake and saw Ning Ecchi staring at him. Yue Zhong became clear-headed and immediately got off Ning Ecchi's leg. He looked at her, his eyes filled with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I fell asleep." Yue Zhong knew that after laying so long on her legs, they would definitely become numb. The corners of Ning Ecchi's mouth curled, as she narrowed her eyes in an enchanting way as she smiled and said, "Aren't I already your woman? If you're still going to stand on ceremony, I'll be angry." "Ha ha!" Yue Zhong chuckled and embraced this pretty lady in his arms. 5 days passed by in a blink, and countless rotting corpses came shambling towards Guilin City, with tattered clothes draping over their bodies as the horde appeared in the horizon. The bitter cold could freeze a normal person to death, and cause the morale and fighting spirit of soldiers to plunge. If the troops had been marching in the snow, they would incur a huge loss. However, the intense cold seemed to have almost no effect on the zombies, only serving to make their movements more rigid. "They're finally here." Yue Zhong stood quietly at the front lines, looking at the sea of zombies, pressure building in his heart. If it came down to commanding a huge army to battle, Yue Zhong could not compare to actual military generals, hence in the command post he had Zhang Xuanhuan, Zhang Minghe, Chen Yu and other proper military personnel while he himself went to the front lines. When those soldiers at the front lines saw Yue Zhong, the highest commanding person in Guilin City, standing beside them on the battlefield, their morale reached a high never seen before. Leading was the basic principle of a commander, not being protected like a general. Yue Zhong knew that about himself, and after countless battles, he was an incredible fighter with tremendous strength, and would not be able to exhibit his qualities through commanding. Instead, it was on the battlefield. The seemingly endless zombies came shambling towards the defensive location, and while their speed was slow, they were closing the distance. "Open fire!" Yue Zhong shouted as he eyed the incoming horde. Following Yue Zhong's orders, the various weapons all unleashed their prowess, raining destruction and carnage upon the horde of zombies, causing large patches of them to be felled. As countless ordinary zombies were shot down from within the horde, more than 500 L2s came charging out from all directions of the horde, making for Guilin City. At the same time, there were countless other L1s and ordinary zombies following closely behind. At the front lines, 2 battalions, the 3rd Battalion led by Ng Kaishan and 5th Battalion led by Chai Zitsong, were stationed. The soldiers were all experienced veterans that had fought against zombies, and the moment they saw the L2s, they immediately used their grenade launchers against them. As the grenades landed on the L2s, the resulting explosion blasted their bodies into pieces. An L2 might be impervious to ordinary bullets, but it could not withstand the impact and force of those grenades. In front of those 2 battalions, there were countless barbed wires, and as the ordinary zombies shambled forwards, they were ripped and shredded by the blades, before being flattened underneath the zombies pushing from behind. On top of that, there were countless uneven picks made of ice, which were made by using hot water in the midst of construction. It was simple but effective, and as those zombies hit those steps, they were stopped by those picks, directly squashed from behind and never getting up again. These were all simple traps, but enough to cause over 1,000 of the zombies to fall, before being crushed by their own. The horde was simply too large, as countless zombies continued to pour towards the city, and with the advance of the L2, even those barbed wires were torn apart. As for those defenses made of ice, they were stomped to pieces by the L2s as well. Led by the L2s, more zombies managed to break past and got closer to the defensive posts. This time, the experts from the 3rd and 5th battalions rushed forth to engage the zombies in slaughter. The moment the battle switched to melee, slowly but surely, casualties were appearing in the 2 battalions. Thousands of S2S caught wind of the scent of blood and dodged the rain of bullets to charge at the defense. Many of them were gunned down, but the moment those S2S breached the defense, it was hell on earth to those soldiers. At this point, those barbed wires and uneven grounds with ice picks were most effective, causing the speedy S2S to be helpless against the traps, as they fell and were trampled upon by their ordinary zombies from behind. After all, the S2S had none of the strength the L2S possessed. Fire the cannons! As the dense horde got closer and closer, the mortar and artillery team that were silent throughout finally bared their fangs. Rounds after rounds of missiles landed on the horde, blasting an entire area apart, causing numerous zombies to be obliterated, turning into ash. A single volley of heavy artillery was enough to cause a huge patch of the horde be wiped out. Scum Battalion! Forwards! Yue Zhong eyed the sea of zombies and ordered coolly. Amidst the Scum Battalion, one of the commanding officers, Wang Jian, who had chosen to betray Yue Zhong together with Murong He, bellowed furiously as he wielded a steel blade and charged at the horde. Everybody charge! We have only this shot at life left. If we don't kill them, we'll be the ones to die. Kill! The criminals from the Scum Battalion charged out with bloodshot eyes at the horde that had just suffered a round of heavy artillery attacks. Behind those criminals, 2 IFVs as well as 10 machine gun-mounted vehicles and 100 soldiers followed behind, eyeing them coldly. If there were any strange movements from the Scum Battalion, they would execute them immediately. These criminals had been trained to the point of exhaustion after being sentenced by Yue Zhong, undergoing even more grueling sessions compared to the special forces. They became so numb, and now, when faced with the threat of their lives being endangered, they looked back and realized how precious life was. Seeing those zombies, they unleashed their pent-up feelings, fighting to survive. Only by killing enough zombies, then these criminals would regain a chance at freedom and gaining proper meals. These cannon fodder charged through the ordinary zombies, carving out a bloody path. However, they soon came across an obstacle. An L2 appeared, and as 4 of the criminals slashed with all their might, they only managed to create a few scars on the skin. The L2 raised its huge fist and pummeled one of the criminals, causing his brain to be instantly pulverized. Chapter 448. Executing the Devourer. With an explosive fist that decapitated the criminal, the L2 continued to ravage amongst the group of soldiers of the Scum Battalion, charging at one particular guy behind a shield. The L2's attack sent him flying back for a few meters, before he threw up a mouthful of blood. The ferocity of the attacks from the L2 did not lessen, as it shot towards another person of the Scum Battalion. It reached out with its claws as though it was catching a chicken, and took a chomp of the throat, causing fresh blood to spurt everywhere, killing the soldier immediately. Seeing the ruthlessness of the L2 and its terrifying attacks, the soldiers, who were originally feeling pumped with bravado, immediately lost their composure and abandoned their weapons in a bid to retreat backwards. All those who retreat will be executed. Following that cold, domineering shout, a volley of gunfire rang out, and those Scum Battalion soldiers that had retreated were immediately shot dead. Seeing this, all the criminals felt their hearts turn cold, as they were caught between 2 extremes, and they could only grit their teeth and charged onwards. The L2 continued to stride towards the Scum Battalion in huge steps. Shit! Wang Jian saw the incoming L2. His eyes flashing with a trace of fear. He gripped his weapon tightly. If he was still a military personnel, he could make use of the explosives and grenade launchers to wipe this L2 out. However, all he had on him now was the huge steel blade, and he watched helplessly as the L2 got closer. Death awaited regardless of which direction he went to. Pong! Just as the L2 was a few steps away, a sniper bullet penetrated its forehead, causing it to fall lifelessly to the ground. It did not get up again. While the L2 was impervious to different types of ammo, it could not withstand the penetrative power of the average sniper round. Wang Jian looked at the corpse in front of him, his heart in a jumbled mess. He clenched his fist as he swore silently, I must definitely regain my freedom. I will become a proper military soldier this time. Only within the ranks of the military did Wang Jian truly feel secure. After being banished to the Scum Battalion, there was not a day that went by without him thinking about the army. Even being a normal soldier would have satisfied him, and he definitely did not want to lose his life pathetically as a grunt of the Scum Battalion. Kill! Wang Jian resolved himself, bellowing in rage, and immediately charged forwards to slash at the ordinary zombies. Under the intense killing spree of the soldiers of the Scum Battalion, as well as the efforts of the experts of the remaining 2 battalions, the scattered zombie horde was being wiped out efficiently. Scum Battalion, fall back! Yue Zhong surveyed the scene in front of him and gave the order. With that order, those soldiers from the Scum Battalion who had exhausted themselves quickly retreated back in an orderly manner. When those criminals had been sentenced to the Scum Battalion, they had received all sorts of training, following orders, and they had been drilled to maintain order and disciple. As long as there was any chaos or disobedience, there would be consequences. Hence, under those harsh conditions, discipline was slowly ingrained in them. 80,000 zombies dead at their hands was a sizable number, but it could not compare to the 3 million zombies. Not long after, the sea of zombies filled up the pockets of holes caused by the death of the 80,000 zombies and slowly inched closer. The soldiers of the 2 battalions had earned an hour of rest, before they had no choice but to re-enter the fray to engage the incoming zombies. Facing that never-ending sea of zombies, even in winter, the guns fired till they became hot, before cooling down and shattering. Barrels had to be changed often, while grenades, mortars, and other explosives were all utilized to their maximum efficiency. Patches of zombies would be incinerated by the combined firepower, but regardless of how much they did, there seemed to be no end to the numbers. The outcome was bleak. From time to time, there would be unfortunate soldiers that got bitten as the zombies got too close, becoming infected and turning themselves. Some of the experts would also be killed as they were surrounded by those evolved zombies before being done in. White Bones had joined in the fray by now, as it activated its bone blades and charged right in, dancing with its blades, killing countless evolved zombies. Kai Shan channeled his ability constantly, changing the geography, creating tunnels and allowing his subordinates to kill the zombies with more ease. Yue Zhong was also slashing with his black tooth blade constantly, slaughtering the zombies. As the black tooth blade was about 2 m long, with each swing, he could easily slice through 5 to 6 zombies, and he had killed over a few hundred in a matter of minutes. However, a few hundred compared to the multi-million-strong horde was like losing a single hair from the backs of 9 oxen, and was not much comparatively. Retreat to the secondary line of defense. After an intense battle of 30 minutes, Yue Zhong finally called out the order. As the zombies were advancing forwards without stop, the current location was piling up with corpses, and was becoming unsuitable to maintain their defense there. Receiving Yue Zhong's orders, the experts covered the retreat of the soldiers as they all began to jump up from their various points of cover, retreating back towards the second line of fortifications. The sea of zombies continued to slowly but steadily press forwards, forcing Yue Zhong and his men to abandon the first defense post and retreat. Just as Yue Zhong was retreating, he noticed over 50 zombies appearing within the sea of shambling dead. As they came to the mountains of corpses, they proceeded to shove the bodies into their mouths without haste. He saw this and his face fell. Shit! Are those the devourers? They can't be allowed to evolve successfully. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. These 50 devourers were obviously not the same bunch that Hui had seen, that had evolved completely. If these 50 were allowed to complete their evolution, then Yue Zhong would have to face 50 level 70 monsters. Yue Zhong took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a cold glaze. He activated his shadow steps, shooting towards the distant devourers like lightning. White Bones acted as the vanguard, its bone blades flashing about constantly, slicing up any incoming L2, S2 or ordinary zombies that got too close as it charged. Yue Zhong followed closely behind White Bones, making his way for the 50 devourers that were all above level 50. As though they sensed the threat, the 50 devourers opened their jaws wide, and showcased the black poisonous spit that they could launch and turn anybody into a zombie with. The mass of deadly slime flew at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong waved his hands, and the terrifying devil flame appeared out of thin air, directly burning those poisonous darts, the zombies blocking the way, and luckily, 7 of the closest devourers, consuming them. With the fearsome burning ability of the devil flame, those ordinary zombies were all incinerated instantly, including 2 of the devourers, while the remaining 5 under attack leapt out of the sea of flames, escaping the fate of the rest. The horde of zombies split open, and 300 hours 1 second that were hiding within the sea appeared. Ranks on ranks of these deadly ranged zombies opened their mouths, and fired 300 fireballs at Yue Zhong in concert. Yue Zhong's speed had reached 17 times that of a normal person by now. This was nearly reaching the speed of lightning when it was still a Type 2, and every action of his was lightning quick. He simply sped up and dodged the incoming fiery projectiles. Countless fireballs landed behind Yue Zhong, exploding upon impact, wiping out the nearby zombies and causing scorched obliteration in their wake. However, even with Yue Zhong evading with the best of his abilities, 3 fireballs still found their target. Luckily, Yue Zhong was wearing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, which deflected them with minor ease. The hide of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly resilient. Adding on to Yue Zhong's own high endurance that could withstand even bullets, the 3 fireballs didn't cause much damage. With a thought, the green Jiao cape on his back flashed, and a summoned green Jiao python appeared out of thin air. The moment the green Jiao python appeared, it opened its huge mouth to exhale a thick poisonous fog across the vicinity. When the zombies came in contact with the poison, they were instantly melted into rotting, soupy puddles. As the green Jiao python was entangled with the other zombies, Yue Zhong brandished his black tooth blade and used all his strength to chop downwards at one of the devourers. With Yue Zhong's strength of more than 80 points exploding out, the 2M long black tooth blades slashed down on the body, causing a huge, deep gash and revealing the bones of the devourer. The devourer did not seem to notice the pain, as it charged towards Yue Zhong like a cannon with 160 or so points of speed. It opened its mouth, and a putrid smell could be detected from its gaping maw. My strength is still lacking. I can't kill it in a single strike. Yue Zhong came to an understanding before a devil flame conjured in his right hand, and with the expenditure of 50 spirit and 10 stamina, condensed into a devil flame sword that was 4 long. Yue Zhong held that devil flame sword and slashed, and the intense heat caused the body of the devourer to be sliced in 2, as a dense, thick rotting smell came from the part where its entrails splattered out of the torso. After finally finding a way to kill a devourer with 1 slash, Yue Zhong wielded that same devil flame sword and continued to unleash carnage upon the devourers in front of him, slicing them in twain. These devourers were mostly about level 50-60 and had not evolved to be at the apex of level 70. They simply could not withstand those blows from Yue Zhong and were felled one by one. In the following short 30 seconds, 30 of the devourers had been done in by Yue Zhong. The remaining 20 devourers seemed to be linked, as they abandoned swallowing the corpses and dragged their long tails as they jointly pounced at Yue Zhong. The moment the 20 devourers engaged in a joint attack on Yue Zhong, the pressure on him intensified to an unimaginable degree. Chapter 449, Terrifying Level 70 Devourer. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. A glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes, and instead of waiting for the devourers to reach him, he took the initiative to charge forwards and slice another of the remaining devourers in 2. After consecutively killing 3 devourers, the remaining devourers reached his side and attacked. Yue Zhong correspondingly released the gravity manipulation skill, and a force immediately began pressing down on the devourers, causing their bodies to shudder, and their movements were finally slowed. The devil flame sword in Yue Zhong's hands slashed out, leaving shadows in its wake. That single movement aimed at the devourers who suddenly came to a stop, and the remaining devourers found their bodies sliced apart, blood spraying everywhere. Congratulations on reaching level 61 and gaining 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Yue Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and allocated those points to his agility. Killing 50 devourers in that short but intense battle proved to be rewarding, as he gained 3 drop skill books as well as 2 green treasure boxes and 8 white treasure boxes. Yue Zhong swiftly stored them all in his ring and turned around to retreat, not looking back. The number of zombies here were simply too many, and Yue Zhong was not confident he could get out safely if he was to be surrounded. The ordinary zombies swarmed around Yue Zhong, but were easily dispatched by him and White Bones, as they slaughtered their way out. Yue Zhong and White Bones had just hacked their way out of the horde, when he saw the summon Type 2 green Jiao Python assisting him being bombarded by countless fire projectiles, causing its body to slowly shatter, before it disintegrated and disappeared. When he witnessed this, a chill came down his spine. Even a Type 2 mutant beast cannot withstand that attack. Did the zombies evolve again? The Type 2 mutant beasts were like invincible existences to ordinary zombies. Now that the Type 2 green Jiao Python was actually defeated by those unknown fire projectiles, it was obvious that within the sea of zombies, there was an evolved zombie which had the ability to deal with Type 2 mutant beasts. Yue Zhong's body flitted about the battlefield, and soon, he caught up with the retreating troops that had reached the second defensive point. The huge sea of zombies continued to shamble forwards with no increase nor decrease in speed, and pretty soon, the battle resumed. After another 30 minutes, Yue Zhong had no choice but to get his troops to retreat yet again, abandoning the second post. The constant intense battling and retreat continued for almost a day, and Yue Zhong was forced to abandon 8 lines of defense. The soldiers under Ing Kaishan and Chai Zitsong were pushed to exhaustion, nearing their limits, and were switched out to take a break. The Raven combat uniform was extremely useful, with its +3 to all attributes, and its defensive nature had protected many of the soldiers, allowing them to maintain the defense for an entire day. As Ing Kaishan and Chai Zitsong brought their battalions back, they counted a loss of 150+ soldiers. However, with the aid of the traps and heavy firepower, they had managed to annihilate over 300,000 zombies. Wang He's and Chan Shanggang's troops were then deployed to the front line, and they started to engage the zombies in battle. The number of experts in their battalions were high, and were extremely ferocious in their fighting. However, against the sea of zombies which continued to advance, they were forced to retreat as they fought. Alongside Yue Zhong, they fought as they were forced to abandon post after post, making use of space and tactics to eliminate the zombies. In the afternoon, right as the sun was about to set, Yue Zhong then gave the order for one of his trump cards to be deployed, the Armored Division. Charge! Armored Division, onwards! The Armored Division was the one of the cards in Yue Zhong's hands, but he did not think that he could make use of the division to totally wipe out the zombie horde. Hence, he had saved them for a critical juncture, which was to launch an assault before evening fell. After all, battling in the night was disadvantageous to the humans. 20 Type 96 tanks, 30 IFVs, 20 heavy vehicles, 10 road rollers, and 30 machine gun-mounted cars formed the armored division. At the order, they came crashing out towards the zombie horde. Wang He commanded the soldiers of the 6th Battalion and followed behind, ordering the charge towards the zombie horde. The Type 96 tanks in the front were truly all-conquering. They dove right into the heart of battle, and made use of their weight and armor to crush any zombies in the way. Be it the L2S, L1S, S2S or S1S, any zombie that got caught in the assault would be thoroughly trampled and minced into paste. The soldiers of the 6th Battalion were in charge of cleaning up any leftover zombies that had escaped the crushing. Just as the armored division were concentrating on clearing the way of any zombies, the horde suddenly parted, as a 1,000 hours 1 second appeared, lined up neatly. The 1,000 hours 1 second opened their mouth, and 1,000 fireballs came hurtling towards the armored division. Hong! Hong! With the rain of fireballs, 7 IFVs were instantly caught in the impact and blast, as they exploded. 6 other machine gun-mounted vehicles caught fire and exploded in a ball of flames. 4 of the huge trucks were pulverized and became unusable. 5 of the road rollers were also instantly destroyed. Of the 20 tanks, 1 had been blasted apart, while the 2 of the remaining tanks had their mounted guns destroyed, but otherwise everything else was fine. The tanks were truly the toughest existence on the battlefield, and could withstand even the hits from rockets. While those fireballs had not harmed the armor of the tanks, they had destroyed a large part of the armored division, and even 30 soldiers from Wang He's battalion were lost. This single move from the zombie horde caused a huge loss for Yue Zhong's troops. Seeing those neatly placed H1S, The remaining 23 IFVs turned their 25mm machine guns and fired wildly at the H-1S. Facing that hail of bullets, many of the H-1S were pummeled by bullets, their bodies covered with bullet holes. The tanks, which were termed as the kings of the battlefield, also unleashed their cannons and blasted numerous H-1S into pieces. At this time, a huge number of S-2S and L-2S swarmed over, making their way towards the armored division. Led by the 20 tanks, the armored division charged forwards without hesitation, causing those zombies to be knocked away, before being crushed beneath the tracks of the armored vehicles. Facing the tyrannical tanks, any zombies that got in the way would be instantly turned into meat paste. However, with every second, there would be other zombies to fill the gaps and blocked the movements of the armored vehicles with their own flesh and bodies. It was as futile as a mantis trying to block a car. With the 20 tanks crushing and proceeding forward, forcefully creating a bloody path of about 1 kilometer. Suddenly, a level 70 Devourer leapt out from within the midst of the horde and jumped onto one of the tanks. The Devourer had insanely sharp claws, and it slashed viciously at the roof of the tank, instantly piercing that proud, thick plate armor. It then swung out with force, tearing the entire roof away from the tank, and shot a black poison dart into the tank. When the Devourer evolved to reach level 70, it had over 30 times the strength of a human, which was equivalent to a few tons of strength, and could somewhat easily rip the covering of the tank off. Immediately, the interior of the tank was engulfed in a black fog, and the soldiers struggled in agony for a short while, before their eyes lost focus and became a group of zombies. Losing control, the tank stopped within the horde. Damned bastard! Yue Zhong joined in the fray, seeing how the level 70 Devourer had stopped one of his tanks. His heart was filled with rage. A tank was stopped that proved that the rest of the horde had the means to disable the entire fleet as well. The tank was one of the trump cards in Yue Zhong's hands, and he would not allow more of the tanks to be destroyed. Yue Zhong immediately let out a howl towards the skies, and his hands flashed, before a devil flame sword conjured in them. He activated his shadow steps and shot towards the level 70 Devourer like a specter. Hearing that howl, the other trump card in Yue Zhong's hands, the eyes of the Type 3 lightning flashed, as it led its 400 brothers, and they came speeding out from the forest and charged in at the zombies. On the other side, the level 70 Devourer felt the threat from Yue Zhong, and it turned to face him, unleashing a speed that was comparable to the Type 2 lightning. It charged at Yue Zhong, and in a flash, it managed to reach the left side of Yue Zhong, swiping out viciously. If Yue Zhong was like the time where he had just appeared in Vietnam, it would be impossible for him to dodge or defend against the strike from the level 70 Devourer. However, Yue Zhong was now a level 61 enhancer, and his agility was constantly enhanced. While it could not overcome the level 70 Devourer, it was not too much lower, and it was thus possible for him to exchange blows with it. His body lightly twisted, and the devil flame sword in his hands slashed towards the level 70 Devourer. The Devourer responded by extending a leg to tap the ground, forcefully altering its course midair, and dodged the slash of Yue Zhong. At the same time, it unleashed a forceful kick towards Yue Zhong's body. What a fearsome Devourer! Yue Zhong felt as though he was struck by some immense force, his body sent flying back a few meters. His chest seemed to cave in a little, as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart thoroughly shocked at the strength. Just as the Devourer had just kicked Yue Zhong away, from the midst of the horde, 3 sharp spikes suddenly shot towards the Devourer. The Devourer turned to face the 3 sharp bone spikes, its claws slashing out, leaving a trail of shadows behind, as it forcefully chopped the incoming bone spikes off. Chapter 450 Tank Destroyed. Translated by Qidian. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. The Devourer had just struck the 3 bone spikes away, when an unexpected devil flame spear came whistling in from the back, and instantly pierced its head, causing it to explode into foul, smoking chunks. Congratulations on achieving level 62. You have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. The moment Yue Zhong killed the level 70 Devourer, a huge orb of experience had floated into his body, instantly pushing him to reach another level. Yue Zhong swiftly allocated the points to his agility, before a huge sense of crisis welled up in him, and he instantly shot backwards in retreat. only to discover that within the horde of zombies, a number of level 70 devourers were galloping towards his direction. These level 70 devourers, with the protection of the ordinary zombies, possessed the power to destroy a tank. While they had no way of actually demolishing the entire armor of the tank, they could tear apart the roof of the tanks and assault the soldiers within. Seeing so many suddenly leaping out, all the tank soldiers were gripped by fear. These freaks could actually threaten the soldiers within the safety of the tanks, and it left them with little sense of security. It must be known that tanks were widely assumed to be invincible on the battlefield. Even without their cannons, no zombies could withstand the crushing of the tanks. The 23 IFVs following behind the tanks opened fire, and their 25mm machine guns fired rapidly into the horde, aiming for those level 70 devourers. Under the rain of bullets, a large number of the zombies who moved to intercept were instantly ripped to shreds. Many of the level 70 devourers were also felled by the sudden rapid fire. However, a terrifying scene presented itself. Those level 70 devourers that were struck down by the 25mm machine guns instantly got up after they fell and continued to charge towards their direction. It was obvious that the machine guns had little to no effect on these monsters. Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons! The remaining 19 tanks swiveled their cannons towards the devourers and opened fire. One of the devourer was hit by one particular round, and it was blasted into pieces. However, the movement speed of those devourers were truly too fast, as after just taking down 2 of the devourers, the rest had already reached this side. In an instant, 20 of these level 70 devourers had crossed the defensive barrier and were charging at the tanks. As long as the remaining 19 tanks were destroyed, then the armored division of Yue Zhong would be crippled by half. Yue Zhong saw the incoming 20 devourers and his eyes widened as he shouted, "Shit! In Kaishan, come and assist me." In Kaishan had followed Yue Zhong through the life-and-death battle at the small town, and his enhancement level had reached level 49, coupled with his combat experience. He proved a mighty fighting force. Hearing Yue Zhong's command, In Kaishan instantly rushed over, eyeing those 20 devourers in the distance, and gave orders to his subordinates. Everyone is to use the gravity manipulation. Those who can use the airlock and other control skills utilize them as well. Among those experts led by In Kaishan, many of them had control abilities and they immediately casted them on those incoming devourers. A flurry of control-type abilities were launched at the 20 devourers. Under the combined efforts of those experts, the speed of the 20 devourers that could match a Type 2 lightning began to slow. Yue Zhong sucked in a breath as he wielded his Devil Flame Sword and rushed towards the 20 level 70 devourers. In a flash, Yue Zhong appeared beside a tank, his 4M-long Devil Flame Sword swinging towards a devourer that had just leapt onto the tank. At the same time, he activated the gravity manipulation, and a huge force weighed down on the devourer. The devourer was already under twice the gravity due to the supporting troops. When adding on Yue Zhong's ability, it had to support itself under thrice the pressure. Its speed was slowed down considerably, and was not as threatening as it was before. Yue Zhong's swing directly sliced it in half, causing black blood to splatter and cover the outer covering of the tank. If it was just Yue Zhong himself, taking down this single devourer would have required him to expend all his energy, but with the support of In Kaishan and his subordinates, he managed to easily take it down. Yue Zhong had just taken down that devourer, when 6 others immediately pounced at him. These devourers had no eyes, but they had evolved an acute sense of smell and hearing, and possessed an incredible sense of danger perception. They could feel that this human in front of them was a threat to them, and hence, made their way towards him. Right as Yue Zhong was about to be surrounded by those 6 devourers, In Kaishan waved his hand, and sharp ice picks appeared in midair and bombarded the 6 level 70 devourers. The devourers did not dodge nor evade, and as the ice picks landed on their bodies, they shattered, evidently not enough to pierce the hide that could withstand even the damage from a 25mm round. In Kaishan's pupils narrowed as he continued to activate his skill, and each time the ice picks shattered on the bodies of those devourers, they added to their body weight. All of a sudden, a sharp bone spike exploded out from one side, shooting towards the 6 devourers. Facing those sharp bone spikes, the devourers just slashed their claws and caused the bone spikes to break off. Seizing his chance, Yue Zhong's body flashed and appeared behind one of the devourers, activating his gravity manipulation, and then directly using his devil flame sword to slash downwards, slicing its body in two. After quickly disposing of that devourer, his left hand lit up, and a devil flame spear was conjured, before he flung it towards another devourer head, causing it to explode into flaming chunks. At almost the same time, a shadow appeared from nowhere, breaking the sound barrier, and chomped down on the head of one of the devourers, as it burst in its jaws. It was precisely the Type 3 lightning. Lightning relied on its incredible speed to pounce about the battlefield, assaulting the devourers that caused even Yue Zhong to feel at a loss. Multiple bodies fell lifelessly with their heads removed. From afar, Qidian watched this and shuddered involuntarily. So terrifying! With lightning's Mach 1 speed, in only a single exchange, Qidian would be immediately killed. Within Guilin City, other than those agility-type evolvers, if the other evolvers did not make any ample preparations, they would also likely be finished off by lightning easily. In a short matter of 10 seconds, the remaining 14 devourers which were under the effects of the controlling skills were also killed swiftly by lightning. With the deaths of the 14 devourers, the rest of the horde had no way of blocking the metal behemoths that could crush their numbers. A large number of the ordinary zombies were then turned into meat paste under the continued assault of the remaining 19 tanks and the rest of the armored division. With the armored division pushing forth, the huge sea of zombies was forced back about 15 kilometers. After ensuring that the huge horde had been pushed back, the armored division quickly retreated back towards the center of Guilin City. After a rough day, the armored division had to be refueled, and their ammo replenished. Even the operators within required rest. At the same time, the troops under Qidian had exhausted themselves after an entire day of battle, and desperately needed rest. The 3 million-strong zombie horde was not a small number, and Yue Zhong did not think that he would be able to finish this in a day as well. He had made use of the tanks in the evening to buy time for his troops to rest as well. After all, fighting in the night was disadvantageous to the humans. A distance of 15 kilometers was going to take at least a few hours for the ordinary zombies, as based on their walking speed, they would cover about 1 kilometer or so every hour. However, that was the main bulk of the force. If there were no ordinary zombies that got in the way, Yue Zhong would have slaughtered any scattered pockets of zombies easily. As night fell, piping hot dinner was served to the front lines. The dinner consisted of huge chunks of Type 2 mutant beast meat as well as rice. There were various other assorted dishes brought out by the appreciative vendors from Guilin City as well. Everyone knew how important this battle was. The moment the troops lost, everyone would stand to lose everything, and the newly established order and security would collapse again. Many people had experienced the dark times where society lacked stability and control, and inner human depravity was rampant. For the sake of a small meal, lives could be lost. To protect their current paradise now, everyone was activated, and every youth would help to fortify the city, while the women and kids helped to deliver food to the soldiers. The good thing about being in battle was that the soldiers had no need to eat from cans. Zhang Ming, he brought a bunch of documents as he came to report to Yue Zhong. Today's battle, we lost 327 men, expended 900,000 rounds of bullets, and 600 artillery rounds. Our current supplies, including the refilled bullets, only number around 1.3 million rounds, and there are about 500 rounds for the 122mm rocket launchers. Hearing the report, Yue Zhong's face turned downcast. He had expended all his energy, and deployed multiple trump cards, and managed to kill over 700,000 zombies. However, his ammunition consumption was too high. Even if the remaining 1.3 million rounds were to take down a zombie each, they could at most kill another 1.3 million zombies. However, that was just impossible. Logistics and supplies were the lifeline of a modern military. With enough ammunition, a few red arrows could easily unleash hell upon those zombies. The main contributing factor for the elimination of 700,000 zombies were the cannons and the armored division. The expenditure of the 900,000 rounds would have at most killed 60,000 zombies. Yue Zhong waved his hands to signal for Zhang Ming to be dismissed, as he looked to the distance and frowned, thinking silently, I guess it's up to the trap. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, Yue Zhong had some sort of inspiration, as though he caught a thought, but that sudden flash of insight left him, and he frowned as he tried to focus. It was just that no matter how much Yue Zhong racked his brains, the insight had disappeared, and it caused him to be vexed. Big brother, time to eat. At this time, Mu Xiangling came skipping into the room and pulled his hands towards the dining table. Yue Zhong was dragged to the table, and he began to stuff the Type 3 mutant beast meat into his mouth. After undergoing skilled preparations by chefs, the meat melted in Yue Zhong's mouth, turning into warm sources of energy that replenished his stamina and spirit. It was truly a powerful nourishment. Ningyu Xian looked at Yue Zhong, who was absent-minded, and asked, "What's the matter?" "It must be problems arising from hunting the zombies." Mu Xiangling eyed Yue Zhong and said, "Big brother, those zombies are controlled by the Z-types, right? Isn't it easier to just dispose of the Z-types then?" Yue Zhong shook his head when he heard that. "It's not that simple. The zombie horde is too vast. If you were to look out, they're all zombies. Since those Z-types possess intelligence, how would it be easy to pinpoint their location? Furthermore, they had always liked to stay in safe and secure places." "Wait, a safe place." Yue Zhong suddenly recalled his inspiration as he spoke up to this point. He became excited and hugged Mu Xiangling, kissing her cheeks. "Thank you, little Xiangling. Ha ha." Mu Xiangling was caught off guard, and after she was kissed on the cheeks, she began to struggle, with her face flushed red and using only a small voice to protest. "Lolicon, pervert, release me. If you don't, I'm going to scream. Ha ha." Yue Zhong roared with laughter, his mood becoming better as he let Mu Xiangling down. "Leader, the zombies have launched a night assault." Just as Yue Zhong released Mu Xiangling, an intelligence officer came running and reporting in an urgent manner. "What? I'm going." Yue Zhong's face fell, and immediately grabbed a piece of Type 3 mutant beast meat and shoved it into his mouth before rushing off. Ningyu Xian and Xian Jiaro exchanged looks, before hurriedly finishing the meat on their plates and followed suit. Yue Zhong came to the front lines, only to discover under the cover of the night, 10,000 S2S were charging towards Yue Zhong's location like specters. Since the huge zombie horde had been chased back for dozens of kilometers, the ordinary zombies would not be that fast with their speed. It was only possible for the evolved types to reach the defenses so quickly.